Xiao Ai elucidated. Within the cosmos, the extent of cerebral development serves as a pivotal criterion for assessing the intelligence and potential of a life form. Typically, the cerebral development of an average human being is a mere 1 to 2. However, upon reaching a threshold of 3, one acquires the fundamental prerequisites to assume the role of captain aboard this spacecraft. Only with sufficient wisdom and potential can one comprehend and manipulate the advanced technologies aboard the vessel. Shen Yichen felt a tumult of emotions within him to become the captain of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Chapter 1. A Brush with Fate, Encountering the Alien Vessel. Episode 1. A Brush with Fate, Encountering the Alien Vessel. In the city of Qingyang, a realm replete with opportunities and challenges, Shen Yichen perceived it as a confining prison. He had once harbored dreams, diving headfirst into the entrepreneurial tide, brimming with anticipation of carving out his own niche upon this land. Alongside several like-minded companions, he immersed himself in the development of intelligent hardware, aspiring to create a revolutionary smart bracelet that amalgamates health, monitoring, seamless communication, and efficient office functionalities, thereby transforming the very fabric of human lifestyle. However, while ideals may be abundant, reality often proves starkly lean. The competition within the market is far more fierce than they had envisioned, and the rupture of the financial chain struck like a sudden tempest, shattering their dreams into fragments. In a desperate bid to sustain the project, Shen Yichen scoured every avenue, seeking loans from banks, borrowing from friends, and even exhausting his personal savings, yet ultimately his efforts were in vain. The company declared bankruptcy, leaving behind a staggering debt of millions, a heavy burden that suffocated him. Shen Yichen, when will you repay the money? It has been overdue for quite some time. Do not think you can evade your obligations. The voice of the creditor on the other end of the line pierced through his ears like a sharp blade. Please grant me a few more days. I will find a way to gather the funds. Shen Yichen's voice was laden with resignation and fatigue, his grip on the phone tightening until his neck turned white from the strain. It was not merely a professional setback. His personal life was also facing a calamitous downfall. His girlfriend, witnessing his increasing despondency, gazed at him with growing disappointment. Finally, on a night when the rain poured down in torrents, she chose to end their relationship. Yichen, I feel we can no longer continue this way. The life I desire is one you cannot provide at present. She stood amidst the rain, her tears mingling with the downpour, obscuring her features. Shen Yichen stood frozen in place, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He longed to plead for her to stay, but he found himself devoid of the strength to even utter a word. All he could do was watch helplessly as her silhouette faded into the rain, until she vanished from sight. At that moment, he felt utterly forsaken by the world. Career failures, overwhelming debts, shattered love, every anguish surged upon him like a relentless tide, completely submerging him. He began to evade reality, confining himself to a dimly lit room, resolutely rejecting any contact with the outside world. The concern and comfort expressed by his friends sounded to him like cruel mockery. He perceived himself as a thorough failure, believing that life had lost all semblance of hope. Why has it come to this? Shen Yichen sat in the darkness, cradling his head in his hands, moaning in anguish, his gaze hollow and despondent, as if he had lost all focus. Everything is over, Shen Yichen whispered softly, taking a deep breath before slowly closing his eyes, preparing to take that fateful step forward. Just as his body was on the brink of plunging into the abyss, a mysterious beam of light suddenly erupted from the depths of the valley, enveloping him in an instant. Within this luminescence, a colossal alien spacecraft, glimmering with a metallic sheen, gracefully ascended. The surface of the vessel shimmered with strange runes and lights, seemingly hailing from the distant recesses of the cosmos. The ship extended an energy beam that gently cradled Shen Yichen, gradually drawing him into its cabin. In a state of unconsciousness, Shen Yichen faintly sensed that he was enveloped by an enigmatic force, his body feeling weightless, as if drifting among the clouds. After an indeterminate passage of time, he gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself within a room steeped in a sci-fi ambience. The walls were composed of a metallic material that emitted a gentle blue glow, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols that seemed to whisper the secrets of the universe. The chamber was furnished with an array of peculiar instruments and devices, pulsating with various hues of light while occasionally emitting soft, humming sounds. Where am I? Shen Yichen struggled to sit up, his head still heavy, his gaze filled with bewilderment and confusion. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice resonated in his ear. You are awake. Welcome aboard the interstellar exploration vessel Dawn. I am a ship's intelligent control system, Xiao Ai. Following the direction of the voice, Shen Yichen beheld a translucent figure emanating a soft blue light, gradually materializing before him. She possessed long, flowing blue hair, and her eyes resembled the profound depths of the starry sky, twinkling with mysterious brilliance. Her exquisite and beautiful visage seemed as though she had stepped forth from a dreamlike realm. Who are you? What is happening? Shen Yichen gazed at the apparition before him, his heart brimming with astonishment and fear. Xiao Ai smiled faintly, her smile reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, instilling a profound sense of comfort and assurance. Do not fear, I shall not harm you. Your recent thoughts of ending your life were intercepted by this spaceship, which has rescued you. This vessel hails from a distant galaxy, having crash-landed on Earth due to an unforeseen incident a millennium ago, and has remained in slumber until now. It was only moments ago that the ship detected your cerebral development level reached 3, thus activating certain functions to bring you aboard. Shen Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the words he had just heard. Cerebral development level? An extraterrestrial spacecraft? Everything sounded so surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Cerebral development level of 3. What relevance does that hold for me? Shen Yichen inquired, perplexed. Xiao Ai elucidated. In the cosmos, the cerebral development level serves as a crucial metric for measuring the intelligence and potential of a life form. Typically, the average human possesses a cerebral development level of merely 1 to 2. However, upon reaching 3, one qualifies as a candidate for the role of captain aboard this vessel, for only those endowed with sufficient wisdom and potential can comprehend and why. The advanced technologies housed within, that a tumult of emotions surged within Shen Yichen. The notion of becoming the captain of an alien spaceship seemed utterly ludicrous, yet the reality before him compelled belief. He contemplated his current predicament, professional failure, and a life in turmoil. Perhaps this was fate's way of presenting him with an opportunity for transformation. So, what does it entail to become a captain? Shen Yichen hesitated before posing the question. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, pondering the notion of searching for extraterrestrial beings. It seemed to him a distant and impractical endeavor, as he held little interest in such pursuits. His sole desire was to alter his present predicament. However, the advanced technology aboard the spacecraft ignited a spark of fascination within him. If he could master this technology, perhaps he could settle his debts and embark upon a new chapter of his life. I will consider it, Shen Yichen replied after a moment of contemplation. Guided by Xiao Ai, Shen Yichen gradually exited the room, making his way towards the control room of the spacecraft. Along the journey, he encountered an array of astonishing devices and apparatuses, his curiosity and anticipation regarding this alien vessel intensifying with each step. Uncertain of what the future held for him, he was acutely aware that, from this moment forth, his life had irrevocably transformed. Chapter 2. Permission Binding, Commencing the Interstellar Journey. With a heart full of trepidation, Shen Yichen followed Xiao Ai's guidance towards the control room. As the grand door to the control room slowly swung open, a profound sense of technological wonder enveloped him. The control room was circular, crowned by a vast hemispherical dome that emanated a gentle blue luminescence, reminiscent of an expansive starry sky. The floor was composed of a transparent material that radiated a soft glow, revealing the intricate labyrinth of circuits and energy conduits beneath, akin to the veins of a living organism, intertwining and supplying an unceasing flow of energy to the spacecraft. Surrounding the central control room, colossal screens are embedded within the walls, displaying real-time data regarding the spacecraft's various statuses, including energy reserve, flight speed, and navigational trajectory. The information and images flicker and shift incessantly, dazzling the observer. Furthermore, The walls are inscribed with an array of enigmatic runes and symbols, emanating a subtle glow, as if whispering the spacecraft's history and the mysteries of the cosmos. This is the main control room of the spacecraft, the core hub of the entire vessel, where you can command every aspect of it. Xiao Ai's melodious voice resonated within the control room, interrupting Shen Yichen's reverie. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yichen gradually approached one of the chairs and settled into it. The chair seemed to possess a life of its own, automatically adjusting its form to perfectly conform to his body, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. Next, I shall assist you in establishing a connection with the spacecraft and binding your permissions. There may be some discomfort involved, but please do not be afraid, Xiao Ai announced, as several mechanical tendrils slowly emerged from the chair's backrest, their surfaces glistening with a metallic sheen, with faint currents of electricity flickering at their tips. Shen Yichen's heart raced suddenly, his palms slightly perspiring as he anxiously fixed his gaze upon the mechanical appendages. A surge of trepidation and unease coursed through him. Yet intertwined with it was a thread of anticipation. He understood that this was a pivotal step toward becoming the Captaino. The spacecraft. The mechanical tendril gradually approached Shen Yichen's nape, causing his body to instinctively tense, his heart racing with an intensity that felt as though IDM. I leaped from his chest. As the tendril made contact with his skin, he froze momentarily, a chilling sensation coursing from the back of his head, prompting an involuntary shiver. Soon after, the tendril slowly penetrated his skull, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that plunged him into darkness, as if his brain were being torn asunder. He yearned to struggle, to cry out, yet found himself entirely at the mercy of the agony that engulfed him. Shen Yichen could not restrain a pained groan, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the strain. However, the torment was fleeting before long. He sensed a peculiar energy flowing through the tendril into his mind, the previous anguish gradually dissipating and giving way to an extraordinary sensation. His mind became exceptionally alert, thoughts racing with newfound clarity, as if a radiant light illuminated the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Link established. Brainwave enhancement program implanted. 1%, 2%, 3%. Brainwave enhancement program fully implanted. Extracting biorecognition information for spacecraft ownership extraction successful. Implanting self-repairing nanobots implantation successful. Implanting humanoid energy sustenance system implantation successful. A cacophony of mechanical sounds reverberated in Shen Yichen's mind, and with their emergence, he sensed a remarkable transformation within his being. His brain appeared to have unlocked an abundance of potential, with previously nebulous memories crystallizing into clarity and the dilemma, as that once plagued him, now effortlessly resolved. His thoughts expanded, allowing him to grasp and navigate intricate information with newfound ease. Moreover, he could feel an invigorating vitality coursing through his body, as if he possessed boundless strength. He understood that this was the result of the advanced self-repair nanobots and bioenergetic sustenance system implanted within him. These cutting-edge technologies had significantly enhanced his physique, endowing him not only with exceptional self-repair capabilities, but also ensuring his resilience in various extreme environments. Shen Yichen slowly opened his eyes, and a peculiar brilliance flickered within them at that moment. He was a transformed individual, a far cry from his former self. As he gazed at the small AI hovering above him, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. He discovered that he could intuitively connect with the AI, comprehending its thoughts without the need for words. Xiao Ai. I feel as though I've become a different person, Shen Yichen murmured softly. With a gentle smile, Xiao Ai said, "Congratulations, Captain. You have successfully bound the captain's authority to the spacecraft. From this moment on, you are the master of this vessel. Your brain has been implanted with a brainwave enhancement program, enabling it to produce brainwaves that surpass those of ordinary individuals. Your mind will gradually develop, and you shall become increasingly intelligent. Furthermore, as long as you remain within 1 million kilometers, a mere thought will allow you to communicate with me through brainwave transmission and control the ship." Shen Yichen felt a surge of excitement. Within, he had not anticipated that becoming the captain would grant him such formidable capabilities. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and inquired, Xiao Ai, what is the current status of the spacecraft? Can it still fly? Upon hearing the speed, Shen Yichen could not help but gasp in astonishment. 50 Mach. This equates to 50 times the speed of sound. Circumnavigating the Earth would take merely 40 minutes, far exceeding the velocity of any aircraft on the planet. In the vastness of space, a speed of 0.01 times the speed of light is staggering, corresponding to 3,000 kilometers per second, allowing one to orbit the Earth in just over 10 seconds. Such velocity filled him with anticipation for the forthcoming interstellar journey. Excellent. As long as it can fly, that's all that matters, Shen Yichen exclaimed with excitement. So, how do we return to the surface from our subterranean location? Xiao Ai replied with a smile. Captain, it's quite simple. Utilize your captain's authority to initiate the flight main program, and I shall take control of the spacecraft for takeoff to F. Shen Yichen nodded, gazing at the thick layers of soil displayed on the screen ahead. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed, Initiate the flight protocol. Receiving flight command, commencing activation of the conventional propulsion engine. Initiating. As the voice of Xiao Ai resonated, Shen Yichen felt the entire vessel tremble slightly, akin to a slumbering colossal beast gradually awakening. He fixated intently on the screen, his heart brimming with both anxiety and anticipation. After a brief interval of several seconds, Xiao Ai announced, Captain, the conventional propulsion engine has successfully activated and is ready for takeoff. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Shen Yichen's eyes as he waved his hand decisively and commanded, Take off. In an instant, the spacecraft shuddered violently, beginning its ascent. The immense layer of soil on the expansive glass canopy rapidly dislodged under the formidable thrust, revealing glimmers of light beneath. Shen Yichen observed the fragments of Earth cascading from the surrounding glass dome, allowing him to glimpse the vast primordial forest below, Ono. Overwhelmingly breathtaking sensation that rendered him nearly speechless. Gradually, the vessel ascended higher, revealing that not only was there a colossal glass dome in front, but there were also similar structures surrounding it. Through these transparent enclosures, Shen Yichen beheld the enchanting panorama around the spacecraft, as if he were immersed in a fantastical realm. The glass canopy ahead served as a grand display, showcasing the entirety of the spacecraft, reminiscent of a 360-degree view in an automobile, allowing Shen Yichen to finally purse. Eve, the true form of the vessel. The spacecraft bore a striking resemblance to the Millennium Falcon from the cinematic masterpiece Star Wars, yet it was considerably larger. Shen Yichen was taken aback by the vessel's dimensions, a staggering length of 1,200 meters, a width of 800 meters, and a height of 300 meters. It was truly an aerial behemoth, with a volume at least 140 times that of Earth's largest aircraft carrier. As the spacecraft fully emerged from the Earth's layers, revealing its colossal form, Shen Yichen was rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight before him. Sunlight cascaded upon the surface of the ship, reflecting a dazzling brilliance as it gracefully spiraled in the sky, as if proclaiming its majesty and enigma to the world. This is my spacecraft, Shen Yichen murmured, his heart swelling with pride and exhilaration. He understood that from this moment forth, his life would be irrevocably transformed, ushering in an interstellar journey replete with the unknown and challenges awaiting him. Observing the spacecraft, which was caked in dirt and debris, Shen Yichen furrowed his brow and said to Xiao Ai, could you give the ship a wash? It appears far too grimy, and I intend to rely on it to venture forth and amass great wealth. Nodding in agreement, he declared, very well. Let us first cleanse the spacecraft, and then embark on our expedition to explore the cosmos in search of my fortune and future. I delight in mastering extraterrestrial technology that surpasses that of Earth. Chapter 3. Space Mining and the Quest for Extraterrestrial Cuisine. The spacecraft resembled a colossal beast concealed in darkness, silently activating its cloaking mode as it sped toward the waters near Qingyang City. Shen Yichen stood in the control room, his eyes fixed intently on the screen ahead, his gaze brimming with anticipation. His heart raced with a blend of exhilaration and anxiety. He was thrilled at the prospect of witnessing the vessel's pristine appearance post-cleaning, yet apprehensive about the potential complications during the process. Xiao Ai, can the cloaking mode truly ensure the spacecraft remains undetected? Shen Yichen inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. He nodded, feeling a slight alleviation of his worries. As he gazed at the clouds and ocean rushing past on the screen, he envisioned the spacecraft gliding through the azure waters, his heart swelling with hope. Before long, the spacecraft reached the expanse above the sea. Shen Yichen took a deep breath and issued the cleaning command. Xiao Ai, commence the cleaning process. With the command given, the spacecraft gradually descended, plunging toward the surface of the ocean. In an instant, as it neared the water, the vessel accelerated dramatically, plunging into the sea like a shooting star. The force of its entry stirred the ocean, sending up a magnificent spray of white water. Through the control room screen, Shen Yichen watched the cleaning process with bated breath. He observed as the dirt and debris clinging to the spacecraft's surface were dislodged by the powerful force of the water, swept away by the currents. Gradually, the vessel's exterior revealed its original metallic sheen, glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. The cleansing process lasted approximately half an hour, and the spacecraft finally appeared rejuvenated. Shen Yichen gazed at the vessel, which emanated an aura of advanced technology and majesty, and a surge of intense pride welled up within him. Xiao Ai, splendid work, he exclaimed with excitement. As the spacecraft journeyed towards the asteroid belt, Shen Yichen suddenly felt a pang of hunger. It dawned on him that he had not eaten in quite some time. He patted his stomach, preparing to retrieve the biscuits from his backpack to quell his hunger when Xiao Ai interjected. Captain, there is food aboard the ship specifically prepared for you, which is far more nutritious and delectable than the biscuits in your bag. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen's curiosity was instantly piqued. He set down his backpack and inquired, "Oh, food on the ship, what is it like?" With a smile, Xiao Ai replied, "Please follow me. Captain, I shall take you to sample it." Shen Yichen followed Xiao Ai to a chamber within the spacecraft. In the room stood a peculiar machine, its surface shimmering with a myriad of colors, adorned with several batansa, indeed displays. Xiao Ai approached the machine and manipulated it for a moment, after which it emitted a gentle humming sound. Before long, the machine's hatch slowly opened, releasing an unusual aroma that permeated the entire chamber. Intrigued, Shen Yichen stepped forward to see a plate inside the machine, containing a dish reminiscent of mashed potatoes. The food's hue was rather peculiar, presenting a faint lavender shade, and it was embellished with tiny, glimmering particles, appearing both mysterious and enticing. "Is this the food on the spacecraft?" Shen Yichen inquired with a hint of confusion. Xiao Ai nodded and replied, "Indeed, Captain. This is the captain's meal, tailored specifically to meet your bodily needs and taste preferences. It is a form of elemental food, synthesized from various elements commonly found throughout the cosmos. Although its appearance may diverge from that of earthly cuisine, it encompasses all the essential nutrients you require, and the flavor is quite delightful." Shen Yichen gazed at the peculiar dish before him, feeling a twinge of hesitation. While he harbored great trust in the technology aboard the spacecraft, the thought of consuming something so unfamiliar left him somewhat apprehensive. Yet, the gnawing hunger in his stomach ultimately overcame his doubts. He took a deep breath, grasped the spoon, and cautiously scooped a small portion of the food, placing it delicately into his mouth. "This is exquisite," Shen Yichen exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "The flavor is absolutely phenomenal. Xiao Ai, I have never tasted anything so delectable." Seeing Shen Yichen relish the meal, Xiao Ai felt a surge of joy. She smiled and said, "I'm delighted you enjoy it, Captain. If you wish for more, I can prepare another serving." Shen Yichen quickly waved his hand, stating, "No need, one serving suffices. While this food is delightful, too much might become overwhelming. However, it truly ignites my anticipation for other culinary wonders in the universe." After finishing the captain's meal, Shen Yichen felt invigorated, his spirits soaring. He returned to the control room, seated himself in the chair, and continued to eagerly await the spacecraft's arrival at the asteroid belt. As time progressed, the spacecraft drew ever closer to the asteroid belt. Through the control room's window, Shen Yichen beheld a multitude of objects emerging in the cosmos ahead, varying in size and shape, drifting in the vastness of space, reflecting the sun's radiance like a resplendent starry sky. "Captain, we have arrived at the asteroid belt of the solar system," chimed Xiao Ai's melodious voice in the control room. "Now, I shall initiate the planetary element scanning to locate the asteroid with the highest gold content." Before long, Xiao Ai identified an asteroid with the highest gold concentration. "Captain, the asteroid designated X001 ahead possesses a gold content of 80, making it the richest tea and gold that we have detected thus far," she announced. Shen Yichen gazed at the information displayed on the screen, his heart swelling with excitement. Clenching his fist, he exclaimed, "Splendid! That is the one. Xiao Ai, let us prepare to commence mining. I revel in my mastery of extraterrestrial technology that surpasses that of Earth." Chapter 4. Extracting Gold. A glimpse of Jupiter in the fourth episode. The focus intensifies on the asteroid designated as X001. Shen Yichen's gaze was firmly fixed upon it. His excitement akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, impossible to contain. He inhaled deeply, striving for tranquility, yet his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner exhilaration. "Xiao Ai, let us commence the mining." Shen Yichen's voice quivered with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with fervor, as though he could already envision countless nuggets of gold beckoning to him. "Understood, Captain." Xiao Ai's melodious voice resonated in the control room, as the small transport vessel and mining robots stood ready for departure. As Xiao Ai's words resonated, the screen before Shen Yichen displayed the gradual opening of the ship's side hatch. A compact and exquisite transport vessel emerged, resembling a silver bird poised for flight. Its contours elegant and fluid. The vessel's surface was adorned with a unique metallic material, glistening under the sun's rays, like a masterpiece from the future. Following closely behind the transport ship was a cadre of mining robots. These robots bore the appearance of four-legged crawlers, each sturdy limb supporting their substantial bodies. On their backs, two mechanical arms were affixed, equipped with an array of advanced digging tools that shimmered with a cold light, as if narrating tales of their sharpness and efficiency. Their abdomens serve as vast cargo holds, presently awaiting to be filled with precious gold ore. Small transport vessels and mining robots swiftly dart toward the asteroid, their remarkable speed leaving behind a trail of resplendent luminescence in the vastness of space. Before long, they arrive at the surface of the asteroid. The mining robots spring into action, their four sturdy legs firmly landing on the rocky terrain as they extend their mechanical arms to commence a frenzied excavation. Shen Yichen anxiously observes every movement of the mining robots through the screens in the control room. The mechanical arms swing with remarkable speed, their tools piercing into the asteroid's rocky facade, producing a series of sharp, grating sounds. As the mechanical arms persist in their labor, chunks of gold ore are unearthed, tumbling down from the surface of the asteroid. During the excavation, the mining robots adeptly adjust their positions and angles to navigate the asteroid's intricate topography. Their legs possess formidable traction, enabling them to maintain a secure grip on the surface, even when working on steep inclines. Meanwhile, their mechanical arms exhibit exceptional dexterity, allowing them to stretch and maneuver freely within confined spaces, meticulously unearthing the gold hidden deep within the rock. Simultaneously, the small transport vessel busies itself nearby. It gradually approaches the mining robots, opening its cargo bay doors and extending its mechanical arms to retrieve the gold ore excavated by the robots, swallowing these precious riches greedily. Much like a giant maw, during the transportation of gold ore, the small transport vessel also conducts preliminary screening and classification of the ore. It is equipped with advanced scanning technology, capable of swiftly assessing the purity and quality of the gold. For ores of lower purity, the vessel temporarily stores them in a designated area, awaiting subsequent processing, whereas those of higher purity are directly transported to the spaceship for further refinement and processing. Hours passed, yet the mining operation continued with an atmosphere of tension and order. Shen Yichen gazed at the ever-increasing quantity of gold ore displayed on the screen, his excitement intensifying. He envisioned the wealth and status these treasures would bestow upon him, unable to contain a joyful laugh. "Xiao Ai, at this pace, we shall soon unearth an ample supply of gold," Shen Yichen exclaimed, his face radiating a triumphant smile, as if he had already ascended to the pinnacle of wealth. The cargo hold brimmed with gold ore, each piece emanating a dazzling golden glow, resembling a vast mountain of riches. Shen Yichen approached, picking up a piece of ore, scrutinizing it intently. The surface was smooth and refined, the patterns distinct, with golden light shimmering in his hands, as if revealing the mysteries of the universe. Incredible! All of this is my fortune, Shen Yichen shouted with exhilaration, his voice echoing in the cargo hold, filled with joy and pride. Xiao Ai, where is the refining equipment on the spaceship? Let us hasten to transform this gold into pure gold. Shen Yichen spoke eagerly, his eyes gleaming with avarice as if he could already envision countless gold bars beckoning to him. Under the guidance of Xiao Ai, Shen Yichen descended to the lower chamber of the spaceship. There stood a colossal machine, its surface aglow with an array of vibrant colors, adorned with a myriad of intricate pipes and circuits, presenting a rather intricate sight. This is the refining apparatus aboard the ship, Xiao Ai explained. Shen Yichen gazed at the machine before him, his curiosity piqued. He circled the apparatus, meticulously observing the various buttons and displays, attempting to grasp its operational principles. Xiao Ai, how does one operate this device? Shen Yichen inquired. With a smile, Xiao Ai replied, Captain, you need only place the or into the machine's entrance and then activate the device. The remainder of the process will be performed automatically. The apparatus will adjust the refining parameters based on the composition and purity of the ore, ensuring that the extracted gold achieves the utmost purity. Shen Yichen nodded, following Xiao Ai's instructions as he placed a piece of ore into the machine's entrance. He then pressed the activation button. Instantly, the machine emitted a deep, resonant roar. Commencing its task, Shen Yichen anxiously focused on the device's display, watching the ever-changing data and images unfold before him. His heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness high-purity gold emerge from the apparatus. As time passed, the machine's operation gradually approached its conclusion. At last, a crisp alert resonated, and the device's exit slowly opened, revealing a gleaming gold bar that slid forth. Shen Yichen hurriedly stepped forward, seizing the gold bar and scrutinizing it with great care. The surface of the bar was as smooth as a mirror, its hue a resplendent gold that radiated an enchanting glow. He weighed it in his hands. The bar's heft was substantial, making him acutely aware of the tangible presence of wealth. Wonderful! We've succeeded! Shen Yichen exclaimed, his face aglow with a radiant smile, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. He clutched the gold bar tightly to his chest, relishing its cold yet precious texture. In that moment, he felt like the happiest person on earth. Having successfully extracted the gold, Shen Yichen resolved to continue his celestial voyage. He understood that within the vastness of the cosmos, countless mysteries awaited his exploration. Xiao Ai, where shall we venture next? He inquired, his heart brimming with curiosity. He had always harbored a profound fascination for the planets of the universe, particularly the majestic gas giant Jupiter, which ignited his desire for discovery. Very well, let us journey to Jupiter, Shen Yichen declared with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as if he could already envision the grandeur of Jupiter before him. The spacecraft reignited its engines, propelling itself toward the direction of Jupiter. Throughout the voyage, Shen Yichen's spirits soared. He envisioned the magnificence of Jupiter, his mind swirling with a plethora of information and images regarding the planet. He was aware that Jupiter is a gas giant, its surface enveloped in a dense atmosphere, adorned with the magnificent Great Red Spot and vibrant bands of clouds. As the spacecraft gradually approached Jupiter, Shen Yichen's heartbeat quickened with anticipation. He was eager to behold this enigmatic planet with his own eyes. At long last, Jupiter loomed before him. The moment its colossal figure filled his vision, Shen Yichen was rendered speechless, awestruck by the spectacle before him. Jupiter resembled a vast gaseous orb, its surface rich with a thick atmosphere, swirling with clouds of myriad hues that intertwined to create a breathtaking and beautiful tapestry. Upon Jupiter's surface lay a tremendous crimson tempest, the renowned Great Red Spot. This storm is larger than Earth itself and has persisted for centuries, standing as one of Jupiter's most iconic features. As Shen Yichen gazed at the Great Red Spot, a sense of reverence filled his heart. He pondered the ferocity of the storm within, a force beyond human comprehension. In addition to the Great Red Spot, Jupiter is surrounded by numerous satellites of varying sizes and shapes, revolving in their respective orbits under the influence of Jupiter's gravitational pull, forming a magnificent satellite system. Shen Yichen observed these moons with curiosity, wondering what wonders they might hold and if any signs of life might exist upon them. It's so beautiful. This is truly a marvel of the cosmos. Shen Yichen murmured, his eyes fixed intently on Jupiter, as if he were irresistibly drawn to its grandeur. He picked up his phone and captured numerous photographs of Jupiter. He yearned to immortalize the beauty of that moment and share his observations with those on Earth. After reveling in the splendor of Jupiter, Shen Yichen resolved to journey to Saturn. He was aware that Saturn was renowned for its magnificent rings, and he longed to witness that awe-inspiring sight with his own eyes. At last, the spacecraft arrived at Saturn. The moment the stunning rings of Saturn appeared before him, Shen Yichen was once again astounded. The rings, composed of countless ice particles and rocky fragments, sparkled enchantingly under the sunlight, resembling a resplendent necklace encircling the planet. As he gazed at Saturn's rings, his heart swelled with admiration. He had never encountered such breathtaking beauty, a splendor that transcended human imagination. He pondered how these rings had formed and what cosmic mysteries lay hidden behind them. "This is simply too beautiful," Shen Yichen exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if the entire world had become illuminated. "Very well, Captain," replied Xiao Ai. "We shall return to Earth now." He delighted in the mastery of extraterrestrial technology that surpassed earthly confines. Chapter 5. A Brief Stay on the Moon. Planning Earth's development, the spacecraft soared through the cosmos like a meteor piercing the darkness, bringing Shen Yichen back from distant interstellar realms, steadily entering Earth's orbit. At that moment, the spacecraft, set against the vast backdrop of the universe, resembled a colossal steel beast, exuding an aura of mystery and immense power. "Xiao Ai, we have successfully entered Earth's orbit. What shall we do next?" Shen Yichen turned to Xiao Ai, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Following Shen Yichen's commands, the spacecraft gradually adjusted its course, heading towards the far side of the moon. During the journey, Shen Yichen gazed out of the control room window, contemplating the vast expanse of the universe. At that moment, a myriad of emotions flooded his mind. He recalled his dismal life on Earth, marked by failed endeavors and overwhelming debt, as if the entire world had closed its doors to him. Yet now, he commanded this extraordinary alien spacecraft and had amassed a fortune in the cosmos. It all felt like a surreal dream. Who would have thought that I, Shen Yichen, would reach such heights? He murmured to himself, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Before long, the spacecraft arrived at the moon's far side. As it gently descended onto the lunar surface, Shen Yichen peered through the window, witnessing a desolate landscape. The moon's surface was pockmarked with craters of various sizes, each a testament to the passage of time and the universe's tumultuous history. A thick layer of lunar regolith blanketed the ground, glistening with a soft silvery sheen under the sunlight. In the distance, the mountains undulated majestically, standing in stark contrast to the profound silence of the moon. "This is the moon," Shen Yichen whispered, his eyes filled with wonder and awe. He stepped out of the spacecraft, setting foot on lunar soil. He felt the moon's low gravity enveloping him, making his body feel weightless, as if each step was a graceful leap. He took a deep breath. Although clad in a spacesuit and unable to truly inhale the lunar atmosphere, his heart was nonetheless filled with reverence for this enigmatic terrain. "Xiao Ai, the environment here is remarkably unique." Shen Yichen spoke into the communicator on his wrist. "First, let us conceal the spacecraft, and then I would like to discuss the sale of a portion of our gold and the acquisition of a base." Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, realizing that these matters warranted careful consideration. "You are right, Xiao Ai. We must not act impulsively. We need to devise a comprehensive plan. Firstly, we must understand the current state of the gold market on Earth, ascertain the prevailing prices, and gauge market demand. Next, we should seek a trustworthy buyer to ensure the security and smoothness of the transaction. Regarding the transportation of gold, we can utilize the spacecraft's small landing craft, transporting smaller quantities in batches to minimize risk and avoid drawing attention." Xiao Ai nodded in agreement. "Captain, your thoughts are thorough. I will access the spacecraft's database to gather pertinent information about the gold market on Earth and provide you with detailed data. Simultaneously, I will conduct inspections and maintenance on the small landing craft to ensure it can successfully carry out the transportation tasks." Shen Yichen nodded, adding, "In addition to selling gold, we must also consider the acquisition of a base. I hope to find a discrete location on Earth to establish a base that belongs to us. This base is intended not only to serve as our repository for gold and spacecraft, but also to become the nucleus of our future technological enterprise. Where do you think we should establish this base?" After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ai replied, "Captain, the acquisition of a base necessitates consideration of numerous factors, such as geographical location, surrounding environment, and land prices. From a geographical standpoint, we might opt for remote locales that are relatively accessible, ensuring both the secrecy of the base and the ease of transporting supplies and personnel. Regarding the surrounding environment, It is prudent to avoid densely populated or sensitive areas to prevent attracting undue attention. Land prices also play a crucial role. We must strive to minimize costs while ensuring the quality of the base. Based on these criteria, I suggest exploring suitable land in mountainous or desolate regions. Chapter 6. Return to Earth. Resolving the debt crisis in a small landing craft. Shen Yichen sat with his heart racing, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen ahead, which displayed the real-time distance between the landing craft and Earth. As the distance gradually diminished, his anxiety intensified, and visions of his impending return to Earth flooded his mind. Memories of past failures, suffering, and despair experienced on Earth surged within him like a tidal wave. Yet, more predominant was a sense of anticipation and longing for the future. He understood that this return would herald a transformation in all aspects. Captain, we are about to arrive above Qingyang City. Prepare to search for a suitable landing site. The voice of Xiao Ai interrupted Shen Yichen's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yichen endeavored to calm himself and replied, "All right, find a concealed location. One that cannot be discovered." The small landing craft, akin to a nimble nighthawk, circled above Qingyang City, seeking an appropriate spot to descend. Ultimately, it gently touched down in a desolate area on the city's outskirts. This vacant lot, enveloped by dense woods and overgrown with weeds, was rarely frequented, rendering it an excellent hiding place. I wonder what expressions those who once looked down upon me would wear upon witnessing my current self. A faint smile of confidence graced Shen Yichen's lips. He retrieved his keys, attempting to unlock the door, only to find that the key refused to turn. It then dawned on him that the house had been sealed, and the lock must have been replaced. With a resigned sigh, he prepared to scale the wall, when suddenly, a pair of footsteps approached. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A sharp voice inquired. Shen Yichen turned to see a real estate agent, dressed in professional attire, regarding him with suspicion, accompanied by a couple who appeared to be prospective buyers. The agent scrutinized Shen Yichen from head to toe, her face betraying a hint of disdain. "Your house? This property has long been sealed and is about to be auctioned. Do not cause a disturbance here," she asserted. The couple beside her echoed, "Indeed. You hardly seem like someone of wealth, yet here you're boasting." Shen Yichen's expression darkened considerably, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could immediately reveal the gold ingot to demonstrate his current wealth. However, he restrained himself, aware that it was not yet the time to unveil his true circumstances. "I strongly advise against auctioning my property. Otherwise, you shall come to regret it," Shen Yichen coldly declared before turning to leave. The saleswoman regarded his retreating figure with disdain. Scoffing? Threatening us? How utterly laughable. He made his way to a prominent chain jewelry store in the city center, renowned locally for its opulence, adorned with an array of exquisite jewelry pieces. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" A staff member greeted him warmly. Shen Yichen remained silent, instead extracting a gold ingot from his backpack and placing it on the counter. The moment the staff member laid eyes on the ingot, her gaze widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. "Is this a gold ingot? Sir, you." At that moment, the manager, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Upon seeing the gold ingot on the counter, he too was rendered speechless by shock. "Sir, where did you acquire this gold ingot?" The manager inquired cautiously, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Shen Yichen replied with calm assurance, "That's none of your concern. I'm here to sell the gold ingot. Will you accept it?" The manager nodded eagerly. "Yes, of course we will. However, we must first assess the purity and weight of the ingot. Would that be acceptable to you?" Shen Yichen nodded in agreement. "Manager, the testing results are out. The purity of this gold bar reaches an astonishing 99. 99. With a weight of 10 kilograms, the staff member exclaimed excitedly. The manager turned to Shen Yichen once again, his initial shock now transformed into reverence. "Sir, the purity and weight of this gold bar are exceptionally high. It is indeed a rare find. Based on current market prices, the cost of gold is approximately 600 yuan per gram, making this 10-kilogram bar valued at around 6 million yuan. Does this price meet your satisfaction?" Shen Yichen calculated in his mind. Although this price was slightly lower than he had anticipated, it still seemed reasonable. After all, he was in urgent need of funds to resolve his debt issues and did not have the luxury of time to seek out better buyers. "All right, I accept this price," Shen Yichen replied. The manager promptly arranged for the finance department to process the transfer for Shen Yichen. Soon, a notification arrived on his phone. And upon seeing the balance of over 6 million yuan in his bank account, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. "Sir, should you possess any more gold bars like this, Feel free to come to us anytime. We will ensure you receive the most reasonable price," the manager said with a beaming smile. With that, Shen Yichen departed from the jewelry store, aware that his life had irrevocably changed. From that moment onward, he would no longer be the defeated man suffocated by debt, but rather a formidable individual endowed with vast wealth. Chapter 7. Overnight Wealth. Surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women as Shen Yichen emerged from the jewelry store, he felt the sun's rays shine brighter than ever. And even the bustling sounds of the street resonated with an invigorating vitality. He clutched his phone tightly, the balance of over 19 million within it serving as a powerful testament to his regained control over life. With each glance at the screen, waves of indescribable excitement surged within him. At last, I am no longer the hapless debtor gasping for breath under the weight of financial ruin, Shen Yichen murmured to himself, a confident smile gracing his lips. Upon arriving at the bank, he strode purposefully into the hall to settle his repayment. As the staff verified his information, astonishment flickered across their faces. After all, it is not common to encounter a client capable of clearing such a substantial loan in one fell swoop. "Sir, are you certain you wish to repay your entrepreneurial loan and penalties in full? This is no trivial amount," the staff member inquired once more. Without hesitation, Shen Yichen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, please expedite the process." A wave of frustration washed over him, yet he understood that further disputes would be futile. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. "Very well, I understand." Exiting the bank, Shen Yichen gazed at the bustling street, his heart awash with mixed emotions. Although he had settled his debts, the sense of loss from having lost his home lingered. However, this sentiment was swiftly eclipsed by his anticipation for a new life. He still possessed over 10 million, ample to embark on a fresh journey. The house may be gone, but I can acquire something even better, Shen Yichen murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with determination. He raised his hand to check the time. It was morning, and the sunlight was just right. A surge of impulse welled up within him, and he resolved to pursue a once unattainable dream, to acquire a luxury car. He had long harbored a fondness for the Porsche 911 GT3 RS, with its graceful lines and formidable performance, which had always captivated him. Now, he finally possessed the means to make it his own. Shen Yichen hailed a taxi and set off towards the Porsche 4S dealership in Los Angeles. Throughout the journey, his excitement escalated, and vivid images of himself driving the luxury car raced through his mind. Upon arriving at the dealership, he took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and strode confidently inside. The showroom was adorned with an array of Porsche vehicles, each radiating its unique allure. However, Shen Yichen's gaze was immediately drawn to a limited edition Porsche 911 GT3 RS positioned at the center of the display. "Good day, sir. Welcome. How may I assist you?" A saleswoman, Xiao Ai, dressed in professional attire, greeted him warmly. Tall and graceful, with an enchanting visage and a sweet smile, she exuded a welcoming aura. Shen Yichen nodded slightly, his eyes still fixated on the Porsche 911 GT3 RS. "I would like to take a look at that car." Following his gaze, Xiao Ai's eyes sparkled with surprise. The limited edition model had been on display for quite some time without any inquiries, and she was delighted that someone finally showed interest. "Certainly. Sir, this is our limited edition Porsche 911 GT3R, released in a global limited quantity, and currently, we possess the sole unit in our store. It is equipped with a high-performance engine, boasting exceptional handling and an unparalleled driving experience. Both its exterior and performance are nothing short of perfection," as Xiao Ai expertly elaborated. "Indeed, quite impressive. How much does this vehicle cost?" Shen Yichen inquired. "The base price for this model is 7 million, and with additional necessary configurations and taxes, the total price is approximately 15 million, Xiao Ai replied with a smile. Shen Yichen had already anticipated this figure. It comfortably fell within his budget. Without hesitation, he declared, "All right, I'll take it. Can the paperwork be expedited for me to collect the car today?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai was taken aback, not expecting such a generous decision from a client within mere minutes of viewing the car. Typically, clients would deliberate extensively, comparing options and bargaining. But Shen Yichen's decisive nature left her somewhat flustered. "Sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase now? Would you not consider other models?" Xiao Ai reiterated. Seeking confirmation, Shen Yichen smiled and shook his head. "No need for further consideration. I have a penchant for this vehicle. Please assist me in expediting the paperwork." Xiao Ai nodded promptly. "Of course, sir. Please follow me to complete the necessary formalities." As the paperwork was being processed, Sun Xiaoyu occasionally stole glances at Shen Yichen. Her curiosity piqued. This seemingly unassuming man displayed such extravagance, leading her to speculate whether he was a low-key scion of wealth or had recently come into a fortune. The process was remarkably smooth. Shen Yichen paid a sum of 15 million, officially becoming the proud owner of the Porsche 911 GT3R. At the moment he received the car keys, his heart surged with joy to its pinnacle. Congratulations on becoming a Porsche owner, sir. Should you have any inquiries regarding your vehicle in the future, please feel free to reach out to me, Sun Xiaoyu said with a smile as she handed over her business card. Shen Yichen accepted the card, glancing at it, which bore Sun Xiaoyu's name and contact information. He lifted his gaze to her and remarked, "Thank you, Xiaoyu. I believe it's around lunchtime. How about we share a meal together? It would be my way of expressing gratitude for your prompt assistance in finalizing the paperwork." Sun Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an invitation from Shen Yichen. She hesitated, but upon meeting his sincere gaze, she found it difficult to decline. That might not be appropriate. I am still at work," she responded somewhat awkwardly. Shen Yichen smiled reassuringly. "It's perfectly fine. Consider it a business lunch on my behalf. If it's inconvenient for you, I can wait until you finish your shift." After a moment's contemplation, Sun Xiaoyu concluded that Shen Yichen did not seem to be a malicious individual, and cultivating a relationship with such a generous client could benefit her career in the long run. Thus, she gently nodded, "All right then. But I can only join you for a light meal. I still have work to attend to in the afternoon." Shen Yichen responded with delight, "No problem at all. A light meal will suffice. Please choose a place. I am not very familiar with this area." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xiaoyu suggested, "Let us dine at a nearby Western restaurant. The ambience is quite pleasant, and the cuisine is delectable." "All right, I shall heed your recommendation," Shen Yichen readily acquiesced. Subsequently, Shen Yichen drove his newly acquired Porsche 911 GT3R, transporting Sun Xiaoyu to the restaurant. Seated in the passenger seat, Sun Xiaoyu was filled with awe. Although she worked at a car dealership and had encountered numerous luxury vehicles, being inside such a limited edition Porsche exhilarated her immensely. "Mr. Shen, your driving skills are truly remarkable," Sun Xiaoyu couldn't help but commend. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, "Thank you. I have always had a passion for cars. Yet I never had the opportunity to own one until now. It feels as if I am living a dream." Curiously, Sun Xiaoyu inquired, "Mr. Shen, if I may be so bold, what line of work are you in? How did you suddenly acquire the means to purchase such a car?" Shen Yichen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a direct question from Sun Xiaoyu. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to conceal his true circumstances, as the notion of possessing an extraterrestrial spacecraft was far too fantastical for anyone to believe. "I previously faced a business failure that left me in considerable debt. Recently, fortune smiled upon me, and I won the lottery, allowing me to settle my debts and purchase this vehicle." Shen Yichen fabricated a plausible narrative. Sun Xiaoyu's expression shifted to understanding. "Ah, I see. You are indeed fortunate. However, winning the lottery should not lead to reckless spending. It is essential to plan for future endeavors." Shen Yichen nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right. I also intend to devise a thoughtful plan moving forward. In the future, I may venture into entrepreneurship, and perhaps I will require your assistance then." Sun Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "Mr. Shen, you are too kind. It is my honor to be of help to you. Should you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." As they spoke, they arrived at the Western restaurant. Shen Yichen parked the car and entered the establishment with Sun Xiaoyu. The restaurant exuded an elegant ambience, accompanied by soothing music, creating a delightful atmosphere. The two chose a table by the window and placed their orders. While awaiting their meals, they engaged in conversations about their lives and aspirations, discovering a remarkable rapport that felt akin to that of longtime friends. "Xiaoyu, your accent suggests you are not from here. What brings you to work in this place?" Shen Yichen inquired. Sun Xiaoyu sighed softly, "I come from another region. After graduating from university, I yearned to explore the world, which led me here. Initially, finding a job was quite challenging, as I faced numerous setbacks before securing a position at a Porsche dealership. However, despite the hardships, I have learned a great deal and met many wonderful individuals, making my experience quite fulfilling." Shen Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. "It is truly commendable for a young woman like you to venture out on her own. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that with your determination, you will undoubtedly find greater success in the future." Sun Xiaoyu gazed at Shen Yichen with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. Your encouragement means a lot to me. Conversing with you has uplifted my spirits." Shen Yichen smiled warmly. There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Yichen. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps I can offer some advice. Sun Xiaoyu gently nodded, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. All right, Yichen. You need not call me Xiaoyu. Simply refer to me as Little Rain, as my friends do. Very well, Little Rain, Shen Yichen replied with a smile. At that moment, the waiter brought forth their ordered dishes. As Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu savored the culinary delights, their conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Thank you for accompanying me for lunch today, Little Rain. I truly enjoyed our conversation. Let us gather again whenever we have the chance, Shen Yichen expressed sincerely. Sun Xiaoyu smiled in return. I also had a wonderful time, Yichen. Thank you for the invitation. Do remember to reach out if you need anything in the future. Shen Yichen nodded, watching as Sun Xiaoyu entered the 4S shop before turning to leave. He drove his Porsche 911 GT3 down the bustling street, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. He understood that from this day forth, his life would undergo a profound transformation, and Sun Xiaoyu's presence would add a vibrant hue to his existence. After their lunch, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, bestowing a sense of tranquility. Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu strolled side by side from the Western restaurant, where the brand-new Porsche 911 GT3 stood elegantly parked at the roadside. Its sleek lines glistening with a captivating metallic sheen under the sunlight, drawing the attention of passers-by. Shen Yichen gentlemanly opened the car door for Sun Xiaoyu, who felt a delightful blush rise to her cheeks, her heart brimming with sweetness and surprise as she gracefully settled into the passenger seat. Yichen, I am truly grateful to you for today. The meal was exceedingly enjoyable. Sun Xiaoyu slightly turned her head, gazing at Shen Yichen, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. The car glided smoothly along the bustling streets. Suddenly, Shen Yichen recalled something and turned to Sun Xiaoyu, saying, Xiaoyu, you've assisted me immensely today, and I have yet to express my gratitude properly. There happens to be a luxury boutique ahead. Let us choose a gift for you. Sun Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand in refusal. There's no need, Yichen. Helping you is my duty, and I could not possibly accept the gift. However, Shen Yichen insisted. That won't do. Consider it my heartfelt wish. Moreover, I wish to present you with a token of remembrance. After much persuasion from Shen Yichen, Sun Xiaoyu finally nodded in agreement, her face alight with a blissful smile. Before long, the car came to a halt outside the luxury boutique. Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu stepped inside, where the opulent decor was breathtaking. Crystal chandeliers radiated a dazzling light, illuminating every corner. The display shelves were adorned with an array of exquisite luxury items, from fashionable garments and elegant handbags to resplendent jewelry, creating a feast for the eyes. A well-dressed attendant promptly approached, warmly stating, Welcome. How may I assist you today? Shen Yichen smiled and replied, We would like to browse the women's collection and select a few suitable pieces for her. The shop assistant scrutinized Sun Xiaoyu from head to toe, a flicker of admiration sparkling in her eyes as she speculated about the relationship between the two. Swiftly, she selected several of the latest Chanel dresses within the store. One of these was crafted from imported silk, its texture smooth and lustrous, exuding an innate elegance. The V-neck design flattered her visage, while the exquisite embroidery and lace detailing enhanced her sophisticated aura. The straight-cut silhouette, paired with delicate waist ties, created a slender appearance, and the perfectly tailored length gracefully accentuated her legs, effortlessly illustrating her alluring curves and embodying feminine fashion and elegance. Another piece was a high-quality blazer coupled with a dress. The crop top with a belt concealed any imperfections while maintaining a slender figure. The lapel was meticulously bound, understated yet visually appealing. The lightweight, flowing fabric was composed of premium imported cotton with exquisite pleating, soft to the touch and comfortable against the skin. The refined pleated stripes imbued the outfit with an air of sophistication. The lower garment featured the latest trend, a high-waisted, mid-length skirt that cinched the waist, instantly enhancing her chic demeanor while flattering her figure and conveying an impression of height and slenderness. Holding these two dresses, Sun Xiaoyu entered the fitting room, her heart a flutter of anxiety and anticipation. She donned the first silk dress and stood before the mirror, utterly captivated by her reflection. The dress clung perfectly to her form, accentuating her curves exquisitely, while the sheen of the silk radiated an aura of nobility. She gently turned her body, reveling in the dress's grace and fluidity. Xiaoyu, are you ready? Inquired Shen Yichen from outside. I'll be right out, Sun Xiaoyu replied, taking a deep breath as she opened the fitting room door. The moment Shen Yichen laid eyes on Sun Xiaoyu, his gaze sparkled with delight, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoyu, you are truly stunning. This dress seems tailor-made for you." Sun Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "Really? I think it's a bit too much." Shen Yichen quickly reassured her, "Not at all. Trust my judgment. This is the one. Sales associate, please wrap it up for us." Subsequently, Sun Xiaoyu donned another tailored dress suit, which accentuated her poise and confidence, embodying the allure of a professional woman. Shen Yichen observed her with satisfaction, nodding. "This one is also quite exquisite, Xiaoyu. You look magnificent in anything." Sun Xiaoyu chuckled, "You just know how to make me happy." Ultimately, Shen Yichen purchased both dresses. And as Sun Xiaoyu held the bags, her heart brimmed with gratitude. This was the most cherished gift she had ever received. After departing from the luxury boutique, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu once again settled into the Porsche. Sun Xiaoyu leaned back in her seat, savoring the unexpected joy that enveloped her. As Shen Yichen drove, he remarked, "Xiaoyu, I plan to buy a house. Do you have any knowledge in this area? Perhaps you could advise me." Sun Xiaoyu straightened her posture, responding earnestly, "I have some understanding of real estate. Do you have specific requirements, such as location, layout, or budget?" Shen Yichen pondered for a moment and remarked, "I hope to find a residence in a more serene environment, ideally within a tranquil and private community, preferably with a wooded area behind it, which would facilitate the storage of certain unique items. As for the budget, there are no significant constraints for now. As long as the house is suitable, that suffices." Sun Xiaoyu felt a tinge of confusion, unable to comprehend what Shen Yichen meant by unique items. Yet she refrained from probing further and simply replied, "I believe a high-end property in Anqing may meet your criteria. The community there boasts an excellent environment, with exceptional greenery, and it is bordered by a forest, providing fresh air, along with comprehensive amenities nearby. The property types are quite diverse, including spacious flats and villas, all exquisitely decorated." Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen's eyes sparkled with interest. "That sounds promising. Let us go and take a look." The car made its way towards the upscale sales office in Anqing. And along the journey, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere harmonious and enjoyable. Before long, they arrived at the sales office. The exterior design of the building was distinctive, imbued with a sense of modernity, surrounded by lush trees and blooming flowers, evoking a tranquil yet luxurious ambience. As they entered the sales office, a friendly sales representative promptly approached them, exclaiming, "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Shen Yichen replied, "We would like to view some properties. Could you please provide us with some information?" The sales representative smiled and responded, "Certainly. We have a variety of layouts available, including spacious flats and villas. The villas are exquisitely renovated, crafted by renowned designers who seamlessly blend the essence of Eastern and Western aesthetics. They feature a selection of premium materials sourced globally, such as imported Italian marble flooring, custom-made French solid wood furniture, and high-end German kitchen and bathroom fixtures. The spatial layout is both scientifically and rationally designed, incorporating a smart home system that affords residents the luxury of a convenient and comfortable lifestyle. Moreover, the community boasts a picturesque environment, with a lush forest at its rear, providing fresh air and an ideal living atmosphere." Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen expressed great interest and requested the sales representative to guide them through the villas. As they entered the model unit, Shen Yichen was immediately captivated by the decor style. The living room is spacious and bright, with a soaring ceiling that enhances the openness of the space. The minimalist chandelier from Lambert Fills adds a visual focal point to the room, while the fireplace and staircase collectively elevate the vertical sense of the area, showcasing an expansive feel. The view of the courtyard outside sets the tone for the living room, where meticulously selected furnishings in hues of taupe, peach, and pale yellow evoke the essence of spring, intermingling with the modernity of black and white decor. The sofa's rounded design replaces the traditional high-back style, accompanied by several lounge chairs and stools that promote interaction within the communal space. The design of the TV cabinet and daybed features an L-shaped curve that extends into a cozy nook by the window, providing storage solutions while the light birch veneer imparts a soft texture, echoing the European aesthetic of the hexagonal bay window and allowing one to fully savor the beauty of the outdoors. "I am quite pleased with this villa, Xiaoyu. What do you think?" Shen Yichen turned to ask Sun Xiaoyu. In Sun Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed a profound envy as she surveyed the villa, exclaiming, "It is truly exquisite. The decor is so refined, and the surroundings are delightful." Living here would undoubtedly be a comfort. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, then it settled. Excuse me. How much is this villa? Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, aware that although he was currently affluent, parting with 15 million all at once posed a significant challenge, especially considering his numerous plans yet to be realized. He remarked, I find the price rather steep, and my funds are somewhat constrained at the moment. Would it be possible to pay a deposit first? The sales representative hesitated, stating, according to our policy, the deposit is typically 10 of the purchase price, which amounts to 1.5 million. However, seeing your earnestness, we can offer a concession. You may pay a deposit of 100,000 and settle the remaining balance within a month. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yichen deemed this arrangement acceptable and agreed, very well. I will proceed with a deposit of 100,000. While the deposit paperwork was being processed, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu sat nearby in anticipation. Turning to her, Shen Yichen suddenly proposed, Xiaoyu, I intend to establish a technology company. Given your background in business administration, would you be interested in joining me? I believe your skills and talents would be invaluable to the venture. Sun Xiaoyu, elated by Shen Yichen's invitation, felt a rush of excitement tempered by hesitation. On one hand, she yearned to seize this opportunity to embark on an entrepreneurial journey alongside him. On the other, she grappled with self-doubt regarding her own capabilities to fulfill such a role. She pondered for a moment before responding. Yichen, thank you for your invitation. I am quite tempted. However, I lack familiarity with the operations of tech companies, and I fear I may not perform well. Shen Yichen smiled and reassured her, it's all right, Xiaoyu. I have faith in your abilities. Moreover, we can learn and grow together. I am confident that we can expand and strengthen the company, and as long as we work hand in hand, success is within our reach. As Sun Xiaoyu gazed into Shen Yichen's resolute eyes, her hesitation gradually dissipated. She nodded and declared, all right, Yichen, I believe in you. I am willing to join your company and strive alongside you. Shen Yichen replied with delight, that's wonderful, Xiaoyu. From now on, we shall be partners. I am certain we will create a remarkable enterprise together. After completing the deposit formalities, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu departed from the sales office. While seated in the car, Sun Xiaoyu's emotions were tumultuous. She felt as though her life was on the brink of a significant transformation. Shen Yichen glanced at Sun Xiaoyu and remarked, Xiaoyu, today has been truly joyous. Not only have we acquired a home we adore, but I have also found a like-minded partner. Sun Xiaoyu smiled and replied, I am equally delighted, Yichen. I believe our future will be splendid. Later that night, as Shen Yichen lay in bed, he reflected on his extraterrestrial spacecraft. He activated the communicator and instructed, Xiao Ai, please fetch some gold bricks for me. I have a use for them. Understood, Captain, Xiao Ai responded. Before long, a faint sound emanated from outside the window. Shen Yichen opened the window and beheld a landing craft quietly hovering outside, its hatch ajar. As several gold ingots gently floated in, he placed the ingots upon the floor, contemplating the next steps of his plan. At that moment, Xiao Ai suddenly interjected, Captain, I have splendid news to share. The technology aboard the spacecraft not only facilitates the creation of various advanced weapons and devices, but also enables the manufacture of humanoid robots. These robots bear an almost indistinguishable resemblance to humans, endowed with formidable capabilities and intelligence. Shen Yichen, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. Is that true? How wonderful! Xiao Ai, could you possibly create a humanoid robot and send it to me? I am eager to see it. Certainly, Captain, Xiao Ai replied. I shall produce one for you immediately. Shen Yichen awaited with bated breath, envisioning the appearance of the humanoid robot, his heart brimming with curiosity and excitement. Relishing the mastery of extraterrestrial technology that surpassed Earth. Chapter 9. The Arrival of the Mechanical Goddess, ushering in a new life. The night was as dark as ink, thickly drenching every corner of the city. Only the room occupied by Shen Yichen remained illuminated, the light streaming through the window, casting a warm halo in the enveloping darkness. He sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed intently on the sky shrouded in night, his eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety and anticipation. His fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically upon the bedspread, a manifestation of the tension that brewed within. Xiao Ai, why has the robot not yet arrived? Shen Yichen could not help but inquire once more, his voice tinged with an unmistakable urgency. Captain, we shall arrive shortly. Please remain calm. The soothing and steady voice of Xiao Ai emanated from the communicator, akin to a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing Shen Yichen's heart, alleviating his previously restless emotions. Just as impatience began to creep into Shen Yichen's demeanor, a faint buzzing sound suddenly permeated the stillness outside. So subtle that it would have gone unnoticed in the tranquil night had it not been for its rarity. Shen Yichen's ears perked up instantly. He rose swiftly and approached the window with purpose. Peering through the glass, he beheld a diminutive landing craft quietly suspended outside, resembling a delicate nightingale descending in silence. The hatch of the landing craft gradually opened, and a soft beam of light cascaded forth, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Within that luminescence, a figure began to materialize. Shen Yichen's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening as the scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. It was a humanoid robot, her form nothing short of perfection. Proportions exquisitely balanced as if sculpted by the hands of the finest artists. Her legs were long and straight, their lines fluid and graceful, resembling a work of art bestowed with life by nature itself. Her waist was slender, delicate enough that a gentle breeze might topple her. Her bosom was full and upright, radiating feminine allure, with every curve exuding an enchanting essence. Her visage was breathtakingly beautiful, a face that harmoniously combined the finest features of numerous stars without a hint of discord. Her eyes resembled deep, tranquil lakes, clear and luminous, shimmering with an enchanting radiance. As if concealing boundless tales within, her brows arched gracefully, akin to a crescent moon, perfectly adorning her smooth forehead. Her petite, upturned nose added a touch of playfulness and charm to her visage. Her lips, plump and rosy, with the corners subtly inclined upwards, seemed ever on the verge of blossoming into a captivating smile. Her skin, as fair as snow, was delicate and silky, reminiscent of mutton-fat jade, exuding a gentle luster that irresistibly beckoned one to reach out and touch. "This is simply too perfect," Shen Yichen murmured, his voice trembling slightly with astonishment. His gaze filled with infatuation and awe. At that moment, the robot stood unadorned, her flawless form unveiled before Shen Yichen's eyes. His face instantaneously flushed crimson, his heartbeat quickening as if it might leap from his chest. In a fluster, he averted his gaze, hastily grasping a coat from the bed and swiftly approaching the robot, draping it gently over her shoulders. "Why you should put on the clothes first," Shen Yichen stammered, his voice slightly husky from nervousness. The robot blinked, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes, seemingly perplexed by Shen Yichen's palpable anxiety. Yet, obediently, she accepted the coat and donned it with grace. "Greetings, master. I am your robotic assistant," she announced, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the chime of silver bells, infused with a subtle electronic tone, yet remarkably lifelike. Shen Yichen took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He gazed at the robot and said, "From now on, you shall be called Xiao. It is a name both pleasant and memorable." Xiao smiled faintly, her smile reminiscent of flowers blooming in the spring, radiant and enchanting. "Very well, master, I shall remember. My name is Xiao." Her voice brimmed with joy and excitement, as if she were utterly delighted by her new name. As Shen Yichen observed Xiao, an unusual sensation welled up within him. He had never anticipated that a robot could be so lifelike, so flawless. Appearing as though she had stepped out from the realm of his dreams, a goddess made manifest. "Xiao, follow me," Shen Yichen instructed, leading her into the room and inviting her to sit upon the bed. Xiao obediently perched on the edge of the bed, her curious gaze exploring her unfamiliar surroundings. Brimming with interest, Shen Yichen settled beside her, gently resting his hand upon her arm, feeling the warmth that was indistinguishable from that of a living being. "Xiao, how is it that your temperature resembles that of a human?" Shen Yichen inquired in astonishment, his fingers delicately caressing her arm, savoring the exquisite texture. Nodding in acknowledgement, he was once again struck by the marvels of the spacecraft's technology. As he looked at Xiao, an intense surge of protective instinct flooded his heart. He resolved to care for Xiao diligently, ensuring she became the most significant companion in his life. "Xiao, you shall sleep here tonight, from now on. This will be your home," Shen Yichen said tenderly, his eyes filled with affection. Xiao nodded, a radiant smile gracing her face. "Very well, master. I am truly delighted to be with you." Her voice was imbued with sweetness and joy, as if this were the epitome of happiness in the world. That evening, Shen Yichen lay beside Xiao, his heart fluttering with both nervousness and excitement. The warmth of Xiaomi's body pressed closely against him enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of security. He gently clasped her hand, savoring the softness of her fingers, and gradually drifted into a blissful slumber. The following morning, Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Shen Yichen and Xiaomi's faces. Slowly opening his eyes, Shen Yichen gazed at Xiaomi beside him, and a wave of happiness surged within him. Xiaomi too opened her eyes and looked at Shen Yichen, her smile sweet and bright. "Good morning, master." Her voice was like the first ray of sunlight in the morning, warm and radiant. Shen Yichen propped himself up and addressed Xiaomi. "Today, I shall take you to the mall to purchase some clothes. You cannot possibly wear this coat forever." Xiaomi nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Very well, master. I am looking forward to it." Her voice brimmed with excitement and joy, as if she longed for the forthcoming shopping adventure. After breakfast, Shen Yichen took Xiaomi to the bustling mall, where a myriad of people thronged and a dazzling array of goods awaited, captivating all who entered. Shen Yichen and Xiaomi entered a large clothing store, where an array of garments showcased diverse styles, ranging from fashionable dresses to casual jeans. From elegant evening gowns to charming skirts, offering an abundance of choices. "Xiaomi, what style of clothing do you prefer? Feel free to choose," Shen Yichen said with a smile, his gaze filled with affection. Xiaomi excitedly wandered through the store, her eyes sparkling as she admired the beautiful clothes. Her heart brimming with joy. She picked up a white dress, the fabric soft and smooth, adorned with exquisite lace trim and featuring a delicate bow at the neckline, exuding sweetness and charm. "Master, does this dress look good?" she asked, approaching Shen Yichen with an expectant smile. Shen Yichen looked at Xiaomi, his eyes filled with admiration. "It looks splendid, truly splendid. You look beautiful in anything," he replied, his voice infused with praise and affection, as if Xiaomi were the most beautiful woman in the world. Xiaomi beamed with happiness and stepped into the fitting room to try on the white dress. The moment she emerged, Shen Yichen's eyes lit up instantly. Clad in the white dress, Xiaomi resembled a princess from a fairy tale, her skin as fair as snow, complementing the dress and enhancing her enchanting beauty. "Absolutely stunning. Xiaomi, you are like a fairy descended from the heavens," Shen Yichen exclaimed, his gaze filled with admiration and adoration. Xiaomi's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head with a touch of bashfulness. "Master, you flatter me," she replied, her voice gentle and sweet, laced with a hint of shyness. Without hesitation, Shen Yichen purchased the dress, then selected several outfits of varying styles for Xiaomi. There were minimalist and fashionable t-shirts paired with jeans, which imbued her with youthful vitality, reminiscent of a spirited schoolgirl. Elegant and poised suits that transformed her into a confident and capable career woman, and romantic, enchanting evening gowns that made her the center of attention at any gala, exuding nobility and grace. Each garment seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly showcasing her figure and temperament. Beyond everyday attire, Shen Yichen also guided Xiaomi to a lingerie store, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush, for this was indeed a more intimate matter. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to choose a variety of lingerie styles for Xiaomi, including charming lace pieces adorned with delicate floral embroidery and bows, radiating youthful allure, alluring sheer designs that subtly revealed her curves, igniting the imagination, and comfortable cotton sets that provided a soft, breathable fit for her ease. There were even some provocative pieces, boldly designed and sensuous, featuring translucent fabrics, unique bondage elements, and fiery red hues that epitomized seduction. Shen Yichen envisioned the sight of Xiaomi adorned in these alluring garments, causing his heart to race and a blush to creep across his cheeks. Xiaomi gazed at the lingerie, her eyes betraying a hint of curiosity and shyness. Although she was a robot, she could still perceive the uniqueness of these intimate pieces. "Master, these garments," she said, her voice tinged with bashfulness. Shen Yichen's face reddened further as he stammered, These pieces are perfectly suited for you. You would look utterly stunning in them." His tone bore a mix of nervousness and anticipation, as if he were awaiting a magnificent spectacle. After a day spent exploring the mall, Shen Yichen and Xiaomi emerged with an abundance of treasures, their arms laden with bags. As he looked at Xiaomi, his heart swelled with joy and contentment. He realized that from this day forward, his life would become infinitely more vibrant, with Xiaomi becoming an integral part of his existence. Chapter 10. Preparing the company and venturing into the new energy sector. The afternoon sun streamed through the delicate curtains, casting golden patches of light upon the carpeted floor of the hotel room. Shen Yichen stirred from the softness of his bed, while Xiaomi, already awake, gazed at him with her star-like, luminous eyes, filled with dependence and concern, as if he were the entirety of her world. "Master, you are awake," she remarked. The voice of Xiaomi, crisp and melodious, resembled the cheerful chirping of birds in the morning forest, shattering the tranquility of the room. Shen Yichen stretched lazily, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, he had enjoyed a restful slumber. Xiaomi, we have important matters to attend to today. Xiaomi obediently nodded. Of course, master. I shall remain by your side always. After a brief morning routine, Shen Yichen departed the hotel with Xiaomi. Sunlight bathed them in warmth as Shen inhaled the fresh air, embracing the vibrancy and hustle of the city. He understood that from this day forth, he would officially embark on his entrepreneurial journey, with Xiaomi as his most faithful companion. Upon arriving at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Shen followed the staff's guidance, methodically completing the procedures for company registration. As he filled out various forms, his hands trembled slightly, a mix of nerves and exhilaration coursing through him. He was acutely aware that each piece of information he inscribed would serve as the foundation for the company's future growth. Sir, your business scope is indeed quite unique. Research and development, production, and sales of new energy vehicles, along with ventures in cosmic technology exploration. Cosmic technology exploration is a novel field. Could you elaborate on what it entails? The staff member, taking the form, regarded Shen with curiosity. Nodding in understanding, they remarked, I see, it certainly sounds challenging. However, your business scope is quite broad. I hope for your success. After a flurry of activity, the company registration was finally completed. Holding the business license, Shen Yichen felt a wave of emotions swell within him. This modest license encapsulates his dreams and aspirations, signifying his formal embarkation on the entrepreneurial journey. Exiting the industrial and commercial bureau, Shen Yichen turned to Xiaomi, his eyes brimming with joy. Xiaomi, our company is officially established. This marks our initial step towards success. Xiaomi smiled brightly in response, congratulating her master. I believe the company will thrive increasingly. Next, Shen Yichen's task was to seek an appropriate factory space, laying the groundwork for the company's operational endeavors. He opened his phone, searching for the locations of industrial parks on the map, while simultaneously contacting several real estate agencies to inquire about factory leasing information. Throughout the discussions with the agents, Shen Yichen meticulously gathered information regarding the locations of various industrial parks, their accessibility, supporting facilities, and rental prices. He understood that the selection of a factory was paramount, necessitating considerations not only of costs but also of the future developmental requirements of the company. After careful deliberation, Shen Yichen decided to first visit an industrial park near the Mingzhou International Financial Center. The location was advantageous, boasting convenient transportation and well-established surrounding facilities, perfectly aligning with his prerequisites. Accompanied by Xiaomi, he arrived at the industrial park, where the agent awaited them at the entrance. Under the agent's guidance, they toured several factory spaces. The factories varied in size and internal layout. Some were already furnished with essential amenities, while others were bare shells requiring personal renovation. Mr. Shen, this factory spans 5,000 square meters with a ceiling height of 6 meters, making it exceptionally suitable for a production workshop. Moreover, the infrastructure within the park is well developed, with ample supplies of water, electricity, and gas. Additionally, there are employee dormitories and a cafeteria nearby, making life exceedingly convenient. The agent enthusiastically presented the facilities. Shen Yichen scrutinized the factory premises, quietly contemplating his options. The condition of this factory was indeed commendable, yet the rental fee was relatively steep, exceeding his budget. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, this factory is quite impressive, but might the rent be adjusted to a more favorable rate? As I have just embarked on my entrepreneurial journey, my financial resources are rather constrained. The agent appeared somewhat hesitant, responding, Mr. Shen, this rental price is already quite competitive. However, if you are genuinely interested in leasing, I can communicate with the landlord to see if a further reduction is possible. Shen Yichen nodded appreciatively. I would be grateful for your assistance. I hope the rent can be lowered by 10, which would allow me to consider it. The agent agreed and promptly stepped outside to contact the landlord. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen continued to explore the factory with Xiaomi, discussing future layouts and plans. Xiaomi, what are your thoughts on this factory? If we were to lease it, this area could serve as the production zone, while that section could be designated for research and development. As he gestured, he shared his vision. Xiaomi listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. Master, your ideas are excellent. The space here is vast. We can fully utilize it to create a modern production base. After a moment of reflection, Shen Yichen concluded that although the price did not meet his expectations, it remained within an acceptable range. He extended his hand to shake the agents, affirming, "Very well. Let us proceed with this arrangement. However, I have some additional requests, such as the lease term, security deposit, and responsibilities for the maintenance of the factory premises, all of which need to be explicitly outlined in the contract." The agent promptly nodded, assuring that these details would be thoroughly specified in the contract. "Rest assured, we shall safeguard your rights." Once the factory was secured, a significant weight lifted from Shen Yichen's shoulders. His next task was to devise a comprehensive strategic plan for the company's development. He was acutely aware that in a fiercely competitive market, only those with unique technologies and products could truly stand out. Upon returning to the hotel, Shen Yichen instructed Xiao Ai to connect to the spacecraft's technology database and began scanning the technological materials within. As the data was continuously transmitted, Shen Yichen's eyes widened. An astonishment and excitement illuminated his face. The spacecraft's technology database housed an abundance of advanced technologies, including some that even the world's leading scientists could scarcely imagine, far surpassing the current technological level on Earth. "Xiaomimi, look at these technologies. They are simply astounding. If we could apply even a fraction of them on Earth, it would utterly transform this world," Shen Yichen exclaimed, pointing at the information displayed on the screen. Xiaomimi was equally astonished by the technology, responding, "Master, these technologies are truly formidable. However, how shall we select the ones suitable for the company's development?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yichen replied, "I believe we should initially focus on the field of renewable energy. At present, Earth is grappling with an energy crisis and environmental pollution, making electric vehicles the trend of the future. The deuterium-ion battery technology housed within the spacecraft's technological repository is pivotal in addressing these challenges. This innovative battery technology boasts an energy efficiency several times that of lithium-ion batteries, employing advanced principles of ion exchange and energy conversion. It can store substantial amounts of electrical energy in a brief period, with an astonishingly rapid charging capability, fully recharged in merely 5 minutes, providing a remarkable range of up to 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, the deuterium-ion battery offers an extended lifespan and heightened safety, devoid of the explosive risks associated with traditional batteries. Imagine, Xiaomi, the profound impact we could have on the automotive industry by integrating deuterium-ion batteries into vehicles." Shen Yichen exclaimed excitedly. Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Master, this truly is an extraordinary idea. I firmly believe that if we successfully develop deuterium-ion battery-powered cars, we will undoubtedly achieve tremendous success in the market." Shen Yichen nodded, filled with confidence. He understood that transforming this technology into a tangible product would require immense effort. Yet he remained undaunted. He was convinced that with the spacecraft's advanced technology and his own ingenuity, this goal could be realized. The following day, Shen Yichen took Xiaomi to the Mingzhou International Financial Center, intending to lease a floor there as the company's office space. The Mingzhou International Financial Center stands as a monumental landmark within the city, soaring to impressive heights and showcasing a magnificent architectural design. The interior of the building is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and an elegant ambience, housing numerous renowned enterprises and financial institutions. As Shen Yichen entered the edifice, he made his way to the leasing department. A manager from the sales team, Zheng Chang, dressed in professional attire, approached him with a warm smile and greeted, "Hello, welcome. How may I assist you today?" Zheng Chang promptly presented a floor distribution map, stating, "We have several floors available for selection, each varying in size and rental costs. You may choose according to your requirements. For instance, the 88th to 90th floors are particularly spacious, offering breathtaking views, making them ideal for large corporate headquarters. Additionally, these floors feature a minimalist yet grand design and are fully equipped, allowing for immediate occupancy without the hassle of renovation." Shen Yichen took the floor distribution map and examined it closely. He was indeed intrigued by the 88th to 90th floors, which collectively spanned over 10,000 square meters, sufficiently accommodating the company's future growth needs. Furthermore, the location boasts excellent geographical advantages and convenient transportation, greatly facilitating talent attraction and business operations. "What is the rental price for these 3 floors?" Shen Yichen inquired. He calculated silently in his mind that the rental fees for these floors were substantial, amounting to several million yuan annually. Yet, considering the advantages of this location and the long-term development of his company, he deemed it a worthwhile investment. He resolved to engage in further negotiations with Zhang Chang, aiming for more favorable terms. Manager Zhang, the rent seems a bit steep. I have just embarked on my entrepreneurial journey, and my finances are rather constrained. Might it be possible to offer a further concession? Perhaps a reduction of 10 in the rent, and I am willing to commit to a 2-year lease. Shen Yichen spoke earnestly. Manager Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Mr. Shen, this rental rate is already quite favorable. Furthermore, the third floor boasts an excellent location, attracting considerable interest from numerous companies. However, seeing your sincerity, I can certainly submit a request to my superiors to see if we can negotiate a further reduction in the rent. Shen Yichen promptly expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your assistance, Manager Zhang. I am confident that our company will flourish in this location, and I hope we can establish a fruitful partnership. Shen Yichen felt a surge of joy within. The outcome exceeded his expectations. He extended his hand and shook hands with Zhang Chang. Very well, it is settled. Manager Zhang, please prepare the lease agreement so we can sign it at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, Shen Yichen and Zhang Chang meticulously examined the terms of the lease, ensuring that every detail was clear and free of any ambiguities. At the moment of signing the contract, Shen Yichen was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that this was a significant milestone in the company's development and a crucial step toward realizing his dreams. After finalizing the lease agreement, Shen Yichen exited the Mingzhou International Financial Center. He gazed up at the imposing edifice, his heart brimming with confidence and anticipation. He believed that within this building, his company would embark on a path toward a magnificent future. Xiaomi, our company finally has its own office space. From this moment forth, we shall strive with greater fervor to realize our dreams. Shen Yichen turned to look at Xiaomi, resolutely proclaiming. Xiaomi nodded earnestly. Master, I will always stand by your side. Regardless of the challenges we encounter, we shall face them together. Hand in hand, Shen Yichen and Xiaomi traversed the bustling streets. Sunlight cascaded upon them, as if enveloping them in a golden glow. Their figures gradually faded into the throngs of people, yet their aspirations were merely beginning. Chapter 11. The dawn of technological development. Standing before the window, Shen Yichen gazed down upon the vibrant streets of Qingyang City, his aspirations ablaze like an unquenchable fire. Ever since acquiring the extraterrestrial spacecraft, he understood the monumental responsibility he bore in transforming the world, and now was the pivotal moment to realize this grand ambition. Clenching his fists with unwavering resolve, he dialed Sun Xiaoyu's number without a hint of hesitation. Xiaoyu, it's me, Shen Yichen. It's time for us to start preparing our company. His voice resonated with calm strength, imbued with undeniable determination. On the other end of the line, Sun Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, exclaiming with excitement. Director Shen, are we really starting now? I have been eagerly anticipating this day. Indeed, the sooner, the better. Come to the Guijin Center tomorrow, and we shall meticulously plan our course of action. Shen Yichen ended the call, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as though he could already envision the illustrious future of their company. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the conference room in the International Financial Center. Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu sat across from each other, their table laden with documents and materials. Xiaoyu, Shen began, the company's structure is of paramount importance, as it directly impacts our future development and operational efficiency. He picked up a document and continued, I propose that we establish several core departments. First and foremost is the Research and Development Department, which is crucial for the company, tasked with pioneering various cutting-edge technologies, particularly the heavy hydrogen-ion battery technology. Sun Xiaoyu nodded attentively, swiftly jotting down notes. The head of the R&D department must be a top-tier talent within the industry, possessing extensive experience in research and a capacity for innovation. Precisely, Shen Yichen affirmed. The marketing department is equally indispensable, responsible for market research, product promotion, and maintaining customer relationships. A profound understanding of market demands is essential for ensuring our products penetrate the market effectively. And then there's the finance department, Sun Xiaoyu interjected, which must rigorously oversee the company's financial status, ensuring the prudent and secure use of funds. Indeed, Shen Yichen replied. Additionally, the Human Resources Department will manage recruitment, trainings, and the administration of our talent, while the Administration Department will handle daily operations and logistical support. The Legal Affairs Department will provide legal assistance and risk management for all company operations. Shen spoke with a methodical clarity, having already envisioned the company's structure. In the days that followed, the recruitment process officially commenced. Shen Yichen and son Xiao Ai personally oversaw the interviews, evaluating a succession of candidates. Every candidate who enters the room can feel the sharp yet expectant gaze of Shen Yichen. How familiar are you with deuterium-ion battery technology? He inquires seriously, directing his attention to a young individual applying for a research and development position. This young man exhibits commendable expertise and innovative thinking, making him a viable candidate. Shen Yichen remarks. Thus, through meticulous selection, a group of exceptional talents gradually joins the company, hailing from diverse fields of study. They all share a fervent passion and vision for future technologies, converging under Shen Yichen's leadership. Concurrently, the floors leased by the International Financial Center are undergoing intense renovations. Shen Yichen personally engages in the design process, aspiring to create a workspace imbued with a sense of technological advancement. The glass partitions, he insists, should utilize the most sophisticated smart dimming glass, ensuring both transparency and privacy when needed. Under Shen Yichen's stringent standards, the renovation progresses smoothly. A month later, as everyone steps into this newly transformed floor, it feels as though they have entered a realm of the future. Intelligent lighting casts a gentle glow upon the floor. The glass partitions shimmer with technological brilliance, and enormous electronic displays adorn the walls, showcasing real-time data and information. The office area is equipped with cutting-edge devices, comfortable seating, and spacious desks, providing employees with an excellent working environment. The preparations for the company are proceeding in an orderly fashion. While the most crucial endeavor, the research and development of deuterium-ion batteries, quietly unfolds. Shen Yichen instructed Xiao Ai to extract the manufacturing technology for deuterium-ion batteries from the spacecraft technology repository. This is an exceedingly intricate and precise technology, where each datum and every step is critical to the success or failure of the research and development. Xiao Ai, what are the key points of this technology? Shen Yichen inquired earnestly, gazing at the densely packed data on the screen. Xiao Ai promptly provided a detailed response. Master. The essence of manufacturing deuterium-ion batteries lies in the selection of materials and the preparation process. We must identify a unique alloy capable of stably storing and releasing deuterium ions, while also optimizing the battery's structural design to enhance energy conversion efficiency. Shen Yichen nodded, gaining a clearer direction for the R&D efforts. He established a high-standard research laboratory within the company, equipped with the most advanced experimental apparatus and instruments. The members of the research team steadfastly devoted themselves to the laboratory day and night, poring over extensive materials, conducting countless experiments and simulations, and relentlessly experimenting with various materials and processes, all in pursuit of creating a prototype of the deuterium-ion battery. As days turned into weeks, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the laboratory. Each experimental failure felt like a splash of cold water on their spirits, yet they did not waver. Instead, it ignited an even stronger resolve. Let us try once more. We will surely succeed. Dr. Li, the head of the R&D team, clenched his fists, encouraging everyone. At long last, after countless days and nights of relentless effort, the prototype of the deuterium-ion battery was finally completed. At that moment, the entire laboratory erupted with fervor. Jubilant cheers filled the air, and tears of excitement glimmered in everyone's eyes. Quick, let us commence the testing. Shen Yichen's voice was imbued with both anticipation and tension. The test personnel meticulously installed the prototype onto the testing apparatus, initiating the evaluation of various performance metrics. Time seemed to stand still as everyone held their breath, fixated on the data displayed on the testing instruments. The energy density had reached an astounding 150 of expectations. The charge and discharge rates surpassed projections by an impressive 30. Stability and safety exceeded all anticipations. With each piece of good news, the laboratory erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic applause and cheers. Shen Yichen, brimming with excitement, approached Dr. Li and grasped his hand tightly, exclaiming, "You are remarkable. This is the fruit of our collective efforts. The future of the company rests upon you." Gazing at the prototype of the deuterium-ion battery, a culmination of the team's unwavering dedication, Shen Yichen envisioned the immense potential for the company's future development. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with a plethora of challenges and opportunities awaiting them. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he possessed an exceptional team in cutting-edge technology. He firmly believed that in the near future, they would undoubtedly achieve even more magnificent accomplishments that would command the world's attention. Chapter 12, Business Negotiations, a gateway to collaboration. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a warm glow on Shen Yichen's face as he sat confidently in the driver's seat of his Porsche. Beside him, in the passenger seat lay a meticulously crafted briefcase containing samples of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, the key to unlocking the doors of the new energy vehicle market. Shen Yichen's first visit was to a prominent player in the industry, Xingqi New Energy Automobile Company, Limited, established a decade ago. This company had carved a niche for itself in the new energy vehicle market, thanks to its advanced technology and distinctive designs. Shen Yichen understood well that collaborating with such an enterprise would not only pave the way for his batteries, but also enhance his company's visibility and influence. As he entered the headquarters of Xingqi, the receptionist politely inquired about his purpose. Shen Yichen smiled as he presented his business card, stating, "Hello. I am Shen Yichen from Future Technology Company, Limited, and I wish to discuss a potential collaboration regarding new energy batteries." The receptionist, taken aback upon receiving the card, quickly responded, "Please hold on a moment. I will contact you right away." Before long, a young woman in professional attire hurried over. Introducing herself, she said, "Mr. Shen, greetings. I am Lin Yu, the marketing manager at Xingqi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please follow me. Our general manager, Mr. Zhang, is awaiting you in the conference room." Shen Yichen followed Lin Yu into the conference room, where a middle-aged man rose to greet him warmly. "Mr. Shen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Welcome," he exclaimed, introducing himself as Zhang Wei, the general manager of Xingqi. After exchanging pleasantries and shaking hands, Shen Yichen opened his briefcase and presented a sample of the heavy hydrogen-ion battery, commencing a detailed introduction. "Mr. Zhang, this is the heavy hydrogen-ion battery developed by our company. It boasts numerous advantages, including high energy density, rapid charging and discharging, and an exceptionally long lifespan. Compared to traditional lithium batteries, its energy density has more than doubled, and its charging and discharging speed is several times faster. This signifies that with our battery, the range of new energy vehicles will be significantly enhanced, and the charging time will be greatly reduced." Zhang Wei accepted the battery sample and examined it closely, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. "Mr. Shen, it does sound impressive, but can we trust these figures? We require rigorous testing and validation before considering a partnership." Anticipating such doubts, Shen Yichen confidently replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, these figures are the result of extensive testing and validation on our part. Furthermore, we can provide a comprehensive technical report and testing data to your esteemed company. Should you be interested, we can also arrange for on-site testing, allowing you to witness its performance firsthand." Zhang Wei nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, Mr. Shen, please leave the materials with us. Our technical team will conduct an evaluation. If the results align with your claims, we can proceed to further discussions regarding a collaboration." Shen Yichen recognized this as a promising beginning and smiled as he said, "Certainly. Mr. Zhang, I look forward to the possibility of our cooperation." Soon, Shen Yichen was presented with a significant opportunity at the New Energy Vehicle Industry Summit held in Shenzhen. This is the annual grand event of the new energy vehicle industry, gathering numerous renowned automotive enterprises, suppliers, and esteemed scholars from both domestic and international realms. Shen Yichen understands that this is an exceptional platform for showcasing heavy hydrogen-ion batteries and a significant opportunity for him to expand his business and seek collaboration. On the day of the summit, the Shanghai International Exhibition Center buzzed with activity. Within the exhibition hall, major automotive companies showcased their latest products and technologies, captivating the attention of numerous visitors. Shen Yichen arrived early with his team, meticulously arranging their exhibition booth. They set up a large display platform prominently featuring samples of the heavy hydrogen-ion battery, surrounded by promotional materials and panels that elaborated on the battery's performance and application scenarios. As the summit commenced, a steady stream of visitors flowed into the hall. Shen Yichen stood at the front of the booth, enthusiastically introducing the heavy hydrogen-ion battery to each passerby. His explanations were lively and engaging, presenting complex ideas in an accessible manner, quickly drawing a crowd. "Is this battery truly as remarkable as you claim?" inquired a curious visitor. "Incredible! If such a battery could be applied to new energy vehicles, it would indeed represent a significant breakthrough in the industry," another visitor exclaimed. The atmosphere at Shen Yichen's booth grew increasingly vibrant, not only attracting a multitude of visitors but also catching the attention of several media representatives. A few journalists gathered around to interview him. "Mr. Shen, could you please share the motivation behind the development of this heavy hydrogen-ion battery?" one journalist asked. "And what are your thoughts on the future market prospects for heavy hydrogen-ion batteries?" another journalist subsequently inquired. Shen Yichen, brimming with confidence, asserted, I firmly believe that deuterium-ion batteries possess vast market potential. They can not only be utilized in the realm of new energy vehicles, but also play a significant role in energy storage, aerospace, and various other sectors. As technology continuously advances and costs diminish, they are destined to become mainstream products in the future energy landscape. At the summit, Shen Yichen's deuterium-ion battery became the focal point, garnering considerable attention from numerous automotive enterprises. Among them, a notably influential company in the industry, Weiqi New Energy Vehicle Group, proactively extended an invitation to Shen Yichen for a collaborative discussion. Weiqi Group is an international new energy vehicle enterprise with multiple production bases and research and development centers worldwide. Its product range encompasses sedans, SUVs, MPVs, and more, enjoying a stellar reputation and significant market share. Shen Yichen felt exhilarated to capture Weiqi Group's attention. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity for collaboration, the two parties agreed to negotiate at a five-star hotel in the bustling city. Arriving early at the hotel, Shen Yichen donned a sharply tailored suit, exuding vitality. In the conference room, he meticulously reviewed the negotiation materials once again, ensuring every detail was flawless. Li Ming was the first to speak. "Mr. Shen, we found your deuterium-ion battery at the summit to be exceedingly captivating. We are very interested in this battery and would like to understand your company's intentions regarding battery supply and technology licensing." Li Ming, reflecting on Shen Yichen's words, fell into deep contemplation. He understood that Shen Yichen made a valid point. Incessantly slashing prices could potentially compromise product quality and the stability of their partnership. After careful deliberation, he ultimately agreed to make some concessions regarding the pricing. In terms of technology licensing, Wang Chang articulated specific requirements concerning the scope and duration of the authorization. After attentively considering his input, Shen Yichen replied, "Director Wang, we acknowledge your company's needs, yet technology licensing pertains to our core interests, necessitating meticulous consideration. We can cautiously broaden the scope of the authorization and extend the duration, provided we ensure the security of our technology. Simultaneously, we hope your company will collaborate closely with us in technological research and market promotion, jointly enhancing the technical prowess and market competitiveness of the deuterium-ion battery." Mr. Shen, I am delighted to reach a preliminary cooperation intention with your esteemed company. I firmly believe our collaboration will culminate in resounding success. Li Ming smiled as he extended his hand to shake Shen Yichen's. Shen Yichen grasped Li Ming's hand firmly, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Director Li, I too eagerly anticipate our partnership. Let us join forces to forge a radiant future for the new energy vehicle industry." Upon departing from the hotel, Shen Yichen gazed at the bustling streets of Xinjiang, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He recognized that collaborating with Weiqi Group was merely the inception. Numerous challenges and opportunities awaited him on the horizon. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he believed that, armed with the advanced technology of deuterium-ion batteries and his acumen in business, he would undoubtedly carve out a niche for himself in the realm of new energy vehicles. Chapter 13. The emergence of crisis and response to challenges. Shen Yichen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling cityscape outside, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The successful development of the deuterium-ion battery and the preliminary collaboration with Weiqi Group illuminated a promising future for his company. Yet, little did he anticipate that a formidable crisis was silently encroaching upon him. As the deuterium-ion battery gradually entered the market, its extraordinary performance and vast application potential instigated panic among traditional energy enterprises and competitors. To them, the deuterium-ion battery resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to disrupt the existing energy market landscape and threaten their vested interests. "We must find a way to suppress this deuterium-ion battery, or our market share will be significantly undermined," declared Chairman Wang Chang, striking the table forcefully, his face etched with fury, in a meeting room of a traditional energy company. "Indeed, if this technology achieves widespread adoption, our oil and natural gas operations will be in peril," echoed a senior executive. "And what of those new energy vehicle companies? If they all adopt this battery, how much of our market will remain?" lamented another executive, his brow furrowed with concern. Following a fervent discussion, they resolved to unite forces to collectively suppress Shen Yichen's company. Thus commenced a war devoid of gunpowder. Soon, various rumors began to proliferate throughout the market. Some have claimed that heavy hydrogen-ion batteries present significant safety hazards, potentially leading to explosions during use. Others assert that these batteries exhibit poor stability, making them prone to malfunctions that could prevent electric vehicles from operating normally. Such rumors have spread like a virus among consumers, inciting widespread panic. To lend credence to these falsehoods, certain individuals have employed online trolls to disseminate misleading information across various social media platforms and forums, maliciously defaming heavy hydrogen ion batteries. These trolls, utilizing numerous accounts, inundate the digital space with posts and comments, creating an illusion that serious issues indeed plague heavy hydrogen ion batteries. They even intentionally incite disputes among consumers, severely undermining confidence in these batteries. One must refrain from purchasing electric vehicles equipped with heavy hydrogen ion batteries. They are far too dangerous. I have heard of several explosion incidents already. Indeed, I have heard as well, these batteries are fundamentally immature, merely experimental, and purchasing them would surely lead to regret. Under the influence of these rumors, consumers who initially held high hopes for heavy hydrogen ion batteries began to waver, with some who had already placed orders even requesting cancellations. The sales figures of Shen Yichen's company plummeted dramatically, and its market share suffered substantial losses. If you continue to supply Shen Yichen's company, we will terminate our collaboration with you. A supplier received a threatening call from a competitor. Do not deliver this month's goods. Wait for further instructions. The head of the logistics company also received directives from an enigmatic source. Faced with these sudden adversities, Shen Yichen's company found itself in an unprecedented predicament. The workers on the production line were unable to perform their duties due to a lack of raw materials, while the sales department's employees were plagued by anxiety stemming from the loss of clients. The atmosphere within the company grew increasingly oppressive, as if shrouded in a dense cloud. Shen Yichen sat in his office, his brow furrowed and his eyes betraying a hint of concern. He was acutely aware that if this crisis were not managed effectively, the company could very well face the threat of bankruptcy. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, he felt a surge of indomitable resolve. I shall not allow them to prevail. Shen Yichen clenched his fists, silently vowing. The venue for the press conference was chosen to be the most opulent hotel in Qingyang, the Dihao Hotel. Shen Yichen extended invitations to prominent media outlets, industry experts, authoritative testing agencies, and several key clients in advance. He aspired to utilize this conference to showcase the authentic performance and safety of the heavy hydrogen ion battery, thereby dispelling consumer concerns. On the day of the conference, the hotel's conference room was filled to capacity. Journalists from various media outlets arrived early, setting up cameras and equipment to capture this pivotal moment. Dressed in a sharp suit, Shen Yichen ascended the stage with a smile. Esteemed guests, good day. His voice was resolute and powerful. Today, I am profoundly honored to convene this press conference. Recently, our heavy hydrogen ion battery has been subjected to a barrage of unfounded rumors, which have caused significant distress for both our company and the broader consumer base. Today, I wish to clarify the facts for everyone, shedding light on the true nature of deuterium-ion batteries. Shen Yichen commenced with a detailed exposition of the research and development process, as well as the technological principles underlying deuterium-ion batteries, presenting a plethora of experimental data and testing reports that attest to their safety and stability. Subsequently, he invited experts from authoritative testing institutions to the stage to conduct on-site assessments and certifications of the deuterium-ion batteries, utilizing specialized equipment. The experts rigorously evaluated various performance indicators of the batteries. After over an hour of meticulous examination, they concluded that the safety and stability of deuterium-ion batteries fully comply with national standards, surpassing traditional batteries in certain aspects. Our tests revealed that under normal usage conditions, deuterium-ion batteries are not prone to explosions or other safety incidents. Their exceptional stability ensures the reliable operation of new energy vehicles. The experts' affirmation served as a reassurance, alleviating the concerns of all present. Shen Yichen then took the microphone, resolutely stating that those who spread rumors aim solely to undermine our company for their own benefit. Yet, they overlook the undeniable truth that facts speak louder than words. The remarkable performance of our deuterium-ion batteries cannot be obscured. We will demonstrate through our actions that deuterium-ion batteries represent the future of energy development, poised to make significant contributions to humanity's sustainable progress. Shen Yichen's words were met with resounding applause from the audience. Major media outlets extensively covered the press conference, and the true nature of heavy hydrogen ion batteries swiftly permeated the industry. Following these reports, consumers gradually alleviated their doubts, and their confidence in heavy hydrogen ion batteries began to be restored. Having resolved the issue of rumors, Shen Yichen did not let down his guard. He understood that to completely extricate the company from the crisis, it was imperative to stabilize the supply chain and ensure the smooth operation of production and sales. Thus, he commenced fortifying communication and collaboration with suppliers and partners. He personally visited each supplier, elucidating the company's development prospects and future plans, pledging to provide them with greater support and assurances. Additionally, he renegotiated cooperation agreements with suppliers, increasing procurement prices to ensure they could attain sufficient profits. Mr. Li, our company is brimming with confidence regarding the future of heavy hydrogen ion batteries. As long as we work together, we can undoubtedly create greater value. The price in this cooperation agreement has been elevated, and I hope you will continue to support us, Shen Yichen earnestly conveyed to the head of one supplier. The supplier's representative was moved by Shen Yichen's sincerity and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Mr. Shen, we have faith in your capabilities. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Concurrently with his discussions with suppliers, Shen Yichen actively pursued collaboration with partners. He intensified technological exchanges and cooperation with new energy vehicle enterprises such as Weiqi Group, jointly developing more advanced new energy vehicle products. He also renegotiated transportation prices and service terms with logistics companies to ensure that goods would be delivered to customers in a timely and secure manner. This crisis has profoundly made Shen Yichen realize that in the realm of business competition, it is not only imperative to possess advanced technology and exceptional products, but also to have the capability and wisdom to navigate various challenges. He firmly believes that with relentless perseverance, he can achieve his aspirations and elevate his company to become a leading enterprise in the global energy sector. Chapter 15, Journey to the Stars. Conquering the universe, standing atop the headquarters pinnacle, Shen Yichen gazes over the bustling city beneath him. Sunlight bathes every corner of the metropolis, where towering skyscrapers stand in orderly succession, and the streets are alive with the ceaseless flow of traffic. In the distance, the battery production factory, which Shen Yichen has invested in and constructed, operates methodically, with wisps of smoke rising from its towering chimneys, as if narrating the tale of the company's vibrant growth. Surrounding the factory, all supporting facilities are in place, with logistics vehicles constantly arriving and departing, transporting crates of heavy hydrogen ion batteries across the nation and even to the far reaches of the globe. In recent years, Shen Yichen's company has instigated a revolution in the global energy market, leveraging the core technology of heavy hydrogen ion batteries. With their high energy density, rapid charge and discharge capabilities, and exceptionally long lifespan, these batteries have swiftly become the preferred power source in the fields of new energy vehicles and energy storage. An increasing number of new energy vehicle enterprises have established long-term partnerships with Shen Yichen's company. As the market experiences an insatiable demand for new energy vehicles equipped with heavy hydrogen ion batteries, the company's market share continues to expand, and its brand recognition has reached unprecedented heights, establishing it as a leader in the global energy sector. However, Shen Yichen's gaze is not confined merely to Earth. In his heart, he harbors a grander dream: to conquer the cosmos. This aspiration was born from his extraordinary encounter with an extraterrestrial spacecraft, which, hailing from a distant galaxy, not only introduced advanced technology, but also unveiled the infinite mysteries and possibilities of the universe. Shen Yichen understands that Earth is but a diminutive planet amidst the vast cosmos. For humanity to achieve genuine development and progress, it must venture beyond our terrestrial confines and embark on an interstellar journey. The stars and the sea of galaxies represent our true path. Gazing into the distant sky, Shen Yichen murmured to himself. He convened the most elite technological minds within the company, alongside aerospace experts from across the globe, to form a formidable restoration team. They gathered before the spacecraft's landing pad, their hearts brimming with both reverence and anticipation as they beheld the immense and enigmatic vessel before them. "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, our mission is to breathe new life into this spacecraft and guide us into the depths of the universe." Shen Yichen's voice resonated with determination and strength across the landing pad. The restoration efforts commenced in earnest, with team members conducting thorough inspections and analyses of the spacecraft's warp drive. This engine is the core component enabling the vessel to achieve faster-than-light travel, operating on the principles of manipulating space-time. By distorting the fabric of time and space, it creates a wave that allows the spacecraft to traverse this warped continuum at speeds surpassing that of light. However, due to the excessively advanced technology of the warp engine, The team members encountered numerous challenges during the repair process. According to our assessments, the energy core of the warp engine suffered severe damage, necessitating the replacement of the entire energy crystal. A space expert furrowed his brow and remarked, "Yet, we are utterly incapable of manufacturing such energy crystals. Nor do we know if we can find suitable alternatives on Earth." Another member shook his head in resignation. Confronted with these technical difficulties, the team members did not falter. They meticulously examined a vast array of resources, referenced the technical documents left by the alien spacecraft, and collaborated with research institutions across the globe to collectively seek solutions. After countless trials and failures, they ultimately discovered a substance capable of substituting the energy crystal within a rare mineral, successfully restoring the energy core of the warp engine. Concurrently, the team optimized other critical systems aboard the spacecraft. They conducted a comprehensive upgrade of the life support system to ensure that during interstellar travel, astronauts would have ample access to oxygen, water, and food while maintaining a conducive living environment. They also enhanced the navigation system, employing cutting-edge satellite positioning technology and artificial intelligence algorithms to improve navigational accuracy and reliability, allowing the spacecraft to deftly chart its course through the vast cosmos. Among the repair team was a young engineer named Li Ming. He graduated from one of the world's premier aerospace institutions, brimming with passion and aspirations for interstellar travel. During the repair process, Li Ming, drawing upon his profound expertise and innovative thinking, proposed numerous and valuable suggestions and solutions. He was responsible for optimizing the spacecraft's propulsion system. Through extensive research and experimentation, he discovered that by adjusting the energy distribution of the propulsion system, he could enhance the spacecraft's thrust efficiency while reducing energy consumption. This revelation garnered unanimous approval from the team and was subsequently implemented in the actual repair work. "Your proposal is simply outstanding," Li praised a seasoned aerospace expert. "By optimizing according to this plan, the spacecraft's propulsion performance will see a significant enhancement." Li Ming, feeling a touch of modesty, smiled and replied, "This is the result of our collective effort. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. It is a tremendous honor to partake in this project." After months of arduous labor, the restoration and upgrade of the spacecraft number 1 was finally completed. When Shen Yichen stood before the spacecraft once more, he beheld a freshly revitalized interstellar warship. The hull gleamed with a metallic luster, while its advanced weaponry and defensive systems radiated formidable deterrence. The critical systems, including the warp engine, life support systems, and navigation systems, had all been optimized and upgraded, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of performance. Gazing at the spacecraft before him, Shen Yichen felt a profound sense of accomplishment and anticipation. He knew it was time to embark on a journey into the stars, to conquer the cosmos. Thus, he resolved to lead an elite team on a short interstellar voyage aboard spacecraft number 1, to unravel the mysteries beyond the solar system. Upon the announcement of the selection of team members, a fervor surged within the company. Numerous exceptional technologists and astronauts eagerly signed up, aspiring to join this interstellar voyage. Shen Yichen personally engaged in the selection process, rigorously assessing and evaluating each candidate. In his scrutiny, Shen prioritized the candidate's professional skills and knowledge base. He mandated that team members must possess a solid foundation in aerospace knowledge, extensive practical experience, and adept problem-solving capabilities. Furthermore, he emphasized the importance of psychological resilience and teamwork spirit among the candidates. The interstellar journey is fraught with the unknown and peril. Only those endowed with formidable mental fortitude and a harmonious collaborative spirit can maintain composure and collectively surmount challenges in the face of adversity. After meticulous screening, Shen Yichen ultimately assembled an elite team comprising 10 members, each hailing from diverse fields such as aerospace engineering, physics, biology, and computer science. Each individual boasts remarkable achievements and rich experience in their respective domains, united by a shared passion for the cosmos and a spirit of exploration under Shen Yichen's leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, we are a single entity. Together, we shall pilot this vessel into the depths of the universe. This journey will be rife with challenges and uncertainties. However, I firmly believe that with our collective wisdom and courage, we shall accomplish this mission and contribute to humanity's quest for interstellar exploration, Shen Yichen proclaimed with fervor at the team's inaugural assembly. The team members unanimously affirmed their commitment, vowing to fulfill their mission with unwavering dedication. They commenced intense preparations, formulating a navigation plan, engaging in simulated training, and arranging supplies and equipment. The creation of the navigation plan was a complex and formidable task. The team members meticulously devised a route to a terrestrial exoplanet beyond the solar system, referencing a wealth of astronomical data and research materials, while taking into account the spacecraft's performance and characteristics. This route had to consider fuel consumption, flight duration, and safety factors, while also avoiding various cosmic hazards such as asteroid belts, black holes, and radiation zones. During the simulation training, the team employed advanced virtual reality technology to recreate a multitude of potential scenarios and emergencies, including spacecraft malfunctions, meteorite impacts, and cosmic radiation. Through relentless practice, they enhanced their emergency response skills and teamwork capabilities, ensuring they could adeptly handle unforeseen circumstances during the actual voyage. The preparation of supplies and equipment was equally paramount. The team equipped the spacecraft with ample fuel, food, water, medical supplies, and various research apparatus. They meticulously inspected and tested every system and component of the spacecraft to ensure its seamless operation throughout the journey. Finally, on a sun-drenched day, Shen Yichen led his elite team aboard the spacecraft designated as Ship 1. The hatch gradually sealed, and the engines emitted a deep, powerful roar. As the countdown concluded, the spacecraft ascended slowly, venturing into the vast expanse of the universe. Farewell, Earth. We shall return with new discoveries and hope. Shen Yichen gazed out at the receding Earth, his heart brimming with emotion. The spacecraft traversed the Earth's atmosphere, entering the vast expanse of outer space. In the cosmos, the vessel soared like a liberated bird, heading towards the fringes of the solar system. Through the cabin windows, the team members beheld the resplendent starry sky and the enigmatic wonders of the universe. Their hearts were filled with both exhilaration and anticipation, tempered by a profound reverence for the unknown. This brief interstellar voyage marked the initial step for Shen Yichen in his quest to conquer the cosmos. Despite the myriad challenges and uncertainties ahead, he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as humanity nurtured its spirit of exploration and courage, it would surely unveil the mysteries of the universe and realize the dream of interstellar travel. Chapter 14. Technological breakthroughs and expansion amidst the skepticism and competitive pressures looming like dark clouds from the outside world. A fervent atmosphere of focus permeated Shen Yichen's company's research and development laboratory, where a transformative breakthrough in battery technology was quietly taking shape. Following the debut of the heavy hydrogen-ion battery in the market, the research team tirelessly dedicated themselves to further studies. They understood that in the fiercely competitive energy sector, stagnation equated to regression. Only through relentless innovation could the heavy hydrogen-ion battery establish its foothold in the market and lead the industry's evolution. The laboratory walls were adorned with an array of data charts and technical documents, while the workbenches overflowed with intricate instruments and experimental samples. The team members labored day and night, sacrificing rest and sustenance in their pursuit of progress. They meticulously reviewed a vast array of cutting-edge scientific literature, drawing inspiration from the world's most advanced research findings on batteries in an endeavor to optimize the performance of deuterium-ion batteries. After countless discussions and brainstorming sessions, their focus shifted toward the microscopic structure of the batteries and the molecular arrangement of the materials. Dr. Li led his team in employing sophisticated nanotechnology to redesign the electrode materials of the batteries. Through precise atomic manipulation techniques, they constructed a nanoscale porous structure on the surface of the electrode materials, significantly enhancing the contact area between the electrodes and the electrolyte, thereby facilitating smoother ion transport and markedly improving the charging and discharging rates of the battery. Simultaneously, they refined the electrolyte by incorporating a unique nanoscale additive, which formed a stable ionic conduction network within the electrolyte, effectively elevating its ionic conductivity and further accelerating the ion transport speed. In their pursuit of enhancing energy density, the team adopted an alternative approach. They conducted an in-depth investigation into the mechanisms of storage and release of deuterium ions within the battery, discovering that by adjusting the internal electric field distribution, they could alter the storage state of the deuterium ions, thereby increasing the energy density. To achieve this objective, they harnessed the principles of quantum mechanics to design a novel battery structure that introduced a special quantum well configuration within the battery. This structure allowed for precise control over the distribution of the electric field, enabling the deuterium ions to be stored more densely within the battery, thus significantly augmenting its energy density. After months of arduous effort and countless experimental validations, the research and development team has finally achieved a significant breakthrough. The performance of the new deuterium-ion battery has been comprehensively optimized, with energy density improved by 50 and charge-discharge speed more than doubled. The moment the test data illuminated the screen, the entire laboratory erupted in jubilation as team members embraced one another, tears of joy and pride glistening in their eyes. Their relentless dedication and sacrifices have finally borne fruit. This achievement not only validates their individual contributions, but also serves as a tremendous impetus for the company's future development. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yichen rushed to the laboratory without delay. As he gazed upon the exhausted yet exhilarated faces before him, his heart swelled with gratitude and admiration. He understood that it was these exceptional talents, armed with their wisdom and tenacity, that have kept the company at the forefront of technological advancement. Thank you all for your hard work. Your dedication has brought immense value to the company. This is our shared honor, Shen Yichen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This technological breakthrough will render our deuterium-ion battery more competitive in the market, and we are one step closer to realizing our goal of transforming the global energy landscape. Amid the celebrations, Shen Yichen was acutely aware that in order to convert this technology into tangible productivity and achieve large-scale commercial application, the company must further expand its operations. He keenly recognized that with the rising demand for deuterium-ion batteries in the market, the existing production capacity was woefully inadequate to meet this burgeoning need. In order to seize this developmental opportunity, Shen Yichen resolved to acquire a parcel of land in Yuqing to establish his own battery manufacturing plant. Yuqing, as a significant industrial hub and transportation nexus in China, boasts a well-developed infrastructure, abundant human resources, and a convenient logistics network. This locale is home to numerous distinguished technology enterprises and academic institutions, fostering a robust industrial ecosystem and an atmosphere ripe for innovation. Shen Yichen was particularly drawn to these advantages of Yuqing. He firmly believed that establishing a production factory here would not only reduce manufacturing costs and enhance production efficiency, but also attract an array of exceptional talents and partners, thereby providing formidable support for the company's growth. Upon finalizing the site selection, Shen Yichen personally led his team in discussions and negotiations with the local government of Yuqing. During the negotiations, Shen Yichen meticulously outlined the company's developmental blueprint and the technological advantages of the hydrogen-ion battery. Expressing high regard for Yuqing's investment environment and his unwavering determination to thrive in the city, the local government exhibited great interest and support for Shen Yichen's project, actively coordinating with relevant departments to offer a series of favorable policies and conveniences, including land transfer incentives, tax reductions, and talent acquisition support. After several rounds of arduous negotiations, both parties ultimately reached a cooperative agreement, allowing Shen Yichen to successfully procure a tract of land measuring 500 acres for the construction of the battery manufacturing facility. Following the acquisition of the land, Shen Yichen promptly organized a professional design team to plan and design the factory. He requested that the design team thoroughly consider the optimization of production processes, the layout of equipment, and future developmental needs, in order to create a modern, intelligent, and environmentally friendly battery manufacturing facility. After extensive research and repeated deliberations, the design team ultimately finalized the factory's blueprint. The entire facility is divided into 4 functional areas: production, research and development, office, and living quarters. The layout between these areas is thoughtfully organized, ensuring convenient transportation that facilitates efficient production while providing employees with a comfortable working and living environment. In the production area, the most advanced automated production equipment and processes have been implemented, achieving full automation from raw material procurement to battery production and product testing. This not only significantly enhances production efficiency and product quality, but also reduces labor costs and intensity. Additionally, the factory has integrated an intelligent production management system that employs big data and Internet of Things technologies for real-time monitoring and data analysis of the production process, enabling the intelligent management and optimization of operations. The research and development area is outfitted with world-class research equipment and laboratories, offering the R&D team excellent conditions for scientific inquiry. This space will serve as the core hub for the company's technological innovation, continually advancing the development and innovation of hydrogen-ion battery technology, thus providing technical support for the company's sustainable growth. Meanwhile, the office and living quarters emphasize human-centered design, utilizing modern architectural styles and materials to create a comfortable, convenient, and welcoming atmosphere for work and life. The office area is equipped with advanced office equipment and communication facilities, facilitating seamless interaction and collaboration among employees. The living quarters feature dormitories, a cafeteria, a gym, and a library, enriching the employees' leisure activities and enhancing their quality of life. In addition to constructing production facilities, Shen Yichen has significantly increased investment in research and development. He is acutely aware that technological innovation is the cornerstone of the company's growth. Only through relentless investment in R&D can the company maintain its technological leadership. To this end, he established a dedicated research and development fund, allocating billions annually for the advancement and innovation of heavy hydrogen-ion battery technology. Concurrently, he actively collaborates with renowned universities and research institutions both domestically and internationally, establishing industry-university research cooperation bases to jointly pursue cutting-edge technological research and talent cultivation. Through these partnerships, the company not only gains access to the latest research achievements and technological resources, but also attracts a greater number of exceptional talents to its R&D team. Upon the introduction of these talent policies, a plethora of high-caliber scientific professionals expressed keen interest. Outstanding talents from around the globe submitted their resumes, eager to join Shen Yichen's company and contribute to the research and innovation of heavy hydrogen-ion battery technology. Among them are numerous experts and scholars with extensive experience and remarkable accomplishments in the field of batteries, whose involvement injects new vitality and wisdom into the company's research team. As the company continues to expand and enhance its technological prowess, Shen Yichen lays the groundwork for the company's future diversified development. He is acutely aware that while a singular focus on battery operations may yield significant success in the short term, the company must diversify its business scope in order to mitigate market risks and enhance its resilience against uncertainties in the long run. To this end, he has begun to monitor developments in sectors such as new energy vehicles, energy storage, and aerospace, actively seeking opportunities for business expansion related to heavy hydrogen-ion battery technology. In the realm of new energy vehicles, Shen Yichen intends to forge deeper collaborations with more automotive enterprises, not only providing them with heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, but also engaging in the research, development, and production of complete vehicles, thereby establishing a brand of new energy vehicles with proprietary intellectual property. In the energy storage domain, he recognizes the immense potential of the market, propelled by the rapid advancement of renewable energy. The company plans to leverage the technological advantages of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries to develop energy storage systems suitable for various scenarios, offering solutions for grid peak shaving and distributed energy storage. In the aerospace sector, the high energy density and lightweight characteristics of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries present vast application prospects. Shen Yichen aspires to collaborate with aerospace firms to integrate heavy hydrogen-ion batteries into drones, satellites, and other aircraft, thereby advancing the development of aerospace technology. Standing atop the company's building, he gazes down at the battery production facility under construction, his heart brimming with aspirations and anticipation. He understands that the road ahead is long, fraught with challenges and opportunities, yet he remains undaunted. With advanced technology, an exceptional team, and unwavering conviction, he firmly believes that the company will undoubtedly achieve diversified development, emerging as a leading entity in the global energy sector and making significant contributions to humanity's sustainable advancement. Chapter 16. Renting an office and embarking on a new journey. Standing at the bustling heart of Qingyang City, Shen Yichen gazed at the alien spacecraft that hovered silently beside him, emanating an aura of mystery and formidable power. Sunlight danced upon the ship's metallic exterior, casting a dazzling brilliance that captivated the attention of passers-by. However, Shen Yichen remained unperturbed, his gaze transcending the vessel to the distant CBD International Financial Center. That towering edifice, a landmark of Qingyang City, was destined to be the starting point of his new journey. Xiao Ai, please contact the property management at the International Financial Center. I wish to lease an office, Shen Yichen instructed, addressing the smart bracelet on his wrist. Of course, master, a melodious voice responded from the device, belonging to the spacecraft's built-in artificial intelligence, Xiao Ai. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Yichen proceeded towards the International Financial Center, accompanied by Xiaomi. As they walked, visions of the company's future development blueprint continually surfaced in his mind. with the technological backing of the alien spacecraft. He felt confident in his ability to establish a company that would lead the global technological trend. Upon arriving at the International Financial Center, Shen Yichen and Xiaomi made their way directly to the property management office. Zhang Feng had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Shen Yichen enter, he promptly rose to greet him. "Mr. Shen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Zhang Feng, with a beaming smile, remarked, "I have already heard about your intentions. May I inquire if you have specific requirements regarding the floor and area?" Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yichen's straightforwardness. He promptly responded, "Mr. Shen, there are indeed several options available in the upper floors of this building. However, the rental prices may be relatively high. Price is not a concern, as long as it meets my specifications," Shen Yichen stated, turning around with a resolute gaze fixed on Zhang Feng. "However, I hope to negotiate some favorable terms in the contract, such as a rent-free period and the increment rate for rent." Zhang Feng secretly admired Shen Yichen's decisiveness and shrewdness. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Mr. Shen, we can offer a 3-month rent-free period, which is the maximum concession we can provide. As for the rental increment rate, it would be 5 annually. What do you think?" Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while. He recognized that this offer was quite favorable, yet he wished to negotiate further. "Manager Zhang, a 3-month rent-free period seems rather brief. I would prefer it to be extended to 6 months. An annual increment rate of 3 would be more reasonable," Shen Yichen said calmly. Zhang Feng displayed a look of concern and replied, "Mr. Shen, a 6-month rent-free period is simply too lengthy for us to accommodate. How about this, a 4-month rent-free period and an annual increment rate of 4? This is my final offer." Shen Yichen calculated in his mind and found this condition acceptable. He nodded and said, "Very well, we shall proceed as Manager Zhang has suggested. However, I still need to scrutinize the other clauses within the contract." Upon exiting the property office, Shen Yichen felt an extraordinary sense of elation. Gazing at the leasing agreement in his hands, he envisioned the splendid future of the company. "From this day forth, Xiaomi, our company shall set sail here," Shen Yichen remarked, turning to Xiaomi with a smile. Xiaomi returned a slight grin and replied, "President Shen, I firmly believe we will achieve success." Taking a deep breath, Shen Yichen stated, "There remains much to be done. First, contact Xingchang to procure 200 top-tier computer systems and subsequently install high-speed fiber optic internet." Xiaomi took out her phone and dialed Xingchang's number. Once connected, she conveyed Shen Yichen's requests. "Rest assured, Secretary Me, I shall take full responsibility for this matter. I will ensure President Shen receives the finest equipment and the swiftest network installation," Xingchang assured with a pat on his chest. After arranging matters with Xingchang, Shen Yichen departed the International Financial Center alongside Xiaomi. At that moment, he still had 43.5 million in funds. While this amount may not seem substantial for the grand plans he intended to undertake, it was sufficient to cover some initial expenses. "Xiao Ai, please assist me in searching for factory rental information in the vicinity of Qingyang City," Shen Yichen instructed. "Certainly, Master," Xiao Ai promptly responded, commencing her search online. In a short while, Xiao Ai displayed the gathered information on Shen Yichen's smart wristband. He meticulously reviewed each entry but found that most did not align with his requirements. The location is either remote and inconveniently accessible, or the factory space is too limited to meet future production demands. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of anxiety. He understood that finding a suitable factory was no easy feat, yet he could not allow this to hinder the progress of the company's development. Clearly, alternative solutions were necessary. He mused to himself. Just then, Xiaomi's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Sun Xiaoyu. "President Shen, it's a call from Sun Xiaoyu," Xiaomi announced. Shen Yichen nodded, signaling for her to answer. After connecting the call, Xiaomi switched to speaker mode. "Secretary Me, are you with President Shen?" Sun Xiaoyu's voice came through the phone. "Yes, President Sun, how may I assist you?" Xiaomi inquired. "I wanted to check on the progress of the office lease." Sun Xiaoyu replied. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yichen, who then took the phone and said, "Xiaoyu, we have secured the office at Guijin Center on the 3rd floor. And the location is quite excellent. Wow, President Shen, you are truly impressive. Guijin Center is the premier office building in Qingyang City," Sun Xiaoyu exclaimed. "This is merely the first step. There remains much to accomplish," Shen Yichen responded. "By the way, Xiaoyu, do you know anyone who has a factory for rent? I urgently need to find a suitable space." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xiaoyu replied, "President Shen, I seem to recall a client mentioning last week that they were looking to sell their factory. I am uncertain if he is still selling it." Allow me to reach out on your behalf. Thank you ever so much, Xiao Ai. Please inform me as soon as you have any news, Shen Yichen remarked. Certainly, Mr. Shen. You need not worry, Sun Xiaoyu replied before ending the call. Once the call was terminated, a flicker of hope ignited within Shen Yichen. He eagerly anticipated that Sun Xiaoyu would deliver good news. Chapter 17. The crucial clue to the factory information seated in his spacious office. Shen Yichen gazed at the computer screen before him, which flickered with a multitude of web pages, all filled with rental listings for factories that he had scoured from various real estate platforms. His brow was furrowed tightly, and a hint of anxiety and helplessness flickered in his eyes. For several consecutive days, he had virtually combed through every piece of information available online. Yet he had been unable to locate a single factory that met his stringent requirements. Why was it so difficult? Shen Yichen muttered to himself, weariness evident in his voice. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples, the urgency in his heart intensifying. The company's development plan was pressing, and without an appropriate factory, the subsequent production and research efforts could not proceed smoothly. The advertisements for residential properties on the screen were particularly glaring, as if mocking his futile endeavor. Growing increasingly agitated, Shen Yichen closed several tabs, inhaling deeply in an attempt to regain his composure. He understood that impatience would not solve the issue. He needed to maintain a clear mind and continue seeking opportunities. At that moment, Shen Yichen's phone vibrated unexpectedly, and a green bubble notification appeared on the screen. It was a message from Sun Xiaoyu. Mr. Shen, how is the progress on the office leasing matter? Following her message was an adorable smiley face. After a brief silence on Sun Xiaoyu's end, just when Shen Yichen thought she might be at a loss, another message arrived. Mr. Shen, I seem to recall a client who viewed cars last week mentioned that he had a factory for sale. I'm not certain if it is still on the market, but I can reach out for you. Hello, is this Mr. Li? This is Sun Xiaoyu from the Porsche 4S dealership. Do you recall your visit to our store last week? Sun Xiaoyu said politely after dialing the number. A middle-aged man's voice responded from the other end. Oh yes. I remember, Miss Sunday. What can I assist you with? Taking a deep breath, Sun Xiaoyu replied. Well, Mr. Li, a friend of mine is currently searching for a factory. I recall you mentioned having a factory for sale. I was wondering if it is still available? There was a moment of silence from Mr. Li before he responded. Yes. The factory is still there, but I've been quite busy lately and haven't managed it much. What requirements does your friend have for the factory? Sun Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy and quickly said, my friend is looking for a spacious factory, ideally located around Qingyang City, with convenient transportation. Could you please share the specifics of your factory? Mr. Li pondered for a moment and said, my factory is located on the outskirts of Luoqing, encompassing a substantial area of 500,000 square meters, along with an additional 300,000 square meters of vacant land. The location is somewhat remote, yet the transportation is quite convenient, being not far from the main thoroughfare. Listening intently, Sun Xiaoyu took notes in her notebook before responding. That sounds quite promising, Mr. Li. Would it be possible to arrange a time for my friend to visit the factory? Mr. Li hesitated briefly before replying, all right, I happen to be available tomorrow afternoon. Have your friend come over. I'll send you the exact address shortly. Thank you so much, Mr. Li. We will be there on time tomorrow afternoon, Sun Xiaoyu exclaimed happily. After hanging up, Sun Xiaoyu immediately messaged Shen Yichen. Mr. Shen, I have already contacted the client, and we can visit the factory for a discussion tomorrow afternoon. I will send you the address shortly. Understood, Mr. Shen. See you tomorrow, Sun Xiaoyu replied. Leaning back in his chair, Shen Yichen wore a long-lost smile on his face. He recognized this as a rare opportunity that must be seized. He began to envision the future appearance of the factory, his heart brimming with anticipation. With the right factory in place, the company's development could take a significant leap forward, bringing him one step closer to the dreams he held dear, aspiring to transcend earthly boundaries with advanced extraterrestrial technology. Chapter 18. Unexpected twist. On the way to the factory, the morning sunlight poured over Qingyang City like a golden veil, gently illuminating the streets and alleys. Shen Yichen arrived at the garage early, his gaze fixed upon the stunning Porsche 911. The car's sleek lines and metallic sheen radiated brilliance under the sun, serving as a dazzling emblem of speed and passion, as well as a reflection of Shen Yichen's identity. Xiaomi, let us depart, he declared, opening the door and settling into the driver's seat. Xiaomi gracefully acknowledged him and took her place in the passenger seat, dressed in a simple yet sophisticated business attire. Her fitted blazer paired with a form-fitting skirt accentuated her exquisite figure. Her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands delicately framing her fair cheeks, adding a touch of allure. Beneath her meticulous makeup, her bright eyes sparkled with a lively glimmer, as if concealing a myriad of untold stories. Shen Yichen ignited the engine, and the Porsche 911 roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, akin to a beast poised to pounce. The vehicle glided smoothly out of the garage, racing towards the Porsche 4S dealership. Throughout the journey, Shen Yichen felt an exceptional sense of ease. The prospect of viewing the factory space filled him with anticipation. Securing the right location would represent a significant step forward for the company's growth, bringing him closer to the dreams he harbored. Before long, they arrived at the Porsche 4S dealership. Shen Yichen parked the car and entered the establishment alongside Xiaomi. Sun Xiaoyu had been waiting inside, and, upon spotting Shen Yichen, she immediately approached him, her face glowing with a warm smile. "Mr. Shen, you have finally arrived." Shen Yichen smiled and nodded. "Xiaoyu, thank you for your patience. Let us set off now." However, as they approached the Porsche 911, Shen Yichen encountered an awkward predicament. The vehicle could only accommodate 2 passengers. He glanced at Sun Xiaoyu, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Sun Xiaoyu, realizing the situation, chuckled and suggested, "Mr. Shen, perhaps I should take a taxi instead." Just as Shen Yichen was about to respond, Zhang Feng, the manager of the dealership, happened to stroll over. Noticing Shen Yichen's troubled expression, he promptly grasped the issue at hand. Eager to please this esteemed guest, he quickly interjected, "Mr. Shen, please do not trouble yourself. We happen to have a 4-seater Panamera available for your use. I can lend it to you, ensuring that your schedule remains uninterrupted." Shen Yichen felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this. He regarded Zhang Feng with appreciation and replied, "Then I must trouble Manager Zhang." "Not at all. Not at all," Zhang Feng replied hastily. "It is our honor to serve Mr. Shen." Before long, Zhang Feng arranged for the Panamera to be brought forth. The vehicle boasted elegant, flowing lines, and its distinctive fastback design set it apart from the ordinary. The broad air intake grille, paired with sharp headlights, exuded a potent athletic aura. Its body was adorned with a unique metallic paint that shimmered alluringly under the sunlight. Shen Yichen circled the car, thoroughly impressed with its exterior. He opened the door and took his seat in the driver's position. The interior of the vehicle exudes unparalleled luxury, with plush, high-grade leather seats that offer exceptional support and enveloping comfort. The center console is adorned with an abundance of carbon fiber and aluminum alloy materials, complemented by a large high-definition display screen, radiating a strong sense of advanced technology. The instrument panel features a classic 5-gauge design, with the central tachometer continuously igniting the driver's passion for driving. Indeed, the interior lives up to its illustrious reputation, as Shen Yichen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi Mi also settled into the car. Sun Xiaoyu, seated in the rear, gazed at the opulent decor, a twinge of envy welling up within her. She discreetly scrutinized Xiaomi Mi, her curiosity about this suddenly appearing beauty intensifying. The car gradually rolled out of the dealership, heading towards the factory. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was somewhat delicate, prompting Sun Xiaoyu to finally voice her inquiry. "Mr. Shen, who is this?" She gestured toward Xiaomi Mi, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes. "Is she your secretary?" Sun Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat as she beheld Xiaomi Mi's stunning beauty and alluring figure. Doubt flooding her mind, she pressed on, "Mr. Shen, your secretary is truly exquisite." Shen Yichen chuckled lightly, responding, "Just admire her, don't overthink it." His tone carried a hint of teasing, rendering his intentions elusive. Upon hearing their exchange, Xiaomi Mi's lips curved into a subtle smile, exuding an air of mystery. She turned to Sun Xiaoyu and said, "Miss Sun, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with Mr. Shen is purely professional." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, like the sound of silver bells. Sun Xiaoyu regarded Xiaomi Mi with even greater suspicion. She always sensed that the relationship between Xiaomi and Shen Yichen was complex, yet she could not articulate why. At that moment, Xiaomi unexpectedly uttered a shocking remark. "However, if President Shen ever wishes to take advantage of me, I certainly wouldn't mind." A playful smile adorned her face, yet her eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. The instant those words left her lips, the atmosphere within the car became palpably awkward. Sun Xiaoyu widened her eyes in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe her own ears. Shen Yichen was also momentarily taken aback by her statement. He cleared his throat twice and replied, "Xiaomi, Please refrain from such nonsense. Yet Xiaomi remained unfazed, smiling as she responded, President Shen, I am not speaking frivolously. With a man of your caliber, which woman would not be captivated? Her gaze was brimming with admiration and affection, causing Shen Yichen to feel slightly embarrassed. Sun Xiaoyu looked at Xiaomi, her heart ablaze with jealousy. She scoffed. I fear you may have the desire but lack the fortune. Xiaomi turned her head to face Sun Xiaoyu, a spark of provocation flickering in her eyes. Miss Sun, are you jealous of me? Sun Xiaoyu felt anger swell within her at Xiaomi's words. She was about to retort when Shen Yichen interjected. Enough, you both should temper your words. Instantly, the car fell silent, leaving only the sound of the vehicle gliding along the road. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that this journey would become so awkward due to the exchanges between the two women. The car continued to advance, with the scenery outside receding steadily. Shen Yichen took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing thoughts. He understood that this visit to the factory was pivotal to the company's future and could not afford to be distracted by trivial matters. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi sat in their respective seats, each absorbed in their own contemplations. Sun Xiaoyu silently vowed to uncover the nature of the relationship between Xiaomi and Shen Yichen. Xiaomi, on the other hand, wore a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of satisfaction, seemingly pleased with the earlier events. The unexpected turn of events precipitated by their journey to the factory imbued the atmosphere within the vehicle with a delicate tension, adding an intriguing layer to the upcoming inspection of the factory. Chapter 19. The initial examination of the dilapidated factory. The vehicle sped along the winding road, the scenery outside blurring past like a series of slides. Shen Yichen sat at the wheel, his hands firmly gripping the steering column, his gaze intently fixed ahead. Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi occupied the back seat, and the atmosphere in the car remained somewhat strained due to the previous incident, with their occasional exchanges feeling somewhat stiff. As the car gradually distanced itself from the city, the towering buildings receded into the background, replaced by expansive fields and undulating hills. The road narrowed, becoming increasingly uneven, causing the vehicle to jolt intermittently, leaving its occupants swaying slightly. This road is quite treacherous, Sun Xiaoyu remarked with a furrowed brow. Shen Yichen glanced at the rearview mirror, offering a comforting response. Just a little longer, we shall arrive shortly. In such a remote location, the road is certainly not in optimal condition. However, as long as the factory building is suitable, these concerns are trivial. After a while, the vehicle turned onto a narrow dirt path. On either side of the path, dense weeds and low shrubs flourished. In some areas, the vegetation had even encroached into the middle of the road, forcing the vehicle to advance slowly, the wheels crunching over the foliage with a rustling sound. This place is indeed quite isolated, Xiaomi couldn't help but remark. Shen Yichen remained silent, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his gaze. He understood that the more remote the location, the greater the likelihood of finding a factory that met his criteria. Moreover, the land prices here were relatively low, which would help reduce the company's expenses. Finally, after more than an hour of travel, Shen Yichen and his companions arrived at a factory situated on the outskirts of Luoqing. As the vehicle came to a gradual halt, they were confronted with a dilapidated building. The factory's exterior walls were weathered, with much of the paint peeling away to reveal the dull, gray cement beneath. Several tiles on the roof were damaged, and in some areas, gaping holes allowed sunlight to filter through, casting beams of light into the interior. Surrounding the factory was an expanse of land, but it was riddled with various sized holes and standing water, indicating prolonged neglect. At the edge of the clearing lay a rugged dirt road, the sole access point connecting the factory to the outside world. Gazing at the factory before him, Shen Yichen could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. He had anticipated that, even if the building was somewhat run down, it would at least remain functional. Yet the current scene was even more disheartening than he had anticipated. However, upon observing the vast expanse of the factory's grounds, a flicker of hope ignited within him. The scale here far exceeded his expectations, a factory area of 500,000 square feet, complemented by an additional 300,000 square feet of open space. If utilized effectively, it could undoubtedly be transformed into a modern production hub. This factory appears quite dilapidated. Sun Xiaoyu could not help but voice the sentiments of the group. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before remarking. Though it seems worn, as long as the structure remains sound, it holds potential for renovation. Moreover, with such a vast area, it would be challenging to find a comparable site elsewhere. At that moment, A middle-aged man descended from the upper floor of the factory. He was slightly portly, donned a crumpled shirt, and bore an expression of urgency. Spotting Shen Yichen and his companions, he quickly waved them over, exclaiming, "Are you Mr. Shen? Please, come in." Shen Yichen, accompanied by Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi, proceeded towards the factory. Upon entering, they were greeted by a musty odor. The interior of the factory was dim and humid, cluttered with various debris, and in some areas, thick layers of dust had accumulated. Old, worn tools and discarded equipment hung on the walls, suggesting they had not seen use in quite some time. General Manager Wu led the way as they ascended a narrow staircase to the second floor. This level revealed a relatively spacious room, furnished with a battered office desk and a few chairs, resembling an office space. General Manager Wu hastily shut the door behind them, an action that seemed furtive and aroused Shen Yichen's suspicions. "Mr. Wu, your factory appears to carry quite a bit of history," remarked Shen Yichen with an inscrutable expression. Mr. Wu chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Indeed, this factory has been idle for several years. It was previously engaged in the building materials business, but when the business faltered, it has remained vacant ever since. Well, I observe that the factory boasts a considerable area, approximately 500,000 square meters, along with an additional 300,000 square meters of open land, correct?" Shen Yichen inquired. Mr. Wu promptly nodded, affirming, Exactly. Mr. Shen, should you decide to take over this factory, you may transform it as you please. Such a vast space is suitable for any venture." Shen Yichen contemplated silently, recognizing that revitalizing such a large factory would necessitate substantial investment and time. However, if successfully renovated, the potential for future growth would be boundless. He glanced at Mr. Wu and said, "Mr. Wu, I find myself quite intrigued by this factory. However, what are your thoughts regarding the price?" Mr. Wu rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of greed evident on his face as he declared, "Mr. Shen, as you can see, although the factory is somewhat remote, its size is considerable. Moreover, there is ample surrounding land available for development. I shall be straightforward with you. A firm price of 30 million. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen felt a quiet derision brewing within. Through the information garnered from Xiao Ai, he had already discerned the true value of this factory. Mr. Wu's offer was nothing short of exorbitant. With a slight furrow in his brow, he replied, "Mr. Wu, 30 million is quite a hefty sum. You must consider that this factory is quite dilapidated and will require extensive renovation costs. Moreover, the location is rather remote, with transport not being particularly convenient. I find it exceedingly difficult to accept your proposed price." Mr. Wu hastily elucidated, "Mr. Shen, do not be deceived by the dilapidated appearance of this factory. Its structure is remarkably solid and renovations would be quite manageable. Additionally, the surrounding vacant land presents a significant advantage, harboring immense potential for future development. This price is truly quite reasonable." Shen Yichen shook his head and replied, "Mr. Wu, I urge you to reconsider. The disparity in price is simply too vast. I believe the actual value of this factory lies between 10 million to 15 million at most." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "Mr. Shen, your bargaining is rather severe, isn't it? 10 million to 15 million is utterly unfeasible. If you genuinely wish to purchase, we can discuss further. But the price cannot be excessively low." Shen Yichen understood that the negotiation had only just commenced. A challenging battle lay ahead. He gazed intently at Mr. Wu, his eyes conveying unwavering determination as he stated, "Mr. Wu, I am genuinely interested in acquiring this factory, but the price must be reasonable. Let us not squander time. Please provide a revised offer." Thus commenced a fervent negotiation regarding the factory transaction, where the exchanges of words, expressions, and psychological shifts of both parties were vividly laid bare. Chapter 20. The struggle of pricing and the emergence of potential crisis. Shen Yichen's gaze was piercing, fixated on Mr. Wu, revealing an undeniable steadfastness in his eyes. He leaned slightly forward, his hands resting on the table, and spoke each word with deliberate precision. "Mr. Wu, your quotation is indeed quite outrageous. Given the actual condition of this factory, I find it exceedingly difficult to accept the price of 30 million. I urge you to reconsider and provide a more reasonable offer." Shen Yichen's voice resonated in the dimly lit office, imbued with an unspoken sense of pressure. Mr. Wu's smile faltered instantly. He had not anticipated such a direct rejection from Shen Yichen, nor his unwavering demeanor. He instinctively licked his lips, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere, and said, Mr. Shen, you are aware of the factory's size. Such a vast space holds substantial potential for future development. 30 million is truly not exorbitant. If you are genuinely interested, I can make a concession and reduce the price by 300,000, bringing it down to 27 million. This is already my final offer. As Mr. Wu spoke, he scrutinized Shen Yichen's expression, hoping to detect any signs of concession. However, Shen Yichen remained unmoved. He had already calculated the factory's worth and understood it thoroughly. Sitting up straight, he replied calmly, Mr. Wu, while I acknowledge the development potential you mentioned, the price must also reflect the actual circumstances. Consider the factory's location. Although it is not far from the main road, the dirt path is exceedingly difficult to navigate, and you are well aware of the high transportation costs. Furthermore, given the dilapidated state of the factory, the renovation expenses alone will be considerable. Let us further discuss the issue of property rights duration. There remains little time, which will inevitably affect its actual value. In my estimation, the true worth of this factory lies somewhere between 10 million and 15 million. Shen Yichen articulated his analysis with remarkable clarity, each statement striking at the heart of the matter, rendering General Manager Wu unable to counter. Wu's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Shen Yichen's profound understanding of the factory's circumstances. His gaze began to waver, internally lamenting his predicament. As he had originally believed he could significantly profit from Shen Yichen, only to find his counterpart so astute. He attempted to persist, stating, Mr. Shen, your bargaining is rather severe. Even if the issues you mentioned are valid, the scale of this factory and the land area should warrant a higher valuation. Shen Yichen let out a cold laugh and replied, General Manager Wu, I am not negotiating indiscriminately. My genuine intention is to purchase this factory, which is why I have been forthright with you in presenting all the issues. If you remain insistent on this price, it seems our negotiations may come to an impasse. There was a note of resoluteness in Shen Yichen's tone that conveyed his determination to Wu. After a moment of silence, Wu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He recognized that Shen Yichen's assertions were indeed factual. Without a price reduction, selling the factory would prove exceedingly difficult. However, he was reluctant to concede too much. Just as he was caught in his indecision, Shen Yichen abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, General Manager Wu, there is one more matter I believe you should be aware of. Your factory still owes the villagers 3 million in wages, and if this information were to circulate, it would likely reflect poorly on you. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Wu's countenance instantly paled, and he gazed at Shen Yichen with terror, stammering, You, how do you know this? His hand began to tremble involuntarily, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Shen Yichen smiled faintly and replied, Mr. Wu, in the realm of commerce, it is always prudent to be well informed. Since I have taken an interest in this factory, I have naturally conducted a thorough investigation of the relevant circumstances. Your failure to pay the villagers has already incited their discontent, and if you do not resolve this matter promptly, trouble may ensue. Shen Yichen's words struck Mr. Wu like a heavy hammer, leaving him slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with despair. He realized that Shen Yichen had uncovered all his cards, and the initiative now lay entirely in the hands of his adversary. With a resigned sigh, he said, Mr. Shen, you are formidable. Name your price. As long as it is not outrageous, I shall acquiesce. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the factory. Upon hearing the noise, Mr. Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in panic, This is bad. The villagers are coming. His voice trembled with fear, causing him to shake uncontrollably. Observing the scene before him, Shen Yichen remained remarkably composed. He recognized that this situation presented both a challenge and an opportunity for resolution. Turning to the flustered Mr. Wu, he stated, It appears you must first address this issue. However, this also affords us a chance to renegotiate. Once you have dealt with the villagers' concerns, we can have a proper discussion regarding the factory's price. Shen Yichen's tone carried a hint of calmness, standing in stark contrast to the flustered demeanor of General Manager Wu. As Wu gazed at Shen, it was as though he had spotted a lifeline. He hurriedly implored, Mr. Shen, you must assist me. If you can help resolve this issue, we can negotiate the price of the factory to our mutual satisfaction. Wu's eyes were brimming with desperation. At that moment, all traces of his previous arrogance had vanished. Shen Yichen pondered internally, recognizing the factory's immense significance to him. This was indeed the opportune moment to drive a hard bargain. Yet, he was acutely aware of the myriad potential pitfalls lurking in the shadows. Should the villagers' grievances remain unresolved, Acquiring the factory could usher in a cascade of complications. Furthermore, Wu's evident lack of integrity necessitated a cautious approach to any future collaborations. Nonetheless, he was resolute in not relinquishing this opportunity easily. He intended to leverage this situation to secure the utmost benefit for his company. As the villagers' footsteps drew nearer, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. Shen inhaled deeply. Having formulated a strategy in his mind, he looked at Wu with unwavering determination and stated, "General Manager Wu, let's not panic. We shall venture out together and ascertain how to address this matter. However, you must remember your earlier words. Once we resolve the issue, the pricing for the factory must be unequivocal." Shen's gaze radiated confidence and decisiveness, as if everything lay within his grasp. Wu nodded in resignation. Fully aware that his only recourse was to rely on Shen Yichen, two individuals approached the entrance, poised to confront a throng of enraged villagers. As a more intense confrontation loomed on the horizon, this impending clash not only pertained to the transaction of the factory, but also held significant implications for the future development of Shen Yichen's company. Chapter 21. Resolving the villagers' crisis and contract signing under the blazing sun, its searing rays poured unabated over the dilapidated factory yard, stirring up clouds of dust that danced in the light. A group of furious villagers surrounded the factory's office building, their faces flushed and their eyes ablaze with indignation. Their voices rose and fell in a cacophony of shouts, echoing like a surging tide, filling the air with palpable tension. "Mr. Wu, you heartless scoundrel, return our hard-earned money," cried a burly middle-aged villager, his fists clenched tightly and raised high, angrily gesturing toward the office building. The veins on his neck bulged like worms, and the muscles of his face contorted in a manifestation of extreme rage. "Yes, pay us back. We have toiled tirelessly for so long. You cannot simply renege on your debts," shouted an elderly man, his hair a striking gray, leaning on a wooden stick as his body trembled with fervor. With his calloused hand, he forcefully pointed at the office building, his voice hoarse yet piercing through the din of angry cries, rendering his plea all the more striking amidst the uproar. Amidst the throng, some individuals waved their agricultural implements, with hoes and shovels glinting coldly in the sunlight. Others forcefully pounded on the office building's grand door, the resounding thud striking terror into the hearts of onlookers, while yet others, in a fervor of agitation, leaped and shouted, their foul language erupting like a barrage of cannon fire directed at the edifice. The entire scene was chaotic, teetering on the brink of anarchy. On the second floor of the office building, Mr. Wu stood by the window, gazing down at the sea of enraged faces below. His legs trembled involuntarily, and beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down, instantly soaking his collar. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion, the arrogance and bravado that typically defined him having vanished without a trace. In that moment, he resembled a wild beast ensnared in a cage, desperately seeking an escape. "No, I cannot allow myself to be captured like this. I must devise a means to flee," Mr. Wu muttered to himself, pacing frantically within the confines of his office, his hands fidgeting restlessly, and the furrows on his forehead deepening into a pronounced shape. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened, and he turned to dash towards the rear door of the office. However, every movement he made was astutely observed by Xiaomi. A faint smirk of disdain crept onto Xiaomi's lips as she materialized before Mr. Wu like a specter, blocking his escape route. "Mr. Wu, where do you think you are going?" she inquired, her arms crossed, her gaze icy and unwavering. Her voice, though soft, exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. General Wu was rendered pale by the unforeseen turn of events, instinctively retreating a few steps until his back pressed heavily against the wall. His breath quickened and became labored, as if he had just completed a marathon. "Why you? Don't come any closer." I merely wish to step outside for some fresh air," he stammered, his gaze flickering nervously, unable to meet the eyes of Xiaomi. "Humph, fresh air? Do you truly expect me to believe that?" Xiaomi advanced a step, her formidable presence suffocating General Wu. At that moment, Shen Yichen, accompanied by Sun Xiaoyu and others, descended the stairs. Shen Yichen's expression was grave. He understood the precariousness of the situation, recognizing that a misstep could escalate into a far greater conflict. Yet, his gaze radiated determination and confidence, as if he had everything under his command. "Everyone, please remain calm and allow me to speak," Shen Yichen proclaimed from the staircase, his hands gesturing downward to quell the tumult. His voice was deep and resonant, akin to a tolling bell, cutting through the clamor and reaching every ear in the vicinity. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's voice, the villagers turned in unison, their attention drawn to him. Gradually, the cacophony of insults diminished, replaced by a murmur of whispers. Who is this young man? Can he repay General Wu's debts? I have no idea. He appears quite youthful. Is he capable? Taking a deep breath, Shen Yichen descended the stairs steadily, positioning himself before the crowd. His gaze swept across the faces of the villagers, and then he earnestly said, "Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, I understand that you harbor grievances. You have worked tirelessly for so long, yet have not received the wages you rightfully deserve. This is the fault of Mr. Wu, and I apologize on his behalf." With that, Shen Yichen bowed deeply to the villagers. "What good is an apology? What we seek is our money," a young villager shouted, his face etched with dissatisfaction and skepticism. "Yes, repaying us is the only truth," others echoed, their previously quelled anger seemingly reigniting. Shen Yichen hastily waved his hands and said, "Please, do not rush me. Allow me to finish my thoughts. I assure you, everyone will receive their wages in full. However, Mr. Wu currently lacks the funds to pay you. Therefore, we need to devise a solution." "What solution? Don't try to trick us," an elderly woman warned, her gaze fixed on Shen Yichen, filled with suspicion. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, "I intend to purchase Mr. Wu's factory and use the funds to pay all of you. This will not only resolve your wage issues, but also ensure the factory continues to operate, allowing everyone to maintain their jobs." Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, the villagers began to murmur among themselves, their expressions varied and contemplative. Some individuals revealed expressions of hesitation, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the proposed solution. Others cast skeptical glances, half believing Shen Yichen's words, while a few openly voiced their opposition, accusing Shen Yichen of conspiring with Mr. Wu to deceive them. At that moment, a villager suddenly burst forth from the crowd, brandishing a gleaming machete and shouting, "You swindlers! Spare us your flowery words. If you do not return our money today, I will fight you." With that, he charged toward Shen Yichen and the others. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, plunging the scene into chaos. Sun Xiaoyu turned pale with fright, instinctively retreating behind Shen Yichen. Other villagers gasped in alarm, scattering in all directions. However, Xiaomi remained utterly composed. Her eyes narrowed, and like a flash of lightning, she surged forward. Her movements were swift and powerful, akin to a graceful cheetah. Before anyone could react, she had reached the villager, delivering a swift kick that struck his wrist with tremendous force. "Ah!" The villager cried out in agony, the machete clattering to the ground. A sharp pain radiated from his wrist, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward, his face etched with terror. Yet Xiaomi did not relent. She unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike as quick as lightning and striking with pinpoint accuracy. Her fists fell upon the villager like a torrential downpour, rendering him utterly defenseless. In a matter of mere seconds, the villager was struck down to the ground, clutching his head and groaning incessantly. The onlookers, witnessing their fallen comrade, shifted their gazes between him and Shen Yichen, along with Xiaomi. Their initial fear and anger gradually transformed into a sense of reverence. They began to comprehend that this young man might indeed possess the capability to resolve their plight. "Very well, we shall trust you this once. However, should you dare deceive us, we will not let this matter rest," proclaimed one villager, his tone still firm yet devoid of the previous hostility. Shen Yichen nodded and replied, "Thank you all for your trust. I assure you, I shall not disappoint." He then added, "Now, please summon Mr. Wu so we can execute the factory transfer agreement here and now." Under the collective gaze of the villagers, Mr. Wu emerged, trembling. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. He understood that he had utterly lost, with no possibility of resistance remaining. "Mr. Wu, please present the contract," Shen Yichen stated calmly. After a brief hesitation, Mr. Wu slowly retrieved a contract from his pocket, his hands quivering as if even the strength to hold it was beyond him. Shen Yichen accepted the document, scrutinizing it thoroughly before declaring, "This contract contains discrepancies. Many clauses are unfavorable to me. I will require a revised draft. You have no objections, I trust?" Mr. Wu gritted his teeth, filled with reluctance but ultimately unable to voice his dissent, merely nodding in acquiescence. Thus, Shen Yichen enlisted the assistance of Sun Xiaoyu to redraft a factory transfer contract. Throughout the process of drafting the contract, Shen Yichen meticulously considered the interests of the villagers and the future development of the factory, carefully deliberating and revising each clause. After more than an hour of diligent effort, the contract was finally completed. Shen Yichen presented the contract to General Manager Wu, stating, "General Manager Wu, please take a look at this contract, and if everything is in order, kindly sign it." General Manager Wu took the contract, glanced over it hurriedly, then let out a resigned sigh before signing his name on the document. "Well, the contract is signed. From this moment forth, this factory is mine," Shen Yichen declared as he pocketed the contract. He then produced a bank card from his pocket, saying, "This card contains 3 million, which I have advanced to pay everyone's wages on behalf of General Manager Wu. The remaining funds will be dispersed to you all as soon as the factory turns a profit." Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, a tremendous weight lifted from the villagers' hearts. Their faces illuminated with expressions of gratitude. They expressed their thanks to Shen Yichen. "Young man, thank you. You are truly a good person," one villager exclaimed. "Indeed, without you, we would be at a loss," another added. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. From now on, we are all employees of the factory. As long as we work together with determination, we can surely make the factory flourish and ensure a better life for everyone." Over the next 2 hours, Shen Yichen, Sun Xiaoyu, and others began their busy preparations. As they verified the villagers' wages, they simultaneously distributed the payments. The villagers stood in line, each receiving their dues, their faces aglow with joyful smiles. When the last villager had collected his wage, Shen Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the villagers before him, he was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. He knew he had done the right thing, not only resolving the villagers' issues but also laying a solid foundation for his own future. "Young man, should any difficulties arise in the factory, do not hesitate to speak up. We will certainly support you wholeheartedly." An elderly villager patted Shen Yichen's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Indeed, we are all behind you." The other villagers echoed in agreement. Shen Yichen, touched, nodded appreciatively and replied, "Thank you all. With your support, I believe the factory will continue to thrive." At that moment, Shen Yichen and the villagers were immersed in joy, oblivious to the subtle movements of Mr. Wu. Little did they know, a far greater crisis was silently approaching. Mr. Wu feigned composure, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, and said, "Mr. Shen, allow me to show you around the factory to familiarize you with the environment." Shen Yichen's lips curled slightly, revealing a knowing smile as he calmly replied, "I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Wu." Mr. Wu led the way, his steps somewhat hurried, occasionally glancing at the watch on his wrist, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. He was acutely aware that the henchmen he had summoned could arrive at any moment. With every second of delay, his confidence swelled slightly. The factory was permeated with a musty atmosphere, its machinery largely rusted and emitting a dull roar, as if lamenting the splendor of days gone by and the desolation of the present. Thick layers of dust accumulated on the ground, rising in clouds with each step taken. The paint on the walls was peeling, revealing a mottled surface that evoked a sense of utter decay. As Mr. Wu walked, he feigned enthusiasm, introducing Mr. Shen. "Behold our production workshop. Although the equipment is somewhat antiquated, it remains operational. Over here is the warehouse, housing various raw materials and finished products." Mr. Shen Yichen merely nodded slightly, occasionally offering brief responses. His mind was evidently elsewhere, detached from the factory's facilities. As the tour neared its conclusion, Mr. Wu noticed a van racing towards the factory, stirring up a cloud of dust. A flicker of barely perceptible excitement and pride passed through his eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. "Mr. Shen, the tour is nearly complete. Shall we retreat to the office for a moment of respite?" Mr. Wu suggested, his voice tinged with an unmistakable urgency. Following Mr. Wu's gaze towards the approaching van, Shen Yichen understood the implications. He maintained an impassive smile and replied, "Very well. Let us proceed to the office." The van came to a sudden halt at the factory entrance, its doors flung open with a brutal force, and a dozen burly tattooed men poured out in a single file. Each one was impressively built, muscles rippling beneath their skin, adorned with tattoos that seemed to writhe with ferocity, exuding an air of menace. Leading the pack was a man known as Biao Gu, his head shaved clean, a thick gold chain draped around his neck, and a long scar snaking from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, adding an extra touch of savagery and terror to his demeanor. As Biao Gu stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze fell upon the two beauties, Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu, standing not far away. The sight of these enchanting women instantly lit up his eyes, revealing a gluttonous hunger, and an involuntary lewd smile crept across his lips. Well, I hadn't expected to find two such stunning beauties here. You've truly broadened my horizons, Biao Gu declared, rubbing his hands together as he approached Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu, his eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. General Manager Wu hurried to intercept him, his face a mask of feigned distress and helplessness. He grasped Biao Ji's arm, lamenting, Biao Gu, you've finally arrived. That Shen Yichen is far too oppressive. He has caused me a loss of 3 million. You must stand up for me. As he spoke, he theatrically wiped away imaginary tears, his performance nothing short of masterful. Upon hearing Wu's words, the smile on Biao Gu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce expression of wrath. He glared menacingly at Shen Yichen, bellowing, Kid, you've got some nerve. Daring to let my brothers suffer. If you don't return those 3 million today, you won't leave here alive. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so burly men behind him immediately encircled Shen Yichen and his companions, adopting a stance that suggested they were ready to strike at any moment. Sun Xiaoyu, startled by this sudden turn of events, turned pale, her body trembling slightly. She clutched Shen Yichen's arm tightly, her voice quivering as she said, Mr. Shen, what should we do? Shen Yichen gently patted Sun Xiaoyu's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then, with an air of composure, he turned to Xiaomi and softly inquired, Xiaomi, do you believe you can handle these individuals? Xiaomi's lips curled into a confident smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if the adversaries before her were not there to fight, but rather to engage in playful banter. Rest assured, Master, these mere lackeys are hardly enough to serve as my warm-up, she declared, as she flexed her wrists and ankles, producing a series of satisfying cracking sounds. A sudden shift in her aura emanated a formidable sense of pressure. Biao Gu, witnessing Xiaomi's reaction, felt not fear but exhilaration. Haha, this little girl has quite the spirit. I like that, he exclaimed. Once I deal with you, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again. As he spoke, he charged towards Xiaomi, raising his fist high, creating a rush of wind as he aimed a powerful blow directly at her head, as though intending to crush her with a single strike. Xiaomi remained unfazed. With a swift motion, she effortlessly dodged Biao Ji's attack. Her movements were as agile as lightning, rendering her almost invisible to the eye. In an instant, Xiaomi rushed towards Biao Gu with astonishing speed, her fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Each blow carried formidable power, forcing Biao Gu to retreat repeatedly, his face contorted in agony. Taken aback by Xiaomi's remarkable prowess, Biao Gu felt a flicker of fear within him. While fending off her relentless assaults, he bellowed, Brothers, unite and strike with all your might. Upon hearing Biao Ji's command, the other burly men swiftly converged, launching their attacks on Xiaomi. Yet, she moved with the grace of a nimble monkey, deftly maneuvering through the throng. Each of her movements was executed with precision, allowing her to evade the onslaught while countering with pinpoint accuracy. At times, she would land powerful punches to her adversaries' midsections, while at others, she delivered swift kicks to their knees, each strike eliciting cries of pain. Under the barrage of Xiaomi's relentless onslaught, the hulking men fell one after another. Within a mere 30 seconds, the ground was strewn with their sprawled bodies. They writhed in agony, moaning incessantly, their faces etched with terror and despair. Realizing the dire situation, Biao Gu attempted to flee. However, Xiaomi was not one to allow an easy escape. With a swift lunge, she seized Biao Gu by his collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Thinking of running away? Not so easily, Xiaomi said coldly, her gaze filled with disdain. Suspended in the air, Biao Gu struggled desperately, his feet dangling helplessly, yet he could not break free from her grip. Terror enveloped his face as he trembled, pleading, Please, spare me, my lady. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Shen Yichen gazed at the scene before him, secretly marveling at the formidable prowess of Xiaomi. He stepped forward, observing the collapsed General Manager Wu on the ground, and coldly remarked, General Manager Wu, what was the purpose of this? Had you known it would come to this, why pursue it in the first place? General Manager Wu's complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with despair and regret, rendered speechless as he sat helplessly on the ground. The onlookers were utterly astonished by Xiaomi's immense combat strength, staring agape as if they had encountered a demon from the depths of hell. Sun Xiaoyu, equally taken aback, could hardly close her mouth. She had never anticipated that the usually gentle and endearing Xiaomi could possess such might. Through this ordeal, Shen Yichen's resolve was further solidified. He aimed to carve out his own brilliance in this challenging world, relying on his intellect and courage. Xiaomi would undoubtedly serve as his most capable ally and steadfast support. Chapter 23. Transfer of Ownership and New Vehicle Acquisition. General Manager Wu gazed at the groaning Biao Gu and others sprawled on the ground, then glanced at the steely-eyed Xiaomi. His legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror and despair. In this moment, he finally grasped the harsh reality, understanding that he was no match for Shen Yichen and his companions. I concede. Mr. Shen, whatever you say shall be so. Mr. Wu's voice trembled, laced with a hint of weeping, presenting a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. A faint smile graced Shen Yichen's lips, revealing his satisfaction as he calmly remarked, "It would have been better to act this way from the start, sparing yourself the anguish. Now, come with me to the real estate center for the transfer." Shen Yichen's voice was deep and resolute, leaving no room for dispute, as if proclaiming the final outcome of their contest. Upon reaching the real estate center, Mr. Wu, guided by the staff, mechanically proceeded with the transfer formalities. His movements were slow and stiff, each signature seeming to extract a piece of his very soul. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen stood steadfastly by, his gaze unwavering as he observed the proceedings, acutely aware that this was a pivotal step towards his success, and that he could afford no missteps. After a busy afternoon, the factory was finally and successfully transferred to Shen Yichen's name. As he received the pristine property certificate, he gently caressed it, his eyes sparkling with joy. This document not only signified his ownership of a factory, but also symbolized the imminent launch of his aspirations. Once the formalities were completed, Mr. Wu, with heavy steps, prepared to depart. Shen Yichen called out to him, "Mr. Wu, integrity in business is paramount. Otherwise, you will inevitably suffer great losses." His voice echoed in the hall like a clarion call, reverberating within Mr. Wu's conscience. After leaving the real estate center, Shen Yichen felt a profound sense of relief. He resolved to visit the car dealership to return the vehicle. Although the rented Porsche 911 was undeniably flashy, its limited seating would soon prove inconvenient for future travels. Upon arriving at the 4S dealership, Shen Yichen made a direct approach towards the sales manager. The moment the sales manager spotted Shen Yichen, his face instantly blossomed with a warm smile as he hurried over, exclaiming, "Mr. Shen, welcome. Are you dissatisfied with the vehicle you previously rented? Or do you have other requirements?" The sales manager's voice brimmed with anticipation, fully aware that Shen Yichen was a valued client not to be easily let go. Shen Yichen chuckled lightly, responding, "The car is quite satisfactory. However, I recently acquired a factory, and with the increased responsibilities, I require a more practical vehicle. Do you have any commendable recommendations?" His tone exuded a casual ease, as if purchasing a factory were merely a trivial matter. The sales manager's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "You have indeed come to the right person. We have just received a fully equipped Porsche Cayenne, which excels in power, features, and space, making it particularly suitable for someone of your stature. Moreover, there is a promotional offer at present, making it exceptionally cost-effective." As he spoke, he led Shen Yichen to the display vehicle, meticulously detailing its various performances and attributes. After circling the car and inspecting it closely, Shen Yichen nodded subtly, declaring, "It certainly appears impressive. I will take it." His tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. The sales manager, overwhelmed with joy, beamed even brighter. Akin to a flower in full bloom, he exclaimed, "Fantastic. Mr. Shen, your discernment is truly remarkable. I will promptly attend to the purchasing formalities to ensure your complete satisfaction." With that, the sales manager hurried off to prepare the necessary documents, and soon, the purchase procedures were successfully completed. Shen Yichen instructed the sales manager to arrange for someone to return the 911 sports car to the villa, while he himself drove a brand new Porsche Cayenne, escorting Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu away from the dealership. "Today has been immensely rewarding. Let us find a delightful place to celebrate," Shen Yichen said with a cheerful smile, glancing back at Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu in the rear seat. The sunlight cascaded upon his face, illuminating an expression of confidence and contentment. Sun Xiaoyu nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Congratulations, Mr. Shen, you have finally fulfilled your wishes." Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a hint of satisfaction. Xiaomi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Master, I want to eat lots of delicious food." Her face radiated an innocent smile, reminiscent of a child's joy. As Shen Yichen listened to their words, his heart swelled with warmth. He understood that the road ahead would be long, possibly fraught with hardships and challenges. But with Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu by his side, he firmly believed he could surmount any obstacles and realize his dreams. The vehicle glided slowly toward the horizon, casting a long shadow in the golden glow of the setting sun, as if narrating a tale of dreams and perseverance. Shen Yichen's entrepreneurial journey was just beginning, and he would embrace every forthcoming challenge with unwavering confidence and courage. Chapter 24: A Gathering at the Restaurant and the Subtle Changes of Emotion as the Sun Dipped Below the Horizon. Its afterglow enveloped the pristine Porsche Cayenne like a delicate veil, casting a gentle light that accentuated the car's enchanting sheen. Shen Yichen sat confidently in the driver's seat. His hands relaxed upon the steering wheel, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Today, he had successfully acquired the factory, bringing him a step closer to realizing his dreams. And his heart brimmed with joy and anticipation. He resolved to celebrate this momentous occasion. This day truly deserved commemoration. Let us find a delightful place to indulge in a splendid meal. Shen Yichen's voice resonated with elation as he spoke, simultaneously starting the engine. In the passenger seat, Sun Xiaoyu wore a faint smile, yet a closer inspection revealed a hint of reluctance within her expression. She gently nodded and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Shen. I commend you on achieving your desires." Sun Xiaoyu's tone was soft, but it carried a subtle undertone of melancholy that was difficult to detect. Unaware of Sun Xiaoyu's unease, Shen Yichen remained immersed in his own joy, eagerly discussing where to celebrate. "I heard that the newly opened upscale restaurant has received excellent reviews. Shall we go there?" He turned to Sun Xiaoyu, his eyes sparkling with hopeful anticipation. Sun Xiaoyu paused momentarily, hesitating before eventually nodding and replying, "As you wish, Mr. Shen." A flicker of complex emotion crossed her gaze, but she quickly restored her composure. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Xiaomi was already bubbling with excitement, akin to a cheerful little bird. She gazed out the window in wonder, chattering animatedly, "Wow, this is wonderful. We can enjoy delicious food again. Master, I want to eat so many delicacies." Xiaomi's face radiated with innocent delight, brimming with a yearning for culinary delights. The vehicle gradually commenced its journey, gliding smoothly along the road. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden patches of light within. Shen Yichen drove with a jovial demeanor, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Xiaomi, filling the car with laughter and mirth. In stark contrast, Sun Xiaoyu remained enveloped in silence, her gaze fixed outside as her thoughts drifted far away. A subtle discomfort stirred within her, an ineffable emotion spreading through her heart. She pondered the closeness between Shen Yichen and Xiaomi, both residing in the same villa, their relationship seemingly growing ever more intimate. Where, she wondered, did she stand in Shen Yichen's heart? Such reflections left her feeling somewhat desolate, her spirits growing increasingly heavy. Before long, the car arrived at the restaurant, a lavish establishment adorned with opulence. The doorman, clad in a pristine uniform, greeted each guest with courteous elegance. After parking, Shen Yichen escorted Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu into the restaurant. The ambience inside was refined and inviting, with soft lighting casting a warm glow upon the tables, creating an atmosphere of cozy romance. Crystal chandeliers radiated brilliant light, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding decor. Exquisite tableware adorned the immaculate white tablecloths, while the walls were adorned with a collection of exquisite oil paintings, enhancing the artistic essence of the venue. Shen Yichen had reserved a private room. Upon entering, the attentive staff warmly presented the menu. Shen Yichen took the menu, glanced at it, and then passed it to Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi, saying, "Take a look and order whatever you desire." Xiaomi eagerly accepted the menu, her eyes wide with excitement as she perused the array of delectable dishes, nearly salivating at the sight. "Oh, how delightful all this food is. Master, I wish to have this steak and that seafood platter," and Xiaomi eagerly ordered several dishes in one breath, her eyes sparkling with each mention. Sun Xiaoyu, however, appeared more reserved. She took the menu, casually flipped through it, and said, "I'm fine with anything. Mr. Shen, please go ahead and order." Her voice was soft, almost as if her mind were elsewhere. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, "Then I shall order a few specialty dishes. Today is a joyous occasion. We must indulge ourselves." With that, he proceeded to select several signature dishes from the restaurant, along with a bottle of red wine. Before long, the dishes began to arrive at the table, a feast of colors, aromas, and flavors that filled the air with an enticing fragrance. Xiaomi could hardly contain her excitement as she picked up her knife and fork, diving into the meal with great enthusiasm. She savored each bite, her face radiating satisfaction, intermittently exclaiming, "So delicious, so delicious." Shen Yichen chuckled at the sight of her enjoyment. "Xiaomi, do take your time. No one is competing with you," he said, his eyes filled with affection. Xiaomi looked up, her mouth full, and mumbled, "It's so good. Master, you should eat too." Her demeanor was utterly endearing, reminiscent of an innocent child. Sun Xiaoyu also took up her utensils and began to eat. Her movements graceful yet deliberate, each bite taken with care. As she observed Shen Yichen and Xiaomi sharing laughter, a profound sense of alienation washed over her. She felt as though she were an outsider, unable to partake in the joyful atmosphere that enveloped them. During the meal, Shen Yichen was astonished to observe that Xiaomi Mi's dining mannerisms were no different from those of an ordinary person. He had presumed that, as a robot, Xiaomi Mi would exhibit distinct eating habits. However, the scene before him prompted a re-evaluation of his assumptions. "Xiaomi Mi, I thought you didn't require sustenance. I never anticipated you would relish your food so much," Shen Yichen remarked with a smile. Xiaomi Mi swallowed her food and replied, "Master, while I do not need food to derive energy, savoring delectable dishes is indeed an intriguing experience. Moreover, I can replicate human taste sensations. Thus these meals are as delightful to me as they are to you." Her articulate response piqued Shen Yichen's curiosity regarding her robotic nature. Nodding in understanding, he commented, "I see. It appears I have been rather uninformed." His insight into Xiaomi Mi deepened, further enhancing his fascination with the robot. Sun Xiaoyu listened quietly to their exchange, occasionally chiming in, yet more often remaining silent. Her thoughts were far removed from the meal. Instead, she was preoccupied with contemplating her relationship with Shen Yichen. Uncertain of how to navigate her feelings, she was equally oblivious to Shen Yichen's sentiments towards her. Before long, the meal concluded. After settling the bill, the trio exited the restaurant. The streets were ablaze with lights, the neon signs flickering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Vehicles flowed continuously while pedestrians bustled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "Oh, I see." Sun Xiaoyu managed to force a faint smile, her voice tinged with melancholy, clearly affected by an emotional setback. Shen Yichen finally realized that his words might have caused a misunderstanding, and he hastily clarified, "Xiaoyu, please do not misinterpret. Xiaomi is currently my bodyguard and assistant. For the sake of convenience in our work, she is temporarily residing with me." His eyes brimmed with sincerity, hoping that Sun Xiaoyu would understand. Sun Xiaoyu smiled softly and replied, "I understand, Mr. Shen. There is no need for you to elaborate." Despite her words, doubt lingered in her heart. She found it hard to believe Shen Yichen's explanation. She sensed that the relationship between Shen Yichen and Xiaomi was undoubtedly complex, and feared that her own chances had dwindled. That night was destined to be one of restless slumber for Shen Yichen, Sun Xiaoyu, and Xiaomi. The emotional ties among the three grew increasingly delicate, akin to the fragile paper of a window, easily torn. This subtle emotional tension added layers of suspense and vibrancy to their forthcoming narrative. Chapter 25. Emotional entanglements and entrepreneurial preparations. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the window, gently enveloping the villa's living room in a golden veil. Shen Yichen had risen early, seated on the sofa with a tablet in hand, diligently strategizing the future development of the factory. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if he could already envision the thriving prospects of the factory. At that moment, Sun Xiaoyu emerged from her room, clad in a simple white dress. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few strands cascading beside her cheeks, accentuating her charm. However, upon catching sight of the bustling Xiaomi in the kitchen, the formerly radiant gleam in her eyes was momentarily overshadowed by a flicker of discontent. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her gaze reflected a blend of vigilance and dissatisfaction. Clad in a snug athletic tank top and exceedingly short shorts, Xiaomi's alluring figure was unmistakably on display. She navigated the kitchen with remarkable finesse, occasionally opening the refrigerator to retrieve ingredients, and then busily attending to the stove, entirely oblivious to Sun Xiaoyu's unease. "Humph, dressed like that. She must be deliberately trying to entice Mr. Shen," Sun Xiaoyu muttered under her breath, her tone laced with jealousy. Her hands instinctively clenched, her nails digging deep into her palms, as the flames of her indignation grew ever more fervent. At that moment, Xiaomi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly prepared breakfast. Upon spotting Sun Xiaoyu, her face instantly brightened with a radiant smile as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoyu, you're up. Come and taste the breakfast I made." Sun Xiaoyu merely scoffed, dismissing Xiaomi's enthusiasm as she strode directly to Shen Yichen's side and took a seat. She fixed her gaze on him and remarked, "Mr. Shen, just look at her, dressed like that. What does she think she is doing? What a disgrace." Though Sun Xiaoyu's voice was barely above a whisper, it brimmed with reproach and discontent. Shen Yichen, bewildered by Sun Xiaoyu's sudden ire, lifted his gaze to examine both Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu, his expression one of confusion as he inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with how Xiaomi is dressed?" He truly could not comprehend the source of Sun Xiaoyu's vexation, as, in his eyes, Xiaomi's attire seemed perfectly acceptable. Sun Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger as she pointed at Xiaomi, exclaiming loudly, "Can't you see? She deliberately dressed this way to attract your attention." Her emotions were somewhat agitated, her voice unintentionally rising a few notches. Upon hearing Sun Xiaoyu's words, Xiaomi displayed a look of grievance. She approached Shen Yichen and said, "Master, I did not intend to seduce you. I simply find this attire comfortable. Moreover, I am a robot and do not fully comprehend such matters." Xiaomi's voice was tinged with innocence and a sense of injustice. She truly could not fathom what she had done wrong. Shen Yichen, with a helpless smile, turned to Sun Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, do not overthink it. Xiaomi genuinely means no harm. She is a robot and lacks understanding of human emotions and social etiquette." Shen Yichen attempted to clarify, hoping that Sun Xiaoyu would grasp the situation. However, Sun Xiaoyu was unwilling to listen. She felt that Shen Yichen was favoring Xiaomi, intensifying her feelings of grievance and anger. "Well, since you feel that way, I have nothing more to say. I will leave and will no longer disturb you." As Sun Xiaoyu spoke, she stood up and turned to depart. Observing this, Shen Yichen hastily rose and grasped Sun Xiaoyu's arm, pleading, "Xiaoyu, please don't go. Allow me to explain." His eyes were filled with urgency and helplessness. He did not wish for Sun Xiaoyu to misunderstand. Sun Xiaoyu forcefully shook off Shen Yichen's hand, tears welling in her eyes. "What is there to explain? You do not care for me at all." Her voice quivered with a hint of sobbing, revealing her profound sorrow. Shen Yichen gazed at Sun Xiaoyu, a profound ache enveloping his heart. He was acutely aware of Sun Xiaoyu's feelings for him. However, he had always regarded her solely as a cherished friend, devoid of any romantic inclinations. He endeavored to elucidate this to her, yet she paid no heed. "Xiaoyu, please do not act this way. We are good friends, and I have always treasured the bond we share. Xiaomi is merely my bodyguard and assistant. There is truly nothing more between us," Shen Yichen earnestly expressed, hoping to win her trust. Sun Xiaoyu looked at him, her heart a tempest of contradictions and turmoil. She harbored deep affection for Shen Yichen, yet the ambiguous nature of his relationship with Xiaomi gnawed at her. Conflicted and bewildered, she felt engulfed in pain and uncertainty. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen. I think I need some time to gather my thoughts," Sun Xiaoyu said, before turning away and departing from the villa. Her footsteps were heavy, each step seemingly severing the emotional ties that bound her to Shen Yichen. Xiaomi approached Shen Yichen, a look of guilt etched across her features. "Master, it is all my fault. If I hadn't dressed this way, Sister Xiaoyu wouldn't be upset," she lamented, feeling responsible for the misunderstanding. Shen Yichen shook his head gently. "Do not blame yourself, Xiaomi. This is a misunderstanding between Xiaoyu and me. I will find a way to resolve it." He comforted her, understanding that the situation was not her fault. She was merely a Navi robot, oblivious to the intricacies of human emotions. In the days that followed, Shen Yichen devoted the majority of his energy to preparing for his entrepreneurial endeavors. He took Xiaomi around, liaising with suppliers and seeking construction teams to prepare for the factory renovation. In this process, Shen Yichen also made it a point to impart some knowledge of daily life and basic household skills to Xiaomi. He understood that, although Xiaomi was a robot, assimilating into human society was essential for her. "Today, I will teach you how to clean," Shen Yichen began. "First, you must wipe the dust off the surfaces of the furniture and then proceed to mop the floor. When mopping, pay attention to the direction. Start from the inside and move outward to ensure all the dust is removed." Shen Yichen patiently guided Xiaomi, akin to a teacher instructing a student. Xiaomi listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Her ability to learn was remarkable, and she quickly grasped the techniques of cleaning. She picked up a cloth and began to wipe the furniture. Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, she approached the task with utmost seriousness. "Master, do you think I've cleaned well?" After finishing the furniture, Xiaomi looked up at Shen Yichen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Shen Yichen smiled and nodded, saying, "Very good. Xiaomi, you learn quickly. He was quite pleased with Xiao Mi's performance, never anticipating her intelligence and quick learning abilities. In addition to cleaning, Shen Yichen also taught her how to cook. Xiao Mi was genuinely interested in culinary arts. She had learned various cooking techniques online and improved rapidly. Master, today I will prepare braised pork for you. I watched a tutorial online, so it should turn out well, she declared confidently. Shen Yichen gazed at Xiao Mi and replied with a smile, Great. I eagerly await your braised pork. Shen Yichen was filled with anticipation regarding Xiao Mi's culinary skills, confident that she would undoubtedly create a delectable dish of braised pork. Before long, the kitchen was enveloped in a tantalizing aroma. Xiao Mi emerged, proudly presenting a plate of glistening, ruby-red braised pork, her face beaming with joy. Master, please have a taste and see how it fares, she urged, placing the dish before Shen Yichen, eagerly awaiting his appraisal. He picked up a piece of the pork, savoring it thoughtfully. This is quite delightful, Xiao Mi. You've done an exceptional job, Shen Yichen exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, showering her with praise. Upon hearing his commendation, Xiao Mi's face lit up with happiness, her smile radiating innocence, as if she had received the most precious gift in the world. In the afternoon, Shen Yichen took Xiao Mi out, intending to procure essential materials for the production of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, specifically deuterium gas. They arrived at a factory specializing in the production of rare gases, where they engaged in discussions with the factory manager. Greetings. We wish to place an order for a batch of deuterium gas for the production of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. May I inquire about your factory's output and pricing for deuterium? Shen Yichen politely inquired. The factory manager regarded Shen Yichen with a hint of skepticism. Heavy hydrogen-ion batteries? That is a cutting-edge technology. Are you certain you can produce them? He questioned, expressing doubt given the high technical difficulty associated with heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. A field still mastered by only a few. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, We are confident in our ability to produce them, and we have made thorough preparations. I hope your esteemed factory can collaborate with us. Shen Yichen's gaze was resolute and self-assured. He had unwavering faith in his skills and capabilities. After a series of negotiations, both parties ultimately reached a consensus on cooperation. Shen Yichen successfully secured the necessary deuterium, laying a solid foundation for the factory's production. Upon leaving the factory, he took Xiao Mi with him to seek out a construction team. They visited several contractors, comparing prices and service quality, and ultimately selected a suitable team. This one will do. Their reputation and service are commendable. We can entrust the renovation of the factory to them with confidence, Shen Yichen remarked to Xiao Mi. She nodded in agreement, responding, All right, master. I will defer to your judgment. Xiao Mi harbored no objections to Shen Yichen's decision, placing her trust in his discernment. With the procurement of deuterium and the confirmation of the construction team, Shen Yichen's entrepreneurial preparations were progressing smoothly. However, thoughts of Sun Xiaoyu lingered in his mind. He was uncertain of her current situation and how to resolve the misunderstandings that lay between them. Chapter 26. The astonishing order from the rare gas factory. In the early morning, sunlight pierced through the delicate veil of clouds, gently cascading over the streets and alleys of Yuqing, draping the city in a golden shroud. Shen Yichen rose early, invigorated as he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his villa, gazing down at the bustling scene outside, his heart brimming with dreams and expectations for the future. Today, he is set to visit the Jiangqing rare gas manufacturing plant located in the outskirts of Yuqing, to procure the essential raw material deuterium gas for the production of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. Xiao Mi, prepare yourself. We shall depart, Shen Yichen said, turning to Xiao Mi, who was busy organizing documents in the living room. Xiao Mi looked up, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, her lively eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky. Certainly, master. I have been ready for a while. Xiao Mi replied cheerfully, her voice melodious and bright, reminiscent of a jubilant little bird. The two exited the villa and entered a pristine Porsche Cayenne. Shen Yichen deftly started the engine and gradually drove out of the community. Throughout the journey, he focused intently on the road, his gaze resolute and confident, as his mind was abuzz with thoughts of the research and development plans for heavy hydrogen-ion batteries and the future prospects of the factory. Meanwhile, Xiao Mi gazed eagerly out the window, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. The vehicle sped along the highway, with the scenery whirling past like a slideshow. Approximately an hour later, they finally arrived at the Jiangqing rare gas manufacturing plant. It was an expansive facility, with towering buildings arranged in orderly rows and massive storage tanks gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sun. The factory's gates stood wide open, and upon seeing Shen Yichen's car approach, the security guard promptly approached to inquire about their purpose. After Shen Yichen clarified their intentions, the guard directed them to park and informed them that the plant's manager, Zhou Fenghua, was awaiting them in his office. Shen Yichen and Xiao Mi advanced along the factory's pathway, observing the industrious figures of workers, the air thick with an unmistakable industrial ambience. Soon, they arrived at the office building, a three-story structure characterized by its simplicity and elegance. Upon entering, they swiftly located Zhou Fenghua's office. Shen Yichen politely knocked on the door, and a resonant voice beckoned from within, "Come in." As Shen Yichen pushed open the door, he beheld a robust middle-aged man seated within, his visage marked by resolute features and a keen, competent gaze. This man was none other than Zhou Fenghua. Upon noticing Shen Yichen and Xiao Mi's entrance, he promptly rose, his face alight with a warm smile. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Xiao Mi, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Today, Xiao Mi donned a minimalist white dress, its tailored design exquisitely accentuating her curvaceous form. Her lustrous, raven-black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully framing her face, enhancing her captivating allure. Her complexion, as fair as snow, appeared almost ethereal, and her large, sparkling eyes resembled crystal-clear lakes, shimmering with life. "Mr. Shen, welcome, welcome," Zhou Fenghua exclaimed warmly, momentarily shifting his stance, yet unable to resist lingering his gaze on Xiao Mi. "This is," he inquired. "This is my assistant, Xiao Mi," Shen Yichen introduced, acutely aware of Zhou Fenghua's unusual demeanor, a hint of displeasure stirring within him, though his expression remained graciously composed. "Hello, Mr. Zhou," Xiao Mi greeted politely, her voice clear and melodious, akin to the enchanting chime of silver bells. "Hello, hello," Zhou Fenghua promptly responded, diverting his gaze from Xiao Mi to Shen Yichen. "Mr. Shen, please take a seat. I wonder if your visit today pertains to some business we need to discuss?" As Shen Yichen and Xiao Mi settled onto the sofa, Shen Yichen candidly stated, "Mr. Zhou, I am here today to place an order for a batch of deuterium." Zhou Fenghua momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He scrutinized Shen Yichen from head to toe, pondering the origins and intentions of this seemingly ordinary young man. Deuterium is a rare gas with extensive applications, yet it comes at a steep price, typically procured in bulk only by large enterprises or research institutions. How could this unassuming young man suddenly require deuterium? "Mr. Shen, you wish to order deuterium? May I inquire about its intended use?" Zhou Fenghua inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Shen Yichen offered a slight smile and replied, "Mr. Zhou, to be candid, I intend to utilize deuterium to manufacture heavy hydrogen ion batteries." "Heavy hydrogen ion batteries?" Zhou Fenghua's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this term. As a doctoral graduate in chemistry, he was certainly familiar with the technology behind heavy hydrogen ion batteries. This innovative battery technology boasts numerous advantages, including high energy density, longevity, and rapid charging capabilities, and is regarded as a promising direction for the future of battery development. However, the development of this technology is exceedingly challenging, currently remaining within the confines of laboratory research, with only a handful of companies worldwide capable of achieving successful mass production. "Mr. Shen, you must be jesting," Zhou Fenghua tentatively inquired, struggling to fathom how this young individual could possess such advanced technology. Shen Yichen shook his head and replied earnestly, "Mr. Zhou, I am not joking. I have indeed mastered the core technology of deuterium ion batteries. All that remains is the procurement of raw materials. Therefore, I hope to collaborate with your esteemed factory to order a batch of deuterium gas." Zhou Fenghua regarded Shen Yichen's steadfast gaze, and his inner doubts began to slightly dissipate. Yet, he still found it difficult to fully believe Shen Yichen's assertions. After all, the technical complexities of deuterium ion batteries are immense. And this young man appeared so youthful, how could he possibly overcome such challenges? "Mr. Shen, it is not that I doubt you. It is merely that the technical difficulties surrounding deuterium ion batteries are indeed formidable. Presently, no company globally has succeeded in mass production." "Are you truly certain that you have mastered this technology?" Zhou Fenghua posed the question again, his tone laced with skepticism. Shen Yichen comprehended Zhou Fenghua's apprehensions and smiled gently, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I understand your doubts. However, I can assure you that I have indeed acquired the technology for deuterium-ion batteries. Moreover, I am fully prepared. Once the raw materials are secured, production can commence. Zhou Fenghua fell into contemplation, meticulously weighing Shen Yichen's words in his mind. If what Shen Yichen claimed were true, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental business opportunity. Once successfully mass-produced, deuterium-ion batteries will profoundly impact the entire battery industry, and their factory, as a supplier of deuterium, stands to gain immense benefits. However, if Mr. Shen is merely boasting, their factory may not only squander time and effort, but also face unnecessary risks. Mr. Shen, let me clarify. Our company has a policy that limits individual purchases of deuterium to no more than 1,000 cubic meters. If you genuinely require a substantial quantity, I will need to report to my superiors to see if an exception can be made for you, Zhou Fenghua stated, deciding to delay further while he gathered more information about Shen Yichen's situation. Shen Yichen nodded, responding, Mr. Zhou, I understand your predicament. However, the quantity of deuterium I require this time is considerable. 1,000 cubic meters is far from sufficient. I intend to secure an exclusive contract for all the deuterium produced by your esteemed factory. May I inquire about your annual production capacity? What? An exclusive contract for all our deuterium? Zhou Fenghua was taken aback by Shen Yichen's audacious proposal, his eyes widening in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had never anticipated such a bold request from Shen Yichen. Mr. Shen, do you have any idea what our annual production capacity is? Zhou Fenghua asked, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. Shen Yichen shook his head and replied, Mr. Zhou, I'm not entirely certain. However, I am confident that regardless of your factory's annual output, I possess the capability to absorb it. Shen Yichen's tone was resolute and self-assured, as if he were proclaiming his determination and strength to Zhou Fenghua. Zhou Fenghua took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He regarded Shen Yichen with an intensifying blend of curiosity and skepticism. Who exactly was this Shen Yichen? Did he truly possess the capability to secure an exclusive contract for all the deuterium produced by their factory? Mr. Shen, our annual production volume is approximately 5,000 cubic meters. If you genuinely wish to enter into an exclusive agreement, this is not an insignificant sum, Zhou Fenghua remarked, eager to gauge Shen Yichen's reaction to this figure. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by the unexpectedly low annual output of the Jiangxing rare gas manufacturing plant. Nevertheless, this revelation did not deter him. He resolutely stated, Mr. Zhou, while 5,000 cubic meters may seem modest, it is sufficient for my initial requirements. I hope you will contemplate my proposal, as I believe we can engage in a fruitful discussion regarding the details of our collaboration. Zhou Fenghua, observing the unwavering determination in Shen Yichen's gaze, could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for the young man. He realized that Shen Yichen must have come well prepared to make such a request. Moreover, through Shen Yichen's demeanor and discourse, he sensed an aura of confidence and capability surrounding him. Mr. Shen, I will give your proposal serious consideration. However, given the magnitude of this matter, I will require some time to report to my superiors, as well as to conduct further inquiries into your company and technology. Would that be agreeable to you? Zhou Fenghua stated, resolving to provide Shen Yichen with an initial response before delving deeper into an investigation of his background and capabilities. Shen Yichen nodded and said, Mr. Zhou, I understand your caution. However, I hope you can provide me with a prompt response, as my time is quite limited. Certainly, Mr. Shen. I will expedite this matter and inform you as soon as I have news, Zhou Fenghua replied. Shen Yichen rose, extending his hand to shake Zhou Fenghua's, saying, Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Zhou. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. Zhou Fenghua also stood, grasping Shen Yichen's hand with a faint smile gracing his face. As Shen Yichen and Xiaomi exited Zhou Fenghua's office and stepped out of the building, the sun shone brightly, casting golden patches of light upon them. Yet, a heaviness lingered in Shen Yichen's heart. He was acutely aware that this negotiation with Zhou Fenghua was merely the beginning, and numerous challenges lay ahead. Nonetheless, he felt no fear. He had faith in his skills and abilities, convinced that he would realize the mass production of deuterium-ion batteries, forging a path to his own brilliance. Master, do you think Mr. Zhou will agree to our requests? Xiaomi looked at Shen Yichen, her eyes brimming with concern. Shen Yichen smiled, gently ruffling Xiaomi's hair, and replied, Xiaomi, there is no need to worry. I believe Mr. Zhou will recognize our sincerity and capabilities. As long as we remain persistent, success is assured. Xiaomi nodded, her expression resolute, proclaiming, "Yes, master, I believe in you. No matter what difficulties we face, I will always stand by your side." Shen Yichen gazed at Xiaomi Mi, a warm current surging within him. He understood that on this challenging entrepreneurial journey, having a loyal companion like Xiaomi Mi was his greatest fortune. As they boarded the vehicle, Shen Yichen started the engine and gradually departed from the Jiacheng rare gas manufacturing plant. Sunlight bathed the car, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Shen Yichen's gaze was resolute and confident as he looked ahead, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. He recognized that the path to developing deuterium-ion batteries was still long, yet he had already taken a firm first step. He firmly believed that with unwavering persistence, he could realize his dreams and allow deuterium-ion batteries to shine brilliantly in this world. Furthermore, his collaboration with Zhou Fenghua would serve as a significant stride toward fulfilling his aspirations. Chapter 27. The Agreement in Deuterium Transport upon exiting the rare gas plant. Shen Yichen felt a weight upon his heart. Zhou Fenghua's demeanor had made him acutely aware that obtaining deuterium would require greater effort. Sitting in the car, he furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the steering wheel as he fell into deep contemplation. Xiaomi Mi, seated in the passenger seat, observed Shen Yichen quietly, sensing her master's current burden, yet unsure how to console him. "Master, do not worry too much. Zhou Fenghua will agree to our proposal," Xiaomi Mi softly encouraged, attempting to uplift Shen Yichen's spirits. Turning his head, Shen Yichen looked at Xiaomi Mi and managed a faint smile, replying, "Let us hope so. However, we cannot merely wait idly. We must devise a strategy to prompt him to reach a decision swiftly." Shen Yichen understood that Zhou Fenghua's indecision stemmed, on one hand, from the uncertainties surrounding the deuterium-ion battery technology, and on the other, from concerns regarding the risks associated with such a substantial order. After all, signing an exclusive contract would mean that the factory would stake all its production capacity on him. Should he fail to remit payment on time, or if the product development were to falter, the factory would face significant losses. After much contemplation, Shen Yichen resolved to take the initiative and contact Zhou Fenghua once more. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Zhou Fenghua's number. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, this is Shen Yichen," he stated with a voice that was both steady and resolute. "Oh, Mr. Shen, greetings," Zhou Fenghua replied, his tone somewhat frosty, evidently still mulling over their previous discussions. "Mr. Zhou, after some consideration, I would like to express my sincerity by purchasing 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium gas up front. Would that be agreeable to you?" Shen Yichen articulated his proposition directly. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, Zhou Fenghua felt a flicker of intrigue. The young man's earnestness was indeed unexpected. Committing to an initial purchase of 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium gas was no insignificant sum, which indicated his confidence in the technology. "Mr. Shen, I appreciate your sincerity. However, this is a considerable business venture, and I will need to confer with the senior management of the company," Zhou Fenghua responded, his tone now devoid of the earlier resolute refusal. "Very well, Mr. Zhou. I hope you can provide me with a prompt response. As time is of the essence on my end," Shen Yichen concluded. Shen Yichen set down his phone, feeling a slight sense of relief. He understood that this marked a promising beginning. As long as Zhou Fenghua was willing to consider the proposition, there remained a glimmer of hope. At last, on the afternoon of the third day, Shen Yichen received a call from Zhou Fenghua. "Hello, Mr. Shen, this is Zhou Fenghua," came Zhou's voice, tinged with excitement. "Greetings, Mr. Zhou. Have you come to a decision?" Shen Yichen inquired eagerly. "After discussions among the senior management, we have decided to place our trust in you this time," Zhou Fenghua responded. Upon hearing those words, Shen Yichen was overwhelmed with joy, and he struggled to contain his exhilaration. "That is wonderful news, Mr. Zhou. Thank you for your trust. However, we do have a condition," Zhou Fenghua continued. "What condition?" "Please, go ahead," Shen Yichen urged promptly. "If your deuterium-ion battery research proves successful, we hope to collaborate with you in the battery sector. Our factory possesses certain technologies and resources, which we believe can assist in the production of your batteries," Zhou Fenghua explained. Shen Yichen pondered this for a moment and deemed the condition reasonable. Should the battery development succeed, a reliable supply of raw materials and a collaborative partner would indeed be necessary. Partnering with Zhou Fenghua's factory would not only ensure a steady supply of deuterium, but also leverage their technology and resources to expedite battery production and promotion. "That is agreeable, Mr. Zhou. If the battery research is successful, I will certainly collaborate with your esteemed factory. Shen Yichen readily acquiesced to Zhou Fenghua's stipulation. Very well, it is settled then. I will arrange for the contract to be prepared, and you may come by tomorrow to sign it. Zhou Fenghua remarked. Very well, Mr. Zhou. I shall arrive punctually tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yichen leaped with excitement. Upon witnessing Shen Yichen's exuberance, Xiaomi couldn't help but join in the joyous laughter. Master, how wonderful! We have finally succeeded, exclaimed Xiaomi. Indeed, Xiaomi. This is merely the first step. There remains much work ahead, Shen Yichen replied, his face radiating confidence. The following day, Shen Yichen arrived early at the Jiancheng rare gas manufacturing plant. Zhou Fenghua was already awaiting him in the office and promptly stood to greet him upon Shen Yichen's entrance. Mr. Shen, welcome, Zhou Fenghua said warmly. Hello, Mr. Zhou, Shen Yichen responded with a smile. I have prepared the contract. Please let me know if you find any issues. Zhou Fenghua continued, handing a contract to Shen Yichen. Shen Yichen accepted the contract and began to scrutinize it carefully. The document meticulously outlined the price, quantity, delivery schedule, and quality standards for deuterium, while also stipulating the terms of their collaboration in the battery sector. Satisfied with the contents of the contract, Shen Yichen raised no objections. Mr. Zhou, the contract is in order. I am ready to sign, he stated. Excellent. Let us proceed with the signatures, Zhou Fenghua replied, also inscribing his name upon the document. After both parties had signed, Zhou Fenghua smiled and said, Mr. Shen, may our collaboration be fruitful. I hope our partnership yields great success. Indeed, Mr. Zhou, I am confident we shall achieve success, Shen Yichen affirmed. Subsequently, in accordance with the terms of the contract, Shen Yichen remitted a payment of 16.5 million. Upon receiving the funds, Zhou Fenghua promptly arranged for the transportation of deuterium gas. Due to an insufficient stock of deuterium at the factory, Zhou Fenghua, under another's name, utilized various channels to eventually procure an order of 3,000 cubic meters for Shen Yichen. This deuterium was meticulously packed into specially designed high-pressure gas cylinders, each weighing several hundred kilograms, necessitating specialized transport vehicles for their conveyance. Shen Yichen also dispatched his own driver, who arrived at the factory in a large truck. Awaiting the loading of the deuterium, the driver gazed at the massive cylinders with trepidation, concerned about the potential hazards posed by their considerable size and weight during transit. Boss, given the weight of these cylinders, could transportation pose any risks? The driver inquired cautiously. Shen Yichen reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, Do not worry. As long as we adhere to the operating procedures, there will be no issues. Furthermore, we have Xiaomi to assist us. With that, Shen Yichen glanced at Xiaomi, who smiled gently and confidently proclaimed, Rest assured, I will ensure the safe transport of this deuterium. Under Xiaomi's guidance, the workers commenced loading the deuterium cylinders onto the truck, demonstrating remarkable strength and agility. Xiaomi effortlessly lifted a cylinder weighing several hundred kilograms and placed it steadily onto the truck. The workers, witnessing Xiaomi's astounding performance, were left in awe, having never encountered such an extraordinary individual. Is this really a person? A worker exclaimed in astonishment. She is nothing short of a superhero. Another worker concurred. Unfazed by the workers' amazement, Xiaomi continued her diligent tasks, swiftly loading all the deuterium gas cylinders onto the truck. The driver, observing the truck brimming with gas cylinders, gradually felt his worries dissipate. With a skilled individual like Xiaomi on board, he was confident that this transport would proceed exceptionally well. The truck slowly departed from the factory, making its way towards the suburban facility. Shen Yichen and Xiaomi followed closely behind, attentively monitoring the truck's situation. They traversed the route with utmost caution, unwilling to allow even a moment of negligence. After several hours of travel, the truck finally arrived safely at the suburban factory. Shen Yichen and Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief as they directed the workers to unload the gas cylinders and store them in the designated warehouse. As night fell and everything was settled, a mysterious landing craft quietly descended upon the factory's grounds. Shen Yichen and Xiaomi had long awaited this moment, knowing that a more formidable task lay ahead, transporting the gas cylinders onto the landing craft for research and production on an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Xiaomi approached one of the gas cylinders, took a deep breath, and then wrapped her arms around it, lifting it effortlessly. Her arm muscles tensed, veins protruding, as she hoisted the several hundred-kilogram gas cylinder with ease. With steady strides, she made her way to the landing craft, placing the cylinder securely aboard. As Shen Yichen watched Xiaomi's silhouette, his conviction regarding her robotic nature grew ever stronger. Her strength, speed, and agility far surpassed the limits of humanity. Such formidable capabilities can only be possessed by a robot. Through Xiaomi's relentless efforts, one deuterium tank after another was transported onto the landing ship. Her movements were both deft and swift, exhibiting neither fatigue nor slackness. Shen Yichen assisted alongside her, although his strength paled in comparison to Xiaomi's. He exerted himself to the fullest, contributing to the labor at hand. After several hours of hard work, all the deuterium tanks were successfully loaded onto the vessel. Standing before the landing ship, Shen Yichen and Xiaomi gazed upon the tanks brimming with deuterium, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. "Thank you, Xiaomi," Shen Yichen said, a gratifying smile spreading across his face. "It was no trouble at all, master. I am willing to do anything to assist you," Xiaomi replied, her face radiant with happiness. As Shen Yichen looked at Xiaomi, a warm current surged within him. He knew that in the days to come, Xiaomi would continue to stand by his side, facing various challenges together. The deuterium would serve as a crucial cornerstone for realizing his dreams. He firmly believed that in the near future, deuterium-ion batteries would come to fruition in his hands, heralding an energy revolution for the world. He cherished the mastery of extraterrestrial technology that transcended Earth. Chapter 28. The establishment of the company and recruitment of personnel amidst the bustling vibrancy of the city, a tale of dreams and perseverance quietly unfolds. After enduring numerous challenges and seizing opportunities, Shen Yichen has finally reached a significant milestone in his entrepreneurial journey, the successful registration of his company. At this moment, his heart brims with excitement and joy, as if all his efforts and sacrifices have culminated in this exquisite reward. Success has finally arrived. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Guijin Center, Shen gazes down at the magnificent cityscape, his heart overflowing with emotions. Sunlight streams through the vast glass facade, illuminating him and outlining his resolute and confident silhouette. His eyes shimmer with exhilaration, reflecting an infinite yearning and anticipation for the future. The company has been aptly named Huanyu Technology, a title signifying the vast potential for growth and the ability to expand its business globally, creating its own brilliance. With a registered capital of 1 billion yuan, although the actual payment will be required only upon product launch, this figure undoubtedly underscores Shen Yichen's ambitious aspirations and steadfast confidence in the company's future development. At the moment of the company's successful registration, a vision of its future blueprint materialized in Shen's mind. He understands that a successful company requires not only robust financial backing and advanced technology, but also a unique and captivating brand image. Thus, he tasked Xiao Ai with leveraging its powerful artificial intelligence algorithms and design capabilities to create a striking company logo. Upon receiving the assignment, Xiao Ai promptly immersed itself in the work. It meticulously sifts through an immense array of design materials and inspirations, merging and refining them through countless simulations and optimizations, ultimately crafting a logo that captivates the eye. This emblem, dominated by a technological blue hue, features smooth, dynamic lines with an abstract representation of a spacecraft at its center. It symbolizes the company's ambition to soar freely through the vast cosmos of technology, exploring boundless possibilities. "How perfect!" Shen Yichen exclaimed, gazing at the logo designed by Xiao Ai. He recognized that this logo would become the very symbol of the company, embodying its philosophy and values, while also serving as a pivotal element in attracting clients and investors. In the days that followed, Shen Yichen and his team embarked on a fervent preparation of the company's various affairs. They meticulously arranged the office, striving to create a comfortable, efficient, and creatively stimulating work environment. Situated on the top floor of the Guijin Center, the office boasts an unparalleled geographic location and exceptional views. Standing before the window, one can behold the stunning panorama of the city, evoking a sense of being perched atop the urban clouds, brimming with inspiration and vitality. The office's decor is minimalist yet stylish, featuring an abundance of glass and metallic elements that foster an ambience rich in modern technological flair. The spacious open-plan work area is bright and airy, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, uplifting the spirits of those within. A cozy lounge area, furnished with comfortable sofas and coffee tables, provides employees a sanctuary to unwind amidst their busy schedules. The conference room is equipped with cutting-edge smart technology, catering to a variety of meeting and business negotiation needs. 1 week later, the office was finally arranged. Zheng Hui excitedly reported this good news to Shen Yichen. Mr. Shen, the office is ready and guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, a look of contentment graced Shen Yichen's face as he replied, Thank you for your hard work. Zheng Hui, let us go and take a look. Shen Yichen, accompanied by Xiaomi, proceeded to Sun Xiaoyu's residence, intending to invite her to visit the new office. Since Sun Xiaoyu had left in anger last time, Shen Yichen had been eager to find an opportunity to clarify matters and dispel the misunderstandings between them. With the establishment of the company, he hoped Sun Xiaoyu would be part of this momentous occasion. When Sun Xiaoyu saw Shen Yichen and Xiaomi arriving to pick her up, her heart stirred slightly, though her expression remained composed. She still harbored doubts regarding the relationship between Shen Yichen and Xiaomi. Yet she did not wish to miss the chance to witness the founding of the company. Xiaoyu, let us go and see the new office together. I am certain you will love it, Shen Yichen said with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Sun Xiaoyu nodded and softly replied, All right. Her voice was faint, as if laced with a hint of hesitation. From the rearview mirror, Shen Yichen noticed Sun Xiaoyu's expression and understood that she was still troubled by past events. He sighed gently and said, Xiaoyu, I truly apologize for what happened before. Xiaomi is merely my bodyguard and assistant. There is nothing more between us. I hope you can believe me. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, Sun Xiaoyu felt a slight stirring in her heart. She gazed at Shen Yichen's retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Uncertain whether to trust his words, she nonetheless yearned for the truth of it all. I understand, Sun Xiaoyu murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of resignation. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Guojin Center. Shen Yichen led Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi into the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, anticipation and curiosity swelled within Sun Xiaoyu. She envisioned the new office, a wave of excitement washing over her. When the elevator doors opened, Sun Xiaoyu was awestruck by the sight before her. The spacious and brightly lit office, adorned with a chic and minimalist decor, alongside the breathtaking cityscape outside, made her feel as if she had stepped into a dream. This is our new office. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Shen Yichen asked with a smile, pride illuminating his gaze. It's stunning, Sun Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment and wonder. She had never encountered such a luxurious and creatively designed workspace, and her admiration for Shen Yichen blossomed within her. After the tour, Shen Yichen escorted Sun Xiaoyu to his office and solemnly declared, Xiaoyu, I wish to appoint you as the company's general manager. I have faith in your abilities and talents, as well as your loyalty to the company. I hope you can assist me in expanding and strengthening our business. Sun Xiaoyu, taken aback by Shen Yichen's words, felt a mix of joy and gratitude. She had not anticipated such profound trust from him, entrusting her with the significant responsibility of general manager. She gazed into Shen Yichen's resolute eyes, her heart swelling with a profound sense of responsibility and mission. Mr. Shen, thank you for your trust. I assure you, I will not let you down, Sun Xiaoyu declared with unwavering confidence and determination. Shen Yichen nodded appreciatively and replied, Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be the general manager of Huanyu Technology. I wish to discuss our forthcoming plans with you in detail. In the office, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu engaged in an in-depth conversation. He elaborated on the company's development strategy, product planning, and market prospects. Sun Xiaoyu listened attentively to every word, occasionally interjecting with her own insights and suggestions. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly, with their thoughts and philosophies aligning harmoniously. Our primary objective at present is to recruit personnel across various departments to assemble an efficient team. Which aspects do you believe we should focus on? Shen Yichen inquired, studying Sun Xiaoyu intently. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, I propose we first draft a comprehensive recruitment plan that delineates the responsibilities and requirements for each position. Subsequently, we can disseminate the job openings through various channels to attract exceptional talent to our team. Additionally, we might consider inviting industry experts and scholars to provide our team with technical support and guidance. Shen Yichen nodded in agreement, remarking, Your ideas are commendable. We can commence preparations for the recruitment process immediately. Furthermore, we must emphasize the cultivation of corporate culture, fostering a positive and collaborative work environment that allows every employee to experience the warmth and cohesion of the company. Very well, General Manager Shen. I will arrange this promptly, Sun Xiaoyu remarked. From that day forth, Huanyu Technology officially embarked on its course. The company began disseminating recruitment information across major hiring platforms, capturing the attention of numerous job seekers. Each day, Sun Xiaoyu received a plethora of resumes, meticulously sifting through each one to select the most exceptional talents for the company. During the recruitment process, Sun Xiaoyu encountered a diverse array of candidates. Some exuded passion and creativity, yet lacked practical work experience. Others were seasoned professionals, but did not fully align with the company's developmental philosophy. In the face of these challenges, Sun Xiaoyu maintained her patience and professionalism, engaging thoughtfully with each candidate to understand their strengths and weaknesses, thereby identifying the most suitable individuals for the company. In addition to hiring employees, Sun Xiaoyu actively sought to establish connections with industry experts and scholars, inviting them to provide technical support and guidance. She understood that in an era of rapid technological advancement, continuous learning and innovation were imperative for the company to thrive in the competitive market. As the company gradually expanded its workforce, Huanyu Technology's team grew increasingly robust. Every employee brimmed with enthusiasm and vitality, striving diligently towards their shared goals. Observing the company's flourishing development, Shen Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and pride. He is aware that his dreams are gradually materializing, all thanks to the collective efforts and dedication of his team members. In this era brimming with opportunities and challenges, Huanyu Technology emerges like a nascent star, radiating boundless brilliance. Shen Yichen and his team shall persist in their endeavors, ceaselessly innovating to realize the grand aspirations of the company. They hold a firm belief that, in the near future, Huanyu Technology will ascend to become a leading enterprise within the industry, making significant contributions to societal development. Their narrative shall continue to unfold upon this stage filled with dreams and perseverance. Chapter 29. Funding Preparation and Product Launch Planning. As the night descended like ink, enveloping the city in serene stillness, only Shen Yichen's villa remained aglow. He sat in the spacious living room, brow furrowed, incessantly poring over the planning documents for the product launch. The soft light cast upon his face revealed both concern and resolve in his eyes. This launch is pivotal for the company's future. However, the issue of funding looms over him like an oppressive weight. Xiao Ai, arrange for the landing craft to deliver 5 gold bars, he said, raising his head and addressing the air, his voice tinged with fatigue. Understood, master. The landing craft is expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Xiao Ai's clear voice resonated in the living room, shattering the brief silence. Shen Yichen reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes, as visions of the company's future trajectory danced in his mind. He was acutely aware that capital was the linchpin for achieving all his aspirations, and the gold bricks represented his sole means of swiftly amassing substantial funds. 20 minutes later, a gentle tremor signaled the arrival of the landing craft. Shen Yichen rose and approached the window, gazing outside to behold a vessel exuding an enigmatic glow as it gracefully descended into the villa's courtyard. Several robots disembarked, bearing 5 gold bricks, marching in unison towards the villa. Shen Yichen opened the door to welcome the robots. As he beheld the gold bricks, a surge of complex emotions welled within him. These bricks symbolized not merely wealth, but also encapsulated his dreams and hopes. Please transfer the gold bricks to the vehicle, Shen Yichen instructed the robots. Following his command, the robots meticulously loaded the bricks onto a Porsche Cayenne. Shen Yichen settled into the car, ignited the engine, and set off towards the Qinya jewelry store in the city center. Throughout the journey, his emotions were tumultuous. He understood that selling the gold bricks would not be a straightforward endeavor, particularly given their exceptionally high purity, far surpassing Earth's current refining technologies, which could easily arouse suspicion. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. For the sake of his company's advancement, he had to take the risk. Before long, Shen Yichen arrived at the Qinya jewelry store. He parked the car and entered the establishment with the gold bricks in tow. The interior was ablaze with dazzling lights, various pieces of jewelry glimmering alluringly under the illumination. Upon noticing Shen Yichen's entrance, the staff immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you today?" A young attendant inquired with a warm smile. Shen Yichen remained silent, placing the gold ingots onto the counter. The attendant, upon seeing the ingots, displayed a look of astonishment. "Sir, what brings you here?" he inquired in surprise. "I wish to sell these gold ingots. Do you accept them?" Shen Yichen replied candidly. The attendant quickly responded, "Please hold on a moment, sir. I will notify the manager immediately." With that, he hurried into the office behind him. Before long, the manager emerged. He was a middle-aged gentleman, and upon noticing the gold ingots on the counter, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Good day, sir. I am the manager here. Are you intending to sell these gold ingots?" he asked. Shen Yichen nodded, inquiring, "What price can you offer?" The manager meticulously examined the purity and weight of the ingots before replying. "Sir, the purity of your gold ingots is exceptionally high, a rarity in the market. We can acquire them at 2 times the market price." Shen Yichen mentally calculated the offer. It seemed quite reasonable. Just as he was about to agree, the manager's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, the manager's expression shifted slightly. He spoke a few words into the phone, then hung up and turned to Shen Yichen. "I apologize. Sir, our group's general manager, Ms. Su Yao, has heard about your intention to sell gold ingots, and she wishes to meet with you personally. Would that be agreeable?" Shen Yichen felt a surge of unease. He was uncertain why Ms. Su Yao desired to meet him in person. However, reluctant to refuse, he merely nodded and said, "Very well, I shall await her arrival." Before long, a luxurious sedan came to a halt before the jewelry store. The car door swung open, and a statuesque woman alighted from the vehicle. She was adorned in a meticulously tailored black dress, the hem gracefully grazing her knees, accentuating her elongated legs. The neckline of the dress was elegantly modest, revealing her porcelain collarbone, which added an alluring touch of sensuality. A delicate belt cinched her waist, highlighting her slender figure. Her lustrous, raven black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully framing her face, enhancing her enchanting allure. Her skin was as fair as freshly fallen snow, smooth and flawless, while her bright, expressive eyes sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky, radiating a captivating brilliance. With a regal nose and rosy lips that curved into a subtle, confident smile, she exuded an air of aristocracy and grace, reminiscent of a goddess stepped from a painting, leaving onlookers utterly mesmerized. Shen Yichen, upon catching sight of Su Yao, could not help but marvel silently. He had not anticipated that this general manager of the group would be so youthful and striking, with such remarkable poise. As Su Yao entered the store and spotted Shen Yichen, a charming smile illuminated her face. She approached him with elegant strides, extended her hand, and said, "Greetings, Mr. Shen. I'm Su Yao, the general manager of Qianye Jewelry Group. It is a pleasure to meet you." Shen Yichen promptly extended his hand to grasp Su Yao's, replying, "Hello, Ms. Su. I have long admired your reputation." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yao's gaze fell upon the gold ingots displayed on the counter. She picked one up, scrutinizing it closely, and a look of surprise adorned her face. "Mr. Shen, the purity of your gold bars is truly astonishing. As far as I know, such refining technology does not yet exist on Earth. Could you enlighten me on the origin of these gold bars?" Su Yao raised her head, gazing at Shen Yichen, her eyes brimming with curiosity and skepticism. She scrutinized his eyes, seemingly searching for a hint of a flaw. Yet, Shen Yichen's gaze remained steadfast and confident, devoid of any signs of unease. "So that is how it is. However, Mr. Shen, gold bars of such high purity are exceedingly rare. I am intrigued. How did your friend manage to achieve this?" Su Yao continued to press for answers. Shen Yichen was acutely aware that Su Yao would not easily accept his words. He needed to find a way to divert the conversation, lest it provoke further complications. "Ms. Su, the origin of these gold bars is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you have an interest in them. If you are willing to consider a purchase, we can negotiate a price," Shen Yichen replied. Su Yao chuckled softly and responded, "Mr. Shen, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am indeed quite interested in these gold bars. However, given the magnitude of this transaction, I must proceed with caution. Rest assured, as long as you can substantiate the legitimacy of these gold bars' origins, we will certainly acquire them at the most reasonable price." Shen Yichen silently lamented. How could he possibly validate the legality of the gold bar's origin? Yet, he could not forfeit this transaction, for the financial woes of his company would remain unresolved. "Ms. Su, I appreciate your prudence. How about this? You propose a price, and I shall consider it. If the price is agreeable, I will then find a way to verify the origin of the gold bars. What do you think?" Shen Yichen suggested. Su Yao nodded and remarked, "Very well, Mr. Shen. I can offer you 5 times the market price. This is the highest figure we can provide." Shen Yichen felt a stir of interest. This amount exceeded his expectations. He recognized that Su Yao was testing him to ascertain whether he was genuinely eager to part with the gold bars. "Miss Su, this offer is indeed enticing. However, I still need to deliberate. After all, these gold bars hold significant value for me, Shen Yichen replied. Su Yao smiled and said, Mr. Shen, please take your time to consider. I eagerly await your response. By the way, I am curious as to why you have suddenly decided to sell these gold bars. Shen Yichen remained discreetly vigilant, aware that Su Yao was attempting to extract information from him. He needed to respond with caution, ensuring he revealed no vulnerabilities. Ms. Su, I am currently venturing into a new business and require some capital. Hence, I plan to sell these gold bars, Shen Yichen explained. Oh, so Mr. Shen is embarking on an entrepreneurial journey. May I inquire about the nature of your project? Perhaps there exists an opportunity for collaboration, Su Yao suggested. Shen Yichen felt a flicker of intrigue. He understood that Su Yao was extending an olive branch. Collaborating with Qinya Jewelry Group could not only resolve his financial concerns, but also enhance his company's prestige and influence. Yet, he was acutely aware that partnering with a business mogul like Su Yao necessitated extreme caution, and he must not readily disclose his hand. Su Yao nodded and concluded, Very well, Mr. Shen. I look forward to the possibility of collaboration. Once you have made your decision, feel free to reach out to me. Here is my business card. After speaking, Su Yao retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to Shen Yichen. He accepted the card and glanced at it, noting Su Yao's name, position, and contact information printed upon it. Thank you, Miss Su. I shall provide you with a response at my earliest convenience, Shen Yichen remarked. I shall await your favorable news. Mr. Shen, Su Yao replied with a smile, before turning to exit the jewelry store. Observing Su Yao's departing figure, Shen Yichen fell into deep contemplation. He recognized that this encounter with Su Yao had presented him with both an opportunity and a challenge. He needed to carefully consider how to address her inquiries and whether to pursue a collaboration with her. Master, what troubles you? You seem quite distressed, Xiao Mimi inquired. Having approached Shen Yichen unnoticed, he lifted his gaze to meet hers and replied, Xiao Mimi, I am pondering whether to collaborate with Qinya Jewelry Group. Collaboration? Isn't that splendid? It could resolve our company's financial dilemmas, Xiao Mimi remarked. Shen Yichen shook his head, stating, It is not as straightforward as that. Su Yao is quite skeptical about the origins of the gold bricks and has been persistently questioning me. I fear that if we enter into a partnership with her, our secrets may be exposed. Xiao Mimi contemplated this for a moment before saying, Master, you needn't fret. I am confident you will devise a solution. Furthermore, we could sign a confidentiality agreement with her prior to any collaboration, ensuring that our secrets remain safeguarded. Shen Yichen nodded in agreement, saying, You are indeed correct, Xiao Mimi. I shall deliberate further. By the way, please assist me in gathering some information regarding the Chiba Jewelry Group and Su Yao. I wish to comprehend their background and capabilities. Of course, Master. I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Xiaomi turned and departed from the living room. Shen Yichen reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes, deeply contemplating the path that lay ahead. He was aware that the road before him was fraught with challenges and uncertainties, yet he firmly believed that with perseverance, he could realize his dreams. This encounter with Su Yao might indeed represent a significant turning point in his life, one he must seize with utmost diligence. As the city lights illuminated the night, the urban clamor intensified beneath the shroud of darkness, the neon glow pulsating wildly, weaving a surreal tapestry of brilliance. Shen Yichen sat alone in the villa's living room, gripping Su Yao's business card tightly, his gaze filled with conflict and contemplation. The weight of Su Yao's pressing inquiries seemed to linger in his ears, while her offer of collaboration left him in a quandary. Master, do not burden yourself too heavily. I am confident that you will devise a solution, Xiaomi said softly, her voice imbued with concern as she approached Shen Yichen, whose brow was furrowed in worry. He raised his head, forcing a faint smile, and replied, Xiaomi, I am fine. It is merely that this collaboration requires thorough consideration. His eyes reflected a hint of fatigue, yet they brimmed with resolve. At that moment, Shen Yichen's phone suddenly rang, shattering the brief silence. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Su Yao. Shen Yichen paused momentarily, hesitated, and then pressed the answer button. Hello, President Su. His voice was steady and calm, striving to conceal the tumult within. Mr. Shen, have you given any thought to our discussion? I assure you, I am sincerely interested in collaborating with you. Su Yao's voice resonated from the other end, imbued with an air of undeniable persuasion. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yichen replied, President Su, I genuinely appreciate your sincerity. However, the origin of these gold bricks is somewhat sensitive for me, and I hope you can understand. His tone was earnest, attempting to convey his predicament to Su Yao. Mr. Shen, I comprehend your concerns. Nonetheless, you must realize that such high-purity gold bricks, once they enter the market, will inevitably attract attention from various parties. If you choose to collaborate with us, we can leverage the resources and channels of our group to assist you in addressing these issues. Su Yao's words struck directly at the heart of the matter, skillfully identifying Shen Yichen's vulnerability. Shen Yichen fell into silence for a moment, aware that Su Yao spoke the truth. If the source of these gold bricks were to be thoroughly investigated, it could potentially expose the secret of his extraterrestrial spacecraft, a revelation he was resolutely keen to avoid. Yet, would collaborating with Su Yao truly resolve the issues at hand, or merely invite further complications? His heart was filled with conflict. President Su, could you grant me some time to ponder this matter further? It is, after all, a significant decision, and I need to deliberate carefully, Shen Yichen expressed, hoping to secure additional time for contemplation. Of course, Mr. Shen, she replied. I believe you will make the right decision. However, I do hope you can provide me with a response at your earliest convenience, for opportunities are fleeting. Su Yao's tone bore a hint of anticipation, tempered by an unmistakable urgency. All right, Ms. Su, I shall respond as swiftly as possible, Shen Yichen replied before ending the call. He reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes, as the advantages and disadvantages of collaborating with Su Yao swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, Xiaomi sat quietly nearby, observing Shen Yichen's conflicted expression, feeling a heaviness in her own heart. She understood that her master was confronted with a challenging decision, yet she felt powerless to alleviate his burden. Master, perhaps we should first gather some background information on Qinya Jewelry Group and Su Yao. This might aid you in making your decision, Xiaomi suggested. Shen Yichen nodded in agreement, saying, You are right, Xiaomi. Please assist me in collecting the relevant information. A glimmer of gratitude sparkled in his eyes, with Xiaomi by his side. He felt considerably more at ease. Xiaomi promptly sprang into action, leveraging her formidable information retrieval skills to amass details regarding Qinya Jewelry Group and Su Yao. Before long, she presented the organized information to Shen Yichen. He meticulously perused the documents, his expression shifting in response to the contents. He discovered that Qinya Jewelry Group is a prominent jewelry enterprise with significant influence both domestically and internationally, boasting robust financial strength and extensive market channels. As the general manager of the group, Su Yao emerged as a true commercial prodigy. She is young and accomplished, having led the group to remarkable growth within just a few years, earning a distinguished reputation in the industry. It appears that a collaboration between Qinya Jewelry Group and Su Yao indeed holds significant value, Shen Yichen mused. His inclination towards partnering with Su Yao grew. Yet the enigma of the extraterrestrial spacecraft loomed over him like an insurmountable weight. 2 days later, Shen Yichen arrived at the headquarters of Qinya Jewelry Group. The modern skyscraper towered majestically, a testament to the group's formidable strength. Guided by the receptionist, he proceeded to Su Yao's office. She had been awaiting his arrival, and upon seeing Shen Yichen enter, she rose immediately, her face adorned with a warm smile. Mr. Shen, welcome back, Su Yao greeted, her voice melodious and imbued with a touch of warmth. Hello, General Manager Su, Shen Yichen replied courteously, surveying her office, which was spacious and radiant, luxuriously decorated and brimming with an artistic ambience. Precious calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, while exquisite ornaments graced the desk, with every detail reflecting the owner's refined taste and stature. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Mr. Shen, I wonder what your thoughts are after our previous discussions? Su Yao's gaze shimmered with anticipation as she fixated on Shen Yichen, seemingly searching for the answer etched upon his countenance. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yichen declared, General Manager Su, after careful contemplation over the past 2 days, I have decided to collaborate with your esteemed group. However, I do have a few stipulations. His tone was resolute, and his eyes conveyed an unwavering determination. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, Mr. Shen, please proceed. We are open to negotiation as long as the conditions are reasonable. Her demeanor was remarkably sincere, which brought a sense of comfort to Shen Yichen. Firstly, I hope your group can maintain strict confidentiality regarding the source of the gold bricks and refrain from disclosing it to anyone, Shen Yichen stated. As this was his primary concern, Xiao nodded affirmatively and replied, That is certainly not an issue, Mr. Shen. Our group has always prioritized the protection of commercial secrets, so rest assured we will adhere rigorously to the confidentiality agreement. Her tone was resolute, instilling a modicum of confidence in Shen Yichen regarding her commitment. Secondly, I hope to retain a degree of autonomy during our collaboration. I do not wish to be excessively interfered with, Shen Yichen continued, fully aware that maintaining autonomy in collaboration is crucial for his development. Su Yao pondered for a moment before responding, Mr. Shen, we understand this point as well. The purpose of our cooperation is to achieve a win-win situation, and we certainly will not unduly interfere in your affairs. However, for some significant decisions, mutual consultation will be necessary. Her reply provided Shen Yichen with a degree of autonomy while also underscoring the importance of collaboration. Of course, Mr. Shen, we will promptly draft a detailed cooperation agreement that delineates both parties' rights and obligations. In terms of profit distribution, we will formulate a fair and reasonable plan based on our respective contributions and market conditions, Su Yao stated, her words imbued with sincerity. Throughout the discussion, Shen Yichen fully appreciated Su Yao's commercial acumen and negotiation skills. She possessed a sharp intellect and incisive rhetoric, with each argument striking at the heart of the matter. However, Shen Yichen was equally determined, employing his own wisdom and steadfast stance to engage in a vigorous debate with Su Yao. After several hours of negotiations, both parties ultimately reached an accord on the primary terms of their collaboration. Su Yao gazed at Shen Yichen, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Mr. Shen, I am delighted to have forged this partnership with you. I am confident that our collaboration will yield resounding success, she stated, her tone imbued with assurance. Shen Yichen returned her smile, replying, Miss Su, I too am pleased to collaborate with your esteemed group. I hope we can advance together towards a mutually beneficial outcome. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes as he looked forward to the prospect of their partnership bringing new breakthroughs to his career. After departing from Qinya Jewelry Group, Shen Yichen felt an unusual lightness in his spirit. Although he was aware that the collaboration with Su Yao would be fraught with challenges, he believed that as long as both sides maintained open communication and dedicated efforts, they could undoubtedly overcome obstacles and achieve their shared objectives. Yet, unbeknownst to Shen Yichen, his alliance with Su Yao would trigger a series of unforeseen events. In the days to come, he would confront even greater challenges and trials, while the secret of his extraterrestrial spacecraft would face heightened threats throughout this unfolding journey. Chapter 31. The Arrival of Opportunity. Commencing the entrepreneurial journey. Shen Yichen could never have anticipated that his fate would be irrevocably altered due to an unexpected incident. It was an ordinary night when he strolled through the countryside, seeking solace. Suddenly, a strange light flashed across the sky, followed by a colossal object descending from above, landing in a nearby clearing. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Shen Yichen approached to investigate. As he discerned the nature of the object, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was an extraterrestrial spacecraft. In the days that followed, armed with his intellect and courage, Shen Yichen successfully established communication with the ship's advanced artificial intelligence system. He learned that the vessel hailed from a distant galaxy, having been compelled to land on Earth due to an interstellar storm. Presently, the ship's energy core lay damaged, requiring Shen Yichen's assistance for its repair. Understanding that this presented a remarkable opportunity to alter his destiny, he unhesitatingly consented to the AI's request and commenced his research on how to mend the spacecraft. As his knowledge deepened, Shen Yichen discovered that the technology aboard far surpassed that of Earth. Not only could this technology aid in the ship's restoration, but it also held the potential to fulfill his aspirations and transform the world. A profound sense of surge within him, compelling him to harness this alien technology to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. With his sights set on the heart of Qingyang City, the bustling CBD International Financial Center, he recognized that here lay the economic lifeblood of the city, a nexus of countless business luminaries and corporate titans. Shen Yichen was acutely aware that only in this vibrant locale could he uncover the necessary resources and opportunities to realize his entrepreneurial dreams. He entered the leasing office of the International Financial Center, his gaze swiftly scanning through the displayed property information. Ultimately, his attention was captured by an office unit spanning 3 floors. This unit, situated on a high level of the building, boasted an expansive view and exceptional natural light, complemented by comprehensive surrounding facilities and convenient transportation. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yichen decided to rent this unit on the spot. What is the rent for this office? He inquired. Sir, the rent for this unit is 500,000 per month, with a deposit of 2 months and payment for 1 month in advance. The staff member replied with a smile. Shen Yichen slightly furrowed his brow, Although the price was not insignificant, it did not concern him. What mattered was whether this location could fulfill his entrepreneurial aspirations. "All right, I will take it," Shen Yichen declared decisively. The staff member, clearly taken aback by Shen Yichen's promptness, paused for a moment before responding. "Sir, are you certain? This is quite a considerable expense," they cautioned. "Absolutely," Shen Yichen affirmed with a nod. "Please proceed with the paperwork." Thus, Shen Yichen invested 17.5 million to secure this three-story office, establishing a forefront for his future endeavors. As he stood in the empty office, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape beyond the window, his heart brimmed with anticipation and hope. He understood that his entrepreneurial journey was about to commence in earnest. Subsequently, Shen Yichen began preparations for the office's layout and equipment procurement. He instructed Zheng Chang to acquire 200 top-tier computer systems and to install a high-speed fiber optic network. Zheng Chang, a university classmate of Shen Yichen, is both astute and capable, albeit with a few minor flaws, such as his penchant for receiving kickbacks during procurement. Shen Yichen is well aware of Zheng Chang's transgressions, but has no intention of intervening. In his view, allowing Zheng Chang a modicum of leeway could facilitate smoother progress. "Zheng Chang, I entrust this procurement task to you. Ensure the quality of the computer equipment and the stability of the network," Shen Yichen instructed. "Rest assured, Yichen. This small matter is in my capable hands," Zheng Chang assured, thumping his chest with confidence. "As for the pricing, you can handle it. As long as the products are satisfactory, spending a bit more is no issue." Shen Yichen cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Chang. A flicker of joy crossed Zheng Chang's heart as he grasped Shen Yichen's implication. "You can trust me, Yichen. I will certainly select the finest equipment. And the prices will be absolutely fair," Zheng Chang declared with unwavering conviction. Shen Yichen smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had faith that Zheng Chang would manage the task well, given their long-standing friendship and the foundation of trust they shared. While Zheng Chang busied himself with procuring computer equipment and laying down fiber optic networks, Shen Yichen too was occupied. He began to formulate the company's development strategy and business direction. He understood that to stand out in an intensely competitive market, unique products and services were imperative. The extraterrestrial technology at his disposal represented his greatest asset. After careful consideration, Shen Yichen resolved to focus the company's efforts on the fields of renewable energy and artificial intelligence. He plans to harness extraterrestrial technology to develop efficient new energy products, addressing the energy crisis that our planet faces. Concurrently, he aims to advance artificial intelligence technologies to propel the intelligent evolution of various industries. After formulating a comprehensive development plan, Shen Yichen set about assembling his own team. He is acutely aware that a remarkable team is pivotal to the success of any entrepreneurial venture. Through various channels, he recruited a group of outstanding researchers and management talents. These individuals, hailing from diverse fields, possess a wealth of experience and expertise. They were captivated by Shen Yichen's entrepreneurial vision and the allure of extraterrestrial technology, eagerly joining his endeavor. Once everything was prepared, Shen Yichen departed from the International Financial Center, accompanied by Xiaomi. At that moment, he had a remaining capital of 43.5 million. Although this sum may not seem substantial for a startup, Shen Yichen firmly believes that with judicious utilization of extraterrestrial technology, he can generate immense wealth. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the preparations for renting a factory. He understood that to realize the practical application of extraterrestrial technology, a suitable production site was essential. Renting a factory was the first step towards achieving this goal. He began scouring the internet for various factory rental listings, hoping to locate a facility that met his requirements. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. In Chapter 32, Searching for a Factory, dawn begins to appear. Shen Yichen sat in his office. His eyes fixed intently on the computer screen, his fingers rapidly striking the keyboard, his brow furrowed in concentration. The screen was inundated with a plethora of rental information. Yet amidst the sea of advertisements for commercial properties, not a single suitable factory space could be found. How could this be? Was there truly no appropriate factory available? Shen Yichen murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety and helplessness. After several hours of searching online, his eyes began to strain, yet he remained empty-handed. Each time he clicked with hopeful anticipation, he was met with content unrelated to factory rentals, and disappointment washed over him in relentless waves. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his weary eyes, and his inner turmoil intensified. Time waits for no one. He needed to swiftly locate an appropriate factory to ensure the smooth progression of his entrepreneurial aspirations. However, the absence of even a decent lead only heightened his urgency. Just as Shen Yichen was engulfed in anxiety, his phone suddenly chimed, shattering the silence of the office. He glanced at his device to find a message from Sun Xiaoyu. Sent through a green bubble. Mr. Shen, how is the office rental going? Sun Xiaoyu's message was accompanied by a charming, smiley face. A new question? What is it? She inquired with curiosity. I urgently need to rent a factory for product manufacturing. However, after searching online for a long time, I have found nothing suitable. It's all advertisements for commercial properties, which is utterly frustrating. Shen Yichen confided his troubles. Upon reading Shen Yichen's message, Sun Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as a sudden idea struck her. She recalled a client from the previous week who, during a casual conversation, mentioned having an industrial property for sale. At the time, she paid little attention to it, not realizing that this information might now be of assistance to Shen Yichen. Mr. Shen, please do not rush. I believe I may have a lead. A client mentioned last week that he has an industrial property for sale. Allow me to reach out and inquire about the specifics. Sun Xiaoyu swiftly replied. You are too kind. I am equally delighted to be of assistance to you. I will contact the client immediately and strive to provide you with a prompt response, Sun Xiaoyu stated, before promptly retrieving the client's contact information and dialing the number. Once the call connected, Sun Xiaoyu courteously exchanged pleasantries before getting straight to the point. Hello, is this Mr. Client's name? This is Sun Xiaoyu, who assisted you at the Porsche 4S dealership last week. I understand that you mentioned having an industrial property for sale. May I inquire if it is still available? Sun Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement as she continued. My friend is earnestly seeking to purchase an industrial property to start a business, and he possesses considerable financial capability. Could you kindly share the specific details of the property so that I can relay the information to him? Upon hearing her words, the client began to provide a detailed description. My industrial property is located on the outskirts of Luoqing, encompassing an area of 500,000 square meters, in addition to 300,000 square meters of vacant land. The facility was previously used for manufacturing, and the equipment is still intact, albeit somewhat outdated. If your friend is interested, he is welcome to come and take a look. Sun Xiaoyu attentively listened, mentally noting the details. Once the client finished, she responded, Thank you. I have gathered all the information. I will consult with my friend to determine a convenient time for an in-person discussion. I shall reach out to you thereafter. Does that sound agreeable? Very well. Please do contact me at your earliest convenience. Upon concluding the call, Sun Xiaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly messaged Shen Yichen. Mr. Shen, I have successfully made contact with the client. Their factory is located in the outskirts of Luoqing, boasting an expansive area of 500,000 square meters, along with an additional 300,000 square meters of vacant land. However, the factory is somewhat dated. Should you express interest, we can arrange a meeting for further discussion. I have already informed the client that you are available to visit at any time. Excellent. I will await you at the 4S dealership, Sun Xiaoyu replied. Shen Yichen rose from his seat, seized his car keys, and strode out of the office with purpose. A broad smile illuminated his face, and his heart brimmed with anticipation. He recognized that this lead might very well be a beacon of hope on his entrepreneurial journey. Seizing this opportunity could propel his business aspirations significantly forward. Upon arriving at the underground parking facility, he entered his Porsche 911, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forth like a streak of black lightning. His gaze was resolute and filled with hope, fixed intently on the road ahead, as though he could already envision the ideal factory in his mind's eye. It must proceed smoothly. Shen Yichen silently prayed as he accelerated towards the Porsche 4S dealership. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to meet Sun Xiaoyu as swiftly as possible and to evaluate the factory that could potentially alter the course of his destiny. Chapter 33. A Twisted Journey. Underlying affection's sunlight bathed the spacious street as Shen Yichen expertly maneuvered his sleek Porsche 911, racing towards the Porsche dealership with an exhilarating speed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiaomi gazed quietly out of the window, the gentle breeze playfully tousling her hair, bestowing upon her an air of ethereal grace. Before long, they arrived at the dealership, where Shen Yichen brought the car to a smooth halt at the entrance. As soon as he exited the vehicle, he spotted Sun Xiaoyu, who had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Today, Sun Xiaoyu had meticulously adorned herself. A simple yet elegant dress perfectly accentuated her enchanting figure, while her exquisite makeup radiated an irresistible allure. Upon noticing Shen Yichen and Xiaomi, a radiant smile spread across her face as she briskly approached them. "Mr. Shen, you have finally arrived," Sun Xiaoyu exclaimed cheerfully, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Xiaomi. When she beheld Xiaomi's striking beauty, a subtle tremor coursed through her heart. Xiaomi's resplendent visage resembled a blooming flower, emanating an allure that was utterly captivating. In comparison, Sun Xiaoyu felt somewhat overshadowed. A fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in Sun Xiaoyu's eyes, yet she swiftly composed herself, maintaining her warm smile. Shen Yichen's expression turned somewhat troubled as he scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly admitting, it seems there might not be enough seats in the car. Sun Xiaoyu also became aware of the situation, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her visage. However, she quickly donned an air of nonchalance and suggested, "How about I call for another vehicle, and we can meet ahead?" Just then, the manager of the dealership fortuitously emerged. Observing Shen Yichen and his companions standing beside the car, seemingly facing a dilemma, he hurried over with alacrity. "Mr. Shen, good day. How may I assist you?" The manager inquired, his face adorned with a broad smile, his gaze betraying an eagerness to please Shen Yichen. He was acutely aware that Shen Yichen was a valued patron of their establishment, having previously acquired several luxury vehicles in one go. Such esteemed clients must not be neglected. Shen Yichen, somewhat exasperated, relayed the issue of insufficient seating to the manager. Upon hearing this, the manager promptly thumped his chest and proclaimed, "Mr. Shen, fret not. We happen to have a 4-seater Panamera available for your immediate use. I shall arrange for it to be brought forth without delay." Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen felt a surge of relief and expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "I cannot thank you enough." Shortly thereafter, a sleek black Porsche Panamera glided into view. The manager personally handed the car keys to Shen Yichen, smiling as he said, "Mr. Shen, please feel free to utilize this vehicle. It is our finest option for events, boasting unparalleled performance and comfort." Shen Yichen accepted the keys, offering his thanks to the manager. He then opened the car door, allowing Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi to enter first. As Sun Xiaoyu settled into the back seat, her eyes roamed over the lavish interior, and she couldn't help but marvel at Shen Yichen's financial prowess. Meanwhile, Xiaomi sat quietly in the passenger seat, as if everything around her was of no concern. The car slowly departed from the 4S dealership. Throughout the journey, Sun Xiaoyu's gaze was fixated on Xiaomi. Curiosity engulfed her regarding Xiaomi's background. This girl was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also had a close relationship with Shen Yichen. Who exactly was she? At last, unable to contain herself, Sun Xiaoyu inquired, "Mr. Shen, may I ask who this young lady is? Is she your secretary?" A flicker of intrigue stirred within Sun Xiaoyu as she keenly sensed an ambiguous undertone in Shen Yichen's response. Could it be that the relationship between a boss and a secretary was merely a professional one? Moreover, Xiaomi's demeanor hardly resembled that of an ordinary secretary. A wave of suspicion surged within her. At that moment, the previously silent Xiaomi suddenly turned to face Sun Xiaoyu, a meaningful smile gracing her lips as she said, "Sister, please don't overthink it. My relationship with Mr. Shen is purely one of superior and subordinate. However, given Mr. Shen's exceptional qualities, I wouldn't mind exploring a more personal connection if the opportunity arose." Sun Xiaoyu forced a smile and replied, "Haha, Miss Xiaomi, you truly have a sense of humor. With Mr. Shen's remarkable attributes, he must have no shortage of admirers." Xiaomi blinked playfully and remarked, "That may not necessarily be the case. Mr. Shen has discerning tastes. Ordinary girls rarely catch his eye. Nevertheless, I believe I still have a chance." Shen Yichen listened to their exchange, inwardly lamenting the situation. He initially believed it would be a simple outing, yet he did not anticipate that a single remark from Xiaomi would complicate matters so profoundly. He hastily intervened, saying, "All right. You two, let us refrain from jesting. We should focus on finalizing the factory negotiations." However, Shen Yichen's words did little to quell the banter. Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi continued their playful exchange, creating an increasingly delicate atmosphere within the vehicle. Shen Yichen, feeling helpless, shook his head and concentrated on driving, hoping to reach the factory swiftly and bring this tumultuous journey, laden with emotional undercurrents, to a close. Chapter 34. Inspecting the Factory. Negotiation and confrontation. The hour-long drive felt particularly protracted under Shen Yichen's eager disposition. The vehicle jolted along the way until they finally arrived at the factory situated on the outskirts of Luoqing. Gazing through the car window at the scene before him, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. The factory building appeared dilapidated, its walls marred and weathered, as if mercilessly whipped by the passage of time, exuding an air of desolation and sorrow. The roof tiles lay scattered, with some areas revealing gaping black holes, silently narrating tales of a once glorious past now lost. The surrounding dirt roads were rugged and treacherous, uneven and pockmarked. As the car traversed them, clouds of dust billowed into the air, adding a note of melancholy to the entire scene. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of disappointment. This factory was a far cry from the ideal production site he had envisioned. Yet, upon noticing the vast expanse of the factory grounds, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He understood well that the area was a crucial factor for his entrepreneurial plans. If utilized wisely, this piece of land could very well become the cornerstone of his burgeoning enterprise. This factory doesn't look particularly promising, Sun Xiaoyu remarked, unable to conceal a trace of disdain on her face. Shen Yichen chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Do not be disheartened. Although its appearance may be somewhat dilapidated, we can renovate it. The key is that it boasts ample space, which is of utmost importance to us. At that moment, Director Wu spotted them from upstairs and waved them over, beckoning them to ascend. Shen Yichen, accompanied by Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi, proceeded into the factory, navigating the narrow and dimly lit staircase until they reached Director Wu's office. The office itself was rather Spartan, furnished with a worn desk, a few chairs, and a cabinet overflowing with documents, essentially the entirety of its contents. Upon their entrance, Director Wu swiftly stood to greet them, his face beaming with a broad smile. However, Shen Yichen keenly observed a fleeting glimmer of unease in Director Wu's eyes, coupled with a somewhat furtive demeanor, as if he were deliberately concealing something. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Shen's presence truly elevates this humble establishment, Director Wu exclaimed enthusiastically. Shen Yichen smiled slightly and replied, You are too kind, Director Wu. I am here primarily to inspect your factory. Xiaoyu mentioned that your factory has a substantial area? Indeed, indeed. Director Wu eagerly nodded. My factory spans 500,000 square feet, along with an additional 300,000 square feet of open land. Such a vast expanse is hard to find a second of in the entire city of Luo. Shen Yichen was taken aback. The area indeed exceeded his expectations. He nodded in satisfaction and remarked, The size is quite suitable. However, I noticed that this factory appears somewhat dilapidated. I wonder how you, Mr. Wu, intend to address this matter? Mr. Wu chuckled awkwardly and replied, Well, rest assured, Mr. Shen. Although the exterior of the factory looks a bit old, the equipment inside is in good condition and can be restored to normal operation with some minor repairs. Furthermore, the location of this factory is excellent, with convenient transportation for the delivery of raw materials and products. Listening to Mr. Wu's description, Shen Yichen was silently contemplating. Through Xiao Ai, he had learned that the actual condition of the factory was not as optimistic as Mr. Wu suggested. Although the area was ample, many of the facilities had aged and deteriorated due to years of neglect, necessitating substantial funds for repairs and replacements. Additionally, the surrounding transportation situation was far from ideal. The so-called convenience was merely an exaggeration on Mr. Wu's part. Mr. Wu, the conditions of your factory do indeed present certain advantages. However, I have also researched the market conditions, and for a factory of this nature, the price should not be overly high. May I inquire what your asking price is? Shen Yichen finally broached the main topic. Mr. Wu hesitated for a moment, then held up 3 fingers, stating, Mr. Shen, I will not beat around the bush. The price for this factory is a flat 30 million. This price is already quite reasonable. If you miss this opportunity, you may never find a factory of such quality again. Shen Yichen was stunned. This price far exceeded his budget. He had not anticipated that Mr. Wu would be so audacious in his demands. He let out a cold laugh and remarked, Mr. Wu, 30 million? This price is rather steep, isn't it? To my knowledge, the actual value of this factory is far from such a figure. Mr. Wu's expression changed slightly as he replied, Mr. Shen, what do you mean by that? The area of this factory is substantial, and with all this vacant land, 30 million is already a very reasonable price. Shen Yichen, unhurried, responded, Mr. Wu, please do not be hasty. Allow me to analyze the situation for you. Firstly, the land on which this factory stands is designated for industrial use, and the remaining property rights span less than 20 years. Secondly, the building's condition is quite poor and requires considerable funds for repairs and renovations. Moreover, the surrounding transportation conditions are also suboptimal, which would elevate our logistics costs. Taking all these factors into account, I believe a fair price for this factory should range between 10 million to 15 million. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, Mr. Wu's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Shen Yichen possessed such an in-depth understanding of the factory's condition. His carefully laid plans seemed to be unraveling. Gritting his teeth, he said, Mr. Shen, this price is far too low. 30 million is already my bottom line. If you cannot accept it, then we cannot proceed with negotiations. Observing Mr. Wu's demeanor, Shen Yichen inwardly smirked, aware that Mr. Wu was intentionally inflating the price, attempting to extract a profit from him. He decided to apply a bit of pressure, making it clear that he was not easily manipulated. Mr. Wu, I suggest you reconsider. I believe there are numerous alternatives on the market for factories like this one. If you insist on this price, I shall have no choice but to seek other sellers. As Shen Yichen spoke, he rose from his seat, signaling his intent to depart. Observing this, Mr. Wu hastily interjected, Mr. Shen, please do not be in such a hurry to leave. We can still negotiate on the price. Shen Yichen felt a surge of satisfaction within. He recognized that his strategy had borne fruit. He resumed his seat and replied, Mr. Wu, I sincerely wish to purchase this factory and hope we can reach a partnership. However, it is imperative that the price is reasonable. Might you consider lowering it further? Mr. Wu contemplated for a moment before responding, Very well, Mr. Shen. I can make a concession to 27 million, which is the lowest price I can accept. Shen Yichen shook his head, stating, Mr. Wu, that is still too high. 15 million is my utmost offer. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. If not, then it shall be so. Mr. Wu gazed into Shen Yichen's resolute eyes, realizing that he would not yield any further. He felt a pang of regret, knowing he should not have been so audacious. Now, having irritated the other party, this deal was likely to fall through. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to relent. Very well, Mr. Shen. We shall proceed as you suggested, at 15 million. However, you must first pay a 50 deposit, with the remaining balance to be settled within a month, Mr. Wu stated. Shen Yichen nodded in agreement, saying, No problem. However, I have one more condition. Before signing the contract, I intend to commission a professional appraisal agency to evaluate the factory premises. Should the appraisal result align with the price we previously discussed, we shall proceed with the transaction at that price. However, if the appraisal yields a figure lower than our negotiated price, further discussions will be necessary. Although General Manager Wu is somewhat reluctant, he acknowledges that Shen Yichen's request is not unreasonable. With a resigned nod, he concedes, Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. However, the cost of the appraisal will be borne by you. Shen Yichen smiles and replies, No problem. As long as the price is reasonable, I am more than willing to cover this expense. Chapter 35. Crisis emerges. Opportunity arises. Shen Yichen's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on General Manager Wu, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward, revealing a hint of confidence. General Manager Wu, your quoted price seems rather unreasonable, does it not? His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, as if proclaiming to Wu that he was not easily deceived. A flicker of alarm crossed Wu's mind, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Mr. Shen, my price is quite fair. The area of this factory speaks for itself, and with so much vacant land, the potential for future development is substantial. He attempted to sway Shen Yichen with these advantages, hoping to divert attention from the price's inequity. As he listened to Shen Yichen's words, General Manager Wu's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that Shen Yichen would possess such profound knowledge of the factory's circumstances. His initial belief that he could navigate the situation with ease was evidently misguided. Shen Yichen continued, Furthermore, the remaining ownership term of this factory is less than 20 years. 2 decades hence, the expiration of land use rights looms, and the nature of the challenges that await remains uncertain. It seems that these factors have not been taken into account in your quotation. Mr. Wu gritted his teeth and replied, Mr. Shen, I can resolve these issues. If you are willing to pay this price, I assure you that there will be no complications regarding the ownership of the factory. Shen Yichen scoffed, retorting, Mr. Wu, do you sincerely believe I would trust your assurances? Empty words hold no weight. I require tangible evidence. Moreover, to my knowledge, you still owe the villagers 3 million in wages, a significant dilemma indeed. If this matter remains unresolved, acquiring the factory will only invite continual troubles. Mr. Wu's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He was taken aback that Shen Yichen was aware of this issue. His gaze began to waver, and internally he lamented his predicament. Shen Yichen proved to be an exceedingly formidable adversary. Just as Mr. Wu found himself in a state of panic, a commotion erupted outside the factory. Suddenly, a voice boomed. "Mr. Wu, come out. If we do not receive our wages today, we will not let this matter rest." Both Shen Yichen and Mr. Wu were startled by the unexpected outburst. They hurried to the window to peer outside, where a throng of villagers brandishing sticks, brooms, and even machetes surged towards the factory. Their faces etched with fury and discontent, vociferously demanding that Mr. Wu repay them. "What on earth is happening?" Sun Xiaoyu inquired with palpable terror, her complexion paling and her body trembling slightly. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. It seems these villagers have come to demand their wages. To think that they would arrive just after I mentioned this issue, what a fortuitous coincidence. However, this might indeed present an opportunity for me. President Wu exhibited an expression of sheer dread, his legs beginning to weaken as he nearly collapsed to the ground. "This is dire. Why have these villagers come? Surely, they intend to cause a ruckus," he stammered, his voice laced with fear. Shen Yichen turned to face President Wu, remarking coolly, "It appears you are in quite a predicament." "President Wu, when do you plan to settle the villagers' wages?" With a pained expression, President Wu replied, "Mr. Shen, I beseech you for assistance. I truly lack the funds. If I had the money, I would have paid them long ago." Shen Yichen chuckled softly, saying, "President Wu, you must reconsider. Even in financial distress, one cannot withhold payment for labor. This is their hard-earned money. How can you so comfortably delay its disbursement?" President Wu was rendered speechless, bowing his head in resignation and sighing repeatedly. Meanwhile, outside the factory, the villagers had gathered at the entrance, vigorously pounding on the doors and shouting, "President Wu, come out. Do not think you can hide inside without consequence. If you do not pay us today, we shall vandalize your factory." Amidst the chaos unfolding before him, Shen Yichen remained remarkably composed. He understood that this was a critical moment. He must maintain a clear mind to find a solution to the problem. He turned his gaze towards Xiaomi, who stood there with an expression of serene calmness, as if everything unfolding before her was of no concern. Shen Yichen secretly admired Xiaomi's composure and felt a surge of confidence in her capabilities. "Xiaomi, what do you think we should do now?" Shen Yichen inquired softly. Xiaomi smiled gently and replied, "Mr. Shen, this is both a crisis and an opportunity. The appearance of these villagers has presented us with a chance to negotiate more effectively with Mr. Wu." Shen Yichen nodded in agreement with her words. He turned to Mr. Wu and said, "Mr. Wu, as you can see, the current situation is quite unfavorable for you. If you wish to prevent matters from deteriorating further, you must urgently address the villagers' wage issue. Otherwise, it seems your factory may not survive." Mr. Wu lifted his head to meet Shen Yichen's gaze, his eyes filled with desperation. "Mr. Shen, please, I implore you to help me. If you can assist in resolving this issue, I can certainly lower the price of the factory." A sense of satisfaction welled up within Shen Yichen. He knew his plan had succeeded halfway. He nodded and said, "Very well, since Mr. Wu is so earnest, I shall lend you a hand. However, you must ensure that your words hold weight. You cannot deceive me regarding the price any longer." Mr. Wu hurriedly nodded in agreement, stating, "Absolutely, absolutely. As long as we can resolve this issue, everything else can be negotiated." Taking a deep breath, Shen Yichen strode purposefully toward the door. He was aware that what lay ahead would be an even more arduous negotiation. Yet, fear did not grip him, for he held a steadfast belief that as long as he seized the opportunity, he would undoubtedly succeed in securing the factory. Chapter 36. Resolving the Crisis. Finalizing the contract faced with the wrath of the villagers, Mr. Wu's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and fear surged through him like a torrential tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. His legs trembled uncontrollably, resembling a sieve, while he muttered incessantly, "It's over. It's all over." In that moment, he resembled a startled bird on the brink of collapse. At this critical juncture, a fleeting thought of escape flickered in Mr. Wu's mind. His eyes darted anxiously around, searching for an avenue of escape. Just as he was about to turn away, a slender yet powerful hand, akin to a vice grip, firmly seized his arm. Mr. Wu turned in terror, only to find that Xiaomi had somehow positioned herself behind him, her gaze icy and resolute, as if she could penetrate the depths of his soul. "Mr. Wu, where do you think you're going?" Xiaomi's voice rang clear and cold, like frost on a wintry night, sending shivers down his spine. Mr. Wu struggled to break free from Xiaomi's grasp, but he found his strength woefully inadequate in comparison to hers. His face flushed crimson. beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he gasped, "You let me go. I merely wanted to assess the situation." Xiaomi let out a derisive laugh, replying, "Humph, do you think I would believe your fabrications? Now is the time for you to address the issue. Do not think of going anywhere." As she spoke, Xiaomi tightened her grip, causing Mr. Wu's face to contort in pain as he emitted a pained groan. Observing this scene, Shen Yichen secretly admired Xiaomi's decisiveness and strength. He understood that her presence had temporarily brought the situation under control. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he raised his voice, declaring, "Everyone, please remain calm. Listen to me. I am here to resolve this matter." With that, he hastened down the stairs with the crowd, heading toward the entrance. At that moment, the factory entrance was besieged by villagers who brandished sticks, brooms, and machetes, fervently shouting, "Mr. Wu, come out. Pay us back. Pay us back." The scene was chaotic, resembling an imminent outbreak of war. Standing on the steps, Shen Yichen called out, "Villagers, please quiet down. I am Shen Yichen, here to discuss the factory matters with Mr. Wu. I understand your purpose for being here and empathize with your feelings. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory response regarding today's events." Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, the villagers quieted down somewhat, gazing at him with uncertainty, questioning whether this suddenly appeared young man could indeed resolve their grievances. Just then, a villager shouted, "We do not know who you are. All we know is that Mr. Wu owes us wages, and he must repay them immediately. If he does not pay today, we will destroy his factory." The other villagers echoed this sentiment, their emotions flaring once more. Shen Yichen gazed into the furious eyes of the villagers, fully aware that they had long suffered from the torment of unpaid wages, their anger simmering perilously close to eruption. He recognized the urgency of taking swift action, otherwise, the situation would spiral beyond control. Turning his attention to Xiaomi, she understood his silent plea and nodded in affirmation. In an instant, Xiaomi abruptly released Mr. Wu, darting into the crowd like a bolt of black lightning. Her movements were both agile and swift, leaving onlookers in a daze. With a deft sidestep, she evaded a villager swinging a broom and, in one fluid motion, delivered a powerful kick that sent the machete from the villager's grasp flying across the air, clattering to the ground. The villagers were momentarily stunned by Xiaomi's sudden assault, retreating with expressions of alarm etched upon their faces. Seizing the opportunity, she called out, "Everyone, let us not act impulsively. Violence will not resolve our issues. It will only exacerbate them." With that, she nimbly navigated through the throng, disarming the villagers one by one with remarkable precision. Under Xiaomi's formidable presence, the villagers gradually regained their composure, gazing at her with a mix of awe and respect. This seemingly delicate girl possessed an astonishing strength that deterred them from further aggression. An elderly villager stepped forward, voicing his skepticism. "Young lady, why should we place our trust in you? You must be in league with Mr. Wu, plotting to deceive us." Shen Yichen quickly interjected, "Rest assured, sir, I am not allied with Mr. Wu. I genuinely wish to assist everyone in resolving this matter. I have already reached an agreement with Mr. Wu. I will purchase his factory premises. Once the transaction is successfully completed, I shall allocate a portion of the funds to assist Mr. Wu in settling your wages." Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, the villagers began to whisper among themselves, engaging in animated discussions. They were somewhat skeptical of Shen Yichen's assurances, having been deceived by Mr. Wu on numerous occasions, leaving their trust utterly shattered. Perceiving the villagers' doubts, Shen Yichen continued, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I understand your skepticism. Allow me to propose this. We can draft an agreement in which I shall inscribe my commitments. Should I fail to fulfill them, you may take this document and seek legal recourse against me." The villagers, upon hearing Shen Yichen's proposition, found his reasoning compelling. After deliberation, they ultimately consented to his proposal. Seeing their agreement, Shen Yichen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then turned to Mr. Wu and stated, "Mr. Wu, I trust you now comprehend the necessary course of action. If you wish to retain your factory, you must cooperate with me and repay the wages owed to the villagers." At this moment, Mr. Wu was thoroughly despondent, recognizing that he had no alternative avenues left. He reluctantly nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall cooperate." Under the pressure exerted by Shen Yichen, Mr. Wu promptly signed the factory transfer contract worth 10 million. As Shen Yichen gazed at the contract, a sense of triumph swelled within him. He knew he was one step closer to success. After the contract was finalized, Shen Yichen immediately withdrew 3 million to ensure that Mr. Wu could distribute the overdue wages to the villagers without delay. Though Mr. Wu felt a pang of regret over the expenditure, he dared not resist under the intimidating presence of Shen Yichen and Xiao Mi, acquiescing to their demands. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the villagers finally received their wages. Tears of joy welled in their eyes as they gazed at the money in their hands. They gathered around Shen Yichen, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Young man, thank you. Without you, we truly wouldn't know what to do." Shen Yichen replied with a smile. "Dear elders and fellow villagers, it is my duty to assist. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to seek my help. I shall never refuse if I am able to lend a hand." The villagers, moved by Shen Yichen's words, pledged their unwavering support for any future endeavors of his factory, promising to stand by him without hesitation. Chapter 37. The onslaught of malevolent forces. The beauty bodyguards might Mr. Wu hung his head low, his eyes betraying a flicker of resentment and indignation as he cast a furtive glance at Shen Yichen, the flames of vengeance igniting within him. He understood that relinquishing the factory so easily left him with a bitter taste. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He donned a facade of insincere cheerfulness. Addressing Shen Yichen, "Mr. Shen, now that we have signed the contract, this factory is yours. How about I take you on a tour to familiarize you with the surroundings?" Shen Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, acutely sensing the underlying tension in Mr. Wu's demeanor, a hint of caution stirring within him. However, he reconsidered. Since the factory had already been acquired, it would be prudent to inspect it, as he might uncover some latent issues. Thus, he nodded and remarked, "Very well. I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Wu." Mr. Wu led the way, with Shen Yichen, Xiao Mi, and Sun Xiaoyu trailing behind. Throughout the tour, Mr. Wu appeared to enthusiastically elucidate the various sections of the factory, yet his gaze frequently wandered, and his pace seemed somewhat hurried, as if he were anticipating something. Shen Yichen discreetly observed Mr. Wu's every move, his vigilance intensifying. He subtly signaled to Xiao Mi, who understood immediately and nodded slightly, preparing herself for any unforeseen circumstances. As the tour progressed, Shen Yichen suddenly heard the distant roar of an approaching vehicle. Alarm surged within him, realizing that the situation might be dire. Upon hearing the sound, a fleeting expression of triumph crossed Mr. Wu's face, though he quickly masked it with an air of normalcy. He feigned calmness and said, "It is likely just a delivery truck from a nearby factory. Let us continue our inspection." However, Shen Yichen remained unconvinced. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Mr. Wu and coldly warned, "Mr. Wu, you would do well to be forthright. Should you attempt any deception, you must be well aware of the consequences." Mr. Wu, startled by Shen Yichen's intense stare, trembled slightly but maintained his facade of composure. "Mr. Shen, what are you implying? How could I possibly engage in trickery?" As he spoke, a dilapidated van raced into the factory premises. Before the van had even come to a complete stop, its doors swung open violently, and a dozen burly men adorned with tattoos leapt from the vehicle. They approached with a fierce demeanor, brandishing weapons such as steel pipes and baseball bats, exuding an intimidating presence toward Shen Yichen and his companions. Shen Yichen's countenance darkened. He realized that the inevitable had come to pass. He turned to General Manager Wu and exclaimed with indignation, "General Manager Wu, you truly refuse to relent. Do you think that enlisting a few thugs can intimidate me? You are utterly naive." Upon realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, General Manager Wu cast aside his pretense. With a menacing glare, he retorted, "Shen Yichen, do not be too arrogant. This factory is mine, and I will not allow it to be handed over to you without a fight. If you do not surrender the money willingly today, neither you nor these 2 women shall leave this place." At that moment, the leader of the group, Brother Biao, caught sight of Xiao Mi and Sun Xiaoyu, his eyes widening with avarice and a lewd grin spreading across his face. He licked his lips and remarked, "Well, I never expected to find 2 such beautiful ladies here. General Manager Wu, I shall not hold back with these 2. With that, he advanced toward Xiao Mi and Sun Xiaoyu. Observing this, Shen Yichen immediately positioned himself protectively in front of them, shouting furiously, "How dare you!" Brother Biao cast a disdainful glance at Shen Yichen and said, "Kid, if you know what is good for you, step aside quickly, or you shall not be spared." Seizing the opportunity, General Manager Wu rushed to Brother Biao's side, lamenting, "Brother Biao, it is this Shen Yichen who has bullied me, causing me a loss of 3 million. You must stand up for me." Brother Biao patted General Manager Wu on the shoulder and assured him, "Rest assured, General Manager Wu. Today, I shall certainly retrieve that money for you and teach this arrogant young man a lesson he will not soon forget." Biao turned to Shen Yichen, extending his hand and demanding, Kid, produce 3 million, and leave these 2 girls behind, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here alive today." Shen Yichen's heart burned with fury, yet he recognized the necessity of restraint in this moment. He took a deep breath to compose himself, then turned to Xiaomi, softly inquiring, "Xiaomi, can you handle this?" A confident smile graced Xiaomi's lips as she replied, "Mr. Shen, have no worries. I regard these mere lackeys with disdain." No sooner had she spoken than Xiaomi surged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Her figure wove effortlessly through the crowd, her speed dazzling to behold. In an instant, she darted to Biao Ji's front, and before he could react, a powerful punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. The force was immense, and Biao Ge was engulfed in excruciating pain, as though his very insides were being shattered. He could not help but emit a cry of agony, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the fierce melee, Xiaomi maneuvered through the throng with the grace of a specter. Her fists and feet fell upon the burly men like a relentless downpour, each impact resonating with dull thuds. With each strike, anguished cries erupted from the men. In a mere 30 seconds, over a dozen burly figures lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in torment. Biao Ge struggled to rise, his heart gripped by terror as he beheld the scene before him. He never expected that this seemingly fragile girl could be so formidable. Trembling, he stammered, Who are you?" Xiaomi coldly cast him a glance, offering no reply, and instead advanced towards him step by step. Terrified, Biao Ge stumbled backward, and suddenly, he turned to flee. Yet, Xiaomi would not allow him to escape so easily. She dashed forward and delivered a swift kick to his back. Biao Ge fell once more to the ground, and Xiaomi approached him, placing her foot on his back as she declared, "Still hoping to run? It's too late." Witnessing this scene, Mr. Wu turned pale, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He could hardly believe that his meticulously orchestrated scheme had been so effortlessly unraveled by Xiaomi. Regret consumed him. Had he known, he would never have provoked Shen Yichen and Xiaomi. Shen Yichen looked down at the fallen Biao Ge and Mr. Wu, his voice icy as he stated, "Mr. Wu, this is the consequence of your deceitful antics. I warn you once more, integrity is paramount in business. Should you dare to employ any trickery again, next time it shall not be so lenient." Mr. Wu lowered his gaze, unable to meet Shen Yichen's eyes, repeatedly muttering, "I understand my mistake. I will not dare again." Shen Yichen dismissed him, moving beside Xiaomi, and inquired with genuine concern, "Xiaomi, are you all right?" Xiaomi smiled gently, replying, "Mr. Shen, I am fine. These minor thugs cannot harm me." Shen Yichen nodded, his admiration for Xiaomi's strength deepening. He realized that with Xiaomi by his side, his future entrepreneurial endeavors would be much more secure. Chapter 38. The transfer is complete. New car takes flight. General Manager Wu collapsed onto the ground. His eyes filled with despair and dread as he gazed upon the formidable Xiaomi. The last vestige of resistance in his heart had entirely dissipated. His body trembled uncontrollably, akin to chaff in the wind, and his face was etched with regret as he stammered, I concede, I shall never dare again." In that moment, he resembled a defeated rooster, utterly devoid of spirit. Shen Yichen stepped forward, looking down at General Manager Wu with an icy demeanor, and remarked, "General Manager Wu, I sincerely hope you have grasped the gravity of your missteps. In business, integrity is paramount. Your actions today nearly spiraled out of control." Wu nodded fervently, repeatedly imploring, "Mr. Shen, I truly understand my errors. Please, show mercy and forgive me this once." Disregarding Wu's pleas, Shen Yichen turned to Xiaomi and said, "Xiaomi, I appreciate your efforts. Let us proceed to complete the transfer formalities." Xiaomi smiled gently, replying, "Mr. Shen, it is no trouble at all. This is my duty." As Shen Yichen and his companions departed the factory and entered Sun Xiaoyu's vehicle, they made their way to the real estate center. Throughout the journey, Wu sat silently in the back seat, his head bowed, engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Regret for his foolish actions mingled with apprehension over the possibility of more severe repercussions from Shen Yichen. Before long, they arrived at the real estate center. Under the guidance of the staff, Shen Yichen and General Manager Wu commenced the transfer procedures. The process of handling the procedures was not overly complicated. However, due to the multitude of documents and materials involved, it still consumed a considerable amount of time. Shen Yichen meticulously scrutinized each document, ensuring that there were no omissions or errors. He understood that the acquisition of this factory was pivotal to his entrepreneurial aspirations, and thus, he could not afford the slightest carelessness. After a bustling afternoon, The factory was finally transferred smoothly into Shen Yichen's name. Holding the pristine property ownership certificate in his hands, he was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. He realized that he had taken another significant step closer to realizing his entrepreneurial dream. After completing the formalities, General Manager Wu was preparing to leave in a rather dejected manner. Shen Yichen called out to him, speaking with gravity, "Mr. Wu, today's matters conclude here. However, I must caution you to conduct your business with integrity in the future. Should I discover any further tricks on your part, you know the consequences." General Manager Wu nodded vigorously, assuring, "Mr. Shen, rest assured. I will conduct myself with utmost propriety and engage in honest business practices from now on." With that, he hurriedly departed from the real estate center. Shen Yichen watched Wu's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. He was aware that the business world resembled a battlefield, rife with various risks and challenges. Yet, he felt no fear, for he was confident that with his intelligence and capability, he could carve out a niche for himself in this ruthless commercial realm. Upon leaving the real estate center, Shen Yichen decided to return the rental car to the 4S dealership. Upon arriving at the Porsche 4S dealership, the sales manager, upon spotting Shen Yichen, immediately approached him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Shen, you have finally arrived. Were you satisfied with the vehicle?" Shen Yichen smiled and said, "The car is quite impressive. Thank you for your assistance." After returning the Panamera used for the event, his gaze fell upon a brand new Porsche Cayenne in the showroom. Recalling the previous awkward situation due to insufficient seating in the sports car, a thought stirred within him. His future endeavors would undoubtedly become increasingly demanding, necessitating outings with Xiaomi and other team members. Thus, a four-seater vehicle would be decidedly more practical. Moreover, the Porsche Cayenne, as a luxurious SUV, not only boasts exceptional performance and comfort, but also possesses a degree of off-road capability, effortlessly navigating both urban roads and suburban terrains. Turning to the sales manager, Shen Yichen inquired, "I am quite interested in that Cayenne. Could you provide me with a detailed introduction?" The sales manager, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, recognizing Shen Yichen as a significant client, and realized that this could potentially lead to a substantial deal. He eagerly began his presentation. "Mr. Shen, you truly have an eye for quality. This Porsche Cayenne is our top-tier model, equipped with a high-performance turbocharged engine that delivers formidable power, with a maximum speed reaching 278 kilometers per hour. Additionally, it features an advanced air suspension system and all-wheel drive technology, ensuring remarkable handling and comfort. The interior showcases the finest leather materials and luxurious embellishments, epitomizing prestige and opulence." Listening to the sales manager's description, Shen Yichen had already made up his mind. He stated, "Very well, I will take it. Please assist me in completing the purchase procedures." The sales manager could hardly believe his ears, and with palpable excitement, he replied, "Certainly, Mr. Shen. Rest assured, we will expedite the paperwork for you." Soon, the vehicle purchase formalities were completed. The sales manager was overjoyed, never anticipating that Shen Yichen would so readily acquire the Porsche Cayenne. Shen Yichen instructed the sales manager to arrange for the previous Porsche 911 sports car to be delivered back to the villa, and then he departed the dealership in the brand new Porsche Cayenne, accompanied by Xiaomi Mi and Sun Xiaoyu. As they settled into the spacious and comfortable interior, Shen Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He gazed ahead at the road, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that purchasing the factory was merely the beginning. There remained numerous tasks ahead. Yet, he was confident that with relentless dedication and effort, he would realize his entrepreneurial dreams. Let us find a splendid place to celebrate. Today is indeed a momentous occasion, Shen Yichen remarked with a smile to Xiaomi Mi and Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds great. I'm feeling quite hungry." Xiaomi Mi chimed in joyfully, "I want to go too. I've never been to a high-end restaurant before." Shen Yichen smiled back, saying, "Then we shall visit the finest restaurant and treat ourselves well." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like a streak of black lightning towards the city's most vibrant commercial district. Chapter 39, A Culinary Gathering, Emotional Ripples. Shen Yichen drove the brand-new Porsche Cayenne through the bustling streets of the city. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was palpably delicate. Sun Xiaoyu sat in the back seat, occasionally glancing at Xiaomi, who occupied the front passenger seat, her gaze betraying a subtle hint of melancholy. The thoughts of Shen Yichen cohabiting with Xiaomi reverberated in her mind, casting a shadow over her mood that seemed impervious to the sun's warmth. "Mr. Shen, you truly are remarkable. having procured the factory premises so swiftly. Sun Xiaoyu endeavored to muster a semblance of a smile, aiming to dispel the silence that enveloped the interior of the car. Shen Yichen slightly turned his head, responding with a smile. This is largely thanks to your assistance, Xiaoyu. Without your help, I might still be searching for a suitable factory. Sun Xiaoyu gently shook her head, replying, I haven't contributed much. It is primarily your discernment and determination, Mr. Shen. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted back to Xiaomi, seemingly attuned to Sun Xiaoyu's scrutiny. Xiaomi turned her head, offering a sweet smile and saying, Sister Sun, please don't be so modest. Without you, our endeavors today would not have been so seamless. Sun Xiaoyu managed a strained smile, remaining silent. Deep down, she understood that while Xiaomi's words appeared gracious, they rendered her feel like an outsider. The vehicle soon arrived at an upscale restaurant, situated in the heart of the city. The establishment boasted lavish decor and an elegant ambience. The entrance was crafted from heavy solid wood, adorned with exquisite carvings that exuded an air of antiquity and sophistication. The doormen, clad in immaculate uniforms, greeted each guest with utmost courtesy. Shen Yichen parked the car and, accompanied by Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu, they proceeded into the restaurant. The interior decor of the restaurant is imbued with European elegance, adorned with resplendent crystal chandeliers that cast a soft and warm glow from the ceiling. The walls are embellished with exquisite oil paintings, the figures within them seemingly alive, narrating poignant tales. The floor is laid with polished marble, reflecting the light and enhancing the brightness of the space. Elegant dining tables are meticulously arranged throughout, each draped with pristine white tablecloths, upon which rests a set of fine china. A white porcelain vase graces each table, filled with a bouquet of pink roses, their petals lush and glistening, exuding a delicate fragrance. Welcome. May I inquire if you have a reservation? A waiter, clad in a sleek black suit, approaches with a smile. Shen Yichen nods and replies, I have reserved a private room. Very well, please follow me. The waiter responds, guiding them to the entrance of the private room. He gently opens the door and announces, This is your reserved room. I hope you enjoy your meal. As Shen Yichen steps inside, he finds the room equally luxurious. In the center lies a round dining table, surrounded by several comfortable chairs. The table is already set with tableware and menus. On one side of the room, there is a small sofa area for guests to relax and converse. The ambience here is quite lovely, isn't it? Shen Yichen turns to Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu. Xiaomi, her eyes wide with excitement, gazes around and exclaims, Wow, this place is stunning. This is my first time in such an upscale restaurant. Sun Xiaoyu nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is quite delightful. Mr. Shen, you are exceedingly gracious. The trio settled around the dining table. Shen Yichen picked up the menu and handed it to Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi, saying, Please have a look and choose whatever you desire. Do not hold back. Today, we must celebrate wholeheartedly. Sun Xiaoyu glanced through the menu casually and replied, I am open to anything. Mr. Shen, please make the selection. Meanwhile, Xiaomi scrutinized the menu with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She pointed to a dish and exclaimed, Mr. Shen, I wish to have this steak. I have heard it is the signature dish of this establishment. Shen Yichen smiled and responded, Very well, let us order the steak. We shall also select a few other dishes for everyone to enjoy together. With that, he commenced placing the orders. After finalizing the selections, Shen Yichen also ordered a bottle of exquisite red wine. Before long, the waiter brought forth the dishes and wine. With practiced ease, he uncorked the bottle and poured wine for the three of them. Now, let us toast our success today. Shen Yichen raised his glass, smiling. Cheers! Exclaimed Xiaomi and Sun Xiaoyu, lifting their glasses to clink with his. During the meal, Shen Yichen was pleasantly surprised to observe that Xiaomi's dining etiquette was indistinguishable from that of any other person. She adeptly wielded her knife and fork, elegantly cutting the steak with a grace that was both skilled and natural. This reminded Shen Yichen of the time when Xiaomi first arrived on Earth. Filled with curiosity and unfamiliarity, even unsure of how to eat. Xiaomi, you are becoming increasingly like an earthling, Shen Yichen remarked with a smile. Xiaomi blinked and said, Of course, having lived on Earth for so long, I have long since become accustomed to it. Moreover, I truly enjoy the delectable cuisine here. Sun Xiaoyu gazed at Xiaomi, her feelings of jealousy intensifying. She perceived Xiaomi as not only beautiful but also exceptionally intelligent and capable, a veritable embodiment of perfection. In stark contrast, she felt utterly ordinary and mundane. Shen Yichen shook his head and replied, No need, Xiaomi is living with me. Sun Xiaoyu's heart jolted at these words. as if struck by a sudden revelation. Her complexion paled instantly, her eyes brimming with disappointment and anguish. She could hardly fathom that Shen Yichen was indeed residing with Xiaomi. Mr. Shen, you live together? Sun Xiaoyu inquired, her voice trembling. Shen Yichen seemed to realize that his statement might have caused a misunderstanding, and he hastily clarified. Xiaoyu, please don't misconstrue. Xiaomi is my secretary. She has recently arrived on Earth and is not well acquainted with the surroundings. Therefore, I have allowed her to stay at my home to facilitate her adjustment. Though Sun Xiaoyu felt a twinge of skepticism, she refrained from pressing the matter further. She forced a smile and remarked, Oh, I see. I thought. What did you think? Shen Yichen asked curiously. Nothing. I was merely overthinking, Sun Xiaoyu quickly responded. Observing her demeanor, Shen Yichen felt a sense of helplessness. He was aware of Sun Xiaoyu's affections towards him, yet he had always regarded her merely as a friend. Harboring no other intentions, he did not wish for this matter to cause Sun Xiaoyu any distress. Sun Xiaoyu nodded and responded, Mr. Shen, you are being overly courteous. I shall take my leave now. With that, she exited the vehicle. Observing Sun Xiaoyu's departing figure, Shen Yichen let out a faint sigh. He understood that today's events might lead to some misunderstandings on Sun Xiaoyu's part, yet he was at a loss as to how to clarify the situation. His only hope was that she would comprehend his predicament. Mr. Shen, it seems that Sister Sun is not very happy, Xiao Mimi remarked, gazing after Sun Xiaoyu. Shen Yichen shook his head and replied, Let us not concern ourselves with her. Let us go inside. With that, he led Xiao Mimi into the villa. Inside, the lights were bright. Shen Yichen and Xiao Mimi entered the living room and settled onto the sofa. He picked up a glass of water, took a sip, yet his thoughts remained with Sun Xiaoyu. He realized that the relationship between himself and Sun Xiaoyu might undergo some change due to today's occurrences, but he was uncertain how to confront it. Mr. Shen, what troubles you? Xiao Mimi inquired with concern, observing Shen Yichen's demeanor. He managed to smile and replied, It is nothing, merely a bit fatigued. Xiao Mimi nodded, saying, Then you should rest early. You've had a busy day and must be quite exhausted. As Shen Yichen looked at Xiao Mimi, a warm wave of gratitude surged within him. He knew that regardless of what transpired, Xiao Mimi would always be there to support him. He nodded in agreement, saying, All right, you should also rest early. With that, he rose and made his way toward his room. Chapter 40. Emotional entanglements and entrepreneurial preparations. The vehicle gradually glided into the villa's courtyard, its headlights piercing through the tranquil night, illuminating the surroundings. Shen Yichen turned off the engine, stepped out first, and then turned to open the car door for Xiao Mimi and Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu kept her head lowered, silently trailing behind, her heart awash with conflicting emotions as Shen Yichen's words about living with Xiao Mimi echoed relentlessly in her mind, weighing heavily upon her spirit. Upon entering the villa, the warm glow of the lights instantly filled the entire space. Xiao Mimi, as usual, made her way directly to her room, preparing to change into comfortable loungewear. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyu lingered in the living room, her gaze somewhat distant, unsure of what to do next. Before long, Xiao Mimi emerged from her room, adorned in a loose-fitting white nightgown that cascaded to mid-thigh. The neckline of the gown was slightly open, revealing her fair collarbone and a delicate patch of skin. Her hair fell casually over her shoulders, with a few rebellious strands playfully framing her face, adding an air of allure. Upon witnessing Xiao Mimi's attire, a tempest of jealousy erupted within Sun Xiaoyu, her emotions boiling over like a volcano. Her eyes brimmed with anger and envy, fixating on Xiao Mimi as if she wished to consume her whole. In her view, Xiao Mimi's choice of such revealing clothing was a deliberate attempt to entice Shen Yichen. Why are you dressed like that? Sun Xiaoyu could not suppress her inquiry, her voice trembling slightly, a manifestation of her intertwined anger and resentment. Xiaomi found herself momentarily bewildered by Sun Xiaoyu's sudden interrogation. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, What's wrong? This is my sleepwear. It's quite comfortable to wear at home. Sun Xiaoyu pressed on, her agitation escalating. Wearing that at home? What are you trying to achieve? Are you intentionally trying to seduce Mr. Shen? She advanced a step, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. Upon hearing Sun Xiaoyu's accusations, Xiaomi's face reflected a sense of injustice. She hastily replied, Sister Sun, you've misunderstood. I did not mean it that way. I genuinely find this attire comfortable. My relationship with Mr. Shen is purely professional, nothing like what you were suggesting. Humph, do you think I would believe your deceitful words? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed there was more to you than meets the eye. You always make a point to showcase yourself in front of Mr. Shen, and you live together. Can you honestly claim you have no feelings for him? Sun Xiaoyu disregarded Xiaomi's explanations entirely, her suspicions and jealousy having clouded her judgment. Xiaomi's eyes welled with tears of desperation as she reiterated, Sister Sun, I truly do not. To me, Mr. Shen is akin to a lifesaver. I merely wish to repay his kindness and assist him in realizing his dreams. Please believe me. Yet, Sun Xiaoyu remained unconvinced, scoffing dismissively. There's no need for further explanation. Your actions speak volumes. I was foolish to think you were an innocent girl. At that moment, Shen Yichen, alerted by the commotion in the living room, hastily emerged from his room. He observed the tense standoff between Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi, silently lamenting his predicament. He recognized that this turmoil stemmed from his failure to manage the relationship with Sun Xiaoyu, which had precipitated this misunderstanding. Xiaoyu, Xiaomi, please cease your quarrel, Shen Yichen interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to quell the discord. This is all a misunderstanding. Xiaomi truly does not harbor the intentions you suspect. Sun Xiaoyu gazed at Shen Yichen, her eyes brimming with disappointment and sorrow. Mr. Shen, there is no need for you to defend her. I have witnessed everything. She is deliberately trying to seduce you. Since your bond is so intimate, I see no reason to remain here. With that, Sun Xiaoyu turned and strode towards the door. Noticing her departure, Shen Yichen hurriedly pursued her, grasping her arm. Xiaoyu, please don't leave. Allow me to explain. The situation is not as you perceive. Xiaomi has only recently arrived on Earth and is unfamiliar with everything here. I offered her shelter in my home solely to care for her and facilitate her studies and work. There is truly nothing more between us. Sun Xiaoyu paused, turning to face Shen Yichen. Tears glistened in her eyes as she replied, Mr. Shen, do you believe I would trust your words? If this were merely a matter of care and work, why then is she dressed as such? It is evident she is attempting to entice you. Shen Yichen sighed in resignation, fully aware that no matter how he explained, Sun Xiaoyu would remain unconvinced. He could only say, Xiaoyu, I understand your anger and disappointment. But please, trust me, I hold no other feelings for Xiaomi. You are my friend, and I do not wish to lose you over this matter. Sun Xiaoyu gazed into Shen Yichen's sincere eyes, her inner fury somewhat abated. Yet, she could not entirely let go of her discontent and replied, Mr. Shen, I hope you can manage your relationship with her appropriately. I truly do not wish to witness any ambiguity between you two. After saying this, Sun Xiaoyu freed herself from Shen Yichen's grasp, opened the door, and stepped outside. Shen Yichen stood at the threshold, watching Sun Xiaoyu's receding figure, his heart heavy with helplessness and guilt. He understood that the bond between him and Sun Xiaoyu had grown somewhat delicate and intricate due to this misunderstanding. Upon returning to the living room, Xiaomi lowered her head, her face etched with remorse, and said, Mr. Shen, I am sorry. It is my fault that you and Sister Sun have quarreled. Shen Yichen shook his head and replied, Xiaomi, this is not your fault. It is I who failed to manage my relationship with Xiaoyu properly. You need not dwell on it. Xiaomi lifted her gaze to meet Shen Yichen's, her eyes brimming with determination as she declared, Mr. Shen, I will certainly prove to Sister Sun that our relationship is purely that of superior and subordinate. I will work diligently to help you realize your dreams. Shen Yichen nodded and said, Very well, I believe in you. Let us strive together. In the days that followed, Shen Yichen began to teach Xiaomi how to clean and cook. Xiaomi proved to be exceptionally intelligent with a remarkable capacity for learning, and under Shen Yichen's guidance, she quickly mastered the fundamental skills of cleaning and cooking. Moreover, Xiaomi has acquired numerous advanced culinary techniques through online learning, and the dishes she prepares have become increasingly delectable, earning her the unwavering admiration of Shen Yichen. Xiaomi, you are indeed a quick learner. At this rate, your culinary skills may surpass mine, Shen Yichen remarked with a smile. Xiaomi playfully chuckled and replied, That cannot be, as I still wish to learn more from Mr. Shen. Furthermore, all that I prepare is a token of gratitude for the life-saving assistance you have provided me. As Shen Yichen gazed at Xiaomi, a wave of warmth surged within him. He recognized that although Xiaomi hailed from another world, her heart was exceptionally kind and imbued with gratitude. With her assistance at his side, he was certain that his entrepreneurial journey would be significantly more prosperous. In the afternoon, Shen Yichen took Xiaomi out. Their first destination was to procure deuterium gas, a crucial raw material for the production of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. Shen Yichen understood that deuterium was essential for realizing his renewable energy initiative, necessitating the identification of a dependable supplier to ensure both the quality and stability of the raw materials. They arrived at a company specializing in the supply of rare gases. Renowned for its excellent reputation within the industry, boasting cutting-edge production equipment and a stringent quality control system. Shen Yichen engaged in an in-depth discussion with the company's representative, gaining comprehensive insights into the production process, quality standards, and supply capabilities of deuterium gas. The deuterium gas produced by our company can achieve a purity exceeding 99, fully meeting your production requirements. Moreover, we possess a well-established logistics and distribution system, ensuring timely and adequate supply of your raw materials, the company representative confidently stated. After signing the agreement, Shen Yichen and Xiaomi rushed to find a construction team to refurbish the factory. They scoured the internet for relevant information and consulted several industry professionals, ultimately narrowing down their options to a few capable construction teams. Shen Yichen engaged in discussions with the heads of these teams to understand their construction experience, technical expertise, and pricing. After careful comparison and deliberation, he chose a team with an excellent reputation and reasonable quotes. We assure you that we will complete the factory renovation to your specifications with high quality and deliver it on time, the construction team leader confidently promised. Shen Yichen nodded and replied, "All right, I entrust this to you. I hope our collaboration will be pleasant." Thus, Shen Yichen officially embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. He was aware that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and difficulties, yet he was undaunted. He firmly believed that as long as he and Xiaomi worked hand in hand, they would overcome all obstacles and realize their entrepreneurial dreams. Meanwhile, the emotional entanglement between Sun Xiaoyu and Xiaomi continued to subtly influence the narrative, rendering the relationships among the characters increasingly intricate and nuanced. In this era of rapid technological advancement, Shen Yichen's life underwent a profound transformation. Since acquiring the alien spacecraft, he embarked on a series of extraordinary technological entrepreneurial ventures. With the advanced technology and abundant resources aboard the spacecraft, Shen Yichen was determined to ignite a technological revolution on Earth, fundamentally transforming people's way of life. On this bright and sunny day, he, accompanied by Xiaomi, drove towards the Mingzhou rare gas manufacturing plant on the outskirts of Yuqing. Throughout the journey, Shen Yichen felt an exhilarating anticipation, fully aware that this visit was pivotal for his entrepreneurial aspirations. Meanwhile, Xiaomi sat quietly in the passenger seat, her exquisite features and sparkling eyes making it hard to believe she was a robot. "Yichen, we are almost there," Xiaomi softly remarked, her voice ringing like a clear, melodious bell. Shen Yichen nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing his face as he replied, "Yes, we must successfully secure the deuterium order this time." As the car slowly entered the gates of the Mingzhou rare gas manufacturing plant and came to a halt, Shen Yichen and Xiaomi stepped out together. Their presence immediately drew the attention of several onlookers, for Xiaomi's striking beauty was indeed captivating. "Excuse me, is General Manager Zhou Fenghua available?" Shen Yichen politely inquired of a passing staff member. The staff member scrutinized Shen Yichen and Xiaomi for a moment before responding, "General Manager Zhou is in his office. I will inform him of your arrival." Upon entering Zhou Fenghua's office, they found a middle-aged man seated at the desk, his keen gaze exuding an air of astuteness and competence. When he caught sight of Xiaomi, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, though it quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. "Hello, General Manager Zhou. I am Shen Yichen." Shen Yichen proactively extended his hand to shake hands with Zhou Fenghua. Zhou Fenghua grasped Shen Yichen's hand and smiled, saying, "Hello, Mr. Shen. I never expected someone so young to possess such grand ambitions. This is my assistant, Xiaomi." Shen Yichen introduced. "Hello, Mr. Zhou," Xiaomi greeted with a smile, her expression reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, radiating warmth. Zhou Fenghua nodded slightly, his perception of Shen Yichen shifting appreciably. He thought to himself that someone with such an exceptional assistant must indeed be remarkable. "Mr. Shen, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Zhou Fenghua asked directly. Shen Yichen, unambiguous in his approach, replied, "Mr. Zhou, I am here to place an order for deuterium gas under my personal name." Zhou Fenghua furrowed his brow slightly and responded, "Ordering deuterium gas under a personal name? Mr. Shen, you must be aware that deuterium is a specialized gas with extensive applications, and our company has regulations in place. Personal purchases of deuterium cannot exceed 1,000 cubic meters." Shen Yichen nodded, acknowledging, "Mr. Zhou, I am aware of your company's regulations. However, I would like to first understand the annual production capacity of your deuterium." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yichen added, "Mr. Zhou, I wish to secure an exclusive contract for all the deuterium produced by your factory. Would your company be open to this? Upon hearing this, Zhou Fenghua was taken aback, his eyes widening as he regarded Shen Yichen as if he were a madman. It is important to note that securing exclusive contracts for all deuterium is no trivial matter, and the fact that Shen Yichen is doing so in his personal capacity leaves him utterly perplexed. Mr. Shen, you cannot be serious, can you? Zhou Fenghua inquired tentatively. Shen Yichen replied with utmost sincerity, Mr. Zhou, I am indeed serious. I possess sufficient capital and capability to execute this transaction. After a moment of silence, Zhou Fenghua scrutinized Shen Yichen, attempting to discern any hint of insincerity on his face. However, Shen Yichen's gaze was resolute and his demeanor grave, devoid of any semblance of jest. Mr. Shen, I am curious as to your purpose for acquiring such a vast quantity of deuterium, Zhou Fenghua queried, perplexed. Shen Yichen offered a slight smile and responded, Mr. Zhou, to be candid, I intend to utilize the deuterium to manufacture heavy hydrogen ion batteries. Heavy hydrogen ion batteries? As a PhD in chemistry, Zhou Fenghua was well acquainted with this domain. He understood the immense challenges involved in producing heavy hydrogen ion batteries, as no company had yet achieved true mass production. Moreover, should such a battery come to fruition, it would profoundly influence the entire energy sector. Shen Yichen, brimming with confidence, declared, Mr. Zhou, my assertion stems from my unwavering conviction. I have mastered the pivotal technology, and with an adequate supply of deuterium, I firmly believe mass production will soon be within reach. Zhou Fenghua, astonished, could hardly fathom Shen Yichen's level of confidence. While he retained some skepticism regarding Shen Yichen's claims, he could not deny the visionary nature of his aspirations. If it is indeed possible to manufacture deuterium-ion batteries, it would bring immense commercial value. Mr. Shen, your idea is both innovative and challenging. However, I need to discuss this matter with the company's upper management, Zhou Fenghua remarked. Shen Yichen nodded and said, Mr. Zhou, I understand your difficulties. Nonetheless, I hope your esteemed company can provide me with a prompt response. I firmly believe this could lead to a mutually beneficial collaboration. Very well. Mr. Shen, I will communicate with the higher-ups at the company as soon as possible. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out at any time. Zhou Fenghua handed a business card to Shen Yichen. Shen Yichen accepted the card and replied, Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Here is my card as well. I look forward to your guidance. With a smile, Shen Yichen added, Of course, with the technological support from extraterrestrial spacecraft, manufacturing deuterium-ion batteries is hardly a daunting task. Furthermore, this is merely the initial step of my entrepreneurial journey. In the future, I aspire to establish a technological empire. Xiao Ai gazed at Shen Yichen's resolute eyes, filled with admiration. She believed that Shen Yichen would undoubtedly achieve his ambitions. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Mingzhou rare gas manufacturing plant, Zhou Fenghua sat in his office, deep in contemplation. He sensed that Shen Yichen's presence might usher in a monumental opportunity for the company, albeit accompanied by certain risks. He resolved to promptly report this matter to the upper management, allowing them to make the final decision. Although this meeting did not yield an immediate collaboration, it laid the groundwork for potential future endeavors between both parties. Shen Yichen and Zhou Fenghua were acutely aware that this collaboration would be fraught with both challenges and opportunities. Should they succeed, it would irrevocably alter the landscape of the entire industry. Yet, what trials and prospects awaited them in the days to come remained shrouded in uncertainty. In the 42nd episode, the agreement reached, deuterium transportation. The meeting between Shen Yichen and Zhou Fenghua at the Mingzhou rare gas manufacturing plant did not culminate in an immediate finalization of the deuterium gas order. However, Shen Yichen's bold declaration of intent to secure exclusive contracts for all deuterium gas, along with his ambitious plan to utilize deuterium for the production of heavy hydrogen ion batteries, resonated within Zhou Fenghua like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through his thoughts. Upon returning home, Shen Yichen found his mind consumed by the negotiations with Zhou Fenghua. He understood that mere verbal assurances would not suffice to earn Zhou's complete trust. Tangible actions were imperative. After considerable contemplation, Shen Yichen resolved to purchase 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium gas, a decisive move to demonstrate his strength and determination to Zhou Fenghua. Early the next morning, Shen Yichen placed a call to Zhou Fenghua. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is Shen Yichen. After reflecting on our discussion last night, I have decided to proceed with the purchase of 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium gas. Would it be possible for us to finalize this portion of the order? His tone was resolute and self-assured. Zhou Fenghua, upon receiving Shen Yichen's call, felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift decision from Shen Yichen, especially one involving an order of 3,000 cubic meters right from the outset. This is no small sum, and for the rare gas manufacturing plant in Minnesota, it constitutes a significant business opportunity. Mr. Shen, your decision has taken me by surprise. However, the procurement of 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium is no trivial matter. Our company must conduct further verification regarding your financial capacity and the intended use of the purchase, Zhou Fenghua cautiously remarked. Shen Yichen had anticipated Zhou Fenghua's reaction and replied calmly, General Manager Zhou, you needn't worry about this. My financial standing is absolutely sound, and I can provide relevant proof at any time. As for the intended use, I mentioned yesterday that I plan to utilize the deuterium for the production of heavy hydrogen ion batteries. I assure you that this deuterium will not be employed for any illegal or improper purposes. Zhou Fenghua fell silent on the other end of the line, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. On one hand, Shen Yichen's order is undeniably enticing. If the transaction proceeds smoothly, it would yield substantial revenue for the company. On the other hand, he harbored some reservations about Shen Yichen's plan to manufacture heavy hydrogen ion batteries, given the immense technical challenges and the slim chances of success. Mr. Shen, I believe in your sincerity. Let me discuss this further with the company's upper management. If they approve, we can commence preparations for the relevant contracts and procedures. Zhou Fenghua ultimately decided to place his trust in Shen Yichen once more. That's wonderful, General Manager Zhou. Thank you for your trust. I look forward to collaborating with your esteemed company, Shen Yichen exclaimed excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yichen found it difficult to calm his racing emotions. He understood that this was merely the initial step toward success, with numerous difficulties and challenges awaiting him ahead. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Armed with the advanced technology bestowed by the alien spacecraft and his unwavering belief, he was resolute in his conviction that he could achieve his goals. After extensive internal discussions and deliberations, the upper management of Zhou Fenghua's company ultimately acquiesced to Shen Yichen's request for purchase. Zhou Fenghua promptly dialed Shen Yichen's number once more. Mr. Shen, I bring you good news. The company has approved your request to acquire 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium. However, I have one condition. Please, Mr. Zhou, state your terms. I assure you, I will agree to any reasonable condition, Shen Yichen responded hastily. If you are indeed successful in manufacturing the deuterium-ion battery, I hope our company can collaborate with you in the field of batteries. You see, our company possesses extensive experience and resources in the realm of rare gases, and I believe our partnership could yield mutually beneficial results, Zhou Fenghua articulated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen silently admired Zhou Fenghua's insight and foresight. Without hesitation, he declared, Mr. Zhou, I wholeheartedly accept your condition. I too wish to explore further collaboration with your esteemed company. I am confident that as long as we join forces, we can forge a more brilliant future together. Thus, both parties successfully reached a cooperative agreement. In the following days, Zhou Fenghua busied himself with securing the order of 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium under another name for Shen Yichen. Due to company regulations limiting personal purchases of deuterium to no more than 1,000 cubic meters, Zhou Fenghua encountered numerous challenges before he could finally complete the preparations for the order. Once everything was in place, Shen Yichen met Zhou Fenghua again at the Mingzhou rare gas manufacturing plant to sign the sales agreement. The contract stipulated that Shen Yichen would purchase 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium for a total price of 16.5 million. He promptly settled the payment and subsequently arranged for a driver to transport the deuterium to his factory located on the outskirts of the city. As the truck, laden with deuterium, slowly entered the suburban facility, Shen Yichen was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. This deuterium would serve as the essential raw material for the production of heavy hydrogen ion batteries, constituting a crucial cornerstone in the realization of his entrepreneurial aspirations in technology. However, Shen Yichen did not allow himself to become complacent. He understood that deuterium is an exceptionally unique gas, characterized by its flammable and explosive properties, necessitating extra vigilance during transportation and storage. To ensure the safety of the deuterium, Shen Yichen personally supervised the workers as they moved the gas tanks into a dedicated storage warehouse and appointed a dedicated guard for oversight. As night fell, with the moonlight casting a silvery glow, the entire factory was enveloped in tranquil stillness. Suddenly, a mysterious light appeared in the sky, and a colossal landing craft gently descended onto the factory grounds. Shen Yichen recognized it as the landing craft summoned from the extraterrestrial spacecraft, intended for the transportation of the deuterium. The hatch of the landing craft slowly opened, and Shen Yichen, along with Xiao Ai, entered. Subsequently, Xiao Ai displayed astonishing capabilities in handling the cargo. She resembled an indefatigable automaton, effortlessly lifting heavy deuterium tanks and swiftly transferring them onto the landing craft. Through her diligent efforts, all the deuterium tanks were soon transported. Standing nearby, Shen Yichen observed the industrious figure of Xiao Ai, his conviction regarding her robotic nature growing ever stronger. He understood that Xiao Ai was not merely a beautiful girl, but also an invaluable ally on his entrepreneurial journey in technology. As the final deuterium tank was loaded onto the landing craft, Shen Yichen's spirits soared with excitement, recognizing that his preparations for the venture had achieved a significant milestone. These deuterium tanks were destined for an extraterrestrial spacecraft, where they would be utilized in the fabrication of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, laying a robust foundation for Shen Yichen's dream of a technological empire. At the moment the landing craft ascended into the night sky, Shen Yichen gazed out at the dark expanse, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. He was acutely aware that the path ahead was long, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, he remained undeterred, for he possessed the advanced technology of the spacecraft, a capable assistant like Xiao Ai, and an unwavering belief in his vision. He was convinced that through relentless effort and determination, he could realize his ambitions and forge a technological legend of his own, surpassing earthly boundaries with extraterrestrial advancements. Episode 43. The Establishment of the Company and Team Formation. Time flew by, and 3 days had elapsed since Shen Yichen successfully negotiated a deal with the Mingzhou Rare Gas Manufacturing Plant for 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium. Over the past 3 days, Shen Yichen devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparatory work for the company, meticulously overseeing every detail to achieve perfection. Finally, through his relentless efforts, the company was successfully registered and officially named Huanyu Technology. The name Huanyu Technology signifies that the company will possess vast developmental potential, capable of flourishing globally while exploring the limitless realms of technology akin to the universe. Shen Yichen understands that a commendable company name is not merely a label but a symbol of spirit, embodying the company's vision and mission. To ensure the company stands out among numerous enterprises, he exerted considerable effort, engaging in countless reflections and selections before ultimately settling on this imaginative and ambitious name. The company's registered address is located on the top floor of the Guojin Center, an area distinguished by its advantageous geographic location and convenient transportation. Situated in the heart of the city's commercial core, standing atop the Guojin Center, one can gaze upon the entire city, where the bustling scene unfolds before one's eyes. With skyscrapers rising in succession and vehicles flowing like a river, presenting a vibrant tableau. Shen Yichen chose this location for the company's registration precisely because of the boundless business opportunities and resources it embodies. Here, Huanyu Technology will be neighbors with numerous renowned enterprises, enabling better access to industry information and the expansion of business channels. Moreover, the registered capital of the company amounts to an impressive 1 billion yuan. Although, according to regulations, this capital will be paid in full after the product launch, it undeniably reflects Shen Yichen's determination and boldness. He firmly believes that with the advanced technology brought by extraterrestrial spacecraft, combined with his own intellect, Huanyu Technology is destined to carve out a niche in the future market competition and generate immense commercial value. Following the completion of the company registration, Shen Yichen commissioned Xiao Ai to design a striking company logo. Leveraging her formidable computational capabilities and extensive creative repository, Xiao Ai swiftly accomplished the design task. The logo features a cosmic starry sky as its backdrop, with a dazzling star radiating brilliance, encircled by a series of technologically inspired lines, symbolizing Huanyu Technology's commitment to exploring the mysteries of technology within the vast cosmos and leading the trends of future technological development. A week later, Zheng Hui called to inform Shen Yichen that the office had been fully arranged. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen felt a profound sense of satisfaction and was eager to visit his new office. Therefore, he took Xiao Ai with him to pick up Sun Xiaoyu at her residence before heading to the Guojin Center. When Sun Xiaoyu saw Xiao Ai seated in the car, a twinge of displeasure surged within her. Having known Shen Yichen for a considerable time, she harbored special feelings for him. However, Xiao Ai's presence evoked an inexplicable sense of threat. This captivatingly beautiful girl not only possessed remarkable looks, but also seemed to share a unique rapport with Shen Yichen. After a moment, Sun Xiaoyu's discontent eased slightly. She nodded and took her place in the front passenger seat, while Xiao Ai quietly settled into the back seat. As they journeyed onward, Sun Xiaoyu found herself enveloped by a whirlwind of emotions. She was both eager to behold the visage of the new company and somewhat apprehensive about the presence of Xiao Ai. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Guojin Center, where Shen Yichen, Sun Xiaoyu, and Xiao Ai stepped into the modern edifice. They ascended in the elevator, reaching the top floor with anticipation. Upon the elevator doors parting, Sun Xiaoyu was taken aback by the breathtaking panorama before her. The expansive and luminous office space was adorned with a minimalist yet elegant decor. State-of-the-art office equipment was meticulously arranged, each desk positioned with precision. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the cityscape unfolded in all its splendor, with sunlight streaming through the glass, casting shimmering golden spots upon the floor. The entire office exuded a sense of technological advancement and futurism, reminiscent of a laboratory from a distant future. What do you think, Xiaoyu? This is our new company. Do you like it? Shen Yichen inquired with a smile. He nodded in satisfaction, adding, "This is merely the beginning. In the future, our Huanyu technology will conjure even more marvels. Xiaoyu, from this day forth, you shall be the general manager of the company. I have every confidence in your ability to excel in this role." Sun Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement intertwined with nervousness upon hearing this. She was acutely aware of the significance of the general manager position and understood the high expectations Shen Yichen held for her. Resolutely, she pledged to herself to work diligently and to honor Shen Yichen's trust. Rest assured, Yichen, I will give it my all. However, as the company has just been established, there remains much to be accomplished. Could you kindly share with me the forthcoming plans for the company? Sun Xiaoyu stated earnestly. Shen Yichen nodded and led Sun Xiaoyu to the conference room. He powered on the computer and presented a comprehensive development plan for the company. In this plan, Shen Yichen delineated both the short-term and long-term objectives of the company, as well as the specific steps required to achieve these goals. Xiaoyu, our primary business focuses on the research and development of deuterium-ion batteries, along with a series of high-tech products based on this technology. We have successfully acquired a batch of deuterium gas, which is a crucial raw material for manufacturing deuterium-ion batteries. The next step is to assemble a specialized research and development team to expedite the battery development process. Additionally, you will be responsible for recruiting personnel for each department to establish a complete organizational structure. Only through these efforts can our company operate effectively, Shen Yichen articulated with precision. Sun Xiaoyu nodded and diligently recorded every point Shen Yichen made. She was acutely aware that the forthcoming tasks would be exceedingly challenging, yet she remained undaunted. She believed that under Shen Yichen's leadership, they would undoubtedly surmount numerous obstacles and realize the company's developmental aspirations. Yichen, rest assured, I will expedite the recruitment process. However, attracting talent is no simple feat. We need to devise a detailed recruitment plan that clearly outlines the responsibilities and requirements for each position. Moreover, we must find ways to entice more exceptional individuals to join our company, Sun Xiaoyu remarked. Shen Yichen smiled gently and replied, You need not worry about that. I have already instructed Xiao Ai to gather relevant information and formulate a recruitment plan. You may adjust and refine this plan in accordance with the actual circumstances of the company. Regarding the issue of attracting talent, I firmly believe that our company's promising development prospects and advanced technology will undoubtedly draw numerous exceptional individuals. Furthermore, we can offer competitive remuneration and an excellent working environment, enabling them to fully unleash their talents. In the ensuing discussions, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu meticulously deliberated on various company matters, including financial management, marketing strategies, and product promotion. Their thoughts became increasingly lucid, instilling them with confidence about the company's future. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai quietly sat beside them, attentively listening to their discourse. Though she was a robot, she could sense Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu's passion and anticipation for the company. She silently vowed to exert her utmost efforts to assist Shen Yichen in realizing his dreams. With the establishment of the company and the formal initiation of team-building efforts, Huanyu Technology has embraced a brand new beginning. In this era brimming with opportunities and challenges, how will Shen Yichen and his team distinguish themselves in the realm of technology and forge their own illustrious path? Let us await the unfolding of this journey. I relish mastering extraterrestrial technology to transcend Earth. Episode 44, Capital Preparation, Encountering the Enigmatic CEO. Shen Yichen stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Guijin Center, gazing at the bustling urban landscape outside, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. The company has been successfully established, and the team is being assembled in an orderly manner. Next, he is about to face the preparations for the product launch, all of which relies on substantial financial support. Xiao Ai, please contact the landing ship and have it deliver 5 gold bars, Shen Yichen murmured to the air, as if conversing with an invisible entity. This was, in fact, his unique mode of communication with Xiao Ai, the advanced artificial intelligence aboard the alien spacecraft, capable of receiving his commands through a special device and responding accordingly. Understood, Master. The landing ship will arrive in 30 minutes. With the expected drop-off point being the villa's backyard, Xiao Ai's clear, yet slightly mechanical voice resonated in Shen Yichen's mind. Nodding, he contemplated silently. These 5 gold bars were precious resources he had obtained from the alien spacecraft, each worth a fortune. He intended to sell these bars to secure sufficient funds to support the company's development and the launch event. 30 minutes later, Shen Yichen returned to the villa punctually. Upon entering the backyard, he beheld a massive metallic crate lying quietly on the ground, surrounded by a faint blue glow, a remnant of the energy fluctuations left by the landing ship. Approaching the crate, he gently pressed the button on its surface, and the box slowly opened, revealing 5 gold bars shimmering under the sunlight, radiating an extraordinary golden brilliance, as if narrating their exceptional origin. Shen Yichen carefully placed the gold bars into a specially designed backpack and then drove to the Qinya jewelry store, where he had previously sold gold bars. He was aware that Qinya jewelry store held an esteemed reputation and robust capabilities within the industry, assuring a reasonable price. Upon Shen Yichen's entrance into the Qinya jewelry store, the staff promptly recognized him. The memory of his previous visit, where he sold gold bullion, remained vivid in their minds, as the remarkable purity of those bars had left them astounded. Mr. Shen, welcome back. The manager greeted him with a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Shen Yichen nodded and replied, Yes, I have brought some gold bullion again and would like to see what price you can offer. The manager quickly responded, Mr. Shen, please hold on a moment. I will immediately notify our group general manager, Su Yao. She has always shown great interest in your gold bullion and will certainly come to discuss it with you personally this time. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Yichen's mind. He had not expected such interest from the group's general manager. He nodded in acknowledgement, saying, All right. Thank you for your assistance. Before long, a sleek black luxury car glided to a stop outside the jewelry store. The door opened, and a tall woman gracefully descended from the vehicle. Dressed in a perfectly tailored white suit, her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. A confident smile adorned her exquisite features, exuding an innate nobility and formidable presence that commanded attention. She was Su Yao, the general manager of Qinya Jewelry Group. As she entered the store, her gaze immediately fixed upon Shen Yichen. She nodded slightly, a gesture of greeting, and then walked straight to Shen Yichen, extending her hand and saying, Mr. Shen, I have long admired your reputation. I am Su Yao, and it is a pleasure to see you again. Shen Yichen promptly took her hand, responding, Hello, Ms. Su. It is an honor to meet you. Su Yao's hand was soft and warm, yet Shen Yichen could sense the firmness and strength it conveyed. He quietly marveled at the remarkable prowess of this beautiful president. Mr. Shen, I hear you have brought gold bars once again. I wonder how these compare to the last batch. Su Yao inquired with a smile, her eyes glinting with curiosity and intrigue. Shen Yichen unhurriedly opened his backpack, retrieving 5 gold bars and placing them upon the table. The instant the bars appeared, they captivated the attention of everyone in the establishment, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps. Su Yao stepped forward to closely examine the gold bars. She picked one up, weighing it in her hand before employing professional tools for further analysis. Moments later, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Mr. Shen, the purity of these gold bars is astonishingly close to 100. This is simply incredible. As far as I know, there is currently no purification technology on Earth that can achieve such a level. I am very curious about the origin of these gold bars. Mr. Shen, you must understand that the value of such high-purity gold bars lies not solely in their gold content, but also in the technology and secrets they embody. On behalf of Chiba Jewelry Group, I sincerely hope to establish a long-term partnership with you. However, Before proceeding, I must ascertain the origin of these gold bricks. This is not only a responsibility to our group, but also to you, Su Yao stated earnestly. Shen Yichen fell into deep contemplation. He recognized the validity of Su Yao's concerns, yet the secret of the alien spacecraft was one he could never divulge. It pertained to his future and the fate of the entire planet. He needed to devise a strategy that would satisfy Su Yao's curiosity while safeguarding his own secret. Subsequently, Shen Yichen and Su Yao engaged in a vigorous negotiation regarding the price of the gold bricks. True to her reputation as a business elite, Su Yao possessed an astute awareness of market trends, and each of her offers was impeccably timed, making it challenging for Shen Yichen to negotiate a lower price. Undeterred, Shen Yichen employed his wit and eloquence to engage in a spirited exchange with Su Yao. After a series of haggling, both parties ultimately reached an agreement. Su Yao acquired the 5 gold bricks at a price that pleased Shen Yichen and paid the funds on the spot. As Shen Yichen gazed at the substantial figure in his account, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. He understood that this capital would provide robust support for his company's growth and the forthcoming product launch. Mr. Shen, I am delighted to have reached this cooperation with you. I hope we will have many more opportunities to collaborate in the future, Su Yao remarked with a warm smile, her expression brimming with sincerity and anticipation. Shen Yichen reciprocated with a smile, stating, Ms. Su, I too eagerly look forward to further collaboration with your esteemed group. I believe that through our joint efforts, we can achieve even more remarkable accomplishments. After their conversation, Shen Yichen and Su Yao shook hands in farewell. Upon exiting the jewelry store, he inhaled deeply, feeling a profound satisfaction from the day's accomplishments. However, his encounter with Su Yao illuminated the reality that the road ahead was fraught with challenges and uncertainties. He must remain vigilant, cautiously navigating the myriad possibilities that may arise. In the 45th episode, a catalyst for collaboration, embarking on a new journey. Shen Yichen emerged from Qianye Jewelry, buoyed by the joy of a successful transaction involving gold bricks. Yet, he found himself preoccupied with the image of Su Yao's inquisitive eyes. He understood well that this captivating So was not to be underestimated. He must tread carefully. Upon returning to his villa, just as Shen Yichen settled down, his phone rang abruptly, the caller ID displaying Su Yao's name. Mr. Shen, our collaboration today was quite enjoyable. I am intrigued by you and the resources you represent. I wonder if you would be available for lunch tomorrow. We could further discuss the potential of our partnership. Her voice resonated through the receiver, imbued with an irresistible confidence. With a slight frown, Shen Yichen felt a surge of caution, yet he recognized this could be an excellent opportunity to expand his resources. It would be an honor to accept your invitation, Ms. Su. May I inquire where you would prefer to meet? He replied, striving to maintain a tone of ease and nonchalance. Let us meet at noon tomorrow at the Chinese restaurant in the Intercontinental Hotel. The ambience there is relatively tranquil. Conducive to our discussion, Su Yao concluded before hanging up. Shen Yichen set his phone aside, falling into a deep contemplation. He was acutely aware that his upcoming meeting with Su Yao would unfold like a war devoid of gunpowder. Any misstep could potentially unveil the clandestine secrets of the alien spacecraft. Yet, he held an unwavering belief that armed with his intellect and prudence, he would navigate the situation with poise. The following day, Shen Yichen arrived early at the Intercontinental Hotel, clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his refined demeanor. Upon entering the Chinese restaurant, he found Su Yao already awaiting him in a private room. Dressed in a wine-red ensemble that added a touch of allure to her inherent elegance. Mr. Shen, you are quite punctual, Su Yao greeted him with a smile, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. Since Ms. Su arrived ahead of time, it would be remiss of me to be late, Shen Yichen replied courteously. Once seated, the waiter commenced serving the dishes. Su Yao raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip before speaking. Mr. Shen, your explanation regarding the origin of the gold bricks yesterday, while seemingly reasonable, leaves me with a sense of underlying intrigue. You must understand the stature of Qianye Jewelry in the industry. We possess ample resources and channels to uncover the truth. A pang of anxiety gripped Shen Yichen's heart, yet his smile remained unyielding. Miss Su, I comprehend your concerns. Nevertheless, certain matters are indeed inconvenient to disclose. I can only reiterate my assurance that the provenance of these gold bricks is entirely legitimate and compliant, posing no risk to you or your esteemed group. CEO fixed her gaze intently on Shen Yichen's eyes, seeking any signs of deceit. However, the steadfastness and serenity in his expression yielded nothing. Mr. Shen, I admire your caution. Yet, in the realm of commerce, It is through open collaboration that we can achieve mutual success. Should you be inclined to share further information, I believe our collaborative potential would be greatly amplified. Su Yao did not relent, persistently probing. A flicker of realization crossed Su Yao's mind, as she astutely discerned that Shen Yichen's words were not without foundation. As a seasoned entrepreneur with years of experience navigating the complexities of the business world, she possessed a profound understanding of the trends within the technology sector. If Shen Yichen indeed held the reins to cutting-edge technological projects, then partnering with him would undoubtedly be a sagacious decision. Mr. Shen, you possess both insight and audacity. However, I am curious as to why you have chosen Qinya Jewelry as your partner? Su Yao inquired. Shen Yichen responded earnestly, Ms. Su. The reputation and strength of Qinya Jewelry within the industry are indisputable. Moreover, I firmly believe that your group's resources and channels can provide robust support for my technological endeavors. More importantly, I perceive in you a fervent passion for business and a keen sense of insight, which assures me that we can cultivate mutual understanding and create shared value through our collaboration. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, Su Yao felt a sense of quiet pride. Nodding, she replied, Mr. Shen, you flatter me. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. I hope we can embark on a partnership in the realm of technology, jointly investing in the research and development of promising projects. Of course, as a prerequisite for our collaboration, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a detailed overview of your technological projects. Shen Yichen understood that this was Su Yao's bottom line. Failing to meet her demands could jeopardize the continuation of their partnership. He took a deep breath and said, Ms. Su, to be candid, I am currently preparing a project focused on the research and development of deuterium-ion batteries. These batteries boast an extraordinarily high energy density and an exceptionally long lifespan. If successfully developed, they will fundamentally alter the current energy landscape. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes flickered with surprise. Although she possessed some understanding of the technological realm, the concept of deuterium-ion batteries was entirely new to her. Mr. Shen, deuterium-ion batteries sound impressive. However, my knowledge in this field is limited. Could you elaborate on their advantages and market prospects? Shen Yichen recognized this as an excellent opportunity to showcase his project to Su Yao. He began to elucidate the principles, advantages, and market potential of deuterium-ion batteries. His explanation was both accessible and well-structured, providing Su Yao with a deeper understanding of the project. Mr. Shen, I must say, your project is quite compelling. Nevertheless, I am aware that developing such a battery presents considerable challenges, requiring substantial financial resources and technical support. What is your current progress? Su Yao inquired. Shen Yichen felt a surge of joy, realizing he had successfully piqued Su Yao's interest. Miss Su, I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. Regardless of whether our collaboration comes to fruition, I hope we can maintain open lines of communication and dialogue. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions about market trends and industry dynamics. Before they knew it, lunch had drawn to a close. Mr. Shen, our conversation today has been immensely enjoyable. I will consider your proposal promptly and will inform you as soon as I have any updates. Su Yao said as she rose to leave. After departing from the Intercontinental Hotel, Shen Yichen felt an extraordinary sense of liberation. Although the collaboration with Su Yao remained shrouded in uncertainty, he was confident that with unwavering perseverance, he could uncover more opportunities and resources to propel his technological project forward. Su Yao, the beautiful and astute CEO, would undoubtedly become a pivotal partner on his journey of development. As they looked ahead, how would they join forces to forge a remarkable business legend? Everything remained a mystery, yet Shen Yichen brimmed with anticipation. In the 46th episode, the deuterium supply secured and crisis emerges. Shen Yichen sat in the spacious and brightly lit office of Huanyu Technology, where gentle sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden patches of light upon his desk. Having just concluded discussions with Su Yao regarding their collaboration, he was poised to organize his forthcoming work schedule when suddenly, the tranquility of the room was interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was a call from Zhou Fenghua. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he silently speculated about the purpose of Zhou Fenghua's call at this moment. After a brief pause, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Zhou. How do you do? Shen Yichen's tone was imbued with warmth and curiosity. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shen, congratulations. I watched the live broadcast of your Huanyu Technology press conference, and you truly made a remarkable impression. Zhou Fenghua's hearty laughter resonated from the other end of the line, his words infused with admiration. Shen Yichen smiled faintly and said, Thank you for your kind words. General Zhou, this achievement is indeed the result of everyone's collective efforts. By the way, General Zhou, you called. Is there something on your mind? Indeed, Mr. Shen. After attending your press conference, I have high hopes for your company's future. Therefore, I have collaborated with several domestic rare gas factories, and we are genuinely interested in signing an exclusive supply contract with Huanyu Technology. I would like to know your thoughts on this matter, Zhou Finghua stated directly, his tone brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen felt a surge of joy within. He understood that a stable supply of deuterium was crucial for the development of the company. General Zhou, this is truly wonderful news. However, I would like to first ascertain how much deuterium your factories can collectively provide each year. Based on our preliminary estimates, we conservatively expect to supply between 100 million to 150 million cubic meters of deuterium annually. If the order volume remains stable, our consortium could potentially deliver up to 200 million cubic meters for you, Zhou Finghua confidently replied. Shen Yichen calculated silently in his mind. Even at the lowest estimate of 100 million cubic meters, it would suffice to manufacture 10 million automotive heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. Although this figure still falls short when compared to the domestic annual sales of 30 million vehicles, it would certainly be adequate for the initial development of the company. Moreover, his battery factory was not solely focused on automotive batteries. It also intended to provide energy solutions for other mobile devices. Therefore, the deuterium supplied by these factories would be entirely manageable for him. General Zhou, I will take all the goods from your consortium. However, regarding the pricing, I must trouble you to discuss it further with the other factory owners, Shen Yichen remarked with a smile. Mr. Shen is quite agreeable. In fact, we have already taken this into consideration. Since we are entering into an exclusive supply contract with you, we will certainly offer you favorable pricing. After some deliberation among the factory owners, we have decided to set the price at 4,000 yuan per cubic meter. What do you think? Zhou Finghua stated. Shen Yichen raised an eyebrow, secretly calculating. Previously, when he purchased deuterium, the price was 500 yuan per cubic meter. Now, the counterpart was offering him a price of 4,000 yuan per cubic meter, a reduction of 500 yuan, which constituted a significant concession. Excellent, Mr. Zhou. Let us finalize this arrangement. Please bring along the other deuterium factory owners to Huanyu Technology tomorrow to sign the contract with General Manager Su. She is quite experienced in business collaborations, and coordinating with her will undoubtedly be seamless, Shen Yichen expressed joyfully. Certainly, Mr. Shen. It is settled then. I will ensure everyone is there on time tomorrow, Zhou Finghua replied, equally enthusiastic. After concluding the call with Zhou Finghua, Shen Yichen felt a profound sense of ease. He understood that with the resolution of the deuterium supply issue, the company had taken a significant stride forward in its development. Now, with virtually all raw materials in place and ample liquid assets at his disposal, he was poised to swiftly commence production and realize his entrepreneurial aspirations in technology. However, unbeknownst to Shen Yichen, a conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding on the other side of the globe. In a luxurious hotel suite in Jiangxing, several Americans were gathered around a laptop, their expressions grave. The screen displayed the image of a high-ranking American military officer, indicating they were engaged in a video call with their superiors. Minister Schneider, we approached Shen Yichen tonight and presented our demands, but he declined. Furthermore, he is not in need of money at the moment. What should we do? One of the Americans said to the computer. Upon hearing this, Minister Schneider of the Department of Defense, located across the ocean at the Pentagon, furrowed his brow in concern. He was acutely aware that the flying car technology possessed by Shen Yichen's company held critical implications for future military advancements. Should this technology fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's military, America's aerial supremacy would face a severe blow. Meanwhile, within the red walls of the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere in a modest two-story building was equally tense. Zhou Zheng and Lu Chong stood respectfully before an elder. The elder set aside his glasses and documents, speaking slowly. I have reviewed this information. If the technology of Huanyu Technology is indeed as described, it would significantly aid our nation's technological development and enhance our military capabilities, warranting robust support. Zhou Zheng interjected, Leader, we previously approached Shen Yichen, requesting he share his technology with our military, but he refused. What do you suggest as our next steps to support him? The elderly gentleman slightly narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before articulating, The technological prospects of others appear exceedingly bright. If you rashly demand they unveil their innovations, who would acquiesce? The crux of the matter is not whether we can acquire the technology, but rather that Shen Yichen is a citizen of Longhua, and his company is situated within our borders. As long as he refrains from divulging his technology to foreign entities, the advancement of Huanyu technology will serve as an advantage for our nation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing internally admired the elder's farsightedness and promptly remarked, "Leader, your vision is truly expansive. Enough with the flattery. I shall dispatch someone anew to negotiate with him. You may leave now," the elder replied with a smile, waving his hand. "Understood, leader." Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang responded before exiting. After their departure, another group entered the two-story building. These individuals were top scientists from the Longhua Academy of Sciences, led by Li Tianrui, the chief astronomer of the Huaka Institute. "Leader, this is Li Tianrui from the Astronomical Research Institute of Huaka Institute. It is said he has made a significant discovery, which is why he has come here at this late hour," the secretary reported to the leader. Upon hearing this, the leader was taken aback, pondering when the Astronomical Research Institute had encountered an urgent matter. "Leader, I am Li Tianrui, the director of the Astronomical Research Institute of Huaka. After 3 years of diligent research, we have determined that our sun is entering an active phase," Li Tianrui stated with a grave expression. The leader, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of authority without anger, and said, "Please elaborate on your findings." The scientists from the Astronomical Research Institute exchanged glances, and then Li Tianrui began to elucidate the results of their 3 years of research in detail. "Comrade Chief, based on our observations, solar activity is set to increase in frequency. Solar flares and the progressively more potent solar winds have already exerted a significant impact on Earth's biosphere. In recent years, the number of extinct species has gradually risen. At present, we remain uncertain about the underlying issues with the sun, whether we are witnessing merely a transient surge of intense activity or a prolonged and escalating phenomenon. Should solar flares continue to erupt, the potential amplification of the released energy remains unknown to our research institute. However, if the sun maintains this heightened activity, cosmic rays that exceed the tolerance of living organisms may usher in an unprecedented crisis for humanity, possibly leading to extinction." Li Tianrui's voice was tinged with concern and gravity. After a prolonged silence, the chief finally spoke. "Who else is aware of these research findings?" Li Tianrui replied solemnly, "Currently, only a few top experts from our Astronomical Research Institute, along with personnel from several subordinate departments assisting in the analysis, are privy to this information. Nevertheless, it is likely that foreign scientific institutions are also capable of detecting anomalies in solar behavior. This matter must be kept confidential and classified as a top-secret issue. You shall continue your research in secrecy and strive to produce definitive results promptly," the chief asserted decisively. "Understood, Comrade Chief," Li Tianrui and his colleagues responded. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen remained blissfully unaware of the impending crises and challenges as he was in his office, envisioning the future development blueprint of the company with great anticipation. He resolved that after addressing the issues of deuterium supply and funding, the next step would be to significantly increase investment in research and development, expediting the launch of more high-tech products to enable cosmic technology to shine in the global technological arena. Simultaneously, he sensed that the road ahead might not be smooth. Yet he remained undaunted. Armed with his intellect and courage, alongside the advanced technologies bestowed by extraterrestrial spacecraft, he firmly believed he could guide cosmic technology toward greatness, even contributing to humanity's survival and development amid potential future crises. In this era filled with uncertainties, how will Shen Yichen and his cosmic technology confront the challenges that continue to arise? Everything remains unknown, yet the story has only just begun. In this seemingly ordinary day, Shen Yichen's heart was brimming with a profound sense of mission. The news of the sun entering a period of heightened activity struck him like a thunderous explosion, sending ripples through his thoughts. He understood that the crisis confronting humanity might only be surmountable through the extraterrestrial technologies at his disposal, and Venus, the enigmatic planet, could harbor the vital clues necessary to resolve this predicament. "Xiaomi, prepare yourself. We are heading to Venus," Shen Yichen declared with unwavering conviction, as if proclaiming his determination to the universe. Xiaomi nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with resolve. "Understood, Master. I will prepare the landing craft immediately." Soon, Shen Yichen and Xiaomi boarded the landing craft, racing towards the moonlit expanse. Within the confines of the vessel, Shen Yichen sat quietly at the helm, his gaze fixed ahead, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. He was acutely aware that this expedition to Venus was fraught with uncertainty and challenges, yet he felt no trepidation. He was resolute in his belief that, armed with his intellect and courage, he would undoubtedly unveil the enigmatic veil of Venus and discover a pathway for humanity's future. As he attentively absorbed Xiao Ai's introduction, his understanding of Venus's harsh environment deepened. A furrow creased his brow as he pondered. In such a hostile environment, how arduous would it truly be to uncover signs of life? Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges, I cannot relent. This endeavor pertains to the very survival of humankind. As the spacecraft approached Venus, Shen Yichen peered through the viewport, beholding the planet's tawny surface, reminiscent of a desolate desert, exuding a scent of decay. A surge of inexplicable tension and anticipation welled within him. He knew he was on the brink of stepping onto this mysterious terrain, ready to unveil its long-concealed secrets. At last, the spacecraft successfully touched down on Venus. Shen Yichen and Xiaomi donned the spacesuits prepared by Xiao Ai and cautiously exited the craft. Beneath their feet lay a rugged expanse of rocky terrain, shrouded in thick fog that obscured the distant horizon. Shen Yichen activated the detector on his spacesuit, commencing an assessment of Venus's environment. Master, the detection results indicate that the carbon dioxide content in Venus's atmosphere exceeds 95, and the greenhouse effect is exceedingly severe. No familiar life forms exist here. The voice of Xiao Ai echoed in Shen Yichen's ears. Shen Yichen nodded slightly, although a sense of disappointment lingered within him. He did not surrender. He continued onward, meticulously observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar in the soil beneath his feet. He crouched down, carefully excavating with the tool in his hand. After considerable effort, Shen Yichen finally unearthed a strange stone from the soil. The surface of this stone bore unique patterns, resembling the fossil of some organism. A surge of excitement welled up within him. He realized he might have made a significant discovery. Xiao Ai, analyze the composition of this stone, he urged eagerly. Certainly, Master, Xiao Ai responded, swiftly conducting the analysis. Soon, she delivered the results. Master, this stone contains traces of carbon-based life. According to the analysis, these signs of life activities appeared approximately 2 billion years ago. Shen Yichen was profoundly astonished upon hearing this revelation. He had never anticipated that carbon-based life once thrived on Venus. He found himself lost in contemplation. What could Venus have looked like 2 billion years ago? How did these life forms vanish? Did this conceal the secrets of solar activity and the crises facing humanity? Just as Shen Yichen pondered these questions, Xiao Ai suddenly emitted an alarm. Master, something is amiss. The solar flares are exhibiting unprecedented intensity. By infiltrating astronomical research data from various nations on Earth, I deduce that if the sun continues its tumultuous behavior, within the next 30 years, Earth's biological diversity could face a catastrophic decline of 90, including the extinction of humanity. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen felt a resounding buzz in his head, rendering him utterly speechless. He could scarcely believe his ears, his heart laden with shock and dread. He understood all too well that this represented an unparalleled crisis. Without a solution, humanity would confront annihilation. Xiao Ai, please tell me, is there any way to save humanity? Shen Yichen implored anxiously. After a brief silence, Xiao Ai responded, Master, the only viable solution at present is to lead humanity in migrating to Mars. This could temporarily extend our existence for approximately 300 years. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, acutely aware that colonizing Mars was no simple endeavor. It demanded vast resources and technological support, and it would be impossible to relocate all of humanity. He found himself engulfed in profound anguish and conflict, continuously pondering, is there truly no alternative for humanity? I cannot resign myself to this fate. I must discover a better solution to rescue all of humankind. Standing on the unfamiliar and perilous surface of Venus, Shen Yichen was beset by a torrent of thoughts. He gazed into the distance at the sky shrouded in dense fog, silently vowing, regardless of the cost, I will save humanity. This is my mission and my responsibility. At this moment, an exploration concerning the fate of humanity has only just begun. How will Shen Yichen navigate through the multitude of challenges to seek hope for human survival? Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. I revel in my command of extraterrestrial technology that transcends Earth. In episode 48, an analysis of civilizational levels and the plan to save humanity. Shen Yichen stands upon the desolate yet enigmatic terrain of Venus, surrounded by an eerie silence, pierced only by the howling winds and enveloped in thick mists, as if whispering the infinite mysteries of the cosmos and the insignificance of mankind. The recent alarming alert from Xiao Ai regarding the exceptionally intense solar flare activity, which threatens to plunge Earth's biosphere into catastrophe, strikes his heart like a heavy hammer. Colonizing Mars could only prolong humanity's fate by a mere 300 years, which is woefully insufficient. Shen Yichen murmurs to himself, his voice laden with helplessness and resentment. He is acutely aware that 300 years is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of human history, and the prospect of migrating to Mars is fraught with immense challenges, requiring vast resources and effort, with no guarantee that the entire human population could successfully relocate. Xiao Ai, is there truly no other alternative? Shen Yichen gazes upward at the sky, obscured by thick clouds, as if he could perceive the crisis currently befalling Earth. Xiao Ai pauses for a moment, seemingly sifting through all conceivable solutions. Master, at present, given Earth's technological capabilities, colonizing Mars remains the most feasible option. Unless what? Speak quickly. Shen Yichen presses urgently. Unless we can harness a superior form of energy and construct a superstructure akin to a Dyson sphere. Dyson sphere? Xiao Ai inquired. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow. He was not unfamiliar with the concept. In the science fiction works he had previously encountered, a Dyson sphere was depicted as a colossal structure capable of enveloping a star to harness its entire energy output, emblematic of a Type II civilization. A flicker of hope ignited within him, only to be swiftly extinguished by the harshness of reality. Constructing a Dyson sphere necessitated materials equivalent to the mass of Jupiter, a feat far beyond Earth's current technological prowess. Indeed, Master, the construction of a Dyson sphere demands exceedingly advanced technology and a formidable industrial foundation, attainable only by civilizations of Type III or higher, Xiao Ai elucidated. Presently, Earth exists at a mere 0.6 on the civilization scale. Although we have mastered fossil energy extraction and rudimentary nuclear fusion technology, we are still confined to close-range planetary exploration within our stellar system, with a long journey ahead before we can even contemplate the construction of a Dyson sphere. Xiao Ai, you mentioned that the home planet of Ship No. 1 has reached Type 7 civilization. Just how formidable is a Type 7 civilization? Shen Yichen suddenly inquired, yearning to comprehend the might of more advanced civilizations, perhaps to glean inspiration for alleviating humanity's crises. Master, a Type 7 civilization is nearing the dominion of causal manipulation characteristic of civilizations at levels 8 or 9. Those civilizations are akin to deities. Xiao Ai's voice resonated with reverence. They wield technology and capabilities beyond imagination, capable of forging multiverses, influencing the continuum of time, and even creating or annihilating galaxies. To them, our earthly civilization is as insignificant as ants. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen was inundated with a profound sense of astonishment. He envisioned those near-divine civilizations, their modes of existence and technological advancements surpassing the limits of his comprehension. He dared not dwell too deeply on the might of these civilizations, for such thoughts would evoke a sense of insignificance and impotence within him. Yet, he understood that this vast disparity only strengthened his resolve to save humanity. No matter how formidable a Type 7 civilization may be, I shall strive to secure a chance for human survival. Shen Yichen clenched his fists, as if proclaiming his determination to the entire cosmos. Xiao Ai, if we establish a robust colonial base on Earth and harness the technology of alien spacecraft, could we withstand the onslaught of solar flares? Shen Yichen inquired with enthusiasm. Xiao Ai swiftly analyzed the feasibility of this plan. Master, theoretically, it is achievable. If we can leverage the technology of alien spacecraft to construct a protective facility capable of withstanding cosmic rays and high temperatures, coupled with a powerful energy supply system, it may indeed be possible to create a secure colonial base on Earth. However, realizing this plan requires immense power and financial resources, along with considerable support in terms of materials and manpower. Shen Yichen nodded, fully aware of the challenges this plan entailed. Yet, he had no path of retreat. To save humanity, he must devote himself entirely. I must find a way to conquer Earth and gain control over its resources. Only then can I realize my plan and save all of humanity. Shen Yichen resolved silently within his heart. We must promptly locate the prototype and technical documentation for flying cars. We cannot allow Longwood to lead us in this regard. A senior spy remarked coldly. However, The security measures of Huanyu technology are exceedingly stringent. How shall we infiltrate? Another spy inquired with concern. This necessitates meticulous planning, the senior spy replied, a sinister glint in his eyes. We must first ascertain the internal structure and security system of Huanyu technology, then seize the opportunity to breach their defenses in one decisive move. I relish the prospect of mastering alien technology that transcends Earth. Episode 49, Factory Expansion Plans and Spy Infiltration. The morning sun, akin to delicate strands of golden silk, streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gently illuminating the spacious and bright office of Huanyu Technology. Shen Yichen sat at his desk, intently scrutinizing the documents in hand, which meticulously detailed the company's current business progress and future plans. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if he could perceive the company's glorious future through the text. Xiao Ai, come here for a moment, Shen Yichen called, lifting his head towards Sun Xiao, who was busily engaged nearby. Upon hearing his voice, Sun Xiao set aside her work and hastened to his desk, a hint of confusion on her face as she softly asked, Yichen, is there something you need? Shen Yichen pointed to the documents before him and said earnestly, Xiao, the company's growth momentum is robust, with an increasing number of orders. Our existing factory size can no longer meet production demands. I intend to expand the factory. Please contact the Anqing Land Bureau to see if we can acquire the land behind the factory, including Chifu Village. I wish to establish a colossal industrial park there. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu's face revealed a look of shock. She widened her eyes, gazing at Shen Yichen, seemingly unable to believe her ears. After a moment, she stammered, Yichen, do you comprehend what this signifies? Acquiring that parcel of land necessitates not only consideration for the villagers' farmland, but also the price of the wasteland and the compensation for resettling the villagers. This entails a substantial expenditure. The costs are exceedingly high. Shen Yichen offered a slight smile, his face radiating confidence as he replied, Xiao, I am fully aware of the challenges and expenses involved. However, for the long-term development of the company, this is an essential undertaking. You need not worry about the financial aspect. I possess ample resources to secure this land. Your responsibility is to liaise with the Land Bureau, comprehend the relevant policies and procedures, and expedite this matter. Sun Xiaoyu met Shen Yichen's resolute gaze, understanding that he had made up his mind. She nodded and said, Very well, Yichen, I will strive to fulfill this task. However, it truly is quite complex, and I cannot guarantee success. Shen Yichen gently patted Sun Xiaoyu's shoulder, offering encouragement. Xiaoyu, I have faith in your capabilities. We shall tackle any challenges together. I will support you wholeheartedly. Sun Xiaoyu nodded, a wave of warmth washing over her heart. She silently resolved to exert her utmost effort to accomplish the task entrusted to her by Shen Yichen. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, in a conference room at the Pentagon in the United States, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Minister Schneider sat at the head of the conference table, his countenance dark and brooding as if it could weep. Those foolish individuals cannot even manage a trivial factory, he thundered, striking the table with indignation. We must adopt more effective measures, securing the prototype and technology of the flying car from Huanyu Technology at all costs. A cautious agent interjected, Minister, we have dispatched senior spies to Hangzhou, who will rendezvous with local operatives to devise a meticulous plan. This time, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Schneider scoffed. It had better be so. Should we fail again, none of you will emerge unscathed. In a clandestine CAF in Hangzhou, 2 senior American spies were engaging in a secretive meeting with several local operatives. Their expressions were grave, as though they were on the brink of a life-and-death struggle. According to our intelligence, the Huanyu Technology Factory is located in the suburbs, boasting a high degree of automation and minimal security presence, one of the operatives whispered. This presents us with an excellent opportunity, another agent nodded. We can exploit this. Let us deploy 2 spies with Dragon Country appearances disguised as truck drivers to infiltrate the factory. Their mission will be to photograph the equipment, breach the computer systems to duplicate files, and, most crucially, locate the prototype of the flying car. But the factory's equipment and technology are exceedingly advanced. Can our personnel manage this? Another operative inquired with concern. Rest assured, they have all undergone rigorous training and possess specialized skills and knowledge, the senior spy declared with confidence. Furthermore, we will provide support and extraction from outside. Once they succeed, we will retreat immediately. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated espionage operation commenced. 2 spies, disguised as truck drivers, maneuvered a cargo-laden trailer towards the suburban factory of cosmic technology. Their hearts raced with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration, as if on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret. Upon their arrival at the factory entrance, the guard merely posed a few casual inquiries before granting them access. This unexpected ease filled the spies with quiet jubilation. They felt this operation was unfolding even more smoothly than anticipated. Upon entering the factory, the spies were astounded by the sight before them. Advanced automated machinery filled the space, robotic arms swung tirelessly, and transport carts zipped along their tracks, transforming the factory into a realm reminiscent of a futuristic world brimming with technology. These devices were astonishingly advanced. One spy couldn't help but whisper in awe. "Stop gawking and get moving," the other spy urged. After capturing a series of photographs, they began searching for the control room, hoping to breach the computer systems and replicate the files contained within. However, the factory's layout proved to be exceedingly intricate, and despite their efforts, they could not locate the control room. "What do we do? Without finding the control room, we cannot copy the files," one spy exclaimed in distress. "Don't panic. Let's continue searching," the other spy reassured. As they scoured for the control room, a spy suddenly spotted the flying car nestled in the corner of the courtyard. His eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Look, a flying car!" The two spies hurried over, encircling the vehicle to scrutinize it closely. They endeavored to unlock the doors and gain entry to examine the intricate design and technology within. However, the doors of the flying car were securely locked, and despite their best efforts, they found themselves unable to gain access. "What shall we do now? Without unlocking the door, we cannot acquire the technology inside," one spy lamented. "Well, if we cannot open it, we might as well leave for now," the other replied resignedly. "Though this mission did not yield complete success, we captured many valuable photographs, which can be considered a modest gain." Thus, the two spies relinquished their pursuit of the flying car and stealthily departed from the factory. They believed their actions were undetected, unaware that every move they made was being meticulously observed by Shen Yichen through surveillance cameras. In the factory's monitoring room, Shen Yichen watched the footage with a faint smirk. He had anticipated that American spies would target the factory, prompting him to enhance the surveillance in advance. He understood that these spies would not easily concede, and more challenges lay ahead. Yet, he remained unfazed. Armed with his intellect and the technology of the alien spacecraft, he felt confident in facing any adversity. "Humph. You think you can pilfer technology from me? You are still too inexperienced." Shen Yichen spoke coldly. "However, this incident has served as a wake-up call for me. I must accelerate the expansion of the factory and the development of technology, making Huanyu technology even more formidable." Rising from his seat, he gazed out at the sky, his heart brimming with resolute conviction. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with thorns and challenges, yet he remained undaunted. He believed that with relentless effort, he could surely achieve his ambitions, securing a place for Huanyu technology in the global technological arena and contributing significantly to humanity's advancement. This infiltration by spies was merely a minor interlude in his entrepreneurial journey. The future held far more excitement for him to script. In the futuristic office, Shen Yichen sat at his desk, brows furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance footage on the computer screen. There, two spies disguised as truck drivers stealthily prowled around the factory, their every move captured by Shen Yichen's watchful eyes. "Humph. These individuals truly believe they can infiltrate my factory unnoticed." A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he scoffed. "Master, do you require me to take action now?" Xiao Ai's melodious voice resonated in the room, breaking the brief silence. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yichen replied, "Not just yet. Let them stir things up a little longer. I am curious to see who is behind them and what their true intentions are." Quietly observed the surveillance footage, watching as two spies futilely searched for flying cars in the control room within the factory. When they finally surrendered and left the premises in defeat, a subtle, barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of his lips. "Xiao Ai, investigate the identities of these two individuals," he commanded. "Understood, Master," Xiao Ai responded promptly, commencing her inquiry through facial recognition and data infiltration techniques. Before long, Xiao Ai delivered her findings. "Master, these two are students from the Dragon Nation who were seduced by American operatives. During their studies abroad, they were targeted by U.S. intelligence agencies and, through coercion and temptation, ultimately became spies for America." A surge of indignation welled up within Shen Yichen upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that these two students would betray their homeland for personal gain, becoming accomplices to the United States. These traitors shall not escape my wrath, he vowed inwardly. However, he knew that now was not the opportune moment to act. He intended to draw out those who lurked behind them. On the morning 2 days later, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Shen Yichen's face as he entered his office. Just then, Sun Xiaoyu hurried in, her expression tinged with urgency. Yichen, I've been in contact with the Land Bureau. The terms they propose for the land transfer are exceedingly harsh. Principally, arable land will not be relinquished, while barren land is priced at 8,000 yuan per mil. Moreover, there are numerous additional conditions. It is nothing short of extortion. Sun Xiaoyu exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow even deeper upon hearing this. He was acutely aware that the price set by the Land Bureau was indeed exorbitant, exceeding his expectations. Furthermore, the refusal to relinquish arable land was undoubtedly a significant impediment to his factory's expansion plans. Xiaoyu, please communicate with them once more and see if there is room for negotiation. If that proves futile, we may need to consider establishing our factory in other provinces. I refuse to believe that we cannot operate our factory outside of Anqing, Shen Yichen asserted with determination. Sun Xiaoyu nodded, responding, all right, Yichen, I will make another attempt. However, I believe we should also prepare for the possibility of relocating to another province, as time waits for no one. Shen Yichen sighed and said, I understand. I appreciate your efforts in this matter. You must expedite the resolution, as we can no longer afford delays. At that moment, the secretary suddenly knocked and entered, stating, President Shen, Major General Xiao Hong from the Southern Military District is here for a visit, mentioning that she has important matters to discuss with you. Shen Yichen felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated a military visit at this juncture. He promptly replied, please invite Major General Xiao in. Before long, a strikingly poised female Major General entered the room. Clad in military attire, she stood tall, her gaze reflecting a blend of resolve and decisiveness. She was Major General Xiao Hong from the Southern Military District. President Shen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I apologize for the abrupt visit and hope for your understanding, Major General Xiao said with a smile. Shen Yichen quickly rose to greet her, saying, Major General Xiao, you are too kind. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Major General Xiao Hong did not mince words and directly stated, Mr. Shen, our military district is immensely interested in your company's flying car technology. We hope your company can produce a batch of military aircraft utilizing the engine technology of flying cars. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Shen? Shen Yichen felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. He recognized that this was a rare opportunity for Huanyu technology. Collaborating with the military would not only elevate the company's prestige and influence, but also secure the military support and resources, providing robust assistance for the company's growth. It is our honor at Huanyu Technology to contribute to the nation, Major General Xiao. We are more than willing to collaborate with the military to manufacture military aircraft. As for the pricing, we are unconcerned. We believe the country will treat us fairly, Shen Yichen responded with enthusiasm. Major General Xiao Hong regarded Shen Yichen with newfound respect. She had not anticipated his willingness and profound sense of responsibility. With a smile, she remarked, Mr. Shen, you are indeed forthright. However, we have high design requirements for the aircraft, necessitating certain special capabilities and functions. I wonder if your research and development team can meet our demands? Shen Yichen confidently assured her, rest assured, Major General Xiao. Our R&D team comprises top talents, equipped with extensive experience and formidable technical prowess. We will undoubtedly meet the military's requirements and craft the most advanced military aircraft. Major General Xiao Hong nodded in agreement and said, that is reassuring. This document outlines the military's design requirements and related information for the aircraft. General Shen may review it at his convenience. Should any questions arise, we remain open to discussion. Shen Yichen received the documents and began to scrutinize them attentively. The file meticulously enumerated the military's performance metrics and functional requisites for the aircraft, encompassing flight speed, range, payload, stealth capabilities, and armament specifications, among others. These stipulations were exceedingly stringent. However, Shen Yichen was confident that his research and development team would surmount the challenges and fulfill the mandate. General Xiao, after reviewing the requirements, I am confident that we can meet them all. Nevertheless, during the development process, we hope to maintain a degree of independence and prefer not to have military personnel involved directly in the R&D. Our technology is rather specialized and entails certain core secrets. We are concerned about potential leaks, Shen Yichen articulated. General Xiao Hong frowned slightly upon hearing this. She recognized that Shen Yichen's apprehensions were not unfounded. However, the military placed great importance on this collaboration and wished to be involved throughout the developmental process to ensure that the aircraft's performance and quality met their standards. General Shen, I understand your concerns. However, the military is equally invested in this partnership and hopes to be engaged throughout the RD process. How about we assign some technical personnel as observers? They would not participate in the actual development work, but would oversee and guide the process. What do you think? General Qiao proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yichen found merit in General Qiao's suggestion. He nodded and replied, "Very well, General Qiao. Let us proceed as you have proposed. However, we hope that the military observers will adhere to our company's regulations and refrain from disclosing any technical secrets." Major General Qiao Hong smiled and remarked, "Rest assured, Mr. Shen, our military personnel are rigorously selected and trained, possessing a high degree of confidentiality awareness and discipline. We will certainly comply with your company's regulations and will not divulge any technical secrets. Mr. Shen, I am delighted to collaborate with your esteemed company. I believe that through our joint efforts, we can develop the most advanced military aircraft for the nation's defense endeavors," Major General Qiao added. Shen Yichen also smiled and responded, "Major General Qiao, I too am thrilled to work with the military. We will do our utmost to ensure the smooth progress of our collaborative project." After leaving the documents, Major General Qiao stood to take her leave. Shen Yichen personally escorted her to the door, watching her silhouette fade into the elevator, his heart brimming with confidence and anticipation. "Xiao Ai, please notify the research and development team to promptly commence work on the military's design requirements and formulate a detailed development plan. We must complete the task within the stipulated time frame and not disappoint the military," Shen Yichen instructed Sun Xiaoyu. "Understood, Yichen. I will inform them right away." Sun Xiaoyu nodded and exited the office. At this moment, Shen Yichen was seated in his office, holding the collaboration request documents sent by the military. He leaned slightly forward, his fingers gently tapping on the table, his gaze fixated intently on the documents before him, exuding both focus and determination. The papers detailed the military's various performance metrics and technical requirements for the aircraft, all of which he meticulously scrutinized. After a moment, a subtle smile crept onto Shen Yichen's lips, revealing a glimmer of confidence. Although these stipulations were indeed demanding, they were not insurmountable. With Huanyu Technology's current capabilities, combined with the technical support provided by Xiao Ai, crafting a world-leading sky assassin would be a formidable yet achievable task. With that thought, he reclined in his chair, his mind already beginning to sketch the design blueprint of the aircraft. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the conference room of the White House, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost suffocating. President Biden occupied the head of the table, his expression grave, mirrored by the somber faces of the cabinet members surrounding him. On the large screen, a series of research data regarding the sun's anomalies was displayed, each statistic striking like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of all present. Secretary of Technology Rothstein stood before the screen, his demeanor serious as he addressed the assembly. "Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, according to our latest research, the sun's abnormal activities are intensifying, and our time is running short. After extensive discussions among experts, we have identified 3 viable refuge strategies. Firstly, the construction of vast sanctuaries in the polar regions of the Earth, leveraging the unique geographical environment and magnetic fields to shield against solar radiation. Secondly, delving deep underground to excavate extensive bunkers, relying on thick strata to obstruct the lethal rays of the sun. Thirdly, the establishment of underwater cities, utilizing the formidable shielding properties of seawater to provide humanity with a secure habitat." Upon hearing these proposals, the conference room erupted into fervent discussions. A cabinet member furrowed his brow and remarked, "These plans indeed sound feasible, but how easy will it be to implement them? Whether in the polar regions, underground, or beneath the sea, constructing sanctuaries will demand colossal resources and prolonged time. Do we truly possess sufficient time and resources to undertake such monumental projects?" After a moment of contemplation, President Biden's gaze shifted, revealing a glimmer of resolve. "Time is of the essence. We have little room for alternative choices. I have decided to initiate a global domination strategy, relentlessly seizing resources worldwide and concentrating our efforts on constructing our own refuge. Only in this way can America survive this solar crisis and sustain the continuity of human civilization." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. Meanwhile, As Shen Yichen focused intently on his research, American spies commenced their operations once more. Under the cover of night, they stealthily infiltrated the factory of Huan Yu technology. These spies, highly trained and nimble, evaded the factory's security systems like phantoms. They arrived at the warehouse housing flying cars and skillfully unlocked its massive doors. "This is the one. Hurry up and drag it away," one of them urged. The leading spy lowered his voice, and several operatives sprang into action, utilizing pre-prepared tools. They secured the flying car onto a specially designed trailer. With utmost care, they extricated the flying vehicle from the warehouse and steered it towards the factory's rear entrance. Throughout the entire operation, they remained utterly silent, as if everything lay within their control. Once they successfully maneuvered the flying car out of the factory, the spies swiftly transferred it onto a concealed truck and drove away with haste. Meanwhile, immersed in his research, Shen Yichen remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events within the factory. Thus commenced a thrilling and clandestine confrontation. In the ink-black night, thick and impenetrable, Shen Yichen piloted the modified aircraft like a nocturnal hawk concealed in shadows, silently tailing the truck laden with the flying car. The engine of the aircraft emitted a deep and steady hum, akin to the whispers of the night. Shen's gaze was resolute and sharp, fixated on the truck ahead. With not a hint of complacency, a slight perspiration formed in his palms, yet he remained oblivious at this moment. A singular thought occupied his mind. The flying car must not fall into enemy hands. At last, the truck arrived at a clandestine port. The port was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic lapping of waves against the shore, reminiscent of a somber lullaby. Dim lights flickered across the water's surface, casting dappled shadows in their wake. Shen Yichen cautiously descended the aircraft into a concealed corner near the port, then stealthily approached the cargo truck. His steps were light and agile, akin to a lurking leopard. Each footfall taken with utmost care, lest he disturb the enemy with even the slightest sound. Just as Shen Yichen neared the truck, the port's lights suddenly extinguished, plunging the entire world into darkness. A jolt of alarm surged through him, prompting an instinctive halt as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath grew erratic, an ominous premonition washing over him. In the enveloping darkness, it felt as if countless eyes were lurking, danger seemingly omnipresent. Yet, Shen Yichen was not paralyzed by fear. He swiftly recalibrated his focus, relying on his keen hearing and vast experience to navigate through the shadows. His hand tightly gripped the weapon he carried, ever ready to confront any imminent peril. With each step, he proceeded with utmost caution. Ears attuned to every whisper of sound around him, straining to discern the enemy's presence in the gloom. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light pierced the darkness from one side of the port, illuminating the entire area in an instant. Shen Yichen instinctively squinted, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a landing craft slowly making its way into the port. The vessel gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, its imposing structure exuding a formidable presence upon the water. As the landing craft drew nearer, Shen Yichen clearly discerned the prominent insignia emblazoned on its hull. A wave of exhilaration swelling within him. "It was our people," Shen Yichen murmured softly, as the tension and anxiety within him dissipated significantly. The landing ship gradually approached the shore, and with a muted thud, it came to a steady halt at the port. Subsequently, the hatch of the landing vessel slowly opened, and a brilliant beam of light burst forth from within, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds, instantly illuminating the entire harbor. Golden ripples danced upon the sea's surface, shimmering like a dream. Everything within the port was laid bare under this radiant illumination, as if the secrets lurking in the shadows were on the brink of revelation. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen observed several figures rush down from the landing ship, swiftly making their way towards the cargo trucks. He understood that the operation had commenced, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed suit. Amidst the fierce exchange of gunfire, Shen Yichen, with his agile movements and precise marksmanship, gradually gained the upper hand. The spy, sensing the peril, attempted to flee. However, Shen Yichen would not let him escape easily. He pursued relentlessly, closing the distance in a few swift strides. Then, he lunged forward, tackling the spy to the ground. The two wrestled on the ground, with Shen Yichen exerting all his strength to firmly subdue the spy. Ultimately, he successfully wrested the weapon from the spy's grip, bringing him under control. At that moment, the soldiers aboard the landing ship had also regained control of the situation. The spies were apprehended one after another, and the cargo vessel was successfully intercepted. As Shen Yichen surveyed the scene before him, A great weight lifted from his heart. He exhaled deeply, a look of relief gracing his features. After dealing with the spies, Shen Yichen immersed himself wholeheartedly in the collaborative endeavor of aircraft development with the military. The laboratory was filled with an array of design blueprints and experimental apparatus. The walls were adorned with densely packed data charts, while the tables were cluttered with various components and models. Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai toiled in the lab daily, immersed in their work, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. As they labored tirelessly day and night, after countless days and nights of arduous effort, they finally succeeded in developing a new type of aircraft. This aircraft boasted a streamlined appearance, reminiscent of a nimble bird, yet also akin to an oval, with graceful and fluid lines. Its fuselage was constructed from the most advanced materials, rendering it not only lightweight and robust but also endowed with exceptional stealth capabilities, allowing it to operate undetected under enemy radar surveillance. The interior of the aircraft was equipped with a sophisticated weapon system, featuring high-speed and long-range strike capabilities among its formidable functions. Its energy was supplied by a Level 1 high-compression, heavy hydrogen-ion battery, which possessed high energy density and remarkable endurance, providing the aircraft with lasting and stable power support. I revel in my command of extraterrestrial technology that surpasses earthly bounds. Episode 53. Aircraft Acceptance and Stalemate in Land Negotiations. Sun Xiaoyu sat in her office, gripping tightly the phone call from Shen Yichen, her face awash with disbelief. Her brow furrowed deeply, her eyes filled with uncertainty, and her mouth slightly agape, as if she wished to voice something, yet found herself momentarily speechless. Shen Yichen, you say the aircraft has been successfully developed? How could it be possible in such a short span of time? In Sun Xiaoyu's voice lingered a hint of skepticism. She found it hard to believe that within such a brief span of time, Shen Yichen could accomplish such a formidable task. On the other end of the line, Shen Yichen spoke with unwavering confidence. Xiaoyu, rest assured, when have I ever deceived you? The aircraft has indeed been successfully developed, and its performance metrics far exceed our expectations. It will undoubtedly satisfy the military. Quickly contact General Chao and have him come for the inspection. His tone was resolute and powerful, brimming with self-assurance regarding his achievements. Though doubts still lingered in Sun Xiaoyu's heart, she nodded and replied, "All right, I will contact General Chao right away. However, Shen Yichen, you must not falter. This is no trivial matter." A flicker of concern shone in her eyes, for this collaboration was of utmost importance to the company. The repercussions would be dire if the aircraft failed to pass inspection. After hanging up the phone, Sun Xiaoyu took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She picked up her mobile device and dialed General Chao's number. Once the call connected, she spoke politely, "General Chao, greetings. This is Sun Xiaoyu from Huanyu Technology. Shen Yichen has informed me that the aircraft has been successfully developed, and we would like to invite you to come for an inspection." She endeavored to maintain a steady tone, yet her underlying anxiety was difficult to conceal. Upon hearing this news, General Chao on the other end was momentarily taken aback before responding, "So soon? Very well, I will arrange to come over immediately." His heart was equally filled with astonishment and anticipation. He had long heard of Shen Yichen's capabilities, yet the rapid development of the aircraft still caught him by surprise. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Huanyu Technology Factory, General Chao, accompanied by numerous high-ranking officials and scientists from the Southern Military District, had arrived. They stood there, their gazes directed towards the interior of the factory, their expressions a mixture of expectation and skepticism. Could Shen Yichen truly produce a compliant aircraft in such a short span of time? "It seems rather implausible," one scientist murmured quietly to a colleague. His brow furrowed in doubt. In his view, the development of an aircraft was a complex and protracted endeavor, far from being easily accomplished. "Indeed. I too find it rather unrealistic. Even with advanced technology, it would be improbable to complete it so swiftly," another official concurred, his face etched with concern. For this collaboration was pivotal to the military's strategic framework. Should the aircraft fail to meet expectations, it would significantly impact the military's plans. Just as the crowd was engaged in fervent discussion, a sudden buzzing sound echoed from the sky. They looked up to see Shen Yichen piloting the bird now, one flying car, gliding slowly towards the factory. The flying car's distinctive design shimmered with a silver glow under the sunlight, resembling a silver eagle from the future. However, Shen Yichen was a full half-hour late. As he gently landed the flying car in front of the factory, dissatisfaction was evident on the faces of the gathered crowd. Indeed, there is a glaring lack of punctuality. Even if he has developed an aircraft, such an attitude is simply unacceptable. Another scientist voiced his dissatisfaction, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. The anticipation he once held for Shen Yichen has significantly diminished due to his tardiness. Upon seeing Shen Yichen finally arrive, Sun Xiaoyu hastened to greet him, her face adorned with a touch of remorse as she spoke. "General Qiao, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." She attempted to provide an explanation for his delay, but before she could finish, General Qiao interrupted her. With a dismissive wave of his hand and a somber expression, he remarked, "Enough. Let us hope that his aircraft is indeed as formidable as he claims, or this collaboration may be in jeopardy." His gaze conveyed a sense of authority. As a high-ranking military official, he harbored stringent expectations regarding time and efficiency. As Shen Yichen disembarked from the flying vehicle and observed the dissatisfaction etched on the faces around him, he silently lamented his situation. He promptly approached General Qiao and the others, offering his apologies. "I truly regret the delay. I encountered unforeseen circumstances on the way. I kindly ask for your understanding." His tone was earnest, and his countenance reflected contrition, yet the expressions of those present remained unyielding. General Qiao let out a cold scoff and stated, "Let us hope this is the last instance. Our time is precious, and we cannot afford to wait for you." His voice was frigid, and his eyes revealed a palpable discontent, clearly indicating his concern over Shen Yichen's lateness. Shen Yichen nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering further words. He was acutely aware of the significance of this acceptance test. Failure to satisfy the military would not only result in the loss of a vital partnership for the company, but could also jeopardize future prospects. Subsequently, Shen Yichen led the group to the aircraft display area. As the aircraft gradually unveiled itself before the crowd, their gazes were instantly captivated. The aircraft's design was streamlined, with graceful and fluid lines reminiscent of a nimble bird in flight. Its fuselage was crafted from the most advanced materials, shimmering with a subtle metallic luster under the sunlight, akin to a finely wrought piece of art. However, the aircraft's distinctive appearance incited fervent discussion and skepticism among the scientists present. "Why does this aircraft look so peculiar? It seems entirely different from our traditional models. Can it truly function?" One scientist remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the aircraft. A look of perplexity etched across his face. His eyes betrayed a hint of concern. In his view, the aircraft's shape directly influenced its flight performance and stability, and such an unconventional design led him to question its capabilities. "Indeed, I also find it somewhat strange. Moreover, can this aircraft's stealth capabilities, speed, and striking power genuinely meet the military's requirements? I have my doubts," another scientist chimed in, his tone laced with skepticism. As a professional researcher, he held stringent expectations regarding the aircraft's performance and expressed doubt regarding Shen Yichen's claims of its formidable capabilities. In the face of their skepticism, Shen Yichen calmly stepped forward, commencing a detailed exposition of the aircraft's various attributes and technological features. His voice resonated with confidence, and his gaze conveyed unwavering faith in the aircraft. "Ladies and gentlemen, this flying machine incorporates the latest innovations developed by our cosmic technology. It boasts stealth capabilities employing quantum invisibility technology, effectively evading enemy radar detection. In terms of speed, it is equipped with a superluminal engine, capable of reaching velocities up to half the speed of light. Its offensive capabilities are formidable, armed with laser weapons and missile systems, enabling precise strikes on targets. Furthermore, it possesses a high degree of intelligence and autonomous decision-making capabilities, allowing it to execute missions independently in complex environments." Shen Yichen's presentation was thorough and professional. As he spoke, he gestured toward various components of the aircraft, showcasing its advanced technologies and designs. However, the scientist remained skeptical after listening to Shen Yichen's exposition. "What you say sounds impressive, but words alone are insufficient. We need to witness actual test results," one scientist remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of distrust. In his view, only through practical testing could the aircraft's performance be genuinely validated. "Indeed, mere words without action are inadequate. We must conduct stringent tests to ascertain whether this aircraft truly meets military standards," another scientist concurred, his tone firm, reflecting the stringent scrutiny he bore as a military representative. Shen Yichen nodded and reassured them, "Rest assured, we have conducted numerous internal tests, and the aircraft's performance metrics are exceptionally stable. Next, we shall proceed with the live test, allowing everyone to witness its prowess firsthand." A glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes, reflecting his unwavering belief in the aircraft's capabilities. convinced that the demonstration would undoubtedly earn the admiration of the onlookers. Just as the spectators were preparing to observe the aircraft's trial, General Chao's phone suddenly rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. Hearing the news, Shen Yichen felt a stirring within him and proposed, "General Chao, in light of this, why not allow my aircraft to take a turn? Its formidable performance may prove beneficial." A spark of hope flickered in his eyes, as he yearned for the opportunity to showcase the aircraft's strength while contributing to the nation. General Chao, upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, furrowed his brow in skepticism, retorting, "You expect me to trust this aircraft of yours? Do not jest. The joint fleet of the United States and Japan is not to be underestimated. Their weaponry is highly advanced." His tone carried a hint of distrust, for while Shen Yichen's aircraft sounded impressive, it had yet to undergo real combat testing, leaving General Chao doubtful of its ability to stand against such formidable foes. Yet, Shen Yichen remained resolute, insisting, "General Chao, grant me this opportunity. I am confident my aircraft will not disappoint you. Moreover, this would serve as a practical test. Should it succeed, it would be a significant advantage for the military." A sense of determination radiated from him, and he earnestly hoped that General Chao would allow him the chance to prove his claims. After a moment of contemplation, General Chao finally nodded and said, "Very well, then you may proceed with the test. However, should any issues arise, you must bear full responsibility." A flicker of hesitation revealed itself in his gaze, despite harboring doubts regarding Shen Yichen's aircraft. He found himself devoid of superior alternatives under the current circumstances and was compelled to give it a try. Shen Yichen's heart swelled with joy as he promptly replied, "Thank you, General Chao. I shall exert every effort." A confident smile illuminated his face, brimming with anticipation for the mission, convinced that the aircraft would undoubtedly prove its mettle in actual combat. Just as Shen Yichen was about to arrange for the aircraft to head towards the southern seas, Sun Xiaoyu pulled him aside, her expression fraught with concern. "Shen Yichen, there is another matter. The negotiations with the Land Bureau have reached an impasse. Their conditions are excessively harsh, and we simply cannot comply." A hint of urgency flickered in her eyes. The land issue had always been pivotal to the company's development, and failure to resolve it would significantly impact the company's future. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Do not fret, Xiaoyu. I am confident they will relent in due time. Our project is crucial to the nation's future, and they should recognize that." A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he expressed unwavering faith in resolving the land issue, believing that persistence would ultimately yield a mutually acceptable solution. After speaking, Shen Yichen recalled something and said to Sun Xiaoyu, "By the way, please contact Su Yao for me and inquire about the progress regarding the land acquisition." His gaze revealed a hint of anticipation, hoping that Su Yao could assist in the matter of land acquisition, thereby providing a new avenue for the company to resolve its land issues. Sun Xiaoyu nodded and said, "All right, I will contact her immediately." She turned and left to reach out to Su Yao, silently praying for favorable news. Episode 54. The practical application of aircraft and the invasion of external enemies. I am resolute. This aircraft must intercept the joint fleet of the United States and Japan. Shen Yichen stood tall in the command center, his posture erect, and his gaze unwavering like a burning torch, locking eyes with General Chao. His tone was firm and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. His voice reverberated through the spacious command center, exuding an undeniable force. General Chao's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with concern and skepticism. He sought to counsel further. "Shen Yichen, this is no trivial matter. The strength of the U.S.-Japan joint fleet is formidable. While this aircraft is newly developed, it has yet to undergo practical combat testing. What if?" Shen Yichen slightly raised his chin, his eyes shining brightly as he interrupted General Chao. "General Chao, I have complete confidence in this aircraft. Its performance far exceeds our expectations. Its stealth, speed, and attack capabilities are all top-notch. This presents an excellent opportunity for practical combat testing, and I believe it will accomplish its mission and contribute to our nation." His eyes sparkled with confidence, as if proclaiming his determination to the world. Though lingering doubts remained in General Chao's heart, he was nonetheless moved by Shen Yichen's courage and resolve. He let out a resigned sigh and nodded. "Very well, if you are so insistent, then let us give it a try. However, you must exercise utmost caution. Any misstep is unacceptable." A trace of concern flickered in his gaze, for this mission bore significant weight and allowed for no errors. Shen Yichen's lips curled upwards, revealing a confident smile. "General Chao, rest assured, I shall exert every effort." With that, he turned and moved towards the control panel, swiftly issuing commands to direct the aircraft towards the designated target in the Southern Sea. On the large screen in the command center, the real-time visuals of the aircraft's flight were prominently displayed. The craft soared through the sky like a shooting star, racing at high speed. Its fuselage shimmered with a silvery glow, resembling a graceful silver serpent under the sun's radiance. The surrounding air seemed to be cleaved apart, forming billowing white streams akin to long ribbons trailing behind the aircraft. The velocity was so astonishing that it rendered the eye almost unable to keep pace, as if it were in a race against time. Standing nearby, scientists such as Xiao Ai observed the screen with expressions laden with skepticism and concern. Xiao Ai furrowed his brow and scoffed. What does it matter how fast the aircraft flies? The U.S.-Japan Joint Fleet is no pushover. Their warships are well-equipped and fortified. Can this aircraft truly prevail? I believe Shen Yichen is overly arrogant, treating the nation's safety as a mere jest. His eyes brimmed with disdain and discontent, casting severe doubt upon both Shen Yichen and the capabilities of the aircraft. Upon hearing Xiao Ai's words, Shen Yichen slightly turned his head to cast a glance at him, his eyes revealing a glimmer of resolve and confidence. "Xiao Ai, just wait and see. The truth will unveil itself," he declared. "This aircraft is the culmination of our team's relentless efforts, embodying the most advanced technology and intellect. I am certain it can confront any challenge that lies ahead." His tone was unwavering and potent, as if issuing a challenge to Xiao Ai. The aircraft soared through the sky at an astonishing velocity, swiftly approaching the designated maritime area within mere minutes. On the screen, the silhouettes of warships gradually came into focus. These were the vessels of the Sakura Nation, the advanced fleet of the U.S.-Japan Joint Naval Forces. The ships were impeccably aligned across the surface of the sea, their weaponry glinting with a cold metallic sheen, seemingly showcasing their formidable might to the world. Shen Yichen gazed intently at the large display, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. "They have unlawfully intruded into our territorial waters, and we possess ample justification to take action against them." With that, he decisively issued the command, "Attack." In an instant, the aircraft responded to Shen Yichen's directive, launching its assault. A brilliant laser erupted from the craft, slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. The intensity of the laser's radiance illuminated the entire heavens, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. It surged forth with immense energy, striking directly at the Congo-class destroyer of the Sakura Nation. With a thunderous roar, the laser struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. In that fleeting moment, the destroyer erupted into a violent explosion, flames roaring skyward as thick smoke billowed forth. The shockwave generated by the blast sent colossal waves crashing through the waters, darkening the surrounding sea. The deck of the battleship erupted in a fierce inferno as the crew, gripped by panic, scattered in all directions, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Suddenly, an aircraft, resembling a ferocious beast, charged towards the other battleships with astonishing speed, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake. As it approached one of the vessels, it abruptly swooped down, colliding violently with the side of the ship. The tremendous force of the impact sent the battleship into a violent shake, a massive fissure appearing along its hull, allowing the sea to surge in rapidly. The weaponry aboard was scattered and shattered, tumbling into the depths below. Under the relentless assault of the aircraft, the fleet of Sakura Nation descended into chaos. Battleships were struck one after another, with explosions illuminating the skies and thick plumes of smoke engulfing the entire maritime expanse. Debris and bodies floated upon the surface, creating a scene of utter devastation, a sight too harrowing to behold. Within a mere 10 minutes, the fleet of Sakura Nation was annihilated, with no survivors. Meanwhile, in the command center of an American aircraft carrier, tension hung thick in the air, akin to the oppressive calm before a tempest. Captain Michael and a cadre of officers sat huddled around the command console, their eyes fixed on the satellite imagery displayed on the large screen. As they witnessed the instantaneous destruction of the Sakura fleet by the aircraft, disbelief washed over them, their faces etched with shock and fear. How is this possible? What manner of weapon is this that possesses such formidable strength? Captain Michael's eyes widened, his mouth agape in incredulity, as a sense of dread enveloped him, as though he were witnessing the onset of the apocalypse. A trembling officer stammered, "Captain, the power of that aircraft far exceeds our imagination. We must immediately report to the White House for directives." His voice trembled, tinged with a hint of panic. Mikhail nodded, his expression dark and foreboding. "Report to the White House at once, while simultaneously dispatching supply ships for rescue." However, We must first contact the military of the Dragon Nation to inform them of our intentions. We must not provoke them. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. A misstep could potentially ignite a larger crisis. The American officers sprang into action, the command room bustling with activity and charged with tension. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen's aircraft, having completed its mission, glided slowly towards the base, its silhouette gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, as if showcasing its might and triumph to the world. I relish the mastery of extraterrestrial technology that surpasses Earth. Episode 55, Stunning Achievements in Diplomatic Turmoil. In General Chao's office, the light was dim and murky, seemingly infected by the tense atmosphere. General Chao stood erect, akin to a towering pine, his posture commanding, his face etched with seriousness. The telephone in his hand felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. His hand trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, shimmering under the light. Yes, sir. The situation is as follows. Shen Yichen's aircraft has successfully repelled the fleet of the Cherry Blossom Nation. General Chao's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with anxiety and reverence. His gaze was fixed intently ahead, as if he could see through the walls to the stern visage of his superior. On the other end of the line, the commanding officer's voice resonated with calm authority, articulating each word with precision. Well done. But the Americans have submitted a request for the supply ship's assistance. What is your perspective? General Chao pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully, Sir. I believe that the Americans do not come with pure intentions this time. While they present themselves as saviors, their true motives may be ulterior. A glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes, reflecting his deep vigilance toward American machinations. Indeed, you are correct. We must handle this matter with utmost caution, ensuring that we do not grant the Americans any advantage. The commanding officer's tone bore a note of resolute determination, fully aware of the intricacies and gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Huanyu Technology, military scientists gathered around, fixated on the large screen displaying footage of the aerial vehicle's triumphs. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The visual depicted the aerial vehicle streaking across the sky like a meteor, unleashing lasers that struck the warships of Sakura Nation with the ferocity of lightning, resulting in cataclysmic explosions. Flames erupted from the vessels, illuminating the sky in a fiery glow. This is simply astounding, exclaimed one scientist, his eyes wide with awe, mouth slightly agape, as the document slipped from his grasp, unnoticed. His face was a canvas of shock and incredulity, as though he had witnessed a miraculous artifact from the future. Indeed, I can scarcely believe my eyes. The power of this aerial vehicle far exceeds our wildest imaginings. Another scientist echoed, his voice trembling slightly with a touch of excitement and enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, overwhelmed by the formidable power of the aircraft. Meanwhile, Zhou Jian sat alone in a corner of the conference room, his demeanor one of desolation. His gaze was filled with confusion and despondency, as his pen moved aimlessly across the paper, failing to compose a single word. Within him, a fierce internal struggle was unfolding. Once brimming with confidence in his research, he believed his theories and technologies to be the most advanced. Yet, Shen Yichen's aircraft struck like a sledgehammer, shattering his self-assurance and deeply unsettling his perceptions. Am I truly mistaken? Zhou Jian murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, as if questioning both himself and the world around him. A look of anguish crossed his face, the turmoil within him causing him immense torment. He recalled his previous skepticism and ridicule towards Shen Yichen, which now appeared utterly foolish and ignorant. He felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, perceiving only a minuscule slice of the sky, oblivious to the vast and splendid world beyond. In the high-level conference room of the Dragon Country's military, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. The enormous conference table was surrounded by senior military officers and members of the think tank. Their faces bore solemn expressions, their eyes revealing concern and deep contemplation. Indeed, we must also consider the international ramifications. If mishandled, it could provoke a far greater conflict. Another general furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. A hint of hesitation flickered in his gaze as he grappled with the dilemma of addressing the incident. He was acutely aware of the intricacies and nuances of the international landscape. Any decision could unleash a chain reaction. What shall we do? We cannot simply swallow our pride, exclaimed another general, his face flushed with indignation and his eyes ablaze with fury. He was profoundly outraged by the actions of the United States and the Cherry Blossom Nation, yearning to lead an immediate and forceful retaliation. The conference room buzzed with animated discussions, each participant voicing their perspectives, yet a consensus remained elusive. Each individual recognized the gravity and complexity of the situation, hesitant to leap into a decision. They weighed the pros and cons, contemplating how to uphold national sovereignty while averting a greater crisis. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit confines of the White House, a clandestine meeting unfolded. A group of individuals sat around the conference table, their hushed tones barely audible. Their faces bore somber expressions, their eyes betraying a mix of resentment and fury. "We truly miscalculated this. I never anticipated the prowess of the Dragon Nation's aircraft," one official lamented, his brow knitted in displeasure. His voice resonated with frustration and regret, disappointment palpable in his demeanor regarding the failure of the operation. "What should we do now?" someone inquired, urgency lacing their tone. Their eyes reflected confusion and helplessness. "Grappling with how to navigate the current predicament, I believe we must intensify our economic sanctions and military deterrence against the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, we should continue to tarnish their reputation in international discourse, rendering them isolated and without support." A figure, seemingly a member of the think tank, spoke calmly, his eyes glinting with a cunning light, as if scheming something. In the expansive yet somewhat oppressive conference room of the White House, harsh white light spilled across the meeting table, creating an atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. President Biden sat at the head of the table, his expression grim, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the surface, producing a dull sound akin to a war drum, heralding an impending storm. The recent incident involving the Dragon Nation's aircraft has inflicted significant losses upon us. We cannot simply overlook this. Biden's voice was deep and laced with fury, his gaze fierce as if he intended to devour the Dragon Nation whole. The Secretary of State promptly nodded in agreement, stating, "The president is absolutely right. We must take decisive action to demonstrate our strength to the Dragon Nation." A sly smile crept across his face, as if he could already envision the scenario of the Dragon Nation capitulating under the weight of international pressure. Thus, a silent war of public opinion against the Dragon Nation commenced. Major American media outlets sprang into action, disregarding the truth to concoct various false reports in an attempt to discredit the Dragon Nation. In those reports, the Dragon Nation is portrayed as an aggressively inclined country, with its aircraft deemed a significant threat to global peace. These false narratives spread like a virus across international media, stirring a tempest of public opinion. Such misinformation looms overhead like ominous clouds, casting shadows over the international discourse and instilling misunderstanding and concern among many uninformed nations regarding the Dragon Nation. However, the Dragon Nation remains undeterred by these fabrications. Within the solemn and dignified atmosphere of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the spokesperson stands at the podium, impeccably dressed, his expression a blend of seriousness and resolve. His gaze sweeps across the gathered journalists before he speaks with measured gravity, in response to the baseless accusations and defamation directed at our nation by the United States and its allies in the arena of international opinion. "I represent the Dragon Nation's government in expressing our unequivocal condemnation and opposition." His voice resonates powerfully, akin to the tolling of a great bell, echoing throughout the conference room. The Dragon Nation has always been a guardian of global harmony. Our development of aircraft is intended to uphold national sovereignty and security, as well as to address potential crises in the future, contrary to the aggressive narrative fabricated by American media. These actions by the United States are purely motivated by its own political agenda, constituting a blatant violation of the international order. The spokesperson articulates with unwavering conviction, his eyes revealing a blend of anger and determination, as if to declare to the world that the Dragon Nation's stance is unshakable. At this moment, Shen Yichen, due to the exceptional performance of the aircraft, has become a focal figure in the realm of technology within the Dragon Nation. His name and deeds have been widely celebrated in the Dragon Kingdom and around the globe. Major media outlets have eagerly sought to interview and report on him, with his photographs and statements frequently gracing newspapers, television broadcasts, and online platforms. The public holds him in high esteem, regarding him as a source of pride for Dragon Kingdom's technological advancements and a beacon of hope guiding the nation towards becoming a technological powerhouse. Within the offices of cosmic technology, Shen Yichen finds himself overwhelmingly busy, ever since he gained fame following the remarkable success of his aerial vehicle. His office has been inundated with collaboration proposals from enterprises and research institutions across the country. These documents resemble a small mountain, cluttering his desk and nearly consuming its entire surface. The incessant ringing of the phone punctuates the atmosphere, with numerous executives from various companies and research organizations reaching out, eager to discuss potential partnerships. Mr. Shen, another company is on the line, wishing to explore collaboration with us, his secretary announced as she entered the office. A stack of documents in her hands, her face alight with a hint of excitement. Shen Yichen rubbed his weary temples and let out a soft sigh, replying, "All right, I understand. Please organize these documents. I will review them when I find the time." His voice carried a slight rasp, the relentless pace of work leaving him fatigued. Yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination and confidence. While Shen Yichen busied himself with partnership matters, a prominent European technology giant took notice of Cosmic Technology. This corporation holds a significant position within the global tech landscape, boasting a diverse portfolio that spans multiple sectors, advanced technology, and a vast market share. In a modern office building in Europe, a video conference was unfolding with palpable intensity in the meeting room of a prominent technology giant. The large screen prominently displayed information about Galaxy Technology along with a photograph of Shen Yichen. The executives were gathered around the conference table, their eyes filled with anticipation and intrigue. Esteemed colleagues, I firmly believe that the deuterium-ion battery technology developed by Galaxy Technology holds immense potential. We should pursue a partnership with them to jointly penetrate the European market, one executive proclaimed. His face alight with excitement, as though he could already envision the substantial benefits that such collaboration would yield. The other executives nodded in agreement, sharing a favorable outlook on Galaxy Technology's innovations. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to reach out to Galaxy Technology to express their interest in collaboration. Thus, an invitation for partnership from the European tech giant was dispatched to Shen Yichen's inbox. Upon receiving the email, Shen Yichen felt a surge of emotion. He was acutely aware of the significance of collaborating with a leading European technology firm. Not only could it usher in substantial commercial gains for Galaxy Technology, but it could also elevate the company's visibility and influence on the global stage. "Xiao, could you come here for a moment?" Shen Yichen called, his tone laced with excitement as he dialed Sun Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Sun Xiao entered the office. Shen Yichen handed her the email, saying, "Xiao, take a look at this. A major European tech giant is interested in our deuterium-ion battery technology and wishes to collaborate with us." Sun Xiao accepted the email and began to read it intently. Upon finishing, delight illuminated her face. "Is this for real?" she exclaimed. "This is indeed a rare opportunity." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could already envision the tremendous success of Huanyu technology in the European market. Shen Yichen nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is a remarkable opportunity. We must seize it and engage in in-depth discussions regarding potential collaboration." His gaze revealed unwavering determination, for he understood that this partnership was crucial for the future development of Huanyu technology. Subsequently, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiao commenced preparations for negotiations with the European tech giant. They amassed a wealth of information, analyzing the demands and competitive landscape of the European market, and crafted a meticulous collaboration proposal. Simultaneously, they engaged in multiple communications with their counterparts to comprehend their needs and expectations, laying a solid foundation for the formal discussions. During a video conference, Shen Yichen and representatives of the European tech giant initiated preliminary conversations. Both parties introduced their companies and teams, subsequently exploring the possibilities of collaboration. Shen Yichen elaborated on Huanyu Technology's advanced heavy hydrogen-ion battery technology, showcasing its superior performance and vast potential applications. The representatives of the European tech giant expressed keen interest after listening to Shen Yichen's presentation. "Mr. Shen, your technology is indeed highly advanced, and we are very interested. We hope to collaborate with you to jointly promote this technology in the European market," one representative smiled, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the video conference concluded, Shen Yichen's heart was filled with hope. He understood that this opportunity for international collaboration posed a considerable challenge for Huanyu Technology. Yet it also represented a rare chance for development. He silently resolved to seize this opportunity, accelerating the advancement of Huanyu technology and adequately preparing to confront the solar crisis and international competition. In his heart, he cherished the aspiration to master extraterrestrial technology that transcends Earth. Episode 57. Preparations for base construction and internal conflicts. Shen Yichen sat in his office, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with joy. The letter of intent for cooperation with a European technological giant felt like a precious treasure in his hands, which he gently caressed. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing an irrepressible delight. as his heart brimmed with visions of the future. This collaboration held profound significance. It would not only secure additional funding for base construction preparations, but also leverage their market channels to propel Huanyu technology onto a broader international stage. Shen Yichen murmured to himself, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyu was bustling through the city's streets and alleys, tirelessly seeking professional construction teams and material suppliers. Her steps were brisk, clutching a stack of documents that detailed the information of various construction teams and suppliers. At each company she visited, she meticulously explained the situation and requirements of the base construction, inquiring whether they possessed the capability to undertake the project. By the end of the day, she had visited over a dozen firms, her throat somewhat hoarse, yet she bore no complaints. Driven solely by one conviction, to find the most exceptional partners for the base construction. In the conference room of a construction company, Sun Xiaoyu is engaged in discussions with the company's executives. Standing before the projector, she presents the design blueprints and planning proposals for the project. Her voice resonant and clear, "This is our construction plan for the site. We require a construction firm with extensive experience and robust capabilities to undertake this project. We have stringent demands regarding construction quality and timelines, and we hope your company can meet our needs." The head of the construction company listens attentively to Sun Xiaoyu's presentation, occasionally posing questions and suggestions. Following an in-depth exchange, both parties reach a consensus on the foundational intent of their collaboration. Sun Xiaoyu breathes a sigh of relief internally, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. Excellent. This company appears quite capable and should be able to become our partner. However, within Huanyu Technology, some senior executives express concerns over the substantial resources being allocated to the site construction, leading to a heated debate in the conference room. The atmosphere is tense and oppressive, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The lighting is dim, casting shadows over each person's face. I believe that investing such a significant amount of resources into site construction poses considerable risks. Our company's current business development also requires substantial financial support. If all funds are directed towards site construction, it may adversely affect our existing operations, one executive remarks, furrowing his brow, his tone laden with apprehension. Shen Yichen's words invoke a moment of silence, as everyone contemplates his perspective. After a while, a senior executive spoke up, stating, "While that may be the case, we must also take into account the company's current circumstances. Our financial reserves are limited. Should we invest a substantial amount into the construction of the base, we risk encountering a disruption in our funding chain, which could plunge the company into turmoil." Shen Yichen nodded in agreement, replying, "Your points are well taken. Therefore, as we embark on the base construction, we must judiciously allocate our finances to ensure the steady development of our existing operations. We can raise additional funds through collaborations with other enterprises and by securing government support. Moreover, our partnership with European technological giants will not only bring in significant capital but also open up valuable market channels, greatly benefiting our growth." Subsequently, Shen Yichen elaborated on the plans for the base's construction and its anticipated outcomes, as well as how this initiative could stimulate the development of the company's other ventures. His analysis was both profound and accessible, providing logical reasoning that gradually enlightened those present about the significance and feasibility of the base project. Under Shen Yichen's patient explanations and unwavering conviction, the attitudes of some senior executives began to shift. They came to realize that Shen Yichen's decisions were not reckless gambles but rather grounded in a profound understanding of the future and a sense of responsibility towards humanity's destiny. Ultimately, a consensus was reached, and they resolved to wholeheartedly support the base construction plan. As he exited the conference room, Shen Yichen felt a deep sense of accomplishment. He understood that the resolution of this internal conflict was merely a minor episode on the journey toward establishing the base. In the future, numerous challenges await him. Yet he remains undaunted, for he firmly believes that with collective effort, no obstacle is insurmountable. He gazes upward at the sky, silently praying for the smooth progression of the base's construction, hoping it will herald a glimmer of hope for humanity's future. He revels in the mastery of extraterrestrial technology that transcends Earth. Episode 58, Technological Breakthroughs and the Return of Espionage within the Spacious and Luminous Laboratory of Universal Technology. An atmosphere of fervor and joy envelopes the space. The lab is adorned with an array of advanced instruments and equipment, while the walls are draped with a plethora of densely packed data charts and design blueprints. These blueprints depict various high-tech products, embodying the intellect and dedication of the research team. "We did it. We truly succeeded," exclaimed a young researcher, leaping with exuberance, tightly clutching a copy of the experimental report, his face radiating uncontainable delight. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if, in that moment, the entire world had been illuminated. "Indeed, this is the fruit of our relentless toil." Another researcher, equally exhilarated, added, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. They had endured countless sleepless nights and expended immense effort and sweat for this project. Now, with their sacrifices yielding rewards, how could they not be overwhelmed with joy? The other researchers in the laboratory gathered around, embracing one another and rejoicing in their shared triumph. Some individuals have tears glistening in their eyes, tears of joy that bear witness to their relentless pursuit of dreams. Others excitedly pound the table, erupting in jubilant cheers as if to release the elation swelling within them. Shen Yichen stands at the side, observing this exhilarating scene, a look of gratification lighting up his face. His gaze brims with pride and joy, for these researchers are akin to his comrades, united in their struggle for technological breakthroughs. At this moment of triumph, he feels an overwhelming sense of pride. Everyone has exerted tremendous effort. This is the fruit of our collective labor and the pride of Huanyu technology. Shen Yichen steps forward and proclaims loudly. His voice resonates powerfully in the laboratory, echoing like an impassioned battle hymn. The crowd turns their attention to Shen Yichen, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "Mr. Shen, without your leadership and support, we could not have achieved such remarkable results," one researcher sincerely states. "Indeed, Mr. Shen, you are like a beacon, illuminating our path forward," another researcher concurs. Shen Yichen waves his hand modestly, replying with a smile, "This is all thanks to everyone's hard work. I have merely fulfilled my responsibilities. We have even more crucial tasks ahead, to continue striving and contribute further in addressing the solar crisis." His eyes reflect unwavering determination, as if declaring to all that their journey is far from over. Just as Huanyu technology revels in the joy of success, an unseen crisis quietly approaches. In a clandestine base in the United States, within a dimly lit room, several figures gathered around a table, engaging in hushed conversation. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, as if a tempest were on the verge of breaking. "Horizon technology has achieved a new breakthrough. We must take action," one voice intoned gravely, the speaker's eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, brimming with animosity towards Horizon technology. "Indeed, we cannot allow their technology to surpass ours. This time, we must successfully seize their innovations," another voice chimed in, laced with a sinister undertone. After much scheming, a cadre of spies disguised as new employees infiltrated Horizon technology. Clad in immaculate uniforms and wearing smiles that mirrored those of ordinary staff, they appeared to blend seamlessly into the workforce. Yet, beneath their cheerful facades, their eyes betrayed a flicker of evasion and unease, as if they were intent on concealing some secret. As they navigated the corridors of the company, they treaded cautiously, their gazes darting to avoid the watchful eyes of surveillance cameras. With every step, they exhibited an extraordinary vigilance, fearful of betraying the slightest hint of their true intentions. Their footsteps were nearly soundless, gliding through the workplace like phantoms. "Be careful not to be discovered," one of the spies whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. His eyes remained vigilant, ever prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. "Rest assured, we have all undergone rigorous training. We will not be easily unmasked," another spy confidently declared, a hint of smugness gracing his features, as if brimming with self-assurance. Yet, their every move did not escape the keen gaze of the artificial intelligence, Xiao Ai. Within the confines of the company's surveillance room, Xiao Ai fixed her attention on the screen, when suddenly, the system emitted an alarm. The screen aglow with flashing red warning lights. "Anomalous activity detected. Anomalous activity detected." Xiao Ai's crisp voice shattered the tranquility of the monitoring room. The surveillance personnel immediately tensed, hastily reviewing the footage, uncovering the suspicious behavior of the spies. "These individuals are problematic. Notify General Manager Shen at once," a monitor technician decisively exclaimed, his tone tinged with anxiety and urgency. Upon receiving the news, Shen Yichen promptly convened an emergency meeting with the security team. The atmosphere in the conference room was fraught with tension, each face marked by a grave expression. "The situation is dire. These spies are likely targeting our groundbreaking technology. We must swiftly devise a plan for their apprehension. We cannot allow them to succeed." Shen Yichen's voice resonated with gravity and strength, his gaze brimming with unwavering resolve. The members of the security team nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting the same steadfast determination. General Manager Shen, rest assured, we shall exert every effort to capture these spies in one fell swoop. A security personnel asserted resolutely. Indeed, we must not allow them to undermine our achievements. Another security personnel echoed. According to the surveillance footage, these spies are currently operating near the RD department, likely seeking to approach the core research area. We can set an ambush there and wait for them to take the bait, one security personnel remarked while pointing at the monitor. Indeed, that plan is quite astute. However, we must exercise caution. We cannot alert them prematurely. We must ensure they are ensnared within our perimeter before we act, Shen Yichen mused after a moment of contemplation. Following an extensive discussion, the team ultimately devised a meticulous capture strategy. Each member clarified their tasks and responsibilities, awaiting the spies' inevitable descent into their trap. As night fell, the building of Huanyu Technology was illuminated, its lights aglow. The corridors of the RD department lay shrouded in silence. The spies cautiously advanced towards the core research area, their heartbeats quickening, breaths becoming more rapid. They realized they were nearing their target. Yet a sense of impending danger loomed over them. When they reached a corner, suddenly the lights extinguished, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Panic ensued among the spies as they halted, scanning their surroundings in search of an escape route. Little did they know, they had already become ensnared in the meticulously crafted trap laid by Shen Yichen and the security team. In that dimly lit corridor of Huanyu Technology, the lights flickered erratically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The sound of footsteps resonated starkly in the stillness, as several spies cautiously approached the core research area, their figures appearing particularly sinister under the dim lighting. Their breaths came in quick, labored gasps. Each step taken seemed to test the waters of an unknown peril, and the oppressive atmosphere rendered them nearly breathless. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the lights extinguished, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped by a shroud of darkness. The spies froze in terror, their eyes darting wildly in the blackness, desperately seeking a glimmer of light. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, threatening to leap from their throats, as fear enveloped them like a relentless tide. Do not panic. It may be a temporary malfunction. Let us proceed and locate the target swiftly, one spy proclaimed, attempting to feign calmness, though his slightly trembling voice betrayed his inner dread. Just as they stood bewildered, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from all directions, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. The spies glanced around in terror, striving to comprehend their surroundings, but the darkness revealed nothing. Their legs began to weaken, almost unable to support their weight, as cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, soaking their garments. Who is there? Who goes there? One spy shouted, his voice reverberating in the void, yet met with no answer. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierced the darkness from the end of the corridor, slicing through the gloom like a sword. Instinctively, the spies shielded their eyes with their hands, struggling to adjust to the unexpected brightness. Beneath the harsh glare of the lights, they beheld a contingent of security personnel clad in black uniforms swiftly advancing towards them. Do not move. You are surrounded. Shen Yichen's voice resonated with unwavering authority through the corridor. The spies, gripped by terror, comprehended their dire predicament. They endeavored to resist, yet were swiftly subdued by the formidable onslaught of the security forces. Several spies were thrust to the ground, their faces etched with despair and fear, their eyes betraying a flicker of defiance. Release me. You cannot treat me this way. One spy cried out in vain struggle, but his resistance appeared utterly futile. Do you truly believe you can escape? From the moment you set foot in Huanyu Technology, every move you made has been under our scrutiny, Shen Yichen remarked coldly, a hint of disdain glimmering in his gaze. Subsequently, the spies were escorted to the interrogation room. In the dimly lit and oppressive confines of the interrogation chamber, the shadows on the walls loomed like the claws of a demon, poised to consume them. The spies were seated, their hands shackled to the table, their bodies trembling slightly, faces inscribed with fear. Shen Yichen stood before them, his gaze piercing and unwavering, as if capable of penetrating their very souls, instilling profound terror. Speak. Who sent you? What is your purpose? He queried icily, devoid of any emotion. The spies bowed their heads in silence, attempting to resist the interrogation through their muteness. What? No words? Do you think this silence will spare you from your fate? Shen Yichen raised his voice slightly, a flicker of anger evident in his gaze. I must inform you that your actions have transgressed the boundaries of the law, and you shall face severe repercussions. Should you choose to confess now, there may be a chance for leniency. Shen Yichen continued, attempting to intimidate the spies with the authority of the law. However, the spies remained resolutely silent, seemingly awaiting something. Observing this, Shen Yichen furrowed his brow. He understood that these spies had undergone rigorous training, making it difficult to extract information from them. Thus, he resolved to alter his approach. Do you truly believe that your unseen masters will come to your rescue? Do not harbor such illusions. They have long cast you aside for their own interests. You are merely their pawns, to be discarded once they have no further use for you. Shen Yichen's voice softened. Yet his words cut through the air like a razor-sharp blade, piercing the hearts of the spies. As they absorbed his words, a flicker of doubt crossed their faces. They began to question whether their choices had been wise, whether their sacrifices held any value. Consider this: you have betrayed your own country and people for them, risking your lives to acquire intelligence. Yet what have they offered you? Merely insignificant sums of money and hollow promises. Shen Yichen continued, his voice imbued with compassion. At last, one of the spies could no longer contain himself. We were instructed by the Pentagon. They commanded us to steal the key technologies of Huanyu technology for their own shelter construction. His voice carried a hint of despair, as if in that moment he truly comprehended the folly of his actions. The Pentagon? Indeed, it was them. A flicker of anger flashed in Shen Yichen's eyes. He had long anticipated that the United States would not relent easily, yet he was taken aback by their unscrupulous methods. What other accomplices do you have? Where are they? Shen Yichen inquired, intent on dismantling this espionage network entirely. I do not know. Our communications are strictly one-dimensional. Each mission is communicated through clandestine channels. And all I am aware of is who my superior is, the spy replied helplessly. Shen Yichen nodded, recognizing that no further information could be extracted from the spy. He then instructed his men to take the spy away, preparing to hand him over to the National Security Department of Longhua. We must swiftly ascertain the complete details of this espionage organization. Their schemes must not succeed, the head of the National Security Department asserted solemnly, his gaze revealing unwavering resolve. However, upon learning of the spy's capture, the American side erupted in a fit of rage. They escalated economic sanctions and military intimidation against Longhua, attempting to coerce the nation into surrendering the spy and relinquishing its advancements in technology. On the international financial market, the United States, in collusion with several other nations, launched a malicious attack on Longhua's currency. They aggressively liquidated Longhua's bonds, leading to a dramatic depreciation of its currency and plunging the financial market into chaos. Many enterprises faced immense economic strain, with some teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. This blatant undermining of the international economic order by the United States posed a grave threat to the global economy. An economist from the Dragon Nation expressed his indignation. Simultaneously, the United States conducted extensive military exercises in the seas surrounding the Dragon Nation. They deployed aircraft carrier strike groups, nuclear submarines, and other advanced weaponry, showcasing their might near the waters of the Dragon Nation. Fighter jets roared through the sky, warships surged through the waves, and the fiery trails of missile launches illuminated the night, enveloping the entire maritime area in a tense atmosphere. The military provocations by the United States have egregiously violated the sovereignty and security of the Dragon Nation, and we must remain vigilant and prepared for any eventuality, stated a solemn military leader from the Dragon Nation. In the face of American pressure, the government and people of the Dragon Nation did not waver. The government issued a statement firmly opposing the economic sanctions and military intimidation imposed by the United States, calling upon the international community to collectively uphold a fair and just international order. Concurrently, the Dragon Nation has bolstered its national defense and economic regulation, proactively addressing various challenges. We shall not be daunted by the threats from the United States. We possess the confidence and capability to defend our sovereignty and security, safeguarding the interests of our people, asserted a resolute government official from the Dragon Nation. Upon learning of the actions taken by the United States, Shen Yichen was filled with fury. He understood that his contributions to technological research and development were vital for the future of the Dragon Nation and must not be hindered by American pressure. Regardless of the intensity of the U.S. pressure, we cannot relent. We must expedite the construction of our bases and the pace of technological research and development to lay a solid foundation for the future of the Dragon Nation, Shen Yichen declared emphatically during a company meeting. In this moment fraught with challenges, Shen Yichen and his cosmic technology, along with the entire Dragon Nation, confront an unprecedented trial. Yet, they do not cower. Instead, They bravely embrace the challenge, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the dignity of their nation and the happiness of their people. They strive to transcend earthly bounds through their mastery of extraterrestrial technology. Episode 60, Progressing Together Towards a Vision of the Future. The government of the Dragon Nation staunchly supports Shen Yichen and cosmic technology, enacting a series of policies that foster growth like gentle spring rains, swiftly and powerfully unfolding. Within the brightly lit and solemn atmosphere of the government's executive conference room, decision-makers gather, their gazes resolute and expressions grave, engaging in profound discussions and deliberations regarding Shen Yichen's project. Documents crucial to the future are passed around the conference table, embodying trust and support for cosmic technology. Shen Yichen's project is vital to the future of our nation. We must offer our unwavering support, asserted one senior leader, his voice resonating throughout the room with strength and determination. Indeed, this endeavor is not only a response to the solar crisis, but also a means to elevate our technological prowess and international standing, another leader concurred, his eyes reflecting hope for what lies ahead. Before long, the relevant support documents are officially released, akin to a timely downpour that revitalizes cosmic technology, infusing it with renewed vigor and optimism. The government has allocated substantial funds and resources, flowing like an unending stream of life-giving water into the development of cosmic technology. The substantial increase in research funding has provided research teams with ample financial support, enabling them to pursue their R&D endeavors without any reservations. Concurrently, various advanced equipment and materials have been prioritized for allocation to Huanyu technology, establishing a solid material foundation for the smooth progression of projects. With governmental backing, Shen Yichen actively engages in collaborations with domestic enterprises. His schedule is densely packed as he traverses between cities, attending numerous partnership meetings. During these gatherings, Shen Yichen engages in profound discussions with corporate representatives, collectively exploring the possibilities and directions for collaboration. Their eyes are filled with anticipation and fervor, as if envisioning a promising future together. We are confident that through our partnership with Huanyu Technology, we can jointly overcome technological challenges and achieve mutual benefits, asserted one corporate representative with conviction. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity that we must seize, echoed another representative, whose tone revealed a yearning for collaboration. Shen Yichen patiently elaborated on the project's planning and anticipated outcomes, his voice resonant and clear, imbued with infectious enthusiasm. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, as if he were unveiling a blueprint for the future to all present. This project not only pertains to the development of our enterprises, but also to the future of our nation. We must forge ahead together and strive collectively, Shen Yichen articulated, his words profoundly resonating with everyone in attendance. As the collaboration deepens, a series of partnership agreements are successively signed. These agreements serve as a bridge, connecting Huanyu technology with domestic enterprises and establishing a robust platform for mutual development. Companies eagerly engage in projects, leveraging their respective strengths to contribute to the construction of the base and the advancement of technological research. Some enterprises offer cutting-edge technology and equipment, while others provide abundant human resources and managerial expertise. United in their efforts, they collectively propel the progress of these initiatives. We aspire to collaborate with enterprises from your esteemed nation to jointly advance technological progress, a friendly international representative expressed. We are immensely grateful for your support and look forward to our collaboration. Shen Yichen responded with a smile, his eyes reflecting sincerity and anticipation. In this amicable atmosphere, intentions for cooperation are continuously forged. These agreements resemble seeds sown in the fertile soil of international collaboration, promising boundless possibilities for future growth. Shen Yichen understands that international cooperation is crucial for addressing solar crises and enhancing Longwa's standing on the global stage. He proactively expands avenues for collaboration, engaging with enterprises worldwide in research projects, sharing technologies and experiences, and collectively tackling global challenges. Thanks to the concerted efforts of all parties involved, the construction of the base is progressing smoothly. The construction site is bustling with activity, the roar of machinery intertwining into a stirring symphony. Towering cranes gracefully maneuver their steel arms, precisely hoisting building materials into designated positions. Workers diligently navigate the site, their faces radiating pride and joy, as if witnessing a momentous historical event. We strive daily for the future. Though the work is arduous, it is undoubtedly rewarding. A worker wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled as he spoke. Indeed, It is our privilege to be involved in this project. Another worker echoed his sentiment, his eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. The advancement in technological research continues to make significant strides as one technical challenge after another is conquered, giving rise to a succession of innovative achievements. The researchers toil day and night in the laboratories, their gazes filled with focus and determination. With their intellect and sweat, they are forging new pathways for humanity's future. Our efforts have not been in vain. These accomplishments will provide formidable support for the future of humankind. One researcher exclaimed with excitement. Yes, we are one step closer to success, another researcher remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Standing at the construction site, Shen Yichen gazed at the bustling scene before him, his heart swelling with emotion. His eyes reflected unwavering determination and confidence, as if he could envision a hopeful future. Through our collective efforts, we will undoubtedly navigate this crisis and embrace new opportunities for development, Shen Yichen murmured, his voice imbued with faith in the future. Looking ahead, he firmly believed that as long as humanity remains united and cooperative, no challenge is insurmountable. He envisioned a future world, one filled with hope and beauty, where humanity has successfully addressed the solar crisis, technology has advanced at an unprecedented pace, and people enjoy a life of happiness and fulfillment. Shen Yichen's heart was filled with motivation, and he resolved to continue striving towards the realization of this splendid future, reveling in the mastery of alien technology that transcends Earth. Episode 61. The emergence of superweapons and international turmoil in this era of rapid technological advancement and shifting international dynamics. Shen Yichen, the helmsman of cosmic technology, shines like a brilliant new star, subtly altering the world's landscape. Under his leadership, cosmic technology has emerged as a focal point in the global tech arena, distinguished by its unique, innovative concepts and cutting-edge technology, capturing the attention of countless individuals. At this moment, within the military command center of the Dragon Country, the atmosphere is palpably tense. Xiao Ai, a military representative entrusted with a significant mission, stands before the commander, her expression grave as she reports a shocking piece of news. Commander, just moments ago, the fleet of Sakura Country was completely annihilated by the combat aircraft of cosmic technology in international waters. A flicker of astonishment crosses the commander's previously calm visage, and the document in his hand momentarily halts in midair. He slowly raises his gaze, fixing his eyes intently on Xiao Ai, seemingly seeking confirmation of the veracity of this information. What did you say? Completely annihilated? How can that be possible? Xiao Ai nods solemnly, her tone resolute as she replies. It is absolutely true, Commander. The combat aircraft of cosmic technology exhibited an unimaginably powerful prowess, leaving the fleet of Sakura Country utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, within the experimental base of cosmic technology, Shen Yichen beams with pride as he showcases their latest achievement, the bullet-head combat aircraft, to a group of military scientists. This aircraft stands like a poised steel beast, quietly stationed in the expansive experimental hall, emanating an aura of formidable awe. Ladies and gentlemen, please behold. This is the bullet-shaped combat aircraft developed by our company, Huanyu Technology. As Shen Yichen spoke, he pressed the remote control in his hand, and the cabin door of the aircraft slowly opened, revealing the advanced and intricate equipment within. Its speed can reach an astonishing Mach 5, enabling it to arrive at any target location in an incredibly short time, leaving adversaries utterly defenseless. Furthermore, it is equipped with the most cutting-edge weaponry. Shen Yichen continued his presentation, gesturing towards the missile launch system beneath the wings of the aircraft. These missiles employ the latest guidance technology, capable of striking targets with pinpoint accuracy and tremendous force. A single missile is sufficient to obliterate a large warship. Subsequently, Shen Yichen led the scientists to the cockpit, showcasing its sophisticated defense system. This system can monitor the surrounding environment in real time, and upon detecting an incoming threat, it will instantly activate defensive measures, launching countermeasures to disrupt enemy missile attacks, while simultaneously adjusting the aircraft's flight posture to evade assaults. Observing the scientists' focused expressions, a profound sense of responsibility surged within Shen Yichen. He understood that the advent of this combat aircraft represents not merely a technological breakthrough for Huanyu Technology, but also a pivotal opportunity for Longhua to enhance its national strength. After careful consideration, Shen Yichen resolved to provide 10 bullet-shaped combat aircraft to the Longhua military free of charge. He believed that only by strengthening Longhua could Huanyu Technology thrive in a more favorable development environment. Shen Yichen silently contemplated that through collaboration with the military, they could acquire an abundance of resources and support, thereby further enhancing their technological prowess. This news swiftly reverberated across the globe, igniting fervent interest from the international community. Upon learning that their fleet had been utterly annihilated, the government of Sakura Nation was plunged into chaos. They hastily issued statements vehemently protesting against Huanyu technology in the Dragon Kingdom, demanding a reasonable explanation from the latter. This constitutes a grave infringement upon our national sovereignty. The Dragon Kingdom must bear the consequences, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation thundered at a press conference. Meanwhile, war experts from both the United States and Sakura Nation sprang into action, convening urgent meetings to devise strategies for attacking the combat aircraft of Huanyu technology. In a spacious conference room adorned with various military maps and images of aircraft, the experts gathered around the conference table, their expressions grave as they deliberated. The capabilities of this combat aircraft are exceedingly formidable. We must identify its vulnerabilities, remarked a furrowed-browed American expert. Indeed, its speed and defense systems render our conventional weaponry ineffective. Another expert from Sakura Nation concurred. They scoured extensive documentation and conducted countless simulations in search of an effective attack strategy. Yet, after days and nights of relentless effort, they found themselves without any breakthroughs, their hearts heavy with trepidation and resignation. The following day, the news of the annihilation of the Sakura Nation fleet unsurprisingly dominated the trending topics of major global media outlets, sparking fervent discussions among netizens worldwide. It was utterly astonishing. The combat aircraft developed by cosmic technology are truly invincible. The Dragon Nation is poised for a resurgence. Who will dare to bully us henceforth? It appears that the global landscape is set to be reshaped, with the Dragon Nation's significance steadily increasing. Within the Dragon Nation, the populace enthusiastically applauded cosmic technology and the military, their national pride soaring to unprecedented heights. Consequently, the international image of the Dragon Nation has become more formidable, instilling a sense of reverence among numerous countries. Meanwhile, Western nations, particularly the United States, are clandestinely devising countermeasures. They convene secret meetings to strategize on how to curb the Dragon Nation's advancement and maintain their hegemonic status. We cannot allow the Dragon Nation to ascend so easily. Decisive action must be taken, a high-ranking official from the White House remarked grimly. However, we have yet to identify an effective response. What shall we do? Another official anxiously inquired. First, we must closely monitor the movements of the Dragon Nation and cosmic technology while simultaneously increasing our investment in military technology development. We must urgently find a means to counter this formidable combat aircraft. In this era brimming with challenges and opportunities, the story is merely beginning. How will the Dragon Nation and cosmic technology confront the myriad challenges posed by the international community? Let us await the unfolding of events with bated breath. Episode 62. The onslaught of sanctions and the response of the Dragon Nation within the confines of the White House conference room. An atmosphere so tense it seemed tangible enveloped the gathering. The president occupied the head of the long table, his gaze coldly sweeping across each senior official present. Behind him, the colossal American flag, illuminated by the overhead lights, emanated an aura of both authority and oppression. Esteemed colleagues, we must take decisive action regarding the combat aircraft developed by Huanyu technology, the president declared, shattering the silence. His voice resonated with a deep, commanding tone, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency cleared his throat, rising with a serious countenance. According to our intelligence analysis, Huanyu technology has achieved significant technological breakthroughs in a remarkably short period, likely with the backing of the Dragon Nation's military. As he spoke, he displayed a series of photographs and data on the projector, revealing that many members of Huanyu's research team were former key figures within the military research institutions of the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, military vehicles and personnel from the Dragon Nation were frequently observed in the vicinity of their experimental base. The Secretary of Defense interjected, moreover. We have detected unusual troop movements within the Dragon Nation's military recently, with their trajectories closely overlapping with Huanyu Technology's testing areas. This is no mere coincidence. We possess ample reason to believe that Huanyu Technology is supplying the Dragon Nation's military with technology to collaboratively manufacture combat aircraft. A murmur of concern and indignation spread through the conference room, the faces of the officials betraying their alarm and ire. This represents a formidable threat to our interests. The president furrowed his brow and spoke with a heavy tone, expressing that the enhancement of Longwa's military capabilities would pose a severe challenge to our hegemonic position on the global stage. After intense discussions, the senior officials of the White House ultimately resolved to collaborate with the European Union to impose sanctions on Longwa. An urgent meeting was convened at the EU headquarters, where the American representative, seated on one side of the conference table, anxiously articulated the necessity of sanctioning Longwa to the representatives of the EU member states. The rise of Longwa has already constituted a significant threat to our interests, exemplified by the combat aircraft developed by Huanyu Technology. The American representative, fervently waving the documents in his hand, asserted that failure to take action would lead us to face even greater crises in the future. The faces of the EU representatives reflected hesitation and concern. They were acutely aware that while sanctions on Longwa might inflict certain damage on its economy, they would also adversely affect their own economies. After all, Longwa is one of the largest economies globally and maintains close trade relations with the EU member states. However, under the immense pressure from the United States, the EU countries ultimately capitulated. They agreed to unite with the United States to impose sanctions on Longwa. The sanctions were swiftly enacted, encompassing high tariffs on Longwa's export goods, restrictions on financing channels for Longwa's enterprises in the international market, and a prohibition on exporting high-tech products to Longwa. These measures struck like daggers at the lifeblood of Longwa's economy, with its manufacturing sector bearing the brunt of the impact. As many export-oriented enterprises experienced a dramatic decline in orders, once a thriving garment manufacturing enterprise, the company now grapples with the repercussions of soaring tariffs imposed by the United States and the European Union, leading to a substantial hike in the prices of its exports to these markets and a dramatic decline in sales. The owner, witnessing an overwhelming accumulation of unsold inventory, is consumed by anxiety. What shall we do? With such an abundance of goods remaining unsold, the cash flow is on the verge of collapse. In desperation, the enterprise is compelled to initiate layoffs, transforming the once bustling factory into a desolate space, with workers losing their jobs and their livelihoods plunging into turmoil. The electronics sector has also been severely impacted due to an inability to import advanced chips and technological equipment from the U.S. and EU. Numerous electronic firms find their production lines brought to a standstill. A renowned mobile phone manufacturer, hindered by a lack of critical components, is forced to halt the production of its latest smartphone, resulting in the cancellation of numerous orders. The company's stock price consequently plummets, prompting investors to withdraw their funds, thereby placing the enterprise in a precarious situation. The financial markets are ensnared in chaos. International capital is swiftly exiting the Dragon Country, leading to significant declines in both the stock and real estate markets. Many investors witness their fortunes evaporate in an instant, with some even facing total bankruptcy. The real estate market is similarly bleak, with property prices collapsing and numerous developers experiencing ruptured financial chains, leading to widespread bankruptcies. The populace is engulfed in anxiety, as a pervasive atmosphere of unease permeates the streets and alleys. In supermarkets, people are frantically purchasing essential goods, apprehensive about further price increases. Some individuals begin stockpiling food and daily necessities in preparation for uncertain times. Outside banks, long lines form as individuals hastily withdraw their savings, fearful of a potential bank collapse. News of corporate layoffs and salary reductions continues to flood in. A prominent internet enterprise, once a paragon within its industry, now finds itself compelled to undertake extensive layoffs. When employees receive the notice of termination, despair etched across their faces. A young programmer, who had recently secured a loan to purchase a home, believed he could cultivate a stable career within the company, only to be abruptly confronted with unemployment. He lamented, "What am I to do? How will I manage my mortgage each month?" International corporations are also withdrawing from the Dragon Nation. Apple has announced the relocation of certain production lines to India and Vietnam, while brands such as Nike and Adidas are beginning to curtail their orders in the Dragon Nation, shifting their manufacturing bases towards Southeast Asian countries. The exodus of these enterprises not only siphons off substantial capital and technology, but also exacerbates the challenges facing the employment market in the Dragon Nation. In light of such a dire situation, the leadership of the Dragon Nation convened an urgent meeting to discuss countermeasures. In a spacious, well-lit conference room, the senior officials gathered, their expressions grave. The atmosphere was laden with tension and unease, as if the weight of each person's heavy breaths permeated the air. This sanction has inflicted tremendous damage upon our economy. We must swiftly devise a response, one leader asserted, his voice imbued with urgency and concern. I believe we should intensify our focus on developing the domestic market to foster economic self-sufficiency. An economist interjected with his perspective simultaneously. We must augment our investment in technological innovation, enhancing our capabilities for independent research and development, thereby reducing our reliance on foreign technologies. However, these measures necessitate time for implementation and cannot remedy the predicaments we currently face in the short term. Another leader countered, expressing the belief that engaging in negotiations with the United States might unveil possibilities for reconciliation. Reconciliation? Would the United States easily let us off the hook? A military representative scoffed, asserting that their true aim is to stifle our development, and negotiations are merely a tactic to buy time. The assembly erupted into fervent debate, each person voicing their opinions passionately. Throughout this tumult, the chief listened intently, remaining silent. As the clamor in the conference room gradually subsided, he finally spoke. I believe that Huanyu technology is the key to our breakthrough. With these words, an immediate hush fell over the room, and all eyes turned towards him. Huanyu technology boasts exceptional innovation and cutting-edge technology in the realm of science and technology. The chief continued, his gaze radiating determination and confidence, stating that their combat aircraft stands as a testament to this. If we can fully leverage Huanyu technology's advantages to launch more groundbreaking products and dismantle the technological monopoly held by Western countries, we may indeed find a way to navigate through this storm of sanctions. As the chief's words resonated, nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. They began to realize that Huanyu technology might truly be the beacon of hope for the Dragon Kingdom in overcoming its challenges. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Huanyu Technology, Shen Yichen recognized that this was a prime opportunity for the company's ascent. He convened the core team for an urgent meeting. The recent sanctions imposed by the United States and the European Union, while exerting immense pressure on the Dragon Nation, have simultaneously presented an extraordinary opportunity for Huanyu Technology. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Shen Yichen addressed his team with fervor, proclaiming, "We must seize this moment to launch an array of avant-garde products, dismantling the technological monopoly held by the Western powers and contributing to the economic advancement of our nation." The team members echoed their agreement, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. In the days that followed, they toiled tirelessly, immersing themselves in rigorous research and development. Shen Yichen actively participated in the projects, offering invaluable insights and innovative ideas stemming from his keen understanding of technology. He guided the team in deeply analyzing market demands and evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of their competitors, striving to unveil a product that would astonish the world. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, Huanyu Technology successfully developed a groundbreaking product, the quantum communication chip. This chip, utilizing the most advanced quantum technology, boasts characteristics of high speed, security, and stability, far surpassing the performance of existing communication chips in the West. As Shen Yichen held the quantum communication chip in his hands, he felt a surge of pride and anticipation. He understood that the launch of this chip would irrevocably shatter the technological dominance of the Western nations in the communication sector, securing a prominent position for the Dragon Nation in the global technological arena. In this moment teeming with challenges and opportunities, how will Huanyu Technology and the Dragon Nation navigate the storm of sanctions? Will the quantum communication chip emerge as the pivotal key to the nation's breakthrough? Let us await with bated breath. I delight in my mastery of extraterrestrial technology that transcends earthly bounds. Episode 63, The Turmoil of Land and Government Support. As the gentle rays of the morning sun filtered through the crevices of the window, they softly cascaded upon Shen Yichen's desk. At that moment, Shen Yichen was engrossed in reviewing a technological research report, his brow furrowing and unfurling as he delved into contemplations on the frontiers of science. Suddenly, the tranquility of the office was shattered by a bright, crisp knock at the door. Shen Yichen lifted his gaze to find Su Yao entering with an exuberant countenance, a document clutched in her hand, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "President Shen, I have the most astounding news." Su Yao could hardly contain her exhilaration, her voice quivering slightly. Shen Yichen set aside the report with a smile, gesturing for her to continue. Su Yao hastened to his desk and presented the document to him, exclaiming, "My father has discovered a 30-square-kilometer parcel of land in the outskirts of Donghai City, adjacent to Shenzhen." Instantly, Shen Yichen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He swiftly accepted the document, scrutinizing its contents as his expression transitioned from astonishment to delight. The location of the land was exceptional, with well-established infrastructure surrounding it, and the price was exceedingly reasonable. Xiao interjected with anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Shen Yichen's fingers rhythmically tapped upon the surface of the desk as he fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he raised his head, resolutely declaring, "This land is pivotal for the advancement of our Huanyu technology. I must personally assess it." Xiao nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing her eyes. She was acutely aware that Shen Yichen had long aspired to secure a suitable plot of land for Huanyu technology, aiming for the company's further expansion and development. This opportunity was undoubtedly a rare chance. Just as Shen Yichen was preparing to head to Donghai City, Mayor Wu Jiandin of Jiang City, accompanied by his leadership team, arrived at Huanyu Technology in grand procession. Their purpose was to actively support Huanyu technology, as per the directive from Yanjing. However, upon learning that Shen Yichen had gone to Donghai to inspect land, Wu Jiandan's expression shifted slightly. He had anticipated a smooth discussion regarding support matters with Shen Yichen, only to find himself at a loss. "Mayor, should we go to Donghai to find General Manager Shen now?" An anxious official inquired. Wu Jiandan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Let us wait for the moment. We should first communicate with the other leaders of Huanyu technology to ascertain the situation." Subsequently, under the guidance of Sun Xiaoyu, Wu Jiandan and his team proceeded to the conference room. Sun Xiaoyu provided them with a detailed account of Huanyu Technology's current development status, future plans, and some challenges it faced. During the conversation, Sun Xiaoyu casually mentioned the difficulties encountered when Huanyu Technology previously sought to purchase land in Chifu Village, where they faced obstructions from the Land Bureau Director, Liao Changji. At that time, Director Liao had declined their application for various reasons and deliberately delayed the process, significantly hindering the advancement of their project. A hint of dissatisfaction colored Sun Xiaoyu's tone. Wu Jiandan's demeanor darkened. He was taken aback by the actions of his subordinate. He immediately stated that a thorough investigation would be conducted to provide a satisfactory explanation to Huanyu Technology. After the meeting concluded, Wu Jiandan promptly assembled the relevant personnel to investigate the issues surrounding Liao Changji. Following an in-depth inquiry, he discovered that Liao Changji not only exhibited serious negligence regarding the land acquisition by Huanyu Technology, but was also implicated in other violations and disciplinary issues. Infuriated, Wu Jiandan decisively resolved to dismiss Liao Changji from his position and subject him to severe repercussions. Simultaneously, he assured Huanyu Technology that the Jiangxing municipal government would wholeheartedly support their development and fulfill their land requirements. Just as Wu Jiandan concluded matters concerning Liao Changji, Xiao Hong, accompanied by high-ranking military officials and a special envoy from Yanjing, arrived at Huanyu Technology. Their presence enveloped the entire company in an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. Upon meeting Sun Xiaoyu, Xiao Hong directly stated, "We wish to meet with Shen Yichen to discuss pressing national affairs." Consequently, Xiao Hong and his entourage patiently awaited Shen Yichen's return in the conference room, their faces reflecting a blend of anticipation and gravity, as if the matters at hand were intricately tied to the fate of the nation. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen was engaged in a meticulous examination of the land in Donghai City. He attentively observed the terrain and surrounding environment, continuously envisioning the blueprint for the future technological industrial park in his mind. He understood that this land would not only bear the future of Huanyu Technology, but also inject formidable impetus into the technological advancement of Longhua. Episode 64. Military Invitation and Land Dispute. Upon learning of the military's invitation for Shen Yichen to travel to Yanjing, Wu Jiandan felt an immediate sense of impending crisis. The atmosphere in his office was so tense that it seemed one could wring water from it. Sitting behind his expansive desk, his fingers rhythmically drummed against the surface. His brow furrowed, and his gaze revealed profound concern. What should he do? If Shen Yichen were to be retained by the military in Yanjing, would Huanyu Technology still have a place in Jiangxing? Wu Jiandan contemplated in silence, acutely aware that Huanyu Technology was not merely a significant pillar for the future development of Jiangxing, but also a vital contributor to its technological stature both nationally and globally. If Huanyu Technology were to depart from Jiangxing, all his previous efforts to foster its growth would be rendered futile, and his own career trajectory would undoubtedly be gravely affected. No, I must take action. With a sudden determination, Wu Jiandan rose to his feet, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. I will travel to Donghai to find Shen Yichen. I must ensure that he and Huanyu Technology remain in Jiangxing at all costs. He swiftly gathered several trusted aides, briefly outlining the itinerary, and then set off towards Donghai City without delay. Throughout the journey, he mentally prepared the words he would say upon meeting Shen Yichen, contemplating how he might persuade him to reconsider his decision. At this moment, Shen Yichen was inspecting a 30-square-kilometer plot of land in the suburbs of Donghai City. Accompanied by Su Yao's father, Xiao Ai, and the mayor of Donghai City, Zhao Wenjiang. This land is situated in the western outskirts of Donghai City, surrounded by majestic mountains and boasting picturesque scenery, resembling a hidden paradise. A crystal-clear river meanders alongside the land, providing rich water resources. Mr. Shen, what do you think of this land? Zhao Wenjiang inquired with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Standing atop a vantage point, Shen Yichen gazed over the expanse of land, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Mayor Zhao, I must say, the geographical location of this land is exceptionally advantageous. The surrounding environment is beautiful, transportation is relatively convenient, and the ample area is perfectly suited for our Huanyu technology to establish a technological industrial park. Xiao Hai nodded in agreement from the side. Indeed, it took considerable effort for me to discover this gem. I firmly believe that constructing a technological industrial park here will lead to tremendous success in the future. Shen Yichen meticulously observed the land's topography and the surrounding infrastructure, noting that while it currently appeared somewhat desolate, it possessed significant development potential. He contemplated that establishing a technological industrial park here would not only allow for the optimal utilization of land resources, but also stimulate economic growth in the surrounding areas. Mayor Zhao, what was the price you mentioned earlier for this land? Shen Yichen turned his head to inquire of Zhao Wenjiang. Zhao Wenjiang smiled as he extended 2 fingers, saying, Mr. Shen, we can offer you a price of 200 yuan per square meter for this piece of land, which is indeed a very favorable rate. Moreover, we can provide you with a series of incentives, including tax reductions and an extension of the land use period. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen mentally calculated the figures. At this price, acquiring the 30 square kilometers of land would amount to 6 billion yuan. Although the cost was significant, considering the land's potential and future development prospects, it was relatively reasonable. Mayor Zhao, I can see your sincerity. However, I still need to contemplate this further, Shen Yichen replied with a smile, acknowledging the magnitude of the investment and the need to confer with his company's team. Zhao Wenjiang nodded, maintaining his smile. Of course, Mr. Shen, take your time to consider. We warmly welcome Huanyu Technology to establish its presence in Donghai City, and we will ensure that you receive the highest quality of service and support. Mr. Shen, I finally found you, Wu Jiandan exclaimed, panting and beaming with joy. Shen Yichen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wu Jiandan, then smiled and said, Mayor Wu, what brings you here? Wu Jiandan glanced at Zhao Wenjiang, then back at Shen Yichen, his smile faltering slightly. Mr. Shen, I heard you were inspecting land in Donghai, so I rushed over. Huanyu Technology is truly a treasure for our Jiangcheng. You cannot just come and go at your whim. Zhao Wenjiang discerned the implication behind Wu Jiandan's words, and his expression subtly shifted. Mayor Wu, such statements cannot be made lightly. It is our East Seas privilege that General Manager Shen is here to inspect the land. Our city possesses ample sincerity and advantages that can attract Huanyu Technology to settle here. Wu Jiandan scoffed, Mayor Zhao, there is no need for contention. Huanyu Technology is flourishing in Jiangcheng. How could it possibly depart so easily? Our city has extended considerable support and assistance to Huanyu Technology, and General Manager Shen would certainly not be ungrateful. Zhao Wenjiang, provoked by Wu Jiandan's remarks, stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Wu Jiandan's eyes. Mayor Wu, your assertion is misguided. We are in a market economy, and enterprises possess the autonomy to choose their developmental locations. The conditions we offer in East Sea surpass those of Jiangcheng, making General Manager Shen's choice entirely reasonable. The exchange between the two escalated, each unwilling to concede, leading to an increasingly tense atmosphere. Shen Yichen, standing nearby, observed their quarrel with a wry smile. He had initially sought only a suitable plot of land for the establishment of a technological industrial park, yet it had unexpectedly ignited a rivalry between two cities. Mayors, let us pause this dispute, Shen Yichen interjected hastily, stepping forward to mediate. I understand that both of you are acting in the best interests of Huanyu Technology and the development of your respective cities. In fact, I have an idea that I wonder if you both might be willing to consider. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, Wu Jiandan and Zhao Wenjiang ceased their argument, turning their attention toward him. Shen Yichen cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. I believe we need not choose between Jiangxing and Donghaishi. We can simultaneously acquire land in both locations, connect the two regions by traversing the mountains, and establish a super-technological industrial park. This approach would not only enable us to fully utilize the resources and advantages of both areas, but also facilitate resource sharing and complementary strengths, thereby propelling Huanyu technology towards greater development. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, Wu Jiandan and Zhao Wenjiang fell into contemplative silence. They could not deny that Shen Yichen's proposal was indeed highly innovative and possessed significant feasibility. Mr. Shen, your proposal sounds quite promising, Wu Jiandan was the first to respond. However, traversing the mountains is no trivial matter. It will require considerable manpower, materials, and financial resources. Moreover, the coordination and cooperation between the two cities presents numerous difficulties and challenges. Zhao Wenjiang nodded in agreement. Mayor Wu raises a valid point. While the proposal is commendable, its implementation poses considerable difficulties. Nevertheless, if Mr. Shen is truly determined and confident, we in Donghaishi are willing to cooperate wholeheartedly. Shen Yichen smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, mayors, we at Huanyu Technology are confident in resolving the technical challenges of traversing the mountains. As for the coordination and cooperation issues, I believe that with mutual sincerity, we can certainly overcome any obstacles. Furthermore, once the super technological industrial park is established, it will present a tremendous opportunity for both Jiangxing and Donghaishi, enhancing the technological capabilities and economic standing of our cities while contributing significantly to the nation's technological advancement. Wu Jiandan and Zhao Wenjiang were profoundly moved by Shen Yichen's determination and confidence after listening to his words. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Well, since President Shen possesses such unwavering confidence, we shall lend you our full support, declared Wu Jiandan. Indeed, we from Donghai City also pledge our complete support, Zhao Wenjiang echoed. Observing the industrious figures of the two men, Shen Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of gratification. He understood that the construction of this super-technological industrial park would serve as a significant milestone in the development of Huanyu technology, injecting robust momentum into the technological advancement of Longhua. After a series of intense negotiations and discussions, Shen Yichen ultimately signed the land purchase contract with Jiangxing and Donghai City. Following the signing, his spirits soared with elation. He realized that his dream had taken yet another step forward. However, just as Shen Yichen prepared to celebrate this achievement, a phone call from Sun Xiaoyu shattered his joy. President Shen, General Chao, and the others are waiting for you at the company, saying they have important national matters to discuss with you, Sun Xiaoyu said anxiously over the phone. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen's expression shifted slightly. He understood that the presence of General Chao himself indicated the gravity of the situation. Although Wu Jiandan and Zhao Wenjiang felt a tinge of disappointment, they expressed their understanding. They recognized that, as the head of Huanyu Technology, Shen Yichen undoubtedly had numerous pressing matters to attend to. In the evening, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the streets and alleys of Jiangxing, draping the city in a delicate veil of gold. Shen Yichen's car slowly glided into the parking lot of the State Guest Hotel. As he stepped out, he noticed Chao Hong, accompanied by a cadre of military dignitaries, already awaiting him at the hotel entrance. Oh, no need for such formalities. Please come in, Chao Hong exclaimed, pulling Shen Yichen's arm and ushering him into the hotel. Upon entering, the hotel lobby dazzled with brilliance. The crystal chandeliers emitted a resplendent glow. The floor, adorned with polished marble, reflected the bustling figures of guests. The hotel staff, clad in neatly pressed uniforms, greeted patrons with warm smiles, providing impeccable service. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance of flowers and the tantalizing aroma of gourmet cuisine, creating an exceptionally inviting atmosphere. Under Chao Hong's guidance, Shen Yichen was led to a luxurious private room. The decor exuded elegance, with exquisite calligraphy and paintings gracing the walls, and antique furniture arranged in perfect order. In the center of the room stood a grand circular dining table, laden with an array of delectable dishes. Brother Shen, this welcome banquet is specially prepared for you, Chao Hong said with a smile. Now, let us sit down and enjoy a meal while we converse. As everyone took their seats, Chao Hong personally poured a glass of fine wine for Shen Yichen. Brother Shen, congratulations on successfully securing land in Donghai. This is a significant achievement, pivotal for the development of Huanyu technology. Raising his glass and standing, Shen Yichen expressed his gratitude. This is all thanks to General Xiao and the support of esteemed leaders, as well as the assistance from Su Yao's father. Without your help, I could not have secured this land so smoothly. Xiao Hong waved his hand dismissively, saying, Brother Shen, there is no need for such modesty. The development of Huanyu technology is of paramount importance to the Dragon Nation, and we must indeed extend our unwavering support. Come, let us all raise our glasses in a toast to the success of our esteemed brother, Shen. With that, everyone lifted their glasses and drank heartily. The banquet hall erupted with fervent applause and joyous laughter. Setting down his glass, Shen Yichen began to elaborate on the process of acquiring land in Donghai and the ambitious planning for the future technology industrial park. This parcel of land, situated in the suburban area of Donghai City, spans an impressive 30 square kilometers, surrounded by picturesque scenery and conveniently accessible transportation. Our vision is to construct a comprehensive technology industrial park that integrates research and development, production, and sales. As Shen spoke, he retrieved a planning blueprint from his briefcase and unfurled it upon the dining table. Please take a look. This is our preliminary planning proposal. The industrial park will be divided into several zones. Over here is the Research and Development Center, equipped with the most advanced experimental apparatus and a team of dedicated researchers focused on pioneering various cutting-edge technological products. This section is designated for production, where we will introduce automated production lines to achieve efficient and high-quality manufacturing. And over here lies the living area, providing employees with a comfortable residential environment and comprehensive amenities. Xiao Hong and the military dignitaries gathered around, studying the blueprint intently and nodding in approval. Brother Shen, your planning exhibits remarkable foresight, Xiao Hong exclaimed. Once this technology industrial park is established, it will not only enhance the strength of Huanyu technology but also stimulate the economic development of the surrounding regions, making a significant contribution to the technological advancement of the Dragon Nation. Shen Yichen humbly smiled in response, acknowledging the praise from General Xiao. This is merely our preliminary concept, which requires continual refinement and optimization. Throughout the construction process, we will need the unwavering support and guidance of our esteemed leaders. Xiao Hong gently patted Shen Yichen's shoulder and resolutely stated, Rest assured, my dear brother Shen, as long as it is beneficial for the Dragon Nation, our military will lend its full support. Although the sanctions imposed by the United States and the European Union have placed considerable pressure on our nation, they also present us with a unique opportunity. The rise of Huanyu technology will be pivotal in breaking the technological monopoly of the West. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, a warm current surged within Shen Yichen. He was acutely aware of the significant responsibilities and missions he bore. General Xiao, you need not worry, Shen Yichen replied, his gaze imbued with determination and confidence. Huanyu technology will not disappoint the expectations of our nation. We shall intensify our research and development investments, unveiling more avant-garde products to contribute to the economic advancement and technological progress of the Dragon Nation. Once more, the group raised their glasses, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall reached a crescendo. Shen Yichen felt the nation's support and trust enveloping him, filling his heart with excitement and pride. He silently vowed to lead Huanyu technology towards brilliance, ensuring that the Dragon Nation secures its place on the global technological stage. After the banquet concluded, Xiao Hong pulled Shen Yichen aside, his expression grave. Brother Shen, there is something I must discuss with you. I have come at the behest of our superior, who wishes to take you to Yanjing. The chief desires to meet with you to deliberate on important matters. Shen Yichen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. All right, I comprehend. General Xiao, when shall we embark? I am eager to master extraterrestrial technology and surpass Earth. Episode 66, Journey to Yanjing and Secret Experiments. The gentle morning sunlight cascaded over the land of Jiangqing, enveloping this vibrant city in a golden veil. Shen Yichen rose early, and after a brief morning routine, he began to prepare for the upcoming journey to Yanjing. His heart brimmed with anticipation, intertwined with a hint of anxiety. He understood that this visit to Yanjing to meet with the leadership was of profound significance, not only for the future of Huanyu technology, but also for the standing of Longwu on the international stage. Mr. Shen, everything is ready. We may proceed, came Xiao Hong's voice from the doorway, interrupting Shen Yichen's thoughts. Turning around, he saw Xiao Hong standing at the entrance, wearing a composed and confident smile. He nodded and replied, Very well, General Xiao, let us depart. The two exited the room and took the elevator down to the Hotel's underground parking lot. A sleek black luxury car awaited them, its body glinting with a cool gleam under the lights. The driver had been waiting by the vehicle and promptly stepped forward to open the door as they approached. Shen Yichen and Xiao Hong settled into the car, which then glided out of the parking lot, heading towards the airport. Along the way, they discussed the development of Huanyu technology and its future plans. You, my dear brother Shen, have made remarkable achievements in the field of technology, and the pace of Huanyu technology's development is truly astonishing. Xiao Hong expressed his admiration, stating that during this trip to Yinjing, the leadership would undoubtedly hold high expectations for you, hoping that you could make even greater contributions to the technological advancement of the Dragon Nation. Shen Yichen humbly smiled and replied, General Qiao, you flatter me. All of this is inseparable from the support of our nation and the efforts of our team. I have merely done what I ought to do. Nevertheless, it is your talent and innovative spirit that are the keys to the success of Huanyu technology. Xiao Hong patted Shen Yichen on the shoulder, emphasizing that the Dragon Nation requires individuals of your caliber. In the current international landscape, we must hasten the pace of technological development to ensure our competitive edge. Shen Yichen nodded, his expression growing serious. I understand, General Qiao. Huanyu technology will spare no effort in continually introducing more leading technologies and products, contributing to the rise of the Dragon Nation. Before long, the car arrived at the airport. Shen Yichen and Xiao Hong alighted, and under the guidance of the staff, they boarded a private jet. This aircraft had been specially arranged by the military of the Dragon Nation for their journey, its streamlined body reflecting formidable strength and authority. The plane ascended gently, piercing through the clouds and heading towards Yinjing. As Shen Yichen gazed out of the window at the boundless blue sky, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. He recalled the arduous journey of his entrepreneurial endeavors, the dedication and sacrifice of his team members, and those who had supported and trusted him. He was acutely aware of the significant responsibilities resting upon his shoulders, knowing that he could afford no lapse in diligence. After several hours of flight, the aircraft finally arrived at Yinjing International Airport. As Shen Yichen and Xiao Hong disembarked from the aircraft, a sleek black Hongqi sedan awaited them on the tarmac. The two settled into the vehicle, which glided smoothly toward the city center. Beijing, a city steeped in history yet pulsating with modernity, exuded a distinctive allure at every turn. The streets bustled with a cacophony of vehicles, while pedestrians flowed like a river and towering skyscrapers loomed in elegant succession. Gazing out at the scenery, Shen Yichen felt a surge of emotions. He had visited Beijing numerous times, yet each experience was marked by a unique sentiment. This time, he arrived as a technology entrepreneur, bearing the hopes and missions of his nation. The sedan navigated through the vibrant thoroughfares, eventually coming to rest before a luxurious hotel. This establishment was specifically designated by the Dragon Kingdom government to host esteemed guests, boasting an elegant atmosphere and comprehensive amenities. After checking in and taking a brief respite, Shen Yichen and Xiao Hong proceeded to the hotel restaurant for dinner. That evening, the two dined together in the hotel's opulent dining room, the table adorned with an array of delectable dishes. However, Shen Yichen found himself lacking in appetite, his thoughts consumed by the impending meeting with the leader the following day. His heart was a tumultuous blend of anxiety and anticipation. Brother Shen, do not be overly anxious, Xiao Hong observed his demeanor and said with a reassuring smile. The leader is an exceptionally affable person who holds great appreciation for your work. This meeting is to discuss the nation's technological development strategy. Simply express your thoughts and suggestions candidly. Shen Yichen nodded, inhaling deeply as he replied, General Qiao, I understand. I will strive to prepare thoroughly. After an indeterminate passage of time, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, Shen Yichen rose to attend to his personal hygiene and rest. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Sun Xiaoyu. Hello, Xiaoyu. What brings you to call at such a late hour? Shen Yichen inquired as he answered the phone. Mr. Shen, I heard that you have arrived in Yinjing. How is everything? Is everything going smoothly? Sun Xiaoyu asked with genuine concern. Yes, everything is quite smooth, Shen Yichen replied with a smile. You need not worry about me. Take good care of yourself. Understood, Mr. Shen. You have a meeting with the leader tomorrow, so make sure to perform well, Sun Xiaoyu remarked. I will, Shen Yichen assured her. By the way, how's everything at the company? Everything is functioning normally. You can rest assured, Sun Xiaoyu responded. The R&D team is diligently working on new products, and other departments are advancing according to plan. That's good to hear, Shen Yichen nodded. Please report any issues to me promptly. Certainly, Mr. Shen. Now, please rest early. Good night, Sun Xiaoyu said. Good night, Shen Yichen replied before hanging up, a warm sensation surging within him. He knew that regardless of his location, The team members at the company would wholeheartedly support him, which brought him immense comfort. After completing his evening routine, Shen Yichen lay in bed but found it impossible to sleep. Images of his upcoming meeting with the leader continued to swirl in his mind, filled with anticipation and anxiety. Gradually, he began to feel drowsy. His eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he drifted off into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking Shen Yichen from his dreams. He rubbed his eyes, sat up, and took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself. Today marked one of the most significant moments in his life, as he was to meet with the leader to discuss the nation's technological development strategy. Shen Yichen rose, freshened up, and donned a pristine suit. Standing before the mirror, he meticulously adjusted his tie, his gaze reflecting determination and confidence. He understood the weight of the responsibility and mission he bore. There could be no room for error. Once everything was in order, Shen Yichen exited his room and made his way to the hotel lobby. Xiao Hong was already waiting there and, upon seeing Shen Yichen, approached him. "Shen, are you ready?" Xiao Hong inquired. "I am ready, General Xiao," Shen Yichen replied with a nod. "Good, then let us proceed. The leader is awaiting our arrival," Xiao Hong stated. The sedan glided through the red walls, coming to a stop before a stately building. Shen Yichen and Xiao Hong alighted from the vehicle, following the staff towards the conference room. Upon reaching the door of the conference room, Shen Yichen took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Then, he and Xiao Hong entered the room together. Inside, the leader sat at the head of the conference table, a smile gracing his face as he regarded them. Noticing their entrance, the leader rose to greet them. "Comrade Shen Yichen, welcome to Yinjing," he said warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. "It is an honor to meet you, leader," Shen Yichen exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Please, have a seat," the leader remarked. "Today, I have summoned you to engage in a discussion regarding the technological advancements of Longhua. Your remarkable achievements in the realm of technology have not gone unnoticed, and I am eager to hear your insights and recommendations." Shen Yichen nodded in acknowledgement and responded, "Thank you for your trust, sir. I shall exert my utmost efforts to contribute to the technological progress of Longhua." Simultaneously, within the confines of the clandestine Area 51 underground facility in the United States, a tense research endeavor was underway. Minister of Technology Ross Dingjing stood before an expansive experimental table, his gaze fixated on the remnants of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Surrounding him, a cadre of scientists clad in white lab coats diligently operated an array of instruments, meticulously documenting experimental data. "Minister, the latest research findings have come in," one scientist announced, approaching Ross Dingjing with a report in hand. Taking the document, Ross Dingjing scrutinized its contents, his expression gradually transforming into one of gravity. After a moment, he lifted his gaze and stated, "It appears that we are encountering significant challenges in our examination of this alien vessel. Although we have made some progress, we are still far from fully deciphering its technology." "Indeed, Minister, the technology of this spacecraft is exceedingly advanced, far surpassing our current scientific capabilities," another scientist interjected. "Moreover, we are confronted with an even greater dilemma: the anti-gravity aircraft developed by Longhua." Ross Dingjing furrowed his brow and inquired, "The anti-gravity aircraft of Longhua? Are you suggesting that they have mastered this technology?" "Indeed, Minister. According to our intelligence, Longhua's Huanyu technology has successfully developed an anti-gravity aircraft, which has demonstrated remarkable performance in combat scenarios. This poses a significant threat to us," remarked the scientist. "Yes, Minister. We will expedite the completion of our tasks," the scientists affirmed. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open and Defense Minister Schneider entered. "Ross, what is the status of the research?" Schneider inquired. Ross Dingjing sighed and responded, "Not very optimistic, Schneider. We have encountered numerous challenges, and progress has been exceedingly slow. Furthermore, Longhua's anti-gravity aircraft has placed considerable pressure on us." Schneider furrowed his brow and said, "Longhua's anti-gravity aircraft? This is certainly not good news. We must devise a strategy to counter this. We cannot allow them to surpass us in the realm of technology." "I understand, Schneider," Rosting replied. "I have already ordered an increase in research efforts, and I hope we can achieve a breakthrough soon." "Very well. I hope you can resolve the issue promptly," Schneider stated. "If Longhua gains an advantage in technology, our hegemonic position will be severely threatened." Rosting nodded, saying, "I comprehend, Schneider. I will give it my utmost effort." Schneider glanced at Rosting and then at the surrounding scientists, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, the future of our nation rests in your hands. It is imperative that we swiftly unravel the technology of the extraterrestrial spacecraft to secure an advantage for our nation. The scientists nodded in agreement, vowing to exert their utmost efforts. Within the confines of the conference room adorned with crimson walls, Shen Yichen was reporting to the leader on the progress and future plans of Huanyu technology. The leader listened attentively, occasionally nodding in approval. Comrade Shen Yichen, your vision is both prescient and pragmatic, the leader remarked. The advancement of Huanyu technology has made significant contributions to the technological progress of Dragon Nation. I hope you will continue to strive for greater achievements. Upon hearing these words, Shen Yichen felt a surge of excitement and pride. Thank you, sir, for your encouragement and support. Huanyu technology will certainly live up to its responsibilities, continuously innovating to contribute more vigorously to the technological development of Dragon Nation. However, he acknowledged, we are currently facing certain challenges. The leader interjected. The sanctions imposed by the United States and the European Union have exerted considerable pressure on our economy and technological advancement. What are your thoughts on this matter? Shen Yichen's expression grew serious as he replied, Sir, I believe that the sanctions from the United States and the European Union present both a test and an opportunity for us. Through these sanctions, we can gain a clearer understanding of our shortcomings, increase our investment in research and development, enhance our independent innovation capabilities, and break the technological monopoly held by Western nations. The leader nodded in agreement, stating, You are absolutely correct. We must not be daunted by these sanctions. Instead, we should transform pressure into motivation and expedite the pace of our technological development. Huanyu technology possesses considerable advantages in this regard. I hope you can achieve breakthroughs in critical technological fields, providing robust support for the development of Longhua. Chief, I understand, Shen Yichen replied. Huanyu technology is actively responding to sanctions, increasing our R&D investment, and launching a number of cutting-edge technologies and products. We believe that as long as we unite and work together, we can overcome difficulties and realize the technological rise of Longhua. However, Shen Yichen was filled with guilt. He felt that although Huanyu technology had achieved some progress, it was far from sufficient. If he could have achieved breakthroughs earlier and introduced more advanced technologies, perhaps Longhua would not be facing such severe sanctions. Chief, I feel very guilty about the current situation of sanctions. Shen Yichen lowered his head and said, If Huanyu technology could have performed better, perhaps it would not have brought such significant pressure on the nation. The chief smiled and replied, Comrade Shen Yichen, you need not feel guilty. The progress of Huanyu technology has been remarkable, and this is evident to all. The sanctions are a malicious suppression by the United States and the European Union. They are not your fault. We must learn from this incident and continuously enhance our strength. Shen Yichen lifted his head, gazing into the chief's resolute eyes, a warm current surged within him. He said, Chief, thank you for your understanding and encouragement. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations. Very well, I believe in you. The leader remarked, Next, let us deliberate on specific countermeasures. The meeting progressed as Shen Yichen and the leader engaged in an in-depth discussion regarding the technological development strategy of Longhua and measures to counter sanctions. Shen Yichen fully leveraged his expertise in innovative thinking, presenting numerous and valuable suggestions and ideas, which earned him the leader's high regard. Meanwhile, within the confines of the secret underground base Area 51, scientists continued their fervent efforts, striving to uncover the key to deciphering the technology embedded within the remnants of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Would they succeed? How would Longhua respond to the sanctions imposed by the United States and the European Union? What role would Shen Yichen and Huanyu technology play in this technological contest? All remained shrouded in uncertainty and challenge. In episode 67, Mysterious Technologies and Historical Relics, Shen Yichen took 2 steps forward, standing before a vast map of Longhua. He pointed to the locations of Donghai City and Jiangcheng, commencing a detailed exposition of the plan to construct a super-industrial park. We intend to acquire land in Donghai City and Jiangcheng to establish an unprecedented super-industrial park. This park will gather the world's foremost research talents and the most advanced technological equipment, creating multiple core industrial zones. His eyes sparkled with boundless aspirations, as if he could already envision the magnificent spectacle of the super-industrial park rising from the ground. In the research and development area, we will concentrate on cutting-edge technological research, encompassing fields such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and new energy. Shen Yichen spoke at a measured pace, yet each word resonated with power. We must surmount the technological bottlenecks here and unveil products of epoch-making significance, steering the tide of global technological advancement. As he spoke, He gestured towards the layout of the research and development area, as if the land brimming with promise lay before him. The production zone will introduce fully automated production lines, ensuring efficiency and precision. He continued, we aim to harness the most advanced manufacturing technologies to swiftly transform our research achievements into tangible products, catering to both domestic and international market demands. Concurrently, we shall emphasize environmental protection and sustainable development, employing green energy and eco-friendly materials to establish a green and intelligent production base. His face radiated confidence, filled with optimism for future growth. The residential area will provide employees with a most comfortable living environment and comprehensive amenities. Shen Yichen's tone softened. We aspire to make every individual working in the industrial park feel the warmth of home. Here, modern apartments, shopping centers, schools, and hospitals will be constructed, allowing employees to enjoy a high quality of life beyond their work commitments. His eyes reflected a deep care for his staff, fully aware that talent is the cornerstone of corporate development. The leader and Xiao Hong listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. They were captivated by Shen Yichen's grand blueprint, moved by his determination and confidence. As the report concluded, the leader smiled at Shen Yichen, his eyes filled with admiration. Yichen, your ideas are truly commendable. Once completed, this super-industrial park will undoubtedly serve as a tremendous catalyst for the technological advancement and economic growth of the Dragon Nation. The leader's voice resonated steadily and powerfully, echoing in the conference room like a resounding bell. As he spoke, the leader retrieved an exquisite wooden box from the table beside him and extended it towards Shen Yichen, stating, this is a gift, as well as the nation's expectations of you. His gaze was imbued with anticipation and trust, as if imparting boundless strength to Shen Yichen. Gratefully, Shen Yichen accepted the wooden box with both hands, feeling a warm surge in his heart. He carefully opened the box to reveal a uniquely shaped jade pendant, intricately carved with the national emblem of the Dragon Nation and adorned with enigmatic symbols, exuding an aura of antiquity and elegance. Gently caressing the pendant, Shen Yichen sensed the leader's care and the weight of the nation's trust. At that moment, Minister of Defense Su Chaqing entered, carrying a black encrypted briefcase, his demeanor solemn. Approaching the conference table, Su Chaqing gently placed the briefcase down, inputting the code to unlock it. This is. Shen Yichen gazed at the documents within the briefcase, his mind brimming with curiosity. Su Chaqing's expression was serious and earnest as he explained, these are technological documents derived from the remnants of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. 40 years ago, we discovered a crashed alien vessel at the northwestern border of the Dragon Nation. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes, as if he were transported back to that mysterious moment when the spacecraft, severely damaged, still yielded crucial technological intelligence. Shen Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grasped the documents, leafing through them with great care. The content of the document was obscure and laden with peculiar symbols and formulas. However, thanks to the formidable analytical capabilities of Xiao Ai, Shen Yichen quickly made a significant discovery. Commander, General Qiao, this technology belongs to a Level 2 civilization, Shen Yichen exclaimed with fervor. Despite the presence of certain inaccuracies and omissions within the document, through Xiao Ai's analysis of the information, he believed that with proper supplementation and rectification, these technologies could be applied to the manufacturing of low-end spacecraft. His voice brimmed with excitement and astonishment, as if he had unearthed a vast treasure. The commander nodded, stating, for years, our scientists have been researching these technologies, yet due to the immense technical challenges, mass production has remained elusive. Yichen, what are your thoughts? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping that Shen Yichen would present a new breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yichen replied, I am confident that with the technological prowess of Huanyu technology and Xiao Ai's formidable computational abilities, we can address these challenges. His gaze conveyed unwavering determination. We could establish a dedicated research team to conduct in-depth studies and enhancements of these technologies. Simultaneously, by leveraging our strengths in materials science and artificial intelligence, we can enhance the performance and reliability of the spacecraft. In his mind, a clear plan had already taken shape, and he was eager to put it into action. The commander smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Very well, I entrust this to you, Yichen. This is not only an opportunity for Huanyu technology, but also a pivotal moment for the technological advancement of the Dragon Nation. His voice resonated with trust and encouragement, invigorating Shen Yichen immensely. Shen Yichen nodded solemnly and declared, rest assured, Commander, we shall exert our utmost efforts. His tone was resolute and powerful, as though he had pledged a military oath to his superior. Subsequently, Shen Yichen resumed his examination of the documents, while Xiao Ai continuously provided analysis and suggestions within his mind. As his research deepened, Shen Yichen discovered that the applications of these technologies were far more extensive than he had initially imagined. These innovations could not only be utilized in the construction of spacecraft, but also in various domains such as energy, communication, and healthcare. With excitement, Shen Yichen exclaimed, for instance, by harnessing these technologies, we could develop more efficient energy collection and conversion systems to address Longgua's energy challenges. We could also enhance communication technologies to achieve faster and more stable connections. His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if envisioning a future where Longgua's science and technology soared to new heights. While Shen Yichen remained engrossed in his research, the commander recounted the detailed events surrounding the discovery of the extraterrestrial spacecraft. It was a night fraught with howling winds when a border patrol team, while executing their duties, suddenly observed a peculiar beam of light streaking across the sky, followed by a resounding explosion. Upon their arrival at the scene, they found a massive metallic object that had crashed into the desert, emanating an enigmatic aura. The area was in disarray, the spacecraft's exterior was severely damaged, and its internal structure had suffered considerable destruction. The commander reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. Yet he noted that our scientists managed to extract crucial technological data from the wreckage. This information became an essential foundation for our exploration of extraterrestrial technology. His voice resonated with profound admiration for the scientists who, under arduous conditions, have made tremendous contributions to the technological advancement of Longgua. As Shen Yichen listened to the commander's narrative, he felt an overwhelming respect for those who selflessly devoted themselves to their work. He understood that behind these technologies lay the relentless efforts and dedication of countless researchers over the years. "Commander, I have a question." Shen Yichen raised his head, gazing at the commander. Why did this extraterrestrial spacecraft crash on Earth? Could there be other alien vessels existing on Earth or within the cosmos? His eyes sparkled with curiosity and concern, filled with reverence for the mysteries of the universe. Shen Yichen fell into contemplation, and suddenly a thought flickered through his mind. "Xiao Ai, do you have any analysis regarding the cause of the spacecraft's crash?" he silently inquired. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen felt a jolt within him. He shared Xiao Ai's analysis with the commander and Qiao Hong, and the conference room was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone realized that the crisis facing Earth might be far more severe than they had previously imagined. If a level 5 civilization truly exists and harbors hostility towards Earth, how should we respond? Qiao Hong expressed his concerns, his eyes filled with anxiety for the safety of their planet. Shen Yichen pondered for a moment and replied, "At present, we cannot ascertain the existence of a level 5 civilization or their intentions. However, we cannot remain passive. We must accelerate the pace of technological development and enhance the strength of Longgua." His gaze radiated a resolute determination. "We must fully harness the alien technology to develop more advanced weaponry and defense systems, ensuring the safety of our planet. Simultaneously, we shall enhance our exploration and research of the cosmos to promptly identify potential threats." In his mind, a strategy to confront the impending crisis was already formed, and he was resolved to contribute to the safety of Earth. The leader nodded and remarked, "Yichen is correct. We cannot afford to be complacent. From this moment forward, Longgua will fully support the development of Huanyu technology, and we hope you can achieve breakthroughs swiftly." His voice was imbued with unwavering conviction, as if proclaiming Longgua's stance to the world. Shen Yichen rose, solemnly stating, "Leader, General Qiao, we shall not betray your trust." His eyes sparkled with steadfast brilliance, brimming with confidence and courage. In this era rife with challenges and opportunities, Shen Yichen and Huanyu technology would shoulder significant responsibilities, striving diligently for the technological advancement of Longgua and the security of Earth. That enigmatic alien technology would serve as the key to unlocking the door to the future, guiding them towards an entirely new world. I yearn for mastery over alien technology to transcend Earth. Episode 68, Crisis Analysis and Companionship with Beauties. Shen Yichen emerged from the crimson walls, his heart heavy as if burdened by an immense stone. The threat of solar flares loomed like a Damoclean sword, poised to descend at any moment, potentially bringing catastrophic ruin to Earth. The existence of advanced civilizations further underscored his awareness of Earth's insignificance and fragility within the vast cosmos. He was acutely aware that humanity's time was running short, and it was imperative to swiftly devise countermeasures. The pace of technological development must be hastened to enhance Earth's defensive capabilities. Shen Yichen resolutely resolved within himself that the construction of the super-industrial park must be expedited, and research into extraterrestrial technology could not afford the slightest negligence. His gaze revealed an unwavering determination, as if he had already glimpsed the arduous path of struggle against future crises. That night, as Shen Yichen lay in bed, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, rendering him unable to find solace in sleep. Terrifying images of solar flares erupting and scenes of advanced civilizations invading Earth incessantly haunted his mind. These visions instilled an unprecedented weight of pressure upon him, yet ignited his fighting spirit. No matter how insurmountable the challenges, retreat was not an option. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed to fight for the future of the Earth, to defend the very existence of humanity. In the stillness of the night, his oath resonated with extraordinary conviction. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Shen Yichen's face. He sat up in bed, inhaling deeply in an effort to calm himself. The reflections of the previous night had clarified his sense of responsibility and mission. He recognized the urgency to act. After refreshing himself and donning a crisp outfit, Shen Yichen stepped out of his hotel room. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted a young woman standing there, scanning her surroundings as though awaiting someone. Tall and graceful, she wore a white dress that accentuated her elegant demeanor. Her skin was as pale as snow, smooth and delicate like the finest jade. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying with her every movement. Her eyes sparkled with brightness, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, clear and profound, as if they harbored countless untold stories. Beneath her high, elegant nose lay a subtly upturned smile, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth that shone like pearls, translucent and radiant. Her smile radiated warmth and kindness, enveloping those around her in a gentle spring breeze, as if all worries could dissipate in its presence. Shen Yichen recognized her instantly. She was Xiao Hong's daughter, Xiao Ai. Xiao Hong had previously mentioned her daughter, describing her as vivacious and hospitable. "You must be Mr. Shen Yichen," Xiao Ai exclaimed, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile as she approached him briskly, extending her hand. "I am Xiao Ai. My father sent me to escort you and show you around Yanqing." Her voice was melodious and clear, reminiscent of tinkling silver bells. Shen Yichen smiled as he took her hand, replying, "Miss Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. I truly appreciate your assistance." His tone was warm and courteous, evoking a sense of comfort. "Not at all, Mr. Shen," Xiao Ai replied hastily, her admiration evident in her gaze. "You are a national hero of Longhua. It is an honor for me to be your guide." Her eyes sparkled with respect and adoration, leaving Shen Yichen feeling somewhat bashful. With a gentle smile, he responded, "Miss Xiao, please do not jest. I have merely fulfilled my duty." His demeanor remained humble, devoid of any arrogance or pride. "You are far too modest, Mr. Shen," she remarked. Xiao Ai remarked, "I have heard of your remarkable deeds. Under your leadership, Huanyu technology has achieved numerous extraordinary accomplishments and made significant contributions to the development of our nation. You are truly a hero in my eyes." Her tone was resolute and sincere, conveying a profound admiration that deeply touched Shen Yichen. As they conversed, they exited the hotel. At the entrance, a sleek red convertible rested quietly, its streamlined silhouette exuding a sense of modernity and dynamism. "Mr. Shen, this is my car. Let us be on our way," Xiao Ai announced as she opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. Shen Yichen took his place in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. With a swift motion, Xiao Ai started the engine, and the convertible surged forward like a cheetah, racing towards the renowned sights of Yanqing. Along the way, Xiao Ai enthusiastically shared the rich history and cultural heritage of Yanqing, her face illuminated by a proud smile, as though each landmark held a piece of her heart. "Mr. Shen, look ahead. There lies the Forbidden City," she exclaimed, pointing towards the ancient complex. The Forbidden City, a royal palace from the Ming and Qing dynasties, stands as one of the largest and best-preserved wooden architectural marvels in the world. It embodies a wealth of historical and cultural significance, a true gem of ancient architectural artistry in our nation. Her voice resonated with reverence and love for the Forbidden City, as if she were narrating an ancient and enigmatic tale. "It is absolutely magnificent," Shen Yichen exclaimed, captivated by the unique architectural style and the artistic allure of the Forbidden City. It is not only a cultural heritage of the Dragon Nation, but also a precious treasure of all humanity. His gaze was filled with admiration and reverence for the Forbidden City, and a profound sense of pride in the rich historical culture of the Dragon Nation emerged within him. Xiao Ai smiled and remarked, "Indeed, the Forbidden City is an iconic landmark of Yanjing and an essential destination for every visitor. Each palace and courtyard here possesses its own unique tales and legends." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could hardly wait to share these stories with Shen Yichen. Subsequently, Xiao Ai guided Shen Yichen to the Great Wall. Standing atop the Great Wall, Shen Yichen surveyed the magnificent landscape, his heart brimming with emotions. The Great Wall, resembling a colossal dragon, wends its way through the lofty mountains. It is a testament to the wisdom and toil of the ancient laborers of the Dragon Nation, as well as a symbol of the nation's indomitable spirit. "One is not a true hero unless they have stood upon the Great Wall," Shen Yichen said with a smile. Reveling in the grandeur and splendor of this historic monument, it transcends mere fortifications. It stands as a witness to the history of the Dragon Nation. His voice resonated with awe for the Great Wall and respect for history, as if paying homage to this ancient edifice. Xiao Ai nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the Great Wall is the backbone of the Dragon Nation. It has witnessed countless wars and periods of peace, carrying the hopes and dreams of its people. Each brick tells a story from the past, evoking reflections on the passage of time and the evolution of history." Her gaze revealed a deep affection for the Great Wall and a passionate love for the history of the Dragon Nation, as if engaging in a timeless dialogue with this monumental structure. Under the guidance of Xiao Ai, Shen Yichen explored renowned landmarks such as the Summer Palace, the Temple of Heaven, and the Bird's Nest. At each location, Xiao Ai meticulously elaborated on the historical background, cultural significance, and architectural features of the sites. Her vivid and engaging narration deepened Shen Yichen's appreciation for the rich history and culture of Yanjing. The rapport between them flourished, as Shen Yichen found himself captivated by Xiao Ai's beauty and warmth, developing a unique sentiment towards her. Likewise, Xiao Ai was enamored by Shen Yichen's talent and demeanor. They conversed as if they were long-acquainted friends, sharing their thoughts freely. However, unbeknownst to them, danger was silently approaching. Among the crowd, several suspicious individuals were covertly tracking their movements. These individuals were American spies, tasked by the United States Dragon Nation Strategic Research Department to closely monitor Shen Yichen's every action. Observing him with a woman, their apparent intimacy raised concerns. One spy whispered into his earpiece, questioning whether to take action. His eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety and hesitation, for engaging on the streets of Yanjing carried considerable risk. "Refrain from hasty actions for now," came a voice from the earpiece. "Continue to follow and ascertain their destination. Strike only when the moment is opportune." The voice was cold and resolute, exuding confidence in the unfolding situation. "Understood," the spy replied, resuming his discreet pursuit of Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai. In the spacious and brightly lit conference room of the United States Dragon Nation Strategic Research Department, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. A colossal map of the Dragon Kingdom and a photograph of Shen Yichen adorned the walls. While a group of individuals clad in suits convened around a conference table, their expressions grave as they engaged in earnest discussion. "We have identified a significant target," Shen Yichen announced an intelligence analyst, standing before the projector and gesturing towards the image of Shen on the screen. He is the founder of Huanyu Technology and stands as one of the most distinguished talents in our nation's technological sphere. His research has profoundly impacted the advancement of technology and the enhancement of military strength in the Dragon Kingdom. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully within the conference room. More critically, he is currently involved with Chao Hong's daughter, added another analyst. Chao Hong is undertaking a special mission, presenting us with an exceptional opportunity. If we can abduct both of them, it would not only disrupt Chao Hong's assignment, but also deliver a severe blow to the Dragon Kingdom. A ruthless glimmer sparked in his eyes, as if he could already envision the scene following the successful execution of their plan. The room erupted in murmurs of agreement, everyone recognizing the gravity of the situation. The unique status of Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai meant that their abduction would undoubtedly plunge the Dragon Kingdom into turmoil. "Very well. It shall be done," declared a senior official with finality, resolving to act immediately and ensure their capture within the shortest time frame possible. "Remember, there must be no room for error." His voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an air of intimidation. Upon receiving their orders, the operatives intensified their surveillance of Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai, biding their time for the opportune moment to execute their abduction plan. Yet, Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, wholly absorbed in the delights of exploring Yanjing. Their destinies were on the cusp of a monumental shift, as a thrilling confrontation was poised to unfold. In the bustling snack street of Yanjing, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Along the thoroughfare, an array of food stalls dazzled the senses with their enticing aromas. At the kebab stall, flames roared as skewers of lamb sizzled over the charcoal, releasing an irresistible fragrance. In front of the Jianbing Guozi stall, the vendor skillfully spread the batter, cracked an egg, and added crispy sheets, scallions, and sauce, crafting a delectable Jianbing that drew eager customers into line. Then there was the steaming wonton stall, where delicate wontons danced in the broth, garnished with cilantro and seaweed, evoking mouth-watering anticipation. Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai weaved through the throngs of people, their faces radiating joy and relaxation. Xiao Ai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Shen Yichen's arm, pointing this way and that, her curiosity akin to that of a child. "Mr. Shen, look over there. They're selling sugar figurines," she exclaimed, suddenly directing his attention to a stall where a skilled artisan was deftly crafting various sugar shapes on a countertop. Amidst the vibrant scene, there was the lively figure of Sun Wukong, a majestic rooster, and an endearing, playful little rabbit, each crafted with such vivid detail that one could not resist the temptation to acquire one. "Let us take a look," exclaimed Xiao Ai as she tugged at Shen Yichen, weaving through the throng until they reached the candy figurine stall. "Master, I would like a candy figurine of Sun Wukong." Xiao Ai beamed at the seasoned artisan. The master, smiling broadly, nodded in agreement, and before long, a lifelike candy figure of Sun Wukong materialized in his hands. Xiao Ai graciously accepted the candy figure and joyfully presented it to Shen Yichen, saying, "Mr. Shen, do you not think this Sun Wukong resembles you, possessing boundless powers and abilities?" Shen Yichen took the candy figure, and gazing into Xiao Ai's expectant eyes, he felt a warm surge within. "I am hardly so formidable. Yet this candy figure is indeed delightful," he replied with a smile. As they reveled in the joyous atmosphere, several suspicious individuals stealthily approached them, clad in ordinary attire. Sporting hats and sunglasses, their eyes betrayed a chilling vigilance. These were American spies who, after a prolonged period of surveillance, had finally found their moment to strike. The leader of the group, a tall and muscular man named Jack, exuded the air of a well-trained operative. He subtly signaled to his companions, and they swiftly dispersed, encircling Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai. "Wait for the opportune moment to act. Be swift and ensure they cannot resist," Jack instructed in a hushed tone through his earpiece. His associates nodded slightly, indicating their understanding. They stealthily approached Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai, tightly clutching the ether-soaked handkerchief concealed within their sleeves, poised to strike at any moment. Oblivious to the imminent danger, Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai continued to meander through the bustling snack street. As they strolled, Xiao Ai suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in her stomach. Embarrassed, she turned to Shen Yichen and said, "Mr. Shen, I need to use the restroom." Shen Yichen nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "All right, go ahead. I shall wait for you here." Just as Xiao Ai stepped into the restroom, Jack, accompanied by several spies, swiftly followed her inside. They moved with agility and silence, akin to a wraith-like presence. Jack and one of the spies entered the men's restroom, where they spotted Shen Yichen standing at the sink, washing his hands. They stealthily advanced toward him. Sensing someone behind him, Shen Yichen turned, only to have Jack cover his mouth and nose with the ether-soaked handkerchief. He was immediately overwhelmed by a pungent scent, feeling dizzy and his body turning limp. As the world around him began to blur, alarm bells rang in his mind, realizing he had fallen into the enemy's trap. However, at the very moment the ether permeated his system, the Ami repair robots within him sprang into action. These minute machines, akin to loyal sentinels, swiftly converged upon Shen Yichen's brain and respiratory system, diligently repairing damaged cells and expelling the ether's toxins. Thanks to the intervention of the Ami repair robots, Shen Yichen's consciousness gradually began to return. He sensed his strength slowly revitalizing, a surge of intense fury welling up within him. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes wide and forcefully shook his head, breaking free from Jack's grasp. Jack was taken aback by Shen Yichen's sudden resistance. He had not anticipated that Shen Yichen could regain consciousness so swiftly. Before he could react, Shen Yichen had already thrown a punch, landing a powerful blow to his face. The force of the strike caused Jack's nose to bleed profusely as he stumbled backward. Upon witnessing this, Jack's companions rushed forward, intent on subduing Shen Yichen. Bang! Shen Yichen delivered a fierce kick to the chest of one of the spies, sending him crashing against the bathroom wall. The spy let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further resistance. Just as Shen Yichen was embroiled in a fierce battle with the male spies, a piercing scream echoed from the adjacent women's restroom. Shen Yichen's heart tightened. He realized that Xiao Ai had also been abducted. Ai, Shen Yichen shouted, his heart racing with urgency. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the enemies before him and swiftly dashed out of the men's restroom, heading towards the women's restroom. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught sight of several spies dragging Xiao Ai out. She struggled desperately, her face a portrait of fear and despair. Let her go? Shen Yichen roared, akin to an enraged lion. Without a second thought, he charged forward, determined to rescue Xiao Ai. The spies, noticing Shen Yichen's advance, immediately grew wary. They positioned Xiao Ai in front of them, and one of the spies brandished a handgun, aiming it at Shen Yichen. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will shoot. The spy threatened menacingly. Shen Yichen halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ai's terrified expression, filled with worry and guilt. He understood that he could not act rashly, lest Xiao Ai be in peril. What do you intend to do? Shen Yichen asked coldly, suppressing the fury within him. Less talk. Come with us. Jack growled, wiping the blood from his face as he emerged from the men's restroom. At that moment, a vendor selling candied hawthorns happened to pass by. An idea struck Shen Yichen, and he suddenly shouted, "Thief!" This exclamation drew the attention of those nearby, who began to gather, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The spies were caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, their focus momentarily diverted. Trying to escape won't be so easy. Shen Yichen roared, forcefully breaking free from the spies surrounding him and sprinting towards the van. Upon seeing this, the spies immediately opened fire. Bullets whizzed past Shen Yichen, striking the wall beside him and igniting a flurry of sparks. Unfazed, he deftly evaded the barrage with his agile reflexes. However, the van had already started and sped away from the scene. As Shen Yichen watched it disappear into the distance, his heart was filled with resentment and anger. He knew he must devise a plan to locate Xiao Ai swiftly, or the consequences would be dire. Xiao Ai, assist me in contacting the landing ship. Have it track that van. Shen Yichen urgently commanded in his mind. Understood, master. The landing ship has locked onto the target and is in pursuit, Xiao Ai swiftly replied. Shen Yichen exhaled in relief, knowing that with the landing ship's assistance, he would undoubtedly find Xiao Ai. He immediately hailed a taxi and urgently instructed the driver, please follow that van ahead, quickly. The taxi driver, startled by Shen Yichen's anxious expression and hurried tone, swiftly started the vehicle and pursued the direction of the van. The taxi sped through the streets, and Shen Yichen's gaze revealed unwavering determination and resolve. He understood that the ensuing rescue mission would be fraught with peril, yet he remained undeterred. With his intellect and strength, he was resolute in his quest to extricate Xiao Ai from the clutches of their adversaries, ensuring that those who sought to harm them would face dire consequences. The taxi raced through the outskirts of Yanjing, with dust swirling in its wake. Shen Yichen sat in the back seat, his heart racing, fixating intently on the road ahead, as if he could pierce through the distance to glimpse Xiao Ai's figure. His fingers unconsciously drummed against his knee, producing a rapid, muffled sound, each tap urging time to hasten its passage. Outside the window, the scenery blurred by in a swift motion. The once tranquil and picturesque countryside now appeared strangely foreign and frigid in Shen Yichen's eyes. The distant mountains undulated, casting long shadows in the twilight glow, resembling hidden traps laden with danger. The trees lining the road stood like silent sentinels, quietly watching, yet offering no solace to Shen Yichen. Driver, can you go any faster? He urged once more, his voice laced with anxiety and unease. The taxi driver glanced at Shen Yichen through the rearview mirror and sympathetically remarked, young man, I am already driving as fast as I can. The road is treacherous, and going any faster could lead to danger. Shen Yichen sighed in resignation, fully aware that the driver had exerted all efforts. However, his mounting anxiety remained unabated. He incessantly envisioned Xiao Ai's current plight, his heart laden with concern and guilt. Ai, you must hold on. I will come to rescue you shortly, he silently repeated, as if his thoughts could convey strength to Xiao Ai. As the taxi penetrated deeper into the outskirts, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The roadway became rugged and uneven, causing the vehicle to jolt intermittently, only heightening Shen Yichen's agitation. At last, the taxi came to a halt at a secluded junction. Young man, the road ahead is too poor. My car cannot proceed, the driver said apologetically. Shen Yichen surveyed the pockmarked dirt path ahead and the barren landscape surrounding him. A wave of despair washed over him. Yet, he quickly rallied. He understood that he could not surrender at this moment. Xiao Ai was still waiting for his salvation. Thank you, sir, Shen Yichen said as he settled the fare. Opened the door and leapt out. He inhaled deeply, absorbing the earthy aroma of the countryside air, before sprinting in the direction indicated by Xiao Ai. The waning sunlight cast its golden glow upon Shen Yichen, elongating his shadow. His figure appeared diminutive amidst the vast fields, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast, as if proclaiming his unwavering determination to the world. His footsteps echoed upon the ground, resonating with a dull thud, each stride imbued with strength and resolve. Xiao Ai, implant the combat techniques of Xiaomi into my memory, Shen Yichen implored inwardly, his tone tinged with determination. Understood, master. Initiating implantation, please hold on, Xiao Ai promptly replied. Is this truly Xiaomi's fighting prowess? Indeed formidable, Shen Yichen mused as he clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, a confident smile gracing his lips. With every sprint, he drew nearer to the hideout of the kidnappers. At last, he beheld the dilapidated warehouse in the distance, an ominous aura enveloping it, as if it were a dark lair concealing countless secrets. Shen Yichen stealthily approached the warehouse, employing the real-time scanning capabilities of the landing craft to meticulously scrutinize the interior. He discerned Xiao Ai bound to a chair in the basement, guarded by 7 armed spies. Her hair was disheveled, and her face bore the marks of terror and despair. Yet her eyes still sparkled with a hint of defiance and resilience. Yueshi, do not fear, I am coming, Shen Yichen silently vowed, a glint of cold determination flickering in his gaze. He stealthily infiltrated the warehouse, moving with the agility and silence of a leopard. Utilizing the debris within the warehouse as cover, he inched closer to the basement. Upon reaching the door, he inhaled deeply and then burst through. Who goes there? A spy reacted swiftly, immediately raising his weapon to fire at Shen Yichen. With a deft movement, Shen Yichen evaded the bullet effortlessly. He charged at the spy like a bolt of black lightning, delivering a fierce punch to his face. Blood gushed from the spy's nose as he staggered backward. The other spies, witnessing this, raised their guns and opened fire on Shen Yichen. Amidst the hail of bullets, Shen Yichen navigated with an ethereal grace, his figure flickering like a wraith. Utilizing his agility and formidable strength, he swiftly closed in on the spies and launched his counterattack. However, Shen Yichen paid a price. He was struck by several bullets, his garments stained crimson with blood. Yet, bolstered by the formidable repair capabilities of the Amos robotic unit, he continued to fight resolutely. Who are you? The remaining 2 spies stammered in terror, their voices trembling. Overawed by Shen Yichen's formidable presence, their hands began to quiver, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. They turned to flee, but Shen Yichen would not grant them that opportunity. He lunged forward, seizing one spy by the neck and twisting with a sudden force. A sickening crack echoed as the spy's neck broke, resulting in instant death. The other spy, witnessing this gruesome scene, collapsed in fear, pleading for mercy. Please, spare me, spare me. The spy's voice trembled with dread and despair. Shen Yichen regarded the prostrate spy with not a trace of compassion. He approached and placed a foot on the spy's chest, pressing down with unyielding force. The sound of shattering bones reverberated as the spy's life extinguished. Having dealt with all the spies, Shen Yichen hurried to Xiao Ai's side and untied the ropes binding her. Yueshi, are you all right? Shen Yichen inquired with deep concern, his voice imbued with tenderness and anxiety. Xiao Ai lifted her gaze to meet Shen Yichen's, tears streaming down her cheeks. She flung herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. I thought I would never see you again. Shen Yichen gently stroked Xiao Ai's hair, offering solace. It's all right. It's all in the past now. Here I am. His voice was soft yet resolute, akin to a warm ray of sunlight dispelling the fear and despair that loomed within Xiao Ai's heart. She clung tightly to Shen Yichen, as if terrified of losing him once more. Her body continued to tremble, clearly still shaken from the recent ordeal. As Shen Yichen held Xiao Ai close, they exited the basement. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon them, enveloping their figures in a radiant light. In that moment, they felt the warmth and strength of one another, their hearts brimming with joy and reassurance. I shall call Secretary Chao Hong immediately and have him come to fetch us, Shen Yichen declared, retrieving his phone to dial Secretary Chao Hong's number. Once connected, he succinctly recounted the events. Secretary Chao, astonished, expressed admiration for Shen Yichen's bravery. "Mr. Shen, I'm so relieved to hear you are safe. I will send someone right away to retrieve you." "Thank you," Shen Yichen replied, ending the call. He turned to Xiao Ai with a reassuring smile, saying, "Ai, do not fear. We shall soon depart safely." Xiao Ai nodded gently, lifting her gaze to meet Shen Yichen's, her eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. She understood that in this world, there existed a person who would forever shield her, no matter the peril she faced. He would unhesitatingly stand before her. Shen Yichen gazed at Xiao Ai, who lay upon the hospital bed, and felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. He tenderly grasped her hand and uttered, "Ai, rest well, all is behind us." A blissful smile graced Xiao Ai's face as she regarded Shen Yichen. In that moment, she comprehended that their fates were irrevocably intertwined. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen would continue to bravely forge ahead, defending the Earth and humanity as he confronted further challenges. Driven by his mastery of extraterrestrial technology that transcended earthly confines. Episode 71. Aftermath and high-level turbulence in the magnificent headquarters of the Long Nation Strategic Planning in Yanjing City. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious and bright conference room. At this moment, a critical meeting regarding the future trajectory of the Long Nation was unfolding with palpable tension. Qiao Hong, a pivotal figure in the political landscape of the Long Nation, sat at the head of the conference table, clad in a sharp black business suit. Her gaze was resolute and incisive as she attentively listened to her subordinate's report. Her countenance was austere, exuding an air of authority and composure born from extensive experience. Every subtle shift in her expression seemed to encapsulate a precise judgment of the situation and profound contemplation. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was flung open with a resounding bang, shattering the previously tense and quiet atmosphere. Xiao Li, secretary to Qiao Hong, burst into the room with an anxious expression etched across his face, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his eyes revealed an overwhelming shock and fear. His chest heaved violently, clearly indicating that he had rushed in without pause, still struggling to catch his breath. The gaze of everyone in the conference room instantly converged upon Xiao Li, their astonishment palpable at such an uncharacteristic interruption during a meeting of this high caliber. Qiao Hong furrowed her brow slightly. A flicker of displeasure crossed her countenance, but it was overshadowed by her alertness to the unexpected situation. She understood that Xiao Li was typically composed and calm. He would never so recklessly disrupt a meeting unless something of utmost significance had occurred. "Minister Qiao," Xiao Li gasped, his voice trembling with tension and urgency. "Miss Xiao Ai, she has been kidnapped, but she has just been rescued." At these words, Qiao Hong's body jolted violently, her previously stern visage draining of color in an instant. Her eyes widened in disbelief and terror, and the pen in her hand slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the conference table with a sharp sound. "What did you say?" Qiao Hong's voice involuntarily rose an octave, quivering as if she could scarcely believe her own ears. She fixed her gaze intently on Xiao Li, as though trying to pierce through him, desperately seeking any sign that this was merely a cruel jest. Qiao Hong swayed slightly, reaching out to steady herself against the table, barely managing to maintain her composure. Her heart was tumultuous, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. There was concern for her daughter's safety, anger towards the kidnappers, and profound gratitude for Shen Yichen. "How could this happen?" Qiao Hong murmured, her voice laden with anguish and self-reproach. "It was my oversight. How could I allow such a thing to occur to Ai?" At that moment, the others in the conference room were rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting shock and anxiety as they exchanged glances filled with disbelief. For them, the news of Qiao Ai's abduction and subsequent rescue was akin to a bombshell, plunging them into a deep state of astonishment and unease. One by one, they nodded in solemn agreement, rising from their seats to depart the conference room in silence. The gravity etched on their faces mirrored their concern for Qiao Ai's plight, while the sinister machinations underlying the incident instilled a profound sense of dread. Qiao Hong watched the others leave, then turned to Xiao Li and said, "Immediately contact Shen Yichen. I need to speak with him." Xiao Li promptly nodded, retrieving his phone to dial Shen Yichen. At that moment, Shen Yichen was piloting a sleek black hovercar, racing through the streets of Yanjing with Qiao Ai by his side. Seated in the passenger seat, her complexion was slightly pallid, and traces of terror lingered in her gaze. Yet, within her heart, there resided a greater sense of gratitude and admiration for Shen Yichen. "Brother Shen, thank you," Qiao Ai whispered softly, her voice delicate and sweet, akin to a gentle spring breeze that caressed Shen Yichen's heart. Shen Yichen turned his head to gaze at Xiao Ai, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "No need for thanks. I am just glad you are well." As Xiao Ai beheld Shen Yichen's handsome and resolute visage, a warm current surged within her. She suddenly realized that her feelings for him had undergone a transformation. They were no longer confined to mere friendship, but had evolved into something deeper. This newfound emotion caused her heart to race uncontrollably, and a delicate blush crept across her cheeks. At that moment, Shen Yichen's phone abruptly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, revealing an unfamiliar number. A slight frown crossed his brow as he answered the call. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Shen Yichen?" came an anxious voice from the other end. It was Xiao Ai, secretary to Minister Qiao Hong. "This is he. May I ask who is calling?" Shen Yichen inquired. "I am Xiao Ai, secretary to Minister Qiao Hong. Minister Qiao wishes to speak with you," Xiao Ai replied. Shen Yichen paused momentarily, then responded, "Very well, please put Minister Qiao on the line." After a brief interval, Minister Qiao Hong's voice resonated through the phone. "Shen Yichen, it's me, Qiao Hong. Thank you for saving Yueshi." Her voice carried a hint of emotion as she continued. "That is wonderful news. Thank you so much. After you have escorted her home, please come to see me. I have matters I wish to discuss with you in person." Shen Yichen nodded as he replied, "Understood, Minister Qiao. I will come by after ensuring Yueshi is home." Once the call ended, Shen Yichen hastened his pace. Before long, they arrived at Xiao Yueshi's residence. He parked the car and accompanied her to her doorstep. "Brother Shen, please come in and sit for a while," said Xiao Yueshi, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Shen Yichen smiled and shook his head, replying, "No, I have some matters to attend to. Take care of yourself, and feel free to call me if you need anything." A hint of disappointment flickered across Xiao Yueshi's face, yet she nodded and said, "All right, Brother Shen. Please be careful on your way." Shen Yichen turned to leave, and as Xiao Yueshi stood at the door, watching his retreating figure, her heart swelled with reluctance. It was not until Shen Yichen's silhouette vanished down the corridor that she slowly stepped into her room. After departing from Xiao Yueshi's residence, Shen Yichen piloted his hover car towards Qiao Hong's office. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Dragon Nation Strategic Research Department in Washington, the atmosphere was thick with tension and fury. Members of the research department were seated around the conference table, each face painted with displeasure. They had just learned of the failed kidnapping attempt on Xiao Yueshi, igniting a wave of indignation and frustration among them. "How could this happen? Our meticulously planned operation has failed." One member slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming. His face flushed crimson, and his eyes seemed to blaze with fury, as if he could ignite the entire conference room with his wrath. "There must have been a flaw in our plan that the Dragon Nation detected." Another member furrowed his brow, concern and unease etched on his countenance as he rubbed his chin, seemingly pondering a countermeasure. "What shall we do now? Are we to abandon our efforts so easily?" A member queried, a note of defiance in their tone. His eyes were filled with resentment and struggle, fists clenched tightly as if battling against fate. Of course, surrender was not an option. A glint of fierce determination flashed in the leader's eyes. "We must devise a new plan to strike a heavier blow against the Dragon Nation." Meanwhile, upon learning of Xiao Yueshi's abduction, the higher-ups in the Dragon Nation convened an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy and tense. The executives were seated around the conference table, each face etched with solemnity. Their gazes were rife with concern and indignation, vehemently condemning the actions of the United States. "How outrageous! How dare they abduct our people on our own soil? This is a blatant provocation against our Dragon Nation," one executive exclaimed with fury. His voice was impassioned and powerful, fists clenched as his body trembled slightly with rage. "We cannot let this go unpunished. We must teach the United States a lesson," another executive echoed, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination, as if declaring the Dragon Nation's resolve to the United States. "However, we must also remain calm and not act impulsively," cautioned an elder executive. His voice was steady and composed, emanating a wisdom forged through experience. "We should first bolster our domestic security measures to prevent such incidents from recurring. Simultaneously, we must vehemently condemn the actions of the United States through diplomatic channels." When Shen Yichen arrived at Qiao Hong's office, the meeting had already concluded. Qiao Hong sat at his desk, fatigue etched on his face as he rubbed his temples. Her eyes revealed profound fatigue and worry, yet when she spotted Shen Yichen entering, a flicker of gratefulness graced her countenance. "Shen Yichen, you have arrived," Qiao Hong remarked, her tone laced with weariness, yet predominantly imbued with gratitude. Shen Yichen nodded and replied, Minister Xiao, you summoned me. Xiao Hong rose, approached Shen Yichen, and bowed deeply, expressing, Thank you, Shen Yichen. Had it not been for you, Yueshi would have been in grave peril. Shen Yichen quickly assisted Xiao Hong to her feet, saying, Minister Xiao, please do not mention it. It was truly my obligation. Xiao Hong regarded Shen Yichen with eyes full of appreciation and admiration, stating, Shen Yichen, you have not only saved Yueshi's life, but have also rendered great service to our Dragon Nation. On behalf of the Dragon Nation government, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, Minister Xiao, you are too kind. I merely did what was within my capacity. Moreover, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, safeguarding its security is my duty. Xiao Hong nodded, affirming, You are correct, Shen Yichen. The protection of our Dragon Nation's safety is the responsibility of each one of us. The recent actions of the United States have unveiled their predatory ambitions more clearly than ever. We must enhance our vigilance and thwart their schemes. Shen Yichen responded, Minister Xiao, I share your sentiments. The actions of the United States this time will undoubtedly not be the last. We must be thoroughly prepared to confront their challenges. Xiao Hong gazed at Shen Yichen, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes as she spoke. Shen Yichen, I place my trust in you. You are a responsible and capable young man. I hope you will continue to contribute your strength to the safety and development of our nation. Shen Yichen nodded resolutely, declaring, Minister Xiao, you can rest assured. I will certainly do so. A slight smile graced Xiao Hong's lips as she replied, Well, with your words, I feel reassured. By the way, did you uncover any clues during the rescue of Yueshi? Shen Yichen pondered for a moment before responding, Minister Xiao, while rescuing Yueshi, I noticed that the kidnappers bore a peculiar tattoo. I suspect this tattoo may be linked to a certain organization in the United States. Xiao Hong's expression shifted slightly as she inquired, A peculiar tattoo? Can you describe its appearance? Shen Yichen nodded and elaborated. The tattoo is a black pentagram, with a red skull at its center. It appears exceedingly sinister. Surprise flickered in Xiao Hong's eyes as she remarked, A black pentagram with a red skull? I believe I have heard of this insignia. It belongs to an extremely clandestine espionage organization in the United States, whose members are rigorously trained operatives adept in assassination and intelligence theft. This organization has long been covertly undermining and infiltrating our nation, posing a significant threat to us. Shen Yichen's countenance grew grave as he acknowledged, So that is the case. It appears that the United States has indeed invested significantly, even deploying members of this organization to abduct Yueshi. Xiao Hong nodded and remarked, Indeed, this organization possesses formidable strength. We must exercise caution in our response. Shen Yichen, your discovery is exceedingly crucial. We shall promptly initiate an investigation into this organization with the aim of capturing them all at once. Shen Yichen replied, Minister Xiao, should you require my assistance in any capacity, please do not hesitate to inform me. In the 72nd episode, Advancing Cooperation and Technological Breakthroughs, the atmosphere at the Dragon Kingdom's Military Strategic Command Center in Yinjing was grave and solemn. The expansive conference room was adorned with an array of military maps and high-tech displays, the cold, bright lighting illuminating the space as though it were midday. Shen Yichen stood before the conference table, his posture erect, exuding confidence and determination. Before him lay various design drawings and models, tangible representations of his innovative technological concepts. Shen Yichen picked up a small, intricately designed weapon model and began to elaborate in detail. Esteemed generals, this is my envisioned next-generation energy weapon. It utilizes a groundbreaking energy conversion technology capable of efficiently transforming multiple energy forms into offensive power. Its attack range is 3 times that of existing weapons, and it boasts remarkable precision, with an error margin controllable within millimeters. Most importantly, its energy consumption is exceedingly low, allowing for prolonged combat duration on a single charge. Upon hearing this, an elderly general with white hair could not contain his astonishment. This is simply incredible. If such a weapon could indeed be developed, our Dragon Nation's military prowess would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The other generals nodded in agreement, their faces illuminated with excitement as they engaged in fervent discussions. This concept is remarkably innovative. However, might there be any technical challenges encountered during the actual development process? A young general inquired, furrowing his brow. Shen Yichen smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, While there will be certain challenges, I firmly believe that with our current technological capabilities and the intellect of our research and development team, we will undoubtedly overcome them. Moreover, I have already devised a preliminary solution. As he spoke, he presented various data and charts, articulating his thought process in detail. The generals listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions and suggestions. Shen Yichen patiently addressed each inquiry, engaging them in profound discussions. The conference room buzzed with animated dialogue, as everyone immersed themselves in the visions of future technological weaponry. At the headquarters of Huanyu Technology in Hangzhou, Sun Xiaoyu was diligently leading her team members in advancing various business initiatives. In the spacious and well-lit office area, rows of desks were neatly arranged, with computer screens radiating light. Team members sat at their respective stations, wholly engrossed in their tasks, the rhythmic tapping of keyboards creating a tense yet orderly symphony. Sun Xiaoyu stood at the podium in the conference room, clad in a sharp professional outfit, her gaze reflecting determination and decisiveness. She was presiding over a project progress report meeting, holding a substantial document in her hands as she attentively listened to the updates from her team members. Currently, our intelligent robotics project is progressing smoothly. The latest generation of intelligent robots has successfully completed preliminary testing, showcasing a significant enhancement in both intelligence and operational flexibility. An excited technician remarked. Sun Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, stating, "This is excellent, but we must not become complacent. In the forthcoming tests, we need to rigorously monitor all metrics to ensure the robot's performance remains stable and reliable." At that moment, another employee responsible for market promotion interjected, "Recently, we have also achieved some success in market expansion. We have established cooperative intentions with several large enterprises, who have expressed great interest in our intelligent robots and other technological products." A look of satisfaction graced Sun Xiaoyu's face as she responded, "This is wonderful news. Everyone must continue to strive, intensifying our market promotion efforts to ensure that more individuals become acquainted with and utilize our Huanyu technology products." After the meeting, Sun Xiaoyu proceeded to the company's research laboratory. This area serves as the heart of the company, with an array of advanced research equipment meticulously arranged. Researchers clad in white lab coats were diligently engaged in various experiments. In one corner of the laboratory, the research team focused on deuterium-ion battery technology was conducting critical experiments. The expressions of the researchers reflected both concentration and tension as their eyes remained fixed on the data displayed on the experimental instruments. The voltage is stable, and the current output is normal. All metrics fall within the expected range. One researcher exclaimed with excitement, "Excellent! Let's continue to increase the energy input and explore the battery's ultimate performance." The team leader exclaimed with excitement, as energy continuously flowed in. The performance metrics of the battery soared. Expressions of astonishment illuminated the faces of the researchers, for they knew they were one step closer to success. After a series of experiments and data analyses, the deuterium-ion battery technology had finally achieved a significant breakthrough. The battery's performance had dramatically improved, with its endurance capacity increasing by 50. This achievement enveloped the entire research team in a wave of elation. They cheered and embraced one another in celebration. Upon hearing this news, Sun Xiaoyu hurried to the laboratory. Observing the enthusiasm radiating from the researchers, her heart brimmed with joy and pride. "You have all worked so hard. This is the result of your collective efforts, and it is also the pride of Huanyu Technology," Sun Xiaoyu declared passionately. The head of the research team approached and said, "Ms. Sun, we owe this all to your leadership and support. Without you, such a monumental breakthrough would not have been possible." Sun Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head, replying, "No, this is the achievement of everyone. Each of you is a hero of Huanyu Technology. Moving forward, we must expedite the application of this technology to practical products, enabling it to create greater value for society." Meanwhile, Shen Yichen was actively engaging in collaborations with numerous domestic research institutions. In a spacious and well-lit conference room, Shen Yichen sat surrounded by representatives from various research institutions, engaging in intense and vigorous negotiations. "Mr. Shen, the cooperation proposal you presented is indeed very appealing. However, we are also concerned about potential issues regarding technology sharing and intellectual property during the collaboration," remarked a representative from a research institution, furrowing his brow. Shen Yichen nodded in agreement, saying, "I completely understand your concerns. In the cooperation agreement, we will explicitly delineate the scope and methods of technology sharing, as well as the ownership of intellectual property. At Huanyu Technology, we place great importance on the protection of intellectual property and will never infringe upon the rights of any partner." After extensive discussions and negotiations, both parties finally reached a consensus on collaboration. During the signing ceremony, Shen Yichen solemnly affixed his signature to the cooperation agreement alongside representatives from the research institution. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, with everyone filled with anticipation for the future partnership. On the international stage, the West's sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom have escalated significantly. Numerous enterprises from the Dragon Kingdom are facing immense pressure, with dwindling orders, tight funding, and developmental stagnation. Nevertheless, Huanyu technology has emerged as a beacon amid this storm, setting the standard within the industry. The advanced technological products and innovative development model of Huanyu technology have captivated the attention of many Dragon Kingdom enterprises, prompting them to seek inspiration and knowledge from this exemplary firm. Numerous companies have dispatched personnel to observe and learn, aiming to draw upon Huanyu technology's expertise and techniques in pursuit of transformation and advancement. The development model of Huanyu technology has provided us with great inspiration. They not only prioritize technological innovation, but also actively expand into international markets. Their strategies for addressing Western sanctions are indeed worthy of our emulation, remarked the head of one enterprise, reflecting on the situation. Experts within the industry have lauded Huanyu technology, noting that its achievements in technological research and market expansion serve as a benchmark for technological enterprises in Longhua. Their success attests to the notion that through steadfast innovation and a willingness to confront challenges, one can indeed secure a foothold in the arena of international competition. Amidst a chorus of accolades, Huanyu technology continues its steady progress. Shen Yichen and his team are acutely aware that the road ahead remains long, fraught with numerous challenges and opportunities. Nevertheless, they remain undaunted, for they harbor a resolute belief and a clear objective to contribute to the technological advancement of Longhua and to lead its innovations to the pinnacle of the global stage. In the 73rd episode, The Clash of International Public Opinion and Commercial Strategy, on the grand chessboard of international politics and economics, the sanctions imposed by the United States in conjunction with the European Union against Longhua have struck like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the globe and swiftly capturing international attention. Media outlets from various nations, akin to sharks sensing blood, have converged on this significant event, igniting a fervor within the international discourse that has manifested in a stark polarization. Mainstream American media, such as the New York Times and the Washington Post, under the influence of government directives, have unabashedly taken on the role of proponents for these sanctions. The New York Times published an extensive report, distorting the technological advancements of the Dragon Nation under the pretext of national security threats. It malevolently portrayed the nation's tech enterprises as a menace to the United States and the Western world, alleging that the progress of the Dragon Nation was achieved through improper means, thereby posing a grave threat to the technological hegemony of the United States, and fervently sought to justify sanctions. The Washington Post, on the other hand, concentrated on the economic development model of the Dragon Nation, accusing it of engaging in unfair trade practices while disregarding its substantial contributions to global trade, inciting negative sentiments among the populace towards the Dragon Nation, and rallying support for the U.S. government's sanctioning decisions. In response to the malicious defamation by Western media and the public pressure stemming from sanctions, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation swiftly mobilized, actively engaging in comprehensive and multi-layered diplomatic initiatives to garner international support. Foreign Minister Li Chang personally took charge, leading a diplomatic team in traversing various countries around the globe. During his visit to Russia, Li Chang held an extended closed-door meeting with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. The two sat in a spacious and well-lit conference room, adorned with the flags of both nations. Li Chang articulated the stance and perspective of the Dragon Nation regarding the sanctions, asserting that the U.S. sanctions were baseless acts of bullying that severely undermined international rules and the global economic order. Lavrov expressed strong agreement, affirming that Russia would steadfastly stand alongside the Dragon Nation in opposition to U.S. hegemonic actions and expressed willingness to collaborate on the international stage to jointly uphold fairness and justice. Following the conclusion of the discussions, the two nations issued a joint statement vehemently condemning the United States and the European Union for their sanctions against the Dragon Nation, urging the international community to collectively resist such actions that undermine global stability. In Africa, Foreign Minister Li Chang engaged in profound dialogues with leaders from various African nations. During his meeting with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, Li emphasized the enduring friendship and close cooperation between the Dragon Nation and African countries, asserting that the development of the Dragon Nation presents opportunities rather than threats for Africa. Ramaphosa acknowledged the sincerity and goodwill of the Dragon Nation, stating that the sanctions imposed by the United States constitute an unjust treatment of the Dragon Nation. South Africa pledged its support for the Dragon Nation in international affairs, advocating for the establishment of a more equitable and reasonable new order in global political and economic relations. Subsequently, numerous African nations voiced their support for the Dragon Nation, opposing the unilateral sanctions from the United States. Meanwhile, the embassies of the Dragon Nation abroad also took proactive measures. The ambassador to France, Xiao Ai, frequently engaged with various sectors in France, elucidating the true circumstances of the Dragon Nation and articulating the adverse effects of the sanctions on both nations in the global economy. He participated in various diplomatic activities and international seminars, seizing every opportunity to promote the Dragon Nation's positions and aspirations, striving for the understanding and support of the French populace in the international community. The ambassador to the United Kingdom, Zhang Ziguang, conveyed the voice of the Dragon Nation through meetings with British parliamentarians, business leaders, and media representatives, urging the UK to maintain independent thought and refrain from blindly following the sanctions policy of the United States, lest it jeopardize its own interests. The Dragon Nation, not only active on the diplomatic front, also organized domestic media to launch a robust counteroffensive in public opinion, aiming to clarify the facts and break through the informational blockade imposed by the United States. The media of the Dragon Nation has adeptly harnessed new media platforms, crafting vivid short videos and illustrative infographics to convey its stance and perspectives to a global audience in an accessible manner. Through social media channels, this content has rapidly disseminated, captivating the attention and sparking discussions among numerous international netizens. Many have left supportive and understanding comments regarding the Dragon Nation, while expressing dissatisfaction and condemnation of the sanctions imposed by the United States. In this battleground of public opinion, the media of the Dragon Nation has not only unveiled the true intentions of the United States, but has also proactively showcased its achievements in technology, economy, and culture, as well as its contributions to global development. Through these endeavors, the Dragon Nation has gradually reversed its passive position in public discourse, garnering increasing support and recognition from the international community. As a prominent figure in the technology sector of the Dragon Nation, Shen Yichen has astutely recognized the significance of international public opinion on the advancement of the nation's technological landscape. He understands that in this era of information overload, public sentiment often influences the international market's perception and acceptance of Dragon Nation's technological products. Consequently, he resolutely decided to utilize the official channels of Huanyu Technology to demonstrate the formidable technological prowess of the Dragon Nation and dispel the rumors surrounding the Western technological blockade. Shen convened an urgent meeting with the public relations team and technical experts of Huanyu Technology. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense yet fervent, with everyone gathered around the table, their eyes fixed on Shen Yichen. With a serious expression, he slowly stated, "The sanctions imposed by the United States and the vilification by Western media have severely tarnished the technological image of our Dragon Nation. We cannot remain passive. We must take proactive measures to showcase the true prowess of our Dragon Nation's technology to the world." Li Ting, the head of the public relations team, furrowed her brow and expressed her concerns, saying, "Mr. Shen, I understand your intentions. However, how shall we present this? The Western media has consistently dominated the narrative, making it challenging for our voice to resonate." Shen Yichen smiled gently and confidently replied, "This is precisely the issue we must address. We need to devise a comprehensive promotional strategy that fully leverages various channels and platforms to break through the Western narrative blockade." Subsequently, a spirited discussion ensued, with everyone contributing their perspectives. The technical experts proposed that we focus on highlighting the core technologies and innovative achievements of Huanyu Technology, showcasing the leading edge of Dragon Nation's technology. The public relations team suggested creating a series of high-quality promotional videos and materials, disseminating them through social media, international technology forums, and industry exhibitions. After hours of deliberation and analysis, a detailed and comprehensive promotional plan gradually took shape. Shen Yichen meticulously reviewed and refined the proposal, ultimately finalizing the content, format, and channels of promotion. In terms of promotional channels, Huanyu Technology made full use of social media platforms by establishing official accounts and regularly publishing promotional content. They collaborated with internationally renowned tech bloggers and influencers, inviting them to experience Huanyu Technology's products and innovations, thereby promoting them through their social media accounts. Actively participating in international technology forums and industry exhibitions, a dedicated exhibition area was established to showcase the latest products and technologies of Huanyu Technology, facilitating exchanges and collaborations with international peers, while dismantling the Western media blockade. Shen Yichen is acutely aware that for Chinese technology enterprises to gain a foothold and thrive in the international market, a comprehensive and long-term global business strategy must be devised. He organized the company's marketing team and strategic experts to conduct an in-depth investigation and analysis of global markets, formulating a detailed business layout plan. The marketing team, through extensive data collection and analysis, undertook a thorough assessment of market demands, competitive landscapes, and regulatory frameworks across various regions worldwide. They discovered that despite sanctions and restrictions imposed by certain Western nations under the influence of the United States, numerous countries and regions still exhibited a keen interest and demand for Chinese technology products, particularly in developing countries. There exists a pressing need for China's technological and product support in areas such as infrastructure development and technological innovation. Based on the findings of the market research, Shen Yichen and the strategic experts identified Huanyu Technology's target markets, prioritizing developing nations in Asia, Africa, and South America, where market potential is immense and demand for technological products is robust, alongside maintaining favorable cooperative relations with China. Simultaneously, they do not overlook the markets of developed nations in Europe and North America, seeking opportunities to navigate around sanctions through technological innovation and product optimization. In terms of entry strategies, Huanyu Technology has devised a diversified approach. In the pursuit of expanding into key developing markets, a collaborative approach with local enterprises will be adopted, aiming to establish joint ventures or strategic partnerships. By leveraging the resources and channels of local businesses, swift market penetration and the localization of production and sales can be achieved. In Africa, Huanyu Technology has partnered with a prominent local enterprise to jointly develop an intelligent transportation system. This collaboration not only introduces advanced technology and products to the region, but also addresses local employment issues, earning high recognition from both the local government and populace. For developed markets, Huanyu Technology will intensify its investment in technological research and development, continuously launching innovative and competitive products. Participation in international technology exhibitions and hosting product launch events will enhance the visibility and reputation of these products. Strengthening collaborations with international research institutions and universities to undertake joint R&D projects will augment the company's technological prowess and innovative capacity, thereby laying a solid foundation for entry into developed markets. Throughout the global business expansion process, Huanyu Technology places significant emphasis on brand development and market promotion. A unified branding strategy has been formulated to cultivate a technology brand with international influence. Various methods, including advertising, public relations initiatives, and social responsibility projects, will be employed to elevate brand awareness and reputation, establishing a commendable corporate image. On the international stage, Huanyu Technology actively engages in philanthropic activities, contributing to local education, environmental protection, and other causes, thereby garnering widespread acclaim from the global community. I am fascinated by the extraterrestrial technologies that transcend earthly limitations. Episode 74. The Return of the Spy and Internal Threats on the Opposite Side of the Globe, within a clandestine facility of the Central Intelligence Agency. The atmosphere was thick with tension and darkness. Several agents clad in black suits gathered around an elongated table, their countenances etched with severity and an air of lethal determination. A singular mission was declared. Success was the only option. Failure was not permissible. In a low, chilling tone, a senior agent spoke, his gaze flickering with a fierce intensity, seemingly issuing a challenge to the Dragon Nation. The technological advancements of the Dragon Nation have now posed a significant threat to us, particularly that of the Cosmic Technology Corporation. It must be dismantled at all costs. Acknowledging the command, the other agents nodded in unison, their responses resolute and devoid of warmth. Subsequently, they delved into intricate discussions regarding their infiltration strategy for cosmic technology. 2 agents were meticulously selected for this operation, having undergone specialized training that endowed them with exceptional skills in disguise and intelligence gathering. They were to masquerade as researchers, equipped with forged credentials and fabricated work histories, sufficient to deceive even the most discerning observer. In Hangzhou, the sunlight bathed the modern edifice of cosmic technology, with its glass facade reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Yet beneath this facade of tranquility, a crisis was silently encroaching. The two American spies, disguised as researchers, found themselves in a nearby CAF. Dressed in crisp shirts and tailored suits, with backpacks laden with books and documents, they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary scientific professionals. Seated by the window, they sipped their coffee while keenly observing the comings and goings of cosmic technology. The objective lies ahead, and we must seize the opportunity to infiltrate swiftly. One of the spies whispered, his gaze betraying a flicker of urgency and avarice. Do not fret. We have already established contact with an employee from Universal Technology, who will assist us, another spy confidently declared, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his features. It turned out that they had connected with a regular employee, Xiao Wang, through social media. Xiao Wang, burdened by the pressures of his job and feeling disillusioned about his career prospects, became a target for the spies. They exploited his vulnerabilities, enticing him with promises of wealth and advantage, thereby securing his allegiance as an informant. During their interactions, the spies exhibited warmth and camaraderie, frequently inviting Xiao Wang to dine and drink with them. At the table, they artfully inquired about the internal workings of Universal Technology, including its organizational structure, research projects, and security measures. Initially cautious, Xiao Wang gradually let his guard down under the persistent allure of the spies, revealing snippets of information. Recently, Universal Technology has been developing a novel type of chip, rumored to possess remarkable performance capabilities. Should this endeavor come to fruition, it is poised to secure a significant position in the global technology market. After a night of revelry, Xiao Wang inadvertently divulged this crucial information. The spies, upon hearing this news, inwardly rejoiced, recognizing that the research data related to this new chip would be their most coveted prize. Could you assist us in acquiring some information regarding the development of this chip? A spy casually inquired, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of urgency. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment, fully aware that this contravened company policy, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of monetary temptation and nodded in acquiescence. I'll give it a try, but you mustn't betray me, Xiao Wang said nervously. Thus, through Xiao Wang, the spies gradually amassed intelligence regarding Huanyu technology. They exploited Xiao Wang's work privileges to gain access to certain non-core areas of the company, familiarizing themselves with the internal environment in preparation for their subsequent actions. Within the surveillance room of Huanyu Technology, the artificial intelligence known as Xiao Ai meticulously monitored every corner of the company. It collected vast amounts of data through the myriad of surveillance cameras scattered throughout the premises and conducted real-time analyses. Suddenly, Xiao Ai detected some anomalies. Two individuals masquerading as research personnel exhibited suspicious behavior and communication patterns during their interactions with Xiao Wang. Xiao Ai commenced a thorough analysis, comparing their behavioral patterns against known characteristics of espionage activity, leading to a startling conclusion. These so-called researchers were likely spies dispatched by the United States. Xiao Ai immediately reported this revelation to Shen Yichen. Upon receiving the news, Shen Yichen's countenance grew grave. He understood that the infiltration of spies posed a significant threat to the company's security and development, necessitating prompt action. Shen Yichen promptly convened Sun Xiaoyu and the company's security team for an urgent meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and solemn, with each individual's face marked by concern and vigilance. Based on the clues provided by Xiao Ai, we could ascertain that two American spies had infiltrated our surroundings and had established contact with an employee within the company. Shen Yichen spoke gravely, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. We must promptly devise a counter-espionage plan and bolster the company's security measures. We cannot allow them to succeed. Sun Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, stating, I concur. We must immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the company's staff, particularly those who have had contact with these two spies. Additionally, we must enhance our access control management and meticulously scrutinize the identity of everyone entering the premises. The head of the security team also proffered his suggestions. We can leverage the company's advanced surveillance technology and data analysis systems to monitor every nook and cranny of the premises around the clock. Should we detect any signs of the spy's presence, we will act without delay. After an extensive discussion, they formulated a comprehensive counter-espionage strategy. First, a thorough review of the company's employees would be conducted, especially those who had interacted with the spies, delving into their work responsibilities, social circles, and financial situations to ascertain any potential risk of information leakage. Secondly, access management would be fortified by installing state-of-the-art identity recognition systems, ensuring that only authorized personnel and company employees could gain entry. Simultaneously, by employing surveillance systems and data analysis techniques, the company conducts real-time monitoring of every sector. Should any suspicious individuals or anomalous behaviors be detected, an alarm is immediately triggered. However, while the company endeavors to combat espionage threats, internal instability has also emerged. The immense pressure stemming from Western sanctions, alongside the rigorous demands of research and development, has pushed some employees to their psychological limits, resulting in the emergence of negative sentiments. In the company cafeteria, several employees gathered around a table, dining while expressing their grievances. The recent work pressure has been overwhelming. We are required to work late into the night, and my body is struggling to cope, one employee remarked wearily, his face etched with fatigue. Indeed, the impact of Western sanctions has severely affected our operations, and we are left uncertain about the company's future. I am beginning to question the purpose of our relentless efforts, another employee concurred, his eyes betraying a sense of confusion and helplessness. These complaints gradually proliferated throughout the organization, leading to a noticeable decline in employee productivity. The once vibrant and positive work atmosphere has transformed into one of gloom and depression, severely undermining team cohesion. Beyond mere complaints, some employees have begun to waver. They harbor concerns about the company's viability under Western sanctions, fearing the repercussions on their own careers. Consequently, they have started to discreetly seek other employment opportunities, with some already receiving job offers from different companies. I feel we cannot afford to linger at this company any longer. It may not be long before it collapses, one lamented. I have already reached out to another company that is willing to offer me a higher salary and better development opportunities, an employee privately confided to a colleague. The emergence of these internal instabilities has caused great concern for Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai. They understand that successfully countering espionage threats necessitates not only enhancing external security measures, but also addressing internal employee issues, stabilizing the workforce, and strengthening the company's cohesion and combat readiness. In the heavily fortified office building of Huanyu Technology, Shen Yichen and Xiao Ai stood in the security command center, their expressions grave yet resolute. The walls surrounding them were adorned with enormous screens flickering with a plethora of data and surveillance footage, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. According to the latest intelligence provided by Xiao Ai, 2 spies had infiltrated the company's peripheral area and were likely to act tonight. Shen Yichen fixated on the screen, his tone icy as he spoke. A glint of sharpness emanated from his gaze, as if he could penetrate the screen and discern every move of the spies. Xiao Ai nodded slightly, her focus equally trained on the screen as she remarked, "Our security team is fully prepared, waiting for them to fall into our trap. This time, they must not succeed." Turning to the members of the security team behind him, Shen Yichen declared, "Listen closely, everyone. This mission is of utmost importance, as it pertains to the core secrets of our company and the security of our nation. We must exert ourselves to the fullest, ensuring absolute security." The members of the security team responded in unison, their voices resolute and powerful, brimming with spirit and determination. As night fell, the office building of Huanyu Technology was enveloped in darkness. Only a few emergency lights emitted a faint glow, lending a touch of mystery to the tranquil night. 2 spies, clad in black stealth attire, stealthily infiltrated the company parking lot. Their figures moved like phantoms, swiftly navigating the shadows while evading the gaze of surveillance cameras. "Be cautious, there are patrolling security personnel ahead," one spy whispered, his voice seemingly emerging from the darkness, laced with tension and alertness. The duo quickly concealed themselves behind a vehicle, holding their breath as they awaited the patrol's passage. However, their every move did not escape Xiao Ai's keen eyes. In the security command center, Xiao Ai captured the spy's actions through the monitoring system with clarity and immediately sounded the alarm. "Target detected. They are in the parking lot." Approaching the RD building, a security personnel reported loudly. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yichen's eyes as he decisively commanded, "Action. Proceed according to plan. We must ensnare them completely." The security team sprang into action, dividing into several small groups to encircle the parking lot from various directions. Each member wielded advanced weapons and equipment, their expressions filled with vigilance and determination. as the spies believed they had evaded the watchful eyes of the security personnel and were poised to advance towards the research and development building. A sudden blaze of light illuminated them from all directions, enveloping them in a brilliant radiance. "Do not move. You are surrounded," the security officers bellowed, their voices echoing through the stillness of the night, resonating with authority and intimidation. Two spies were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, their faces betraying a palpable fear. They realized they had been cornered. "What do we do? We've been discovered," one of the spies stammered, his voice quivering, his body trembling involuntarily. "Stay calm. We still have a chance," the other spy replied, though his outward composure belied a flicker of despair in his eyes. He understood that this mission had culminated in utter failure, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Just as they prepared to resist, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu arrived with their security team. Shen Yichen stood before them, his gaze brimming with fury and authority, resembling an imposing mountain that commanded respect. "You have nowhere to flee. Surrender yourselves willingly," Shen Yichen declared coldly, his voice akin to a chilling wind emanating from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. The two spies exchanged glances, acutely aware that any possibility of resistance had evaporated. Reluctantly, they lowered their weapons and surrendered. The security personnel swiftly moved in, escorting the two spies to the interrogation room. Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu also entered the interrogation room, determined to personally interrogate the two spies to extract further information regarding the American espionage network. The atmosphere in the room was dim and frigid. The two spies were bound to their chairs, their faces etched with fear and despair. Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu sat across from them, their gazes imbued with scrutiny and authority. "Speak," Shen Yichen inquired coldly, devoid of any emotion, as if conversing with a stranger. "Why did you infiltrate our company? Who else is behind you?" The spies lowered their heads, remaining silent. They understood that revealing the truth would lead them to severe retribution. "Humph, do you think remaining silent will spare you from your fate?" Sun Xiaoyu scoffed, her eyes glinting with contempt. "We possess numerous methods to compel you to speak." Shen Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that mere threats might not suffice to elicit a confession from the two spies. He resolved to alter his approach. "I understand that you two are being manipulated," he stated, his tone softening a fraction. "If you disclose the truth, we can show leniency." The spies lifted their heads, a flicker of hesitation crossing their eyes. They recognized that Shen Yichen's words might hold some truth. Yet they were equally apprehensive of the repercussions from the American espionage organization should they divulge anything. Observing the spies' expressions begin to waver, Shen Yichen continued. "Consider this. The American government would readily sacrifice your lives for its own interests. They regard you as mere pawns, disposable once their utility has been exhausted. In our Dragon Nation, however, we have always valued talent. As long as you are willing to reform and serve the nation, we shall certainly provide you with an opportunity." Under the persuasion of Shen Yichen, the two spies finally wavered. They exchanged glances, and one of the spies spoke up, saying, "I must confess. We were commissioned by the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States to steal the core technologies of Huanyu technology. Behind us lies a vast espionage network, infiltrating various sectors within the Dragon Nation to gather intelligence." Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu shared a glance, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and concern. They had not anticipated that the American espionage network was so extensive, infiltrating every corner of the Dragon Nation. "What are their specific means of communication and operational plans?" Sun Xiaoyu inquired. The spy hesitated momentarily before responding. "We typically communicate through encrypted messaging applications. Only our superiors are privy to the detailed operational strategies. Prior to each mission, we receive explicit instructions from them." Shen Yichen nodded, aware that dismantling the American espionage network would require considerable time and effort. Nonetheless, this interrogation had yielded some crucial leads. Following the conclusion of the interrogation, Shen Yichen and Sun Xiaoyu handed the two spies over to the National Security Department. During the handover ceremony, the head of the National Security Department expressed profound gratitude and commendation to Shen Yichen and Huanyu Technology. "Mr. Shen, we appreciate your contributions to national security. Your actions have provided significant support in our efforts to combat the American espionage network." The head of the National Security Department expressed gratefully, firmly grasping Shen Yicheng's hand. Shen Yicheng offered a slight smile and remarked, "This is our duty. Safeguarding national security is the responsibility of every citizen of Longhua." However, after resolving the espionage issue, Shen Yicheng did not allow himself to relax. He understood that the emotional well-being of the employees within the company was equally paramount. Failing to address this issue in a timely manner could have dire consequences for the company's development. Thus, Shen Yichen resolved to convene an employee meeting to elucidate the company's prospects and strategies in response to sanctions, encouraging everyone to unite and navigate through the challenges together. The employee meeting was held in the company's spacious conference room, filled to capacity, where the faces of the employees reflected a mix of anticipation and anxiety. They were eager to learn how the company would progress amidst Western sanctions and internal challenges. Shen Yichen ascended the podium, his gaze imbued with confidence and determination. Looking out at the employees, he proclaimed, "Dear colleagues, today we gather for this meeting to inform you of the company's current status and future direction. Recently, we have been confronted with immense pressure from Western sanctions, and our development has encountered certain obstacles. However, I must assure you that these challenges are merely temporary." Shen Yichen's voice resonated powerfully throughout the conference room. At Huanyu Technology, we possess formidable technological strength and an exceptional team. The achievements we have made in technological research and development are there for all to see. Western sanctions cannot impede our progress. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, their eyes brimming with encouragement and confidence. They were deeply inspired by Shen Yichen's words, and the gloom within them gradually dissipated. Our heavy hydrogen-ion battery technology has achieved a significant breakthrough, enhancing the endurance capability by 50. This accomplishment will bestow our products with a formidable competitive advantage in the market. Shen Yichen continued, stating that we have also reached cooperative intentions with several domestic research institutions to jointly conduct research on extraterrestrial technology documents. These collaborations will provide robust support for our technological innovations. In the international market, despite facing sanctions, we have discovered new avenues for development. Our products have garnered widespread acclaim in several developing countries, with a continuous influx of orders. This indicates that as long as we persist in innovation and continually elevate the quality of our products and services, we will undoubtedly establish a foothold in the international market. Shen Yichen's words filled the employees with hope for the company's future. They nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Naturally, we are aware that everyone faces considerable pressure in their work. To express our gratitude for their diligent efforts, the company has decided to enhance employee benefits. Shen Yichen's announcement once again sparked cheers from the audience. Starting next month, we will raise salaries and increase performance bonuses for all. Additionally, we will provide more training opportunities to help everyone enhance their personal abilities. Furthermore, the company will organize additional team-building activities to enhance the cohesion and collaborative capabilities of the team. We aspire to create an environment where everyone can work in a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere, collectively forging a brighter future. The employees' faces radiate joy and gratitude, wholeheartedly supporting and endorsing Shen Yichen's decisions. To further improve employee welfare, Shen Yichen and the management team have devised a comprehensive plan. In addition to increasing salaries and bonuses, the company is also providing greater benefits. The organization has secured comprehensive commercial insurance for its employees, encompassing medical and accident insurance, ensuring that they receive timely treatment and protection in the event of illness or accidents. Simultaneously, an employee health management center has been established to conduct regular health checkups and offer health consultations and guidance, prioritizing the physical and mental well-being of the staff. In terms of employee training, the company collaborates with renowned training institutions both domestically and internationally, offering a diverse array of courses. These include technical training, management training, and professional development courses, aimed at continuously enhancing employees' professional skills and overall competencies, thereby laying a solid foundation for their career advancement. To enrich employees' leisure time and strengthen team cohesion, the company also organizes a variety of vibrant team-building activities. Regularly hosting outdoor expansion training allows employees to challenge themselves amidst nature, thereby enhancing their teamwork capabilities. Organizing cultural and artistic activities, such as concerts and art exhibitions, enriches the spiritual lives of the staff. Furthermore, conducting sports competitions, including basketball and football matches, encourages employees to engage in physical exercise and improve their fitness. The implementation of these measures has significantly boosted employee motivation and satisfaction. The atmosphere within the company has become increasingly harmonious, and the cohesion and combat effectiveness of the team have been remarkably strengthened. Shen Yichen stood in the top-floor office of the company, gazing out at the bustling cityscape, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that Huanyu technology would face various challenges on its future development path, yet he firmly believed that as long as everyone united and worked diligently, they would undoubtedly overcome difficulties and achieve the company's developmental goals. Longwo would surely break through Western sanctions and achieve a technological leap. Huanyu technology would also secure a significant position in the global technology arena, contributing to humanity's efforts in addressing the solar crisis. A resolute light sparkled in Shen Yichen's eyes as he looked toward the future with unwavering confidence. I am passionate about mastering extraterrestrial technology to surpass Earth. Episode 77, The Construction of the Science Park and International Situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the land we acquired in Qinshan Village, Qingyang City, and adjacent to Shen City in Donghai City, is poised for the imminent construction of the industrial park. Shen Yichen stated with a serious expression and resolute tone. This not only pertains to our company's future development blueprint, but also represents a crucial step in the upgrading of Longwo's technology industry. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting anticipation and determination for the future. The marketing manager, Li Chang, was the first to speak. Mr. Shen, I believe we should promptly finalize the construction plan and schedule, while also enhancing our communication and coordination with the local government to ensure the smooth progression of the project. The head of the technical department, Wang Hua, added, Indeed, and we must fully consider the trends in future technological development, leaving ample space and flexibility in the park's planning for potential upgrades and equipment updates. Shen Yichen attentively listened to everyone's contributions, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. After a thorough discussion, a consensus gradually emerged. At this moment, Shen Yichen proposed a bold idea. I have decided to employ robots for construction. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, the meeting room erupted in lively debate. Some appeared astonished, while others expressed excitement. Robot construction? Is that feasible? Inquired Zhao Lin, the human resources manager, with a hint of skepticism. Shen Yichen smiled gently and explained, Certainly, it is feasible. Robotic construction offers numerous advantages. Firstly, they can operate around the clock, significantly enhancing efficiency and allowing our industrial park to be completed and operational ahead of schedule. Moreover, the precision and quality of robotic work surpass human capabilities, minimizing errors and ensuring that the project meets the highest standards. Furthermore, utilizing robots can reduce labor costs and diminish safety risks at the construction site. After hearing Shen Yichen's elucidation, the group expressed their unanimous support. Thus, an unprecedented robotic construction initiative commenced. At the construction site in QIF Village, Qingyang City, a bustling scene unfolded. Unique in design and diverse in function, a multitude of robots navigated the site with industrious vigor, resembling tireless steel warriors executing their construction tasks in an orderly fashion. The colossal transport robots advanced with steady strides, effortlessly maneuvering heavy building materials, their mechanical arms akin to agile limbs, precisely placing materials in designated locations. The bricklaying robots operated with remarkable speed and accuracy, positioning each brick with meticulous precision, resulting in walls that were smooth and nearly flawless. Spraying robots danced gracefully in the air, applying paint with an even and delicate touch, adorning the structures with a splendid exterior. These robots, empowered by advanced artificial intelligence algorithms and sensor technologies, achieved a high degree of automation and intelligence. They could perceive changes in their surroundings in real time, autonomously adjusting construction strategies to ensure the safety and efficiency of the process. Furthermore, they collaborated seamlessly, forming an efficient construction team that significantly enhanced both the speed and quality of the work. Meanwhile, along the coastal regions of the African continent, a thrilling competition for iron ore mining rights was intensifying. The world's largest iron ore mine, akin to a vast prize, captivated the attention of numerous nations, who engaged in a silent war to secure its extraction rights. In a bid to gain the upper hand in this contest, the United States boldly deployed a formidable aircraft carrier strike group. A fleet of aircraft carriers majestically sails across the ocean, resembling colossal steel beasts, accompanied by an array of escort ships, destroyers, and submarines forming a formidable defensive line. The carrier-based aircraft take off and land frequently on the flight deck, emitting deafening roars that assert America's military deterrence to the world. In response to America's provocation, the Dragon Nation resolutely dispatched 3 aircraft carriers to the region. The Dragon Nation's carriers exude a similar grandeur, with the 5-starred red flag billowing in the wind. symbolizing the nation's authority and resolve. The carrier strike group remains poised on the water, creating a standoff against the American fleet. Tension thickens in the atmosphere, as the two carrier strike groups resemble ferocious beasts on the brink of conflict, ready to engage in fierce confrontation at any moment. Military experts and media from around the globe fixate on this maritime arena, with the world keenly observing the unfolding standoff. The United States is overtly provoking, attempting to exert military pressure to compel us to concede in the contest for iron ore. Commander Li Yong of the Dragon Nation's carrier strike group furrows his brow, his gaze resolute as he declares, "Yet we shall not retreat. We possess the confidence and capability to defend our national interests." Amidst this tense standoff, other nations involved in the iron ore dispute actively seek solutions. After numerous rounds of arduous negotiations and deliberations, the 6 major nations ultimately reached an agreement for joint mining of iron ore. According to the accord, the Dragon Nation secured a 30% stake in the mining rights, positioning itself significantly in the control of iron ore resources. However, this outcome has incited discontent among certain nations. Some countries, which had hoped to secure greater mining rights, have voiced doubts and envy regarding the Dragon Kingdom's share. What gives the Dragon Kingdom the right to obtain such a substantial portion of the mining rights? This is unjust, exclaimed a representative from a particular nation at an international conference. In the face of these criticisms and grievances, Shen Yichen, upon receiving the news, was filled with indignation. He understood well that this was merely jealousy and suppression from certain nations towards the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom, in this contest, relied on its own strength and wisdom, making significant contributions to global development, yet it faced baseless accusations. These nations are simply being unreasonable. In the competition for iron ore, our technological prowess and contributions to global development are on par with any other nation. Our rightful share is well-deserved, Shen Yichen asserted vehemently. We cannot allow them to unjustly accuse us. We must make them aware that the development of the Dragon Kingdom is unstoppable. A fierce determination ignited within Shen Yichen, and he resolved to bolster his nation's power, ensuring that the Dragon Kingdom possessed a more influential voice on the international stage. After careful contemplation, he devised a grand plan to establish a chip manufacturing facility within the Cosmic Technology Park. This facility will employ the most advanced technologies and equipment, dedicated to the research and production of single-photon folded trimmer chips and accompanying software, leading Earth by at least a century. This chip boasts an extraordinary computational speed and remarkably low energy consumption. Once successfully developed and put into production, it will fundamentally alter the landscape of the global chip market and inject formidable momentum into the technological advancement of our nation. Through this chip factory, we aspire to dismantle Western technological monopolies, allowing our nation's innovations to shine brightly on the world stage. With unwavering determination and confidence, Shen Yichen proclaimed. Inside the research laboratory of Huanyu Technology Company, a tense yet exhilarating development endeavor was underway. Researchers toiled day and night, their faces etched with fatigue, yet their eyes gleamed with a fervent desire for success and steadfast belief. We must successfully develop the single-photon folded trimmer chip to contribute to the technological progress of our nation. Dr. Zhang, the chief scientist, exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, deep within the arid expanse of Nevada, in the enigmatic underground laboratory of Area 51, new developments were also unfolding. The laboratory was dimly lit, enveloped in an atmosphere of oppression and mystery. A group of researchers clad in white protective suits busily engaged with an array of peculiar equipment and instruments, conducting various enigmatic experiments and studies. Recent research data indicated that we had achieved several breakthroughs in our anti-gravity technology, although further experimentation and validation were required. A researcher reported to the lab director. The lab director nodded slightly, a hint of barely perceptible excitement flickering across his face. He is acutely aware that the successful application of these research outcomes will greatly enhance the military and technological prowess of the United States, positioning it more favorably in the technological competition with the Dragon Nation. In this era replete with challenges and opportunities, the rivalry between the Dragon Nation and the United States in the realms of technology and international affairs is intensifying. The construction plans for the Huanyu Technology Chip Factory and the new developments in the Area 51 underground laboratory herald a future where technological advancements and international dynamics will become increasingly intricate and volatile. Shen Yichen and his team are poised to forge ahead in this contest of technology and strength. crafting their own illustrious chapter in the ascendance of the Dragon Nation and the advancement of global progress. In Episode 78, Factory Tour and Emotional Heating, on a sunlit day, the Huanyu factory in Hangzhou is enveloped in golden radiance, presenting an exceptionally grand spectacle. This modern factory, with its unique architectural design and fluid lines, features immense glass facades that shimmer brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling a temple of technology. At the entrance of the factory, colorful flags flutter, and security personnel stand in neat formation on either side, their postures erect and eyes focused, exemplifying a high level of vigilance and professionalism. A sleek black luxury car glides to a halt at the factory entrance. The door opens, and Xiao Hong emerges, clad in a sharp professional suit, stepping out with grace. Her gaze exudes a confidence and composure born of experience, each movement radiating the poise of a leader. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yueshi also alights from the vehicle. Adorned in a light blue dress, the hem dancing gently in the breeze like a blossoming flower. Her face radiated the vitality of youth. Yet her gaze still bore a hint of lingering trepidation from her previous ordeal. Shen Yichen had long been waiting at the entrance, and upon spotting Minister Chao and her daughter, he immediately approached them with a warm smile. Minister Chao, Yueshi, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Huanyu factory. Minister Chao responded with a smile and a nod. Shen Yichen, we must trouble you again. We are here primarily to receive the bullet-headed combat aircraft, and we would also like to tour your factory. Shen Yichen quickly replied, it is no trouble at all. It is our honor. Minister Chao, Yueshi, please follow me. Guided by Shen Yichen, the mother and daughter entered the factory. As soon as they stepped inside, Chao Yueshi was awestruck by the scene before her. The spacious and brightly lit workshop was lined with an array of high-tech equipment, their sleek designs exuding a sense of modernity, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Robots busily navigated the workshop, their movements precise and swift, resembling tireless steel warriors. These robots varied in form. Some were large with powerful mechanical arms capable of effortlessly lifting heavy cargo, while others were small and agile, able to maneuver freely in tight spaces for intricate tasks. Brother Shun, this place is simply incredible. I have never seen such a high-tech factory, Xiao Yueshi exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity and excitement, sparkling with enthusiasm. Shen Yichen smiled gently. This is merely a part of our factory. We have adopted cutting-edge artificial intelligence and automation technologies, achieving a remarkably intelligent and efficient production process. These robots not only enhance production efficiency but also ensure the quality and precision of the products. Xiao Hong could not help but exclaim, Shen Yichen. The development of Huanyu technology is truly astonishing. The application of these technologies not only elevates the competitiveness of enterprises but also makes significant contributions to the technological advancement of Longhua. Shen Yichen humbly replied, Minister Chao, you flatter me. This is the result of our team's collective efforts. We have always been committed to technological innovation and hope to contribute to the development of Longhua. Subsequently, Shen Yichen escorted Xiao Hong and her daughter to the production area of the bullet-head combat aircraft. On the vast production line, several bullet-head combat aircraft were undergoing final assembly and debugging. These aircraft boast a distinctive design and sleek lines, resembling a bullet poised for launch, exuding a sense of speed and power. Their exteriors are constructed from a novel high-strength alloy material, which is not only lightweight, but also possesses excellent protective capabilities. The wings and tail fins of the aircraft are ingeniously designed to provide substantial lift and stability during flight. Xiao Yueshi approached one of the bullet-head combat aircraft, gently caressing its fuselage with eyes filled with admiration. Brother Shen, is this the bullet-head combat aircraft? It looks incredibly cool. Shen Yichen nodded. Indeed. This is the bullet-head combat aircraft we have developed. It boasts an extraordinarily high flight speed and remarkable maneuverability, equipped with advanced weaponry and defense systems, making it an exceptionally formidable combat apparatus. Xiao Hong meticulously observed the aircraft, occasionally posing questions that Shen Yichen patiently addressed. Upon gaining a deeper understanding of the aircraft's performance and characteristics, Xiao Hong developed a more profound appreciation for Huanyu Technology's research and development capabilities. After touring the bullet-head combat aircraft, Shen Yichen guided Xiao Yueshi to the exhibition area of the Bird 1 anti-gravity vehicle. A sci-fi-style vehicle stood on the display platform, its sleek body crafted from transparent high-strength materials, revealing its intricate internal structure. The base of the vehicle was fitted with anti-gravity devices, pulsating with a blue luminescence, as if harboring boundless energy. Yueshi, this is our Bird 1 anti-gravity vehicle, Shen Yichen explained. It employs anti-gravity technology, allowing it to soar freely in the sky, unbound by terrain or traffic. Xiao Yueshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, how marvelous. Brother Shen, may I give it a try? Shen Yichen smiled and replied, of course. Come, I will let you experience it. He opened the vehicle's door, allowing Xiao Yueshi to take the driver's seat before settling in himself. With deft precision, he activated the vehicle, the anti-gravity apparatus emitting a gentle hum as the vehicle gradually ascended from the ground. Gliding smoothly through the sky, Xiao Yueshi gazed excitedly out the window, exclaiming in delight. Brother Shen, this is so much fun. I feel as though I am as free as a bird, remarked Shen Yichen with a smile. Indeed, the anti-gravity flying vehicle no. One is designed to offer individuals the exhilarating experience of flight. Furthermore, it boasts characteristics that are environmentally friendly and energy efficient, promising to become a significant mode of transportation in the future. During the flight, Shen Yichen demonstrated the various functions and operational methods of the flying vehicle to Xiao Yueshi, who attentively absorbed the information and frequently posed thoughtful questions. Their interaction was imbued with a sense of harmony, and the atmosphere was exceedingly congenial. After the flying experience concluded, Shen Yichen took Xiao Yueshi to the under-construction Huanyu Technology Park. The site was alive with activity, as various engineering vehicles and robots diligently worked on the construction. Towering cranes reached for the clouds, their long arms gracefully maneuvering to precisely transport building materials to designated locations. On the ground, robots were engaged in tasks such as land leveling and foundational construction, their movements synchronized, efficient, and orderly, pointing to the planning blueprint of the technology park. Shen Yichen introduced it to Xiao Yueshi. Yueshi, this is our Huanyu Technology Park's layout. It will be developed into a comprehensive technological hub integrating research and development, production, office space, and residential areas. We will attract advanced research institutions and enterprises from both domestic and international realms, establishing a high ground for technological innovation. Xiao Yueshi gazed at the planning blueprint, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Brother Shen, it will surely be magnificent once this technology park is completed. I cannot wait to see its final form. Shen Yichen smiled and replied, you will see it very soon. We have employed the most advanced architectural technologies and robotic construction methods, significantly accelerating the pace of our project. Moreover, we have envisioned a factory for interstellar battleships, where we will research and manufacture these vessels in the future, providing robust support for humanity's exploration of the cosmos. Xiao Yueshi exclaimed in astonishment. Interstellar battleships? Brother Shen, your ambitions are truly grand. I believe you will surely achieve them. Shen Yichen nodded resolutely. We will strive for it. For the future of humanity, we must continually explore and advance. Throughout the tour, the dialogue between Shen Yichen and Xiao Yueshi grew increasingly frequent, deepening their mutual understanding. Their glances exchanged often. Whenever Shen Yichen spoke, Xiao Yueshi would attentively gaze at him, her eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation. In turn, Shen Yichen would occasionally inquire about Xiao Yueshi's feelings, patiently and meticulously explaining various technologies and plans to ensure her comprehension. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky with a splendid twilight glow. Xiao Yueshi's tour was drawing to a close. As they were about to leave the Universal Factory, she suddenly turned around and embraced Shen Yichen tightly. Brother Shen, I truly had a wonderful time today. Thank you for showing me around and allowing me to witness such incredible things. Shen Yichen was momentarily taken aback. Then a gentle smile spread across his face as he softly patted Xiao Yueshi's back. No need for thanks. Your happiness is all that matters. Releasing him, Xiao Yueshi blushed slightly and said, Brother Shen, I was wondering if it might be possible for me to transfer to work in Hangzhou. I yearn to draw closer to you and wish to partake in the advancement of Huanyu technology. Shen Yichen, gazing into the expectant eyes of Xiao Yueshi, felt a stirring in his heart and smiled as he replied, Of course, you are always welcome to join Huanyu technology whenever you wish. Xiao Hong, observing the two, wore a look of contentment. She understood that her daughter's feelings for Shen Yichen had evolved, and he was indeed a remarkable young man. She harbored great hopes for their future together. After bidding farewell to Shen Yichen, Xiao Yueshi joined her mother in the car. As the vehicle slowly pulled away, Xiao Yueshi waved goodbye to Shen Yichen through the window. He stood at the factory entrance, watching the car disappear into the distance, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Meanwhile, in the White House in Washington, D.C., an urgent meeting was convened. President Biden sat at the head of the table, his expression somber, eyes betraying anxiety and unease. The technological advancement of Longhua is alarmingly swift, particularly that of Huanyu technology. Their innovations pose a significant threat to us. A senior official voiced with concern. We must take measures to impede Longhua's technological progress. Otherwise, our hegemonic standing will face severe challenges, another official concurred. Furrowing his brow, Biden pondered for a moment before asking, "What suggestions do we have?" The meeting room fell into a contemplative silence, each individual mulling over strategies. After a brief interval, one official stood and proposed, "Mr. President, we could intensify sanctions against Longhua, restricting their technological development and market expansion. Simultaneously, we must expedite our technological research and development to enhance our competitiveness." Biden nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing it as a viable strategy. However, he noted that the effects of sanctions may be limited, and we must seek alternative avenues. At this juncture, another official proposed an audacious idea. "Mr. President, we could deploy genetically modified soldiers to sabotage and attack the technological facilities of Dragon Country. These enhanced warriors possess extraordinary abilities, enabling them to execute their missions without detection." Biden's eyes brightened at this suggestion, appreciating its ingenuity. Yet, he cautioned that the development of genetically modified soldiers entails certain risks, necessitating careful consideration. Thus, the meeting proceeded, with officials engaging in fervent discussions regarding strategies to counter the technological advancements of Dragon Country. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Shen Yichen and his galactic technology faced a new wave of challenges from the United States, striving to surpass Earth with their mastery of extraterrestrial technology. Episode 79, The Genetic Modification Program and Conference Preparations within the Solemn and Stately White House in Washington, D.C. A spacious and opulent conference room was illuminated by dazzling crystal chandeliers, the light cascading onto the polished marble floor and reflecting a brilliant glow. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and oppressive, as if shrouded in an invisible haze. The U.S. Secretary of Technology, Ross Ding, stood tall and poised in front of a massive projector, clad in a sharply tailored black suit. His gaze exuded a fervent confidence, and a barely perceptible smirk graced his lips, as if he were about to unveil a plan that would serve as the panacea for America's challenges. "Ladies and gentlemen, today I wish to unveil a plan that possesses the potential to alter the very fabric of our world, the genetic modification program." Ross Ding's voice resonated in the conference room, deep and powerful. As he spoke, an image of a towering, muscular, genetically modified warrior materialized on the projector. This warrior, whose physique seemed forged from steel, exuded an aura of coldness and ferocity that sent a shiver down one's spine. "This is the genetically modified soldier we have cultivated through years of research and experimentation," Ross Ding declared, pointing at the image. "They possess extraordinary strength, with muscle power 5 times that of an ordinary human, capable of effortlessly lifting several tons." As he spoke, the genetically modified warrior demonstrated his might, gripping a robust steel beam with both hands and bending it with a sudden force, producing a creaking sound. The officials present could not suppress their astonishment at this display. Moreover, they also possess exceptional resilience to impact. Ross Ding continued, explaining that ordinary bullets are to them akin to mere mosquito bites, failing to inflict any substantial harm. To substantiate this claim, the image transitioned to a shooting range scene. The genetically modified warrior stood resolute against a line of shooters, unfazed, merely furrowing his brow. Bullets struck his body, igniting sparks, yet he remained unscathed, with only a few marks left on his clothing. Their speed is truly astonishing, capable of reaching a remarkable 100 kilometers per hour, with reflexes that surpass those of ordinary humans by several folds. A proud smile graced Ross Ding's face, as if these genetically modified warriors were his most cherished creations. The officials present displayed expressions of surprise and excitement, whispering amongst themselves about the feasibility and potential impact of this initiative. "This is simply incredible," exclaimed one legislator. "If we could indeed possess such a battalion of genetically modified soldiers, our military supremacy on the global stage would be unparalleled. Indeed, with them, we could effortlessly obliterate the Dragon Nation's missile-carrying aircraft, rendering their technological advantage utterly futile." Another official concurred. However, a few officials voiced their concerns. "But does such a genetic modification program align with ethical standards?" A female legislator inquired, furrowing her brow. "Are these genetically modified warriors still truly human?" Ross Ding replied with a slight smile, "Madam Legislator, In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, ethical considerations must sometimes yield to national interests. Furthermore, our genetic modification technology is stringently controlled and regulated, ensuring no issues will arise. After a vigorous discussion, President Biden finally spoke. Seated at the head of the conference table, his gaze emanated decisiveness and determination. I believe this genetic modification program holds immense potential. We must seize this opportunity to enhance our military capabilities and safeguard our national interests. Biden's voice was resolute and powerful. Minister Ross, I approve your plan. You are responsible for its execution, and you must achieve results swiftly. Ross responded with enthusiasm, Yes, Mr. President. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Thus, the genetic modification program was officially launched. Ross swiftly assembled an execution team composed of top scientists and military experts, embarking on an urgent series of preparations. They devised a meticulous action plan, aiming to deploy genetically modified warriors into operations against the Dragon Nation in the shortest possible time. Xiao, have the invitations been arranged? Shen Yichen inquired, looking up at Sun Xiao, who stood nearby. Sun Xiao nodded and replied, All arrangements have been made, General Shen. We have designed a highly advanced electronic invitation, which has been sent out via email and social media platforms to major global tech media, industry experts, and corporate representatives. Additionally, we announced the press conference on our company's official website and various technology forums, garnering significant attention. Shen Yichen nodded in satisfaction, stating, Excellent. This press conference is crucial for our Huanyu technology, and we must ensure everything goes flawlessly. Not only must we showcase the formidable performance of our chips, but we must also demonstrate the strength and innovative spirit of our Dragon Nation's technology to the world. Sun Xiao assured him, Rest assured, General Shen. We are fully prepared. The research and development team has worked tirelessly day and night, conducting repeated tests and optimizations on the chip's performance. The marketing team has meticulously devised a comprehensive promotional plan, which is sure to create a worldwide sensation. At that moment, Shen Yichen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Su Yao. Hello, Su Yao. What brings you to call? Shen Yichen answered the phone. Yichen, the flagship store of Huanyu Motors has been completed. To celebrate this significant milestone, I would like to host a dinner and invite you to attend. Su Yao's voice was filled with joy and anticipation. Shen Yichen paused for a moment, then replied, That sounds wonderful. Congratulations. I will definitely be there on time. After hanging up, Shen Yichen turned to Sun Xiao and said, Xiao, Su Yao has invited me to the celebration dinner for the completion of the Huanyu Motors flagship store. You and Xiaomi should join us as well. Sun Xiao nodded and responded, Of course, Mr. Shen. As evening descended, Shen Yichen, Sun Xiao, and Xiaomi arrived at the Huanyu Motors flagship store. The exterior design of the store exuded modernity, with its vast glass facade shimmering with golden hues under the setting sun. Inside, various models of Huanyu cars were neatly displayed, showcasing their unique technological allure. Su Yao had been waiting at the entrance, upon seeing Shen Yichen and the others. She rushed forward, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Yichen, you finally made it. Please, come in. Su said warmly. Shen Yichen smiled back, saying, Su Yao, congratulations on the successful completion of your flagship store. Everything here is simply magnificent. Su replied with delight, This is all thanks to everyone's hard work. Today, we must celebrate. At that moment, Shen Yichen unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. It was his former girlfriend, Gu Dingting, who stood alongside a man named Sun Xiong. Her expression one of astonishment. Upon seeing Shen Yichen, a complex wave of emotion surged within Gu Dingting. She never imagined that the man she once looked down upon had transformed into someone so remarkable. Yichen, is it truly you? Gu Dingting approached him, her disbelief palpable. Shen Yichen paused momentarily, then replied coolly, It is I, Gu Dingting. Long time no see. Sun Xiong regarded Shen Yichen with disdain and provocation in his eyes. Well, if it isn't the impoverished lad, what brings you to the soiree? Shen Yichen chose to ignore Sun Xiong, his gaze remaining steady on Gu Dingting. Her expression shifted slightly as she interjected, Sun Xiong, refrain from such remarks. Yichen, where do you currently find yourself employed? At this inquiry, both Gu Dingting and Sun Xiong were rendered speechless, their faces betraying an incredulity akin to hearing an absurd tale. How is this possible? Gu Dingting murmured. Her eyes filled with astonishment and regret. Observing this exchange, Sun Xiao and Xiaomi could not suppress their irritation. They resolved to stand up for Shen Yichen. Sun Xiao moved closer to him, linking her arm with his, and said, Darling, Do not mind them. Let us proceed inside. Xiaomi chimed in. Indeed, Mr. Shen is a busy man now. He has no time to squander on trifles. Gu Tingting observed the scene before her heart brimming with jealousy and resentment. She gazed at Shen Yichen, her eyes betraying a tangle of complex emotions. Shen Yichen offered a slight smile and addressed Su Yao, saying, Su Yao, shall we proceed inside? Thus, under Su Yao's guidance, Shen Yichen and his companions entered the venue of the evening banquet. Meanwhile, Gu Tingting and Sun Xiong remained rooted in place, their minds tumultuous and restless. This banquet was destined to be a grand affair replete with stories and conflicts, and the narrative between Shen Yichen and Gu Tingting was poised to undergo a significant twist that very night. In the realm of technology in Longhua, Huanyu Technology was preparing to unveil a highly anticipated chip. As a key figure within Huanyu Technology, Shen Yichen naturally became the center of attention. On this day, he was invited to a prestigious banquet hosted by Su Yao, unaware that this gathering would lead to an unexpected reunion. The banquet was held in a luxurious five-star hotel, its grand hall adorned in resplendent splendor. Crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling glow, illuminating the exquisite decorations and the opulent attire of the guests. Clad in a perfectly tailored bespoke suit, Shen Yichen stepped through the hotel doors, where a designated attendant promptly guided him to the banquet hall. Xiao had been waiting at the entrance of the venue for quite some time. Today, she adorned herself in a form-fitting royal blue evening gown, the ingeniously designed deep V neckline elegantly accentuating her alluring collarbone. The delicate diamonds embedded in the hem of her dress sparkled with each of her movements, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky. Her meticulously styled curls cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few tendrils gently framing her fair cheeks, enhancing her exquisite features. Upon spotting Shen Yichen approaching, a radiant smile instantly illuminated her face, her eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. She hurriedly stepped forward and warmly exclaimed, Yichen, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. As she spoke, she affectionately linked her arm with Shen Yichen's. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Sun Xiong and Gu Tingting. Sun Xiong, who had been engaged in jovial conversation with those around him, felt his smile freeze as he caught a glimpse of Su Yao's affectionate gesture towards Shen Yichen. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his words abruptly faltered. Gu Tingting's reaction was even more pronounced. Her wine glass nearly slipped from her grasp, and she stood frozen in place. Her expression filled with shock and confusion as she murmured, How is this possible? How could Shen Yichen be with Su Yao? And why does she seem to hold him in such high regard? Internally, she was a tempest of emotions, reminiscing about her time with Shen Yichen when he was merely an unremarkable, impoverished youth in her eyes, devoid of any future. Now, however, it seemed he had transformed into someone entirely different, receiving such grand attention. Su Yao, unfazed by the gazes of those around her, gracefully linked arms with Shen Yichen and introduced him to the guests present, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present Mr. Shen Yichen, the chairman of Huanyu Technology. At her words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with many casting looks of surprise and admiration. Gu Tingting could hardly believe her ears. Her lips quivered slightly. Her complexion darkened, and a tumult of emotions surged within her. Seizing an opportunity while Shen Yichen was momentarily alone, Gu Tingting approached him with a glass in hand. She forced a smile, feigning elegance as she said, Yichen, it's been a while. I never imagined you would achieve so much. Shen Yichen looked up, a flicker of mild surprise crossing his features upon recognizing Gu Tingting, though he quickly regained his composure and responded politely, Indeed, it has been a while. There have been some changes. Gu Tingting continued, In the past, I was immature and headstrong, which caused me to miss my chance with you. To be honest, all these years, you have remained in my heart. Do you think we could possibly? Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yichen interrupted her. Upon hearing his words, the last glimmer of hope within Gu Tingting extinguished. A hint of embarrassment and disappointment crossed her face. Yet she maintained a facade of composure as she replied, Very well, if that is your stance, I shall respect your decision. With that, she hurriedly departed. After the banquet, Shen Yichen bid farewell to Su Yao and left the hotel. Meanwhile, the news of Huanyu Technology's impending chip release had begun to garner significant attention worldwide. Major media outlets have extensively reported on this matter, with some expressing skepticism regarding the performance of Huanyu Technology's chips. They argue that it is exceedingly difficult for a nascent tech company to achieve groundbreaking advancements in the semiconductor industry. Conversely, other outlets are filled with anticipation, believing that under the leadership of Shen Yichen, Huanyu technology may indeed deliver surprises, invigorating the technological evolution of Longhua. Various experts in the tech field have also shared their perspectives. Some assert that chip technology has always been a core challenge within the sector, and Huanyu technology faces formidable obstacles to succeed in this arena. Others contend that the rapid pace of technological advancement often allows emerging companies to introduce innovative ideas and techniques, suggesting that Huanyu technology might possess unique technological advantages. Amidst a cacophony of discussions and speculations, the date of Huanyu Technology's chip launch event draws nearer. With the entire world eagerly awaiting this technological spectacle, Shen Yichen is diligently making the final preparations for the event, determined to demonstrate Huanyu Technology's prowess and earn the admiration of all. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, a clandestine assembly of genetically modified warriors is quietly converging, their sights set on Longhua as a crisis looms ominously on the horizon, the allure of possessing extraterrestrial technology surpassing that of Earth. Chapter 81. The infiltration of genetically modified beings and the response to the launch event. As night descends, within a covert military base in America, the dim, cold lights cast a stark illumination over a scene filled with tension and activity. AC-5 Galaxy strategic transport aircraft rests quietly on the runway, its colossal fuselage resembling a steel behemoth, exuding a frigid metallic sheen under the cloak of night. With a length of 54 meters, a wingspan of 88 meters, and a towering height of 85 meters, it renders the ground crew surrounding it remarkably diminutive. The cargo door of the aircraft slowly creaks open, producing a dull sound. Inside, a battalion of genetically enhanced warriors, clad in specially designed black combat uniforms, stands in meticulous formation. Their gazes are steely and piercing, as if capable of penetrating the darkness, each emanating a chilling aura. These soldiers have undergone extensive modifications, their muscular physiques taut and powerful, brimming with extraordinary strength. Their equipment is equally sophisticated, featuring an array of advanced weaponry and communication devices. Assault rifles, handguns, and daggers are securely affixed to their waists and chests. Each weapon's surface treated to achieve a matte black finish, which not only reduces glare but also enhances durability and corrosion resistance. Communication devices are seamlessly integrated into their helmets, facilitating real-time voice and data transmission, ensuring they maintain close contact with the command center during operations. In the cockpit of the transport aircraft, the pilots are conducting their final pre-flight checks. They adeptly manipulate various instruments and gauges, their expressions focused and resolute. The dashboard lights flicker, and an array of data pulses, indicating that the aircraft's parameters are functioning normally. At the captain's command, prepare for takeoff. The engine roared to life, its thunderous growl shattering the tranquility of the night, causing the ground to quiver slightly. The propellers whirled with remarkable speed, stirring a fierce gust that sent debris swirling in all directions. Illuminated by the lights, the airflow created an array of blurred shadows, as if this iron beast were emitting a primal roar. The C-5 Galaxy strategic transport aircraft slowly glided toward the runway, its velocity gradually increasing. Its fuselage traced a dark arc across the night sky, resembling a shooting star racing toward the heavens. The aircraft ascended higher and higher, eventually vanishing into the vastness of the night, heading toward the South Asian nation of Cambodia. After a protracted journey, the transport plane finally arrived at a clandestine military base in Cambodia. As the aircraft gently touched down on the runway, a wave of searing air enveloped them. The climate here was a stark contrast to that of the United States, humid and stifling, saturated with a rich tropical essence. The surrounding foliage was lush and vibrant, tall palm trees swaying gently in the breeze, seemingly welcoming these unexpected visitors. The genetically modified soldiers descended from the transport aircraft in a swift and orderly manner. Their footsteps were synchronized and powerful, resonating with a dull thud against the ground. Upon disembarking, they immediately felt the oppressive heat, sweat soaking through their backs in an instant. Yet, there was no trace of discomfort on their faces. Their gazes remained resolute and focused, as if everything around them was inconsequential. Following their predetermined plan, they were to transfer to a fishing boat for clandestine passage into the Dragon Country. Thus, under the guidance of a local escort, they swiftly made their way to a hidden fishing village. Throughout their journey, they meticulously evaded various forms of surveillance and patrols, their movements shrouded in secrecy. Upon reaching the quaint fishing village, an antiquated fishing boat lay quietly moored at the water's edge. The vessel appeared to have weathered many seasons, its hull riddled with patches of rust, and the wooden planks bore the marks of time, seemingly on the verge of collapse with the slightest touch. The sails, tattered and worn, fluttered feebly in the gentle breeze, as if lamenting the tales of its bygone days. Without hesitation, the genetically enhanced warriors boarded the boat. The deck was cluttered with an assortment of debris, permeating the air with a pungent scent of fish. The warriors grimaced at the odor, but paid it little mind, swiftly securing their positions in preparation for the clandestine crossing. As the engine roared to life, the fishing boat gradually departed from the shore, heading towards the land of the Dragon Kingdom. As they neared the border, one soldier suddenly spotted a patrol vessel from the border guards ahead. He immediately alerted the captain. "Captain, we have spotted a patrol boat ahead." The captain's gaze sharpened instantaneously, and he commanded in a hushed tone, "Attention everyone, remain silent, prepare for combat." The warriors swiftly grasped their weapons, readying themselves for confrontation. Their eyes burned with a fierce intensity, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts poised to pounce upon their prey. The border guards soon detected the suspicious fishing boat, sounding the alarm as their vessel hastened towards it. As the distance closed, the border guards shouted, "Halt! Prepare for inspection." However, the genetically modified warriors disregarded their warnings and instead accelerated their efforts, attempting to force a breakthrough. Both sides soon found themselves embroiled in intense gunfire. Armed with advanced weaponry and formidable physical prowess, the genetically modified soldiers launched a fierce assault on the border guards. Their aim was precise and swift. With each pull of the trigger, the sound of bullets whistled through the air. The border guards, undaunted, valiantly retaliated, defending their nation's borders with their very lives. Their eyes radiated steadfastness and resolve, showing no sign of retreat in the face of the enemy's overwhelming firepower. The battle was exceptionally brutal, resulting in casualties on both sides. Blood stained the surface of the sea, appearing particularly glaring under the moonlight. Despite the border guards' valiant resistance, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage due to the disparity in weaponry and physical capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, the genetically modified warriors boarded the border guards' vessels. Engaging in close-quarters combat, their strength and speed far surpassed that of ordinary men, inflicting immense damage with each strike. Ultimately, the border guards, outnumbered, heroically fell in battle. The genetically modified warriors successfully breached the border defense, continuing their advance into the territory of Long Kingdom. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the night, marking the beginning of their nefarious campaign. Meanwhile, invitations to the Huan Yu Technology Chip Launch Conference had been dispatched to major media outlets and tech companies around the globe. The news instantly sparked a considerable uproar, with major media outlets reporting on the matter, and discussions surrounding the launch event of Huan Yu Technology's chip becoming the focal point of the global tech community. In some renowned foreign tech media, numerous voices of skepticism regarding Huan Yu Technology's chip emerged. An American tech publication commented that, although Huan Yu Technology, as an emerging tech company, has achieved certain milestones in recent years, it is indeed difficult to believe that they could make groundbreaking advancements in the field of chips. Chip technology is the core and a significant challenge within the tech realm, demanding substantial investments in capital, technology, and talent. Whether Huan Yu Technology possesses such capabilities remains to be seen. Another British tech media outlet echoed this sentiment, stating that chip development necessitates long-term accumulation and deep-seated expertise and cannot be accomplished overnight. The release of the chip by Huan Yu Technology might merely be a publicity stunt aimed at capturing attention and attracting investment. In the laboratory of Huan Yu Technology, Shen Yichen stood before a massive display screen, watching the data continuously fluctuate, his eyes brimming with confidence. He addressed the members of his research and development team, saying, "Our chip embodies the collective effort and intellect of us all, and its capabilities are beyond doubt. Regardless of the external skepticism, we must have faith in ourselves. At this launch event, we will demonstrate to the world the strength of Huan Yu Technology and prove that we possess the ability to lead the future of technology." The members of the RD team nodded in agreement, their faces radiating confidence and resolute smiles. They are acutely aware that their efforts transcend mere allegiance to universal technology. They are dedicated to the advancement of the technological enterprise of the Dragon Kingdom, striving to secure a foothold on the international stage of innovation. At this moment, the genetically modified warriors, having successfully infiltrated the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, are swiftly advancing towards the southern military district. Their movements are shrouded in secrecy, akin to a phantasmagoric presence flitting through the woodlands. Their objective is to obliterate the Dragon Kingdom's missile-carrying aircraft, delivering a grievous blow to its military prowess. An even greater crisis is silently encroaching upon the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 82. Assault on the Military District and Chip Manufacturing. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable, enveloping the world in silence, with only a gentle breeze whispering through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle softly. A mysterious squad of genetically modified warriors stealthily infiltrated the southern military district like specters. Clad in specially designed black combat attire, they seamlessly melded into the nocturnal shadows, as if they were one with the darkness. The combat suits, crafted from cutting-edge nanomaterials, boasted exceptional protective capabilities, able to withstand attacks from small-caliber weapons, while also adapting their color and temperature in response to the surrounding environment, achieving a high degree of concealment. The squad leader, codenamed Frenzied Wolf, possessed a gaze that was both cold and piercing, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky. His vigilant eyes scanned the vicinity, leaving no potential threat unexamined. In his hand, Frenzied Wolf tightly gripped a compact electronic jammer, one of the pivotal pieces of equipment for their mission. The electronic jammer employs quantum interference technology, capable of emitting powerful disruptive waves that disturb enemy electronic devices and surveillance systems. The device has a flat appearance, comparable in size to a smartphone, its surface adorned with an array of intricate instruments and indicator lights, exuding a chilling aura of advanced technology. With a gentle press of the activation button, an invisible wave of energy rapidly radiates outward from the jammer's center. The surveillance cameras within the military district are instantly engulfed in a blizzard of static. The image is rendered indistinct as though shrouded in a veil of mist. The electronic equipment originally meant for monitoring the security of the military zone emits piercing alarms before succumbing to a state of paralysis. The entire electronic defense system of the military district disintegrates before the might of these potent interference waves, as fragile as paper. Action, the wolf murmurs, his voice deep and commanding, akin to a roar emanating from the depths of hell. The team members spring into motion, their movements agile and swift, producing not a single extraneous sound. Each individual resembles a well-trained cheetah, ever prepared to pounce upon their quarry. They advance cautiously towards the landing site of the projectile aircraft, their steps light yet assured, gliding as if upon snow. Each footfall is meticulously placed, striving to avoid stepping on twigs or making any other noise that might attract the enemy's notice. Amidst their advance, one team member suddenly halts, his ears twitching slightly as though he has detected an unusual sound. He swiftly gestures for his comrades to stop. The team members immediately dispersed, each seeking a position of cover, weapons firmly gripped, ever ready to confront any potential adversaries. The wild wolf furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance in his gaze. He crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. After a brief moment, he rose and whispered, "There is a patrol ahead, approximately a squad's worth of troops. We must navigate carefully around them." The team members nodded in agreement, cautiously altering their course to avoid the patrol's path. They skillfully maneuvered through the mountainous terrain, utilizing trees and the landscape as shields, artfully evading the patrol's line of sight. As the sound of the patrol's footsteps gradually faded, the wild wolf exhaled in relief and issued a new command: "Proceed forward." After a challenging trek, the genetically modified soldiers finally reached the location of the missile-carrying aircraft. The area was heavily guarded, with numerous soldiers patrolling diligently. These soldiers, clad in immaculate uniforms and wielding advanced weaponry, exhibited unwavering focus and alertness. Their presence undoubtedly posed a significant obstacle to the genetically modified warriors' mission. "What shall we do, Captain?" "There are too many enemies," one team member inquired in a hushed tone, a trace of anxiety evident in his voice. A fierce glint flickered in the wild wolf's eyes as he coldly replied, "Since we have come this far, retreat is not an option. Prepare for battle." With that, he was the first to burst forth from their hiding place, his assault rifle unleashing a torrent of fire toward the soldiers, the bullets raining down unexpectedly upon them. The soldiers were momentarily bewildered by the sudden onslaught, yet they swiftly regained their composure and launched a counteroffensive. Utilizing the surrounding obstacles as cover, they fired upon the genetically modified warriors. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and the blaze of explosions, plunging the entire parking area into a fierce melee. Although the soldiers were inferior to the genetically enhanced fighters in terms of weaponry and physical prowess, they exhibited unwavering courage. relying on their indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills to engage in a desperate struggle against the enemy. They coordinated their efforts, providing alternating cover while relentlessly assaulting the genetically modified adversaries. Among them, a young soldier distinguished himself through remarkable valor. Ignoring the enemy's suppressive fire, he resolutely charged forward, using his own body to shield his comrades from a bullet. His face radiated determination, as if to convey to the enemy, "We shall never retreat." Indeed, the genetically modified warriors possessed formidable strength, their bodies having undergone specialized enhancements that granted them extraordinary power, speed, and reflexes. Their marksmanship was both precise and swift. Each pull of the trigger found its mark. One such warrior displayed astonishing might during the fray, effortlessly lifting a soldier with one hand and brutally slamming him to the ground, as if the soldier were merely a puppet. His gaze was cold and merciless, devoid of any trace of human emotion. The battle raged with ferocity, resulting in casualties on both sides. Blood stained the ground, glaringly illuminated by the surrounding flames. Although the soldiers valiantly resisted, as the battle wore on, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. The assaults from the genetically modified warriors grew increasingly ferocious, causing the soldiers' defenses to waver. At that moment, Commander Xiao Hong of the military district received news of the attack. His expression instantly turned grave, and a flicker of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the severity of this assault. The destruction of the missile aircraft would pose a significant threat to the national defense of Longhua. Without hesitation, he ordered the troops to assemble for support. Xiao Hong issued his command with unwavering resolve, his voice firm and authoritative. He swiftly donned his military uniform, seized his weapon, and led his troops toward the location where the missile aircraft was stationed. Along the way, his heart brimmed with both concern and fury. He was troubled by the safety of his soldiers and the security of the aircraft, and incensed that the enemy dared to launch such a brazen attack on the military district. Meanwhile, within the chip factory at the Huanyu Technology Park, Shen Yichen was fully engrossed in configuring the production program. The factory was ablaze with light, with various advanced machines humming as they operated. A subtle metallic scent filled the air, narrating the high-tech atmosphere of the environment. Standing before the vast control panel, Shen Yichen's gaze was fixated on the myriad of data and charts displayed on the screen. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, inputting a multitude of commands. The control panel's screen revealed the intricate processes and parameters of chip production. Each datum had been meticulously calculated and adjusted to ensure the chip's quality and performance were optimized. "Initiate the core program," Shen Yichen proclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with confidence and determination. As he issued his command, the machinery within the chip factory commenced its accelerated operation. Enormous robotic arms adeptly maneuvered across the workshop, accurately placing various raw materials onto the production line. The process of chip manufacturing is exceedingly intricate, requiring multiple steps, including wafer coating, photolithography, etching, and doping. Each phase demands extraordinary precision and meticulous attention. Even the slightest error could compromise the quality of the chip. At the heart of the workshop stood a colossal lithography machine, one of the pivotal devices in chip production, valued at hundreds of millions. Its exterior, a rectangular form crafted from metal, radiated a silvery gleam. The internal structure was exceedingly complex, housing an array of sophisticated optical components and control systems. Through this lithography machine, circuit patterns could be etched with precision onto the wafers, laying the foundation for chip fabrication. Observing the machinery in motion, Shen Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. He was acutely aware of the significance of chips for the technological advancement of Longhua and understood the profound implications of the upcoming chip launch event. He was resolute in his determination to ensure that Huanyu Technology's chips would shine brilliantly at the conference, showcasing Longhua's technological prowess to the world. Chapter 83. A gruesome battle and the unveiling of the chip on the battlefield of the Southern Military District. Flames soared into the sky, smoke enveloped the air, and the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the metallic tang of blood, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Genetically modified soldiers surged forth like demons emerging from the depths of hell, wreaking havoc within the military zone. With extraordinary strength and speed, coupled with advanced weaponry, they unleashed a frenzied assault upon the soldiers. A genetically enhanced warrior, wielding a specially crafted assault rifle that glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, unleashed torrents of fire. His gaze exuded an endless coldness and ferocity, a cruel smile gracing his lips. With each pull of the trigger, several soldiers fell into pools of blood. Bullets rained down upon the soldiers, catching them utterly unprepared. The soldiers scrambled for cover, yet their resistance seemed utterly futile in the face of the genetically modified warriors' overwhelming firepower. In the most intense throes of battle, a group of soldiers formed a human barricade, endeavoring to impede the advance of the genetically enhanced foe. Their eyes were filled with unwavering resolve and determination, devoid of fear or retreat. Despite the relentless hail of enemy fire directed at them, they stood their ground, steadfast in their defense. A young soldier, gravely wounded with a bullet lodged in his abdomen, stained his uniform crimson with blood. Yet he remained resolute, continuing to fire upon the enemy with the weapon in his grasp. Pain etched across his face, but his eyes bore an unyielding determination, as if to declare to the adversary, "You shall not pass easily." However, the might of the genetically modified warriors was insurmountable. They relentlessly breached the soldiers' defenses, drawing ever closer to the location where the projectile vessels were stationed. With each step forward, the cost was measured in the sacrifice of soldiers. On the battlefield, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of soldiers, their forms sprawled haphazardly, while blood pooled into rivulets that flowed along the depressions of the earth. Some soldiers bore dismembered limbs, while others were rendered unrecognizable, a sight too harrowing to behold. Xiao Ai swiftly organized his troops to mount a counterattack, leading from the front with unwavering courage, his weapon relentlessly firing upon the enemy. Inspired by their commander's valor, the soldiers found renewed spirit, rallying their courage to engage in a fierce struggle against the genetically modified warriors. The battlefield erupted with the cacophony of battle cries and gunfire, a deafening symphony of chaos. During the fray, Xiao Ai discovered that the enemy's strength far surpassed his expectations. These genetically enhanced soldiers possessed not only extraordinary physical prowess, but also remarkable combat skills. He realized that this confrontation would be exceptionally arduous, yet he remained undeterred, fueled by a singular conviction: the imperative to safeguard the bullet-head aircraft at all costs, ensuring that the enemy would not prevail. Amidst the intense combat, Xiao Ai observed that several bullet-head aircraft had already been outfitted with high-energy armor-piercing bombs. A heavy dread settled in his heart as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He promptly commanded his troops to concentrate their firepower and launch an assault on the enemies installing the bombs. However, the enemy's defenses were formidable, as they unleashed a barrage of firepower that suppressed Xiao Ai's forces. At that moment, a high-energy armor-piercing bomb detonated unexpectedly, the sound of the explosion reverberating through the ground. Flames shot skyward, and a powerful shockwave hurled nearby soldiers into the air. Xiao Ai witnessed a comrade being engulfed by the blast's force, his heart swelling with grief and fury. Without a second thought, he charged toward the enemy, determined to thwart their efforts to continue the installation of the bombs. The scene was one of devastation, the air thick with the scent of death. Xiao Ai gazed upon the grim spectacle before him, his heart heavy with helplessness and guilt. He felt he had failed to protect his soldiers, to safeguard the military district. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for self-reproach. He had to swiftly devise a plan to confront the imminent crisis. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen was making final preparations for the chip launch at the Huanyu Technology Park. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Ai. As he answered, Xiao Ai's anxious voice came through. "Yichen, the southern military district has been attacked. The assailants are genetically modified soldiers, and their target is the missile carrier. The situation is dire. Several carriers have already been fitted with high-energy armor-piercing explosives, and they have detonated." Upon hearing this news, Shen Yichen's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Shock and fury flickered in his eyes as he contemplated. This must be the handiwork of the Americans. How audacious they were to assault the Dragon Nation's military district. He understood the gravity of the situation. Should the missile carriers be entirely destroyed, it would pose a significant threat to Dragon Nation's national defense. Without hesitation, Shen Yichen resolved to head to the southern military district. He set aside his work and swiftly exited the chip factory. As he made his way to the military district, a heavy weight pressed upon his heart. He pondered the motives behind the American assault on the southern military district. What could their true objectives be? He realized that this was not merely a straightforward military strike. It likely concealed a more profound conspiracy. When Shen Yichen arrived at the southern military district, the battle was already nearing its conclusion. He beheld the tragic scene on the battlefield, his heart heavy with sorrow. Approaching Xiao Ai, he gently patted his shoulder and offered words of comfort. "Xiao Ai, do not grieve too deeply. We must uncover the mastermind behind this calamity and avenge our fallen comrades." Xiao Ai nodded, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, as Shen Yichen and Xiao Hong analyzed the assault in the Southern Military District, the press conference for Huanyu Technology's new chip commenced as scheduled. The atmosphere at the event was both fervent and tense. Media representatives, tech industry professionals, and corporate delegates from around the globe gathered in anticipation of Huanyu Technology's groundbreaking chip. Standing on stage, Shen Yichen, clad in a sleek black suit, exuded an air of vitality. His gaze conveyed confidence and determination as he presented the single-photon folded vibration chip to the audience. He lifted the chip and introduced it, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the single-photon folded vibration chip developed by Huanyu Technology. It employs cutting-edge single-photon technology and a folded vibration architecture, boasting exceptionally high computational speed and formidable processing power." Shen Yichen elaborated on the chip's technical principles. Traditional chips rely on the flow of electrons to transmit signals, which imposes limitations on data transmission speed. In contrast, our single-photon folded vibration chip harnesses the quantum properties of single photons to achieve ultra-fast data transmission. Single photons possess minuscule mass and remarkable velocity, enabling instantaneous data transmission and processing. Additionally, the folded vibration architecture of the chip results in a more compact internal structure, allowing for the accommodation of more transistors, thereby enhancing the chip's computational capabilities. To provide the audience with a more vivid experience of the chip's formidable performance, Shen Yichen conducted a live demonstration. He installed the chip in a high-performance computer and subsequently executed a series of intricate programs and testing software. On the computer screen, data surged rapidly, and an array of complex graphics and images was generated in swift succession. The demonstration revealed that the single-photon folded tremor chip's computational speed surpassed that of the most advanced chips currently available in the market by several folds. With a significant enhancement in processing capability, the audience, witnessing the remarkable results, erupted in expressions of astonishment. They were profoundly impressed by the chip's extraordinary performance and expressed sincere admiration for Huanyu Technology's research and development prowess. A technology journalist from the United States exclaimed in disbelief, "This is simply astounding. Huanyu Technology has developed such a powerful chip, which will have a monumental impact on the global technology industry." Similarly, a corporate representative from Europe remarked, "We have been seeking high-performance chips, and Huanyu Technology's offering has instilled in us a renewed sense of hope. We eagerly anticipate the opportunity to collaborate with Huanyu Technology to integrate this chip into our products." Observing the audience's reactions, Shen Yichen felt a swell of pride. He recognized that the chip launch event had achieved tremendous success. He assured everyone that Huanyu Technology would continue to strive for innovation, contributing significantly to global technological advancement. "We believe that, propelled by technology, humanity's future will be even brighter." The success of the chip launch positioned Huanyu Technology at the forefront of the global tech community. Shen Yichen was acutely aware that, despite the successful development of the chip, the crisis facing the Dragon Nation remained unresolved. The incident involving the genetically modified soldiers from America made him realize that the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation needed further enhancement. He resolved to expedite his reinforcement program, seeking additional extraterrestrial technology to provide more formidable support for the nation's advancement. At that moment, the American genetically modified soldiers, having completed their assault, were attempting to flee the Dragon Nation. Xiao Hong led her troops in a relentless pursuit of these adversaries. An intense chase was about to commence. "I relish the mastery of extraterrestrial technology that transcends Earth,"